Book 7, Chapter 35, Catch. Great ones, the evidence is clear. We have been betrayed by the Cruxus cabal. They mean to sell us out to the Emperor, and so we have no choice but to silence them before they can destroy us. Archlector Analphagor of the Temple of Crepusculum, addressing the inner circle, later revealed to have been Supreme General Mendacious of the Cruxus cabal all along, and also Dread Emperor Traitorous. My first warning it was about to come to a head was my being told the warlord was about to arrive. Hakram Deadhand, warlord of the clans, had decided to ride out ahead of the second wave and arrive in Salia the better part of a week ahead of the armies. He'd be there, Vivian's messenger told me, by early afternoon. Tomorrow. I spent an hour chewing on that and going through a bottle of wine, unsure how I felt about the surprise and how I should be feeling about it. I'd promised Masigo I would talk with Hakram when he came to the Proceran capital, but it had been a faraway thing when I'd spoken the words. Not it was at the front gate, knocking to be let in, and I had never sympathized more with the deer that froze before hunters. I was not to be allowed to nurse my wine for long, though. I got a visit from Secretary Nestor Akaroi, though it was not official, and it was dealt with briskly. He'd come in person because my rank demanded it, not the message itself. It was certainly short enough that the walk to the lineal from the city must have felt like a waste. Empress Basilia will be arriving in the capital within 3 days, Secretary Nestor said, and with her the rest of the League Council. I made some expected noises about how I was looking forward to it, and it would a pleasure to sit in the company of such an august council once more, but even as my lips moved my mind was racing. 1 was an oddity, 2 could be coincidence, but if I found a third, this was starting to look like a confluence, power calling to power, and there was only one thread of story in Salia that would demand so great a gathering to be resolved. Cordelia and Hanno had made their choices, begun their paths, and now water was flowing down the riverbed. Fuck, I thought I had more time. I sent away the Delosi with courtesy, polished off the rest of my glass, and immediately went fishing. If we were on the last stretch, as I was beginning to suspect, I needed to know how much time I had. Vivian had hinted to me that she'd be trying her hand at the Salian archives tonight, so she might find out what Cordelia was up to, but Hanno was proving unfortunately difficult to find for such a public figure. But first, I thought, I needed to find my third. My proof that events were in motion. And though it was tempting to think that the last part would be another surprise arrival, I dismissed the thought. Everyone that needed to be there for the resolution was already set to be, which meant I needed instead to be looking for a nudge. One of above's, since my half of the gods had fallen silent. Thankfully, I had seen to that contingency already, and all I needed to suffer was to limp my way up the damnable set of stairs up the eastern wing of the palace where my scrying mages had set up. I dropped down into a sinfully comfortable plush seat after having given my order, massaging my bad leg. The entire length felt like a single, throbbing bruise. My mages were good at their business, and so it was only moments before the observatory connected us to the silver mirror on the other side, and Masego's face was in front of me. Hierophant, I said. Catherine, Z's enthused. Very fine timing on your part. My eye narrowed. Let me guess, I said. You've just had a breakthrough and Roland had a significant role in it. He looked surprised. That is broadly true, Masigo conceded. He had a stroke of inspiration this morning, and we just had our first results. My fingers clenched. 3 for 3, damn me. There was a reason I'd wanted the rogue sorcerer with Hierophant as he looked into returning below stories, and it wasn't just because Roland was one of the most learned people on Calernia when it came to magic. He was also a hero, and while my gods had been silenced, the oppositions could still give a nudge here and there. Tell me, I ordered. We believe the intercessor is exerting the full strength of her aspect at all times to keep the stories muted, Masigo said. Theoretically, with sufficient power directed in the exact right manner, we could break the effort, and perhaps shatter the aspect itself in the process. And we've got a source for that power? I asked. Possibly one, Hierophant said. I need more time to prove it conclusively. And there it was. How long? I asked. 5 days. So that was my timeline. 5 days, more or less. The gods expected that there would be a warden of the West seated opposite of me before we entered the last stretch of this war. Do what you can, I said, and the ritual began to fade. 5 days, I thought, massaging my leg. I was not ready, but then neither were either of the claimants. And that was the part that was bothering me the more I thought about it. Hazenbach had the skills and the will to make a great warden in some regards, but in others, direct strength, name lore, she was sorely lacking. It was the same for Hanno, whose weaknesses as a candidate were less direct, but arguably even more dangerous. Neither of them seemed like a perfect fit for the name. And though part of that might be blamed on the role itself not having been settled, yet it felt like too weak an explanation. I'd been going back and forth between them looking for who should be backed, the rest of the Grand Alliance peering over my shoulder and wondering the same. But I couldn't shake the impression that somehow both the choices were losing once. That this should have been cleaner, that the angles of it were slightly askew. My fingers clenched, then slowly unclenched. It would not do to start seeing a devil in every shadow, I reminded myself. And yet, I closed my eye, calmed my breath. My name shook itself away, a great maw looking over my shoulder. I looked for the stars inside and found nothing, only darkness, but that was all right. The sight of them had been my name recognizing a skill I already had and crowning it, not a gift below had given me. I could do it by hand, if need be, as I always had before. I would find out where the objects in motion were headed and what it meant, then lay the single finger on the scales that I was allowed. And since Vivian was already looking into Cordelia Hazenbach, my task was clear. I was going to unearth the plans of the Sword of Judgment. I went about it the polite way first, sending a rider to his war camp to ask where he might be and how soon we might speak. The answer I got was a polite workaround giving me an actual answer, which told me that they didn't actually know where he was right now. That was fine, as I'd not actually expected them to lead me to him. What I wanted to find out was whether or not they knew where he was. It did not seem to be the case, and that meant he was nowhere official. He'd gone to ground to get something done, which smacked to me of Hanno preparing his move to become Warden of the West. I'd not spent the hour waiting on the messenger idly, using it instead to cross off another possibility. More than half of the possible wielders for the severance were in the city, so he couldn't be holding a council of heroes over who'd get to wave it around. I'd narrowed down the possibilities, but Hanno was still in the wind, and I had no real idea of where he might be. Thankfully, in the process of finding the potential wielders of the severance, I'd also gotten my hands on an avenue to solve that lack. That's a new kind, I noted, and I can almost smell the power coming off it. Adana of Smyrna, the blessed artificer, looked at me smugly through her spectacles. It was a little unsettling to see those highborn golden eyes in the face if someone who wouldn't spare a thimble of spit if every Sonic were on fire. The Hierophant is not the only who learns through facing opponents, Adana said, straightening proudly. I have reached a deeper realm of understanding regarding the light. I had no trouble believing that, looking at her newest receptacle for Above's power. It looked like a wooden pillar about 1/2 foot wide and 7 tall, heavily sculpted and crisscrossed by rods of copper. It stung my eye to linger too long on the sculptures, which I took to mean they were sacred in some way. The blessed artificer's entire workshop in the city reeked of the same uncomfortable power, but I kept it away from my face. I'm impressed, I honestly said. Has the White Knight seen it yet? He has final say over your artifacts before they become war assets. Not yet, the blessed artificer peevishly said. He's been busy of late. I cocked an eyebrow, making my disbelief blatant enough even she would pick up on it. It looks like a good shot at blowing through one of the gates of Keter, I said. What is it that's more important, exactly? Just the right amount of disbelief and flattery, which should. My very opinion, Adana irritated said. As if anything the blacksmith could make wood. Her mouth snapped shut, and she eyed me warily. Why is it you came to visit again? The blessed artificer asked. We need war assets accounted for before we move out. I lied. So we can assign them properly. Her eyes narrowed ever so slightly more. She didn't call me a liar, though she was clearly suspicious, because that was very much a legitimate reason for me to be here. I am sure. Prince White will inform you when my work is ready for such considerations, Adana said, emphasizing Hanno's recent title. Well, no need to ask who she thought should be Warden of the West. I reluctantly conceded that she was right, and I really ought to wait for him, which gave her the pleasure of having caught me out trying to go around Hanno instead of figuring out what I was actually for. I let myself be ushered out without protest. I got what I needed from her, my next lead. The bitter blacksmith was involved in whatever it was that Hanno was up to, and while the Sword of Judgment was surrounded by people who'd obscure his movements should he ask the Lycanese heroine would be much easier to track. There were 2 bitter blacksmiths, a brother and a sister who were respectively a villain and a heroine. Helmgard Bauerlein was the eldest of the pair, and though unlike her brother, she was not a mage and did not work magic into her blades, she'd still been the one picked to work on Severance in the arsenal, since she was better at handling exotic materials. In a time without the truce in terms, I was pretty sure one of them would have killed the other by now, but instead they'd both been recruited and kept in different theaters of the war. the north for the villain, the arsenal for her. Going by memory, we'd sent her Rosala's way after all with another batch of named from the arsenal. The Princess of Equitan's armies saw a lot more siege warfare than Hanno's did, so it had been a natural fit. That was a good turn for me, since it meant the horse the bitter blacksmith would have saddled to get to Hanno's camp would be from Princess Rosala's spare horses. Something I was well within my right to ask about as a high officer of the Grand Alliance. Took me another hour to find out, but not because I was being put off. It turned out the bitter blacksmith hadn't actually ridden out from Rosala's camp, but formed Salvo instead, presumably using a different stable. I picked up her trail after remembering that the first prince had once mentioned to me in passing setting aside a dozen stables and attendant horses for named and dignitaries, when asking me about how many villains could actually ride a horse. One of those, I found out, had loaned out a horse to Helmgard Bauerling. I wasn't going to get lucky enough that the blacksmith would conveniently reveal to a stable hand where Hanno had disappeared to, but I did get something out of investigating there. The horse had been taken yesterday afternoon and wasn't expected back until tomorrow. I thanked the girl and limped away with 2 answers. First, the blacksmith had been headed out to the countryside outside the city. This wasn't in Salia. Second, her usefulness to whatever Hanno was up to would end around tomorrow, meaning whatever it was both ongoing and incomplete. It made sense, I grimly thought. Cordelia's own mission in the Salian archives, whatever it might be, was not finished either. Claimant symmetry. I hit the northern gate of Salia and had the watch captain there rustle up the commander for the evening shift yesterday, but it wasn't through there the blacksmith had gone. I tried the eastern gate instead and found her trail there. Good. Rode straight to the army of Kalos camp afterwards to get my hands on the finest map I had of the region. There I ran into a dead end, because as far as that map had to say there was. Fuck all. East of Salia. Townships and grain fields. But the closest city was 2 days' ride away, and that was too long for what I'd found out. Had Hanno just been looking for a quiet place to gather heroes and solidify his backing there like Cordelia had done with her princes? No, it couldn't be that. Whatever he was up to was ongoing. I'd already established that. He was actively doing something out there, not just looking up a place to do something later. Which meant my map didn't have the right information, or at least the right kind of information. So what was it the Sword of Judgment had been looking for that wouldn't be on my campaign maps? It wasn't like Hanno actually knew the principality. He'd spent even less time here than I had. I went through a glass of wine thinking of that until I realized the obvious. Recall. The aspect, which I suspected him to still have to some extent, gave him access to anything a human hero had ever learned about Salia. Something old, I murmured. Old enough it wouldn't on our maps anymore. Hanno wasn't a ritual sort of man, so it wouldn't be a forgotten place of power. The bitter blacksmith was the key, I decided. It was a sort of place he'd need her expertise for. The odds were decent it'd be a structure of some sort, and I was out of my depth, so I went to find an expert of my own. You're looking at this wrong, Pickler said. That's why I'm here, yes, I drily replied. Now tell me something I don't know if you would. Male goblins lose their teeth easier, but they grow back until much later in their lives than most women, my sapper general helpfully said. I actually hadn't known that, but I still gesture obscenely at her out of principle. After having taken her amusement at my expense, she then bothered to actually help me. He's not going to need a blacksmith for a structure, Pickler said. It's too far out her expertise. It'll be something smaller, Catherine, like a trap, or maybe a lock. I paused, going still in my seat. A lock? Fuck, I thought. Let me be wrong. The lock wasn't so important as what you found those on. Pickler cleared her throat loudly. I cocked an eyebrow at her questioningly. You're going the I figured it out face, the sapper general told me, looking irritated. I said. I might have. Maybe. Why is it making you cranky? Because you didn't tell me what you figured out? You rude fuck, Pickler said. Do you expect us to just read your mind? I considered her for a moment, cocking my head to the side, then smiled beatifically. Thank for your teaching me about goblin teeth, sapper general, I sweetly replied. She cursed me all the way out of her tent, as was only just. Smiling as I was, my mind raced ahead. I needed another set of maps, but that wasn't the kind either the army of Callow or the legions of terror would have. The blood, maybe? I grimaced as I limped my way through the camp avenues. No, Levantine maps were infamously terrible. They'd actually used Proceran ones when fighting the legions in the Central Principate. The Dominion was close enough they should have the maps, but unlikely to have them. I needed people who'd been recording history for long enough that... I grinned. It happened that I did know a historian, and a pretty good one too. Secretary Nestor A. Coroy of Delos, though in practice an ambassador from the League of Free Cities, was not officially that. So while he fulfilled the functions, the first prince had not lodged him in one of the empty palaces of the lineal. If she did, it'd be something of an insult when the formal diplomats arrived, since they'd be put on even footing. It was already mid-afternoon by then, so it was with slight impatience that I found the officer of the Jacks that Vivian had left in the palace and found out where he was being lodged. Amusingly enough, it was only 4 streets away from where the Gothel manse I'd visited that morning was, so I rode back to the neighborhood. On a horse. It made Zombie jealous, but she was just a tad too noticeable, and I was trying to be discreet. Secretary Nestor received me with all courtesies, visibly expecting me to be about to tell him which claimant we should back. So he was rather surprised when instead I asked him a question as a scholar. Surprised and rather flattered, by my estimation. So the Secretariat does keep extensive records of the lands that became proper even before the Principate was founded, I said. We do, Nestor said. Nice had extensive trade and marriage ties to many of the great reals of the Arlazite South, and most of the League imported spelter from what is now Orne before it became cheaper to buy it from the Empire instead. We have a great many contemporary firm and weak sources for the chronicles, though we ever seek to refine our knowledge. And what have you got on Salia? I asked. Less than we'd like, Secretary Nestor admitted. We tried to reconcile the stories from Chansons de Pierre's et du Vent with contemporary tribal conflicts, but there is not much to use. The region only began to rise under the Veselans and then the Merovins, fairly late in Alaman's history. Well, it was worth asking anyway. In any of your histories, I said, is there ever mention of a dwarven gate in Salia? The old man leaned back into his seat, looking very interested. It has been alleged, the white-haired scholar said. As I'm sure you know, the Kingdom Under rarely keeps a gate for more than a century or two, with the exception of the Mercantis Gate, so the location of many have been lost. Of course, I smiled, not having known that in the slightest. But there are indications there might have been one in what is now Salia. In a manner of speaking, Secretary Nestor said. There are repeated mentions of the Carouge's fairgrounds in different chronicles, which drew some skepticism as fairgrounds were sacred to early Alamans. It was forbidden to fight there, but there are no Mavian prayers in the region that would explain such a truce being observed. Dwarven presence certainly would explain the tribes being reluctant to fight. The dwarves were not shy about enforcing civility on everyone else. I leaned forward. These Carouge's fairgrounds, were they ever found? I don't believe so, the old man said. There is a town of the same name a few hours to the east of the city, I believe, but the existence of such a gate was never proven. Fuck, I thought, even as I felt a swell of triumph. I was pretty sure I'd just found Hanno, but what I'd found was not exactly pleasing. I took my leave from the white-haired Ascretus, avoiding answering when he obliquely brought up what he'd last come to me to discuss. He took that well enough, declining to press the matter once it became clear I was not ready to commit either way. I rode back to the palace and unfurled the maps there, finding what Nestor Akaroi had mentioned, a small village to the east of Salia called Carouges. It shared the name with a nearby swamp. The afternoon was getting long in the tooth, but there was nothing to gain by waiting, so I was back in the saddle within moments of getting some food in my stomach. I took Zombie, this time, to her vocal pleasure. Having bored of terrifying stable hands, she cawed triumphantly when we rose into the sky, uncaring that I had first veiled us in night. The roads were very good this close to Salia, so I didn't gain much time by flying instead of riding, but I did get a much better view of what lay ahead from the heights. We were just past dusk when I led Zombie into a circular glide over what had to be Carouges according to the map. The village was both unimpressive and empty. Parts of it had also burned down at some point, most of them around the House of Light. Considering the broken tower that had once topped the temple was at the heart of the burnout husks, I was inclined to blame a lightning strike, and everybody being gone for that. The Carouges swamp, though, was swarming with activity. It was hard to tell how large the swamp would originally have been, as it had since been drained. What had to be maybe 200 soldiers, by the look of the banners a mix of Brabantine conscripts and fantassins, were digging out of the dried mud a massive steel trapdoor. I saw remains of a large stone structure as well, pillars and maybe parts of a roof lying around, but that was broken. The trapdoor was still pristine, and I risked flying even lower under the cover of night. Just as I'd thought, over the steel door a solitary figure was moving around, trying to force open the lock in the middle, using long iron poles and what looked like a complicated system of counterweights. I had found the bitter blacksmith. I did not bother to land, instead spurring on Zombie to rise back above the clouds and head back to Salia. I'd already learned everything I needed to. All that showing up there would achieve was a confrontation. When I'd spoken with Hanno, he had stated he wanted to have a conversation with the Herald. That, should an appeal fail, he then wanted to speak directly with the Kingdom Under. For both those things, though, he would need the first prince to arrange the conversations. Now it seemed he might be digging up an old dwarven gate, so he could cut out the middlewoman and make his move no matter what anyone else thought. Something had begun to feel wrong this morning, and the feeling was only increasing as the evening went on. I chewed on that all the way back to the palace, arriving near midnight bell, but was no closer to an answer when I found Vivian waiting for me in the solar. By the look on her face, though, that was about to change. She had a glass of wine in hand, and she drained it all when I arrived, slumped bonelessly in her seat. "Did you ever wonder where the tyrant learned his gargoyle trick?" the princess asked me. "I'd assumed Helikian mages," I replied, sitting across from her. Was I wrong? "I have my doubts," Vivian drawled, "since I just spent an hour avoiding squealing warthogs made of stone on the roof of the Salian archive." "Have you ever seen a stone warthog, Catherine?" "I have not," I replied, trying and failing to keep the amusement out of my tone. "You wouldn't believe how quick on the hooves the bastards are, given the weight," she muttered, "or how goddamned loud they squeal. If I hadn't followed Southpool tripward rules and brought 2 pigeons to let loose as a decoy, the guards would have caught me, and we would have had a very awkward diplomatic incident to deal with. But you came through," I grinned, "as I never doubted you would." I received an obscene gesture we'd both learned from Indrani in answer, and only then did she begin aggressively slapping down books on the low table. 1, 2, 3, 7 all in all. And then one scroll she pressed directly into my hand was not a copy of something but a list of all the things Cordelia Hazenbach had been reading for which we did not have a tome of at hand. It was the overwhelming majority, but that wasn't exactly unexpected. My eye scanned down, brow creasing as it did. "Yeah, couldn't make too much of it myself," Vivian said. "I got the common books. They're the ones we have in this palace's library." I hadn't even known we had one of those, but then I'd seen barely a third of this place. "Any common thread?" I asked. "The books I did find in the palace are the easy part," the princess said. "They're all about coin." I let out a contemplative noise. "Huh, hadn't expected that." "How so?" "Apparently back in the early days of the Principate, the first prince that talked the highest assembly into having a common currency and giving the officer control of the mints was saddled with a condition," Vivian said. "The princes were afraid that first princes would just debase currency whenever they needed quick gold for a war or a palace and fuck over the rest of Procer doing it. So all the mints were to keep count of how many coins were minted, and it'd be written on scrolls that the highest assembly would be given a copy of at the beginning of every year." I blinked in surprise. 5 of those 7 books are compendiums of those scrolls, Vivian told me. The other 2 are about currency as well, but not Procer's. It's about foreign coinage and how much metal there was in it, how much it was worth. I hummed again. "Anything that stuck out there?" "Callow got fucked by the way the Fairfaxes kept allowing other nobles to mint their coins," Vivian said. "Meant no one outside our borders ever wanted to take it. The Dread Empires, or really were considered more reliable even during periods when the Tower was at war with half of Calernia." "Yeah," I grimly thought, that sounded about right. Ratface had been appalled at Callowan coinage back in the day, and though we'd never finished edging out the other Callowan coinage, I suspected that Queen Vivian's reign would see that work thoroughly finished. "So she's looking at the old finances of Procer," I mused. "Not just that, though," Vivian said. "The list casts a broader net." It really did. The books in there were all over the place. Going by the tiles, there was stuff in there about voting rights in the highest assembly, Procer and trade with the League, particularly Mercantis, and more historical stuff, like the old Lycanese states before they were turned into principalities, chronicles about Pinthes in the last 2 centuries, precedents for royal land grants in Procer, highest assembly records from Orne and Bayeux, and most strangely of all, a book about the wars waged by the Republic of Bellerophon. Vivian was right. It was a pretty broad net that the first prince had cast. "I'm not seeing a pattern," I admitted. Somewhere in this was the foundation of Cordelia Hazenbach's attempt to become Warden of the West, but I wasn't seeing it. "From the list, there are maybe 70 of the named works that are about trade," Vivian said, "either inside Procer or with the League of Free Cities. If I had to guess, that's the unifying thread. The coinage books are just to understand what the coin was worth. It's all about where the gold has been going. Only that didn't explain the histories," I thought with a frown. Or the sudden preoccupation with voting rights when at the moment the highest assembly was pretty much an empty formality? Why would she? Fuck, I swore. Merciless, buggering gods. Fuck. Vivian poured herself another cup of wine, but didn't even offer me the same courtesy, the ungrateful wretch. I take it you've realized something? The princess drily asked. We're not seeing a pattern because those books aren't about one thing, I said. They're about two things. I rapped a knuckle atop the books. She used those to know what Proctor's coin was worth, I said. Then the trade books and the foreign currency books are about finding out how large the wealth of other nations was, specifically nations that were trading with the dwarves. That explains the Mercantis books and the Penthesian ones. They both have gates, Vivian said. But Bellerophon hates Penthes to the bone, I said. So most of the time, when they declare a war, it's attacking Penthes. That weakens trade in the region, even if they lose the war. She was a smart woman, Vivian, so she caught up quickly. That's what the records of Orne and Bayeux in the highest assembly are about, she realized. They used to trade raids with the counts of Ankou through the Red Flower Valleys, and whenever their holdings were hit, they complained about it in the highest assembly, trying to get backing from the first princes. I finished. And when Cordelia sees those complaints, she knows that trade with Callow was drying up since the Valleys used to be our only land path to Proctor. It's about their wealth, not us. It's insane, Catherine, Vivian grimaced. I know she's an intelligent woman, but trying to figure out entire treasuries from just these records? To have even a chance, she'd need someone capable of reading through an entire library in a day and remember every word. I interrupted. Like, say, the forgetful librarian. I saw the understanding sink in. Cordelia wasn't reading those books herself, at least not most of them. She was using the librarian to do it, and then using her as a living reference book to work with. It was insane, just as Vivian had said. But if there was one woman in Calernia who might be able to pull it off, it was Cordelia Hazenbach, who was, for all her flaws, a remarkably brilliant woman. She's putting hard numbers to how much trade with the dwarves is worth, I said. That's what she's doing. She's figured out something about what the Herald wants, and she's following the trail so she can figure out how to flip the negotiations around. That's good, Vivian slowly said. Isn't it? We're in favor of getting the best of the Herald, aren't we? No, when Hanno is going all in on a fundamentally incompatible path, I cursed. He's digging up a dwarven gate to approach them on his own. Cordelia's position could accommodate that, the princess frowned. She's not committed yet, she. She is, I interrupted. Because of the other thing she's doing, the one you couldn't figure out because you didn't have the conversation with Frederick Goethel I had this morning. My fingers clenched. Old Lycanese borders, voting rights? I said, look at the shape of it, Vivian. Hazenbach was the Iron Prince's heiress. In principle, she's Princess of Hanovin, as well as Prince of Rhenia right now. Matilda of Neustria died in Hainaut, and word is pretty much all the Siegenberg of Neustria died defending their lands. That leaves two people to hold all the north, Cordelia Hazenbach and Otto Reitzenberg. And Otto Red Crown had been in that closed council. The only reason voting rights would matter, Vivian slowly said, is if she believes that there is about to be a change to the borders of the principalities. The Kingfisher Prince told me this morning that the princes would stand behind her united, I said. I think we've just found out how she bought that. She's going to abdicate, the princess said. Not just as first prince, I said. As Prince of Rhenia and Princess of Hanovin as well. She's uniting all Lycanese lands under Prince Otto. Princess Rosala would dare ask as much, Vivian said. No, I said, but Hazenbach is smart. I underestimated her. I let out a sigh. She's realized she can't be a ruler and the warden of the West at the same time, I said. So she's settling all her affairs before she goes all in on her claim. And there would be no room for retreat, I realized with horror, after having cut away so much of what she loved. She would be in it to the knife. And so would Hanno, who fought for nothing except what he was willing to die for. He would not bend, not now that he believed he'd found a way to save us all. Wasn't that the lesson he'd learned from the silence of the tribunal? That sometimes you had to take it on your own hands, because no one else would? Fuck, I thought once more. I still wasn't sure what that Royal Land Grant book was for, but it didn't matter. Not when I'd just become clear that the two claimants to the name of Warden of the West had just begun to plod down path that could not be reconciled. The differences of opinion over the blood, they'd just been a pivot that differentiate them. The dwarves were the pivot where the knives came out, and neither of them were leaving any room for retreat. Hanno was staking his entire soundness as a leader on the gambit of leveling with the dwarves, risking disgrace if he failed, which he would if Cordelia found her solution and got to the dwarves first. If he lost there, he was done as a claimant. The entire philosophy he'd adopted in the wake of the choir of judgment falling silent would be proved wrong. The judgment he'd finally begun to venture would be proved wrong at its first real test. On the other hand, Cordelia had burned every bridge behind her before taking her leap. She was renouncing titles and wealth and rule of the most powerful nation of Calernia to become Warden of the West, which she'd prove worthy of by bending the Herald of the Deeps to her will. Something that could be rendered completely worthless if Hanno got to him first and succeeded with his appeal on emotion. All those sacrifices rendered into nothing in the span of a single conversation. My stomach tightened just thinking about it. They're not just rival claimants, Vivian, I quietly said. If one of them wins, it fucks over the other. Strongly. Permanently. She studied me with hooded eyes. You told me, the princess said, that a pivot cannot be had without a cost. It's too high a cost. I thought. Their trajectory was a collision from which only one would walk away, and I was not certain we could afford to lose either of them. Slowly I shook my head. This is not coincidence, I murmured, or fate, and least of all providence. And that left only one possibility, enemy action. Book 7, Chapter 36, Reiterate. If you cannot forgive, forget. If you cannot forget, forgive. King Jahan the Wise of Callow. The morning of Hakram's arrival, I got a visit from Archer. Though Indrani enjoyed a good pampering most out of the woe, she was too restless to actually stay in a palace for long. It had been the same back in Lore, where she'd spent more in dives by the docks than in her suite. I trusted her not to get into too much trouble, and once in a while she did stumble across an interesting tidbit. Sometimes she even bothered to share those. This morning, by her sunny smile, was to be one of the lucky ones. Indrani only got that manically pleasant when she figured she'd found something of sufficient value to ask something of me in turn. Tell me I'm good, she demanded, sitting on the table just to the left of my eggs. You're sometimes slightly to the north of decent, I helpfully replied. Like, once every few years. It has happened, I'm told, in rumors, but not, like, very reliable ones. She wagged a finger at me. If I don't get honey, you don't get your treat, Archer said. Leaning forward, I offered her a widely pleasant smile and snatched a little covered porcelain bowl, which I then put on her lap. There was a pause. There's honey in that, isn't there? Indrani resignedly said. I think we should be talking about where my treat is, if anything, I replied, taking a bite of my eggs. Good eggs. They tasted like salt and a little bit of victory at someone else's expense. She sighed, stealing a fork and then a bite of her own. Magnanimously, I allowed this raider-like behavior, even though taking breakfast from her rightful queen could be seen as treason in a certain light. Our little hero friends are about to meet for a good talk, Archer told me. Tonight. A buddy told me it's mandatory for any of their kind in the region. I let out a low whistle. That was a lot of heroes. Maybe the most there'd been together in more than a century. Even when we'd started the truce in terms, most of the people who'd signed it hadn't actually been in the same place. There had to be at least 40 heroes around Salia at the moment, since all those that had been on other fronts had retreated to the capital with their parent army. Hanno called that. I asked. I didn't get told that outright, Archer admitted. But there's really no one else who could give that order and expect it to work. Well, she wasn't wrong there. If the Grey Pilgrim still lived, he would have made a second, but since Tarek had died, there'd been no potential rival for leadership on above side of the fence. How reliable would you say your friend is? I asked. She wouldn't lie, Indrani firmly said. I trust her. Either the Silver Huntress or the Vagrant Spear then, I thought. I wasn't sure that Alexis would come to her with something like that even after they'd buried the hatchet, though, so most likely the spear. I took another bite of eggs, swallowed. Why'd she tell you? I asked. Because the Blood are worried about this little tiff between Cordy and Shiny Boots going bad, so they've had a talk with their bestowed, Indrani said. Congrats, cat. You're now the adult in the room the rats go tattle to. Ah, everything I ever wanted. I thinly smiled. The thought that even the Blood, whose idea of diplomatic subtlety was painting the cudgel black before hitting someone with it, could tell the situation was getting volatile rather soured my appetite. I needed to ask one more thing first, though. You find out where they're meeting? I'd set down my fork, so Indrani did not miss a beat before helping herself to my breakfast. Refuge had taught her some very firm ideas about unattended food being up for grabs. Someplace out in the country, Archer said. A village in the middle of nowhere. Let me guess, I smiled. Is it called Carouges? She shoveled in the last mouthful of breakfast and eyed me balefully. How would you even know that? Indrani complained through her chewing. I was just there last night. I sighed. Shiny Boots is digging up a dwarven gate there. Indeed, and dragging everyone there. That was telling. He'd get the bitter blacksmith to open the lock for him and then, with that open gate in sight, make his case to the heroes that the kingdom under should be appealed to directly. Going around Cordelia, I grimaced. Even if he didn't get to it immediately after, if he let a few days pass, the simple act of having gotten most of the heroes to back his solution would kneecap Cordelia's claim. Their name was about handling heroes, and the heroes would be making their preference pretty clear. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I might have to do something about this, I admitted. If he goes through with it, there's only confrontation left. I wouldn't need to warn the first prince about it happening. Not since the Kingfisher Prince would be part of the gathering, and I did not doubt he'd inform her the moment he got the summons. But I wasn't actually sure Cordelia could do a lot about this. She was a high officer of the Grand Alliance. For all that now the authority was fraying along with all authorities more parchment than steel, so it could be argued that she had a right to attend and make to them her own case. And Hannah would let her. I thought. He'd respect the right, even if it opened the door to a rival claimant. It wouldn't be a good battlefield for her, though. Hannah had fought alongside most those people, and he was still the sword of judgment, two things that'd weigh the balance of opinion in his favor. And should the first prince's support come mostly from Proceran heroes, which I suspected it would, then it would be final nail in the coffin of her claim. People could live with a warden who was Proceran, but no one would want a Proceran warden. I sighed, lost in thought, and came back to the sound of Indrani slurping down the last of my tea. I need to find out what Hazenbach will be up to, I said. She's been looking for her Slayer's arrow, but now she needs to give answer or she'll get knocked out of the race. Would that be such a bad thing? Indrani asked. I cocked my head at her. Did Vivian talk to you about what we found out? You two think this is a barred plot, she said. That she somehow nudged things a while back so that it'd get ugly when they fought it out. There's something off, Drani, I said. I can feel it. They're both better than this, but it's like every action one takes scrapes the other raw. Archer chewed her lip. I've learned not to bet against you when it comes to this stuff, she said. So do what you think you have to, Cat. But if you're worried that time is running out, then you need to be careful about something too. I leaned back, giving her my full attention. It was rare enough for her to venture advice that when she did, I always felt bound to take it seriously. You need to get your own house in order, Cat, Indrani said. You're worried about the two of them fucking it up when someone becomes Warden of the West, but you're not done either. You need to clean up your loose ends, otherwise it's you that becomes the weak point. My lips thinned. You're talking about Hakram, I said. Not just him, she replied. Whatever the hell's you have going with Acua these days, that needs seeing too. And you made a promise to the pilgrim before he died. I had made 3, but I knew which one she meant. I'd sworn to Tarek that I would reconcile with Hanno, which I very much had not, for all that our last conversation had been cordial. That had been a veneer, a surface thing. Nothing had been aired out or fixed. I don't have a lot of time, Indrani, I quietly said. For days, maybe less. So you best get a move on, Archer mercilessly replied. And one last warning, since I know you. She met my eye squarely. You like to just dip your toe in and retreat, Indrani said. Like you're gauging the temperature of the water. It's a thing you do when you're afraid of dealing with a hard conversation, Cat. And you've even got the excuse of all that's going on right now to justify being half-hearted. Her eyes narrowed. Don't, Archer said. You might be pissed, but Hakram's one of us. Don't botch this because it stings. My fingers tightened around the arm of my chair. She set down my empty cup and hopped off the table, throwing me one last look over her shoulder before walking out of the room. That I wasn't sure who it was I was angry at only made the anger burn more harshly. An hour before noon bell, I learned that my tentative steps to find out what the first prince was planning as a response to Hanno's summons were pointless. I didn't have to rely on spies because it was at my own damn door that the knock came. Cordelia Hazenbach wanted to meet. I offered to head to the archives, but she'd taken the lead already. She was out, had gone by her palace, and was ready to receive me as soon as I could make the time. I didn't bother to play coy or string it out. The sooner that talk was had, the better. Word had come by scrying ritual that Warlord Hakram and a band of wolf riders were out of the twilight ways and making good pace. Expected noon bell. I figured that the other half of the reason Hazenbach had left the archive was that she wanted to have a look at the preparations to formally receive the warlord of the clans for the first time in Proceran history. So I limped my way through beautiful old Maravin's halls again. led by servants to another of the pretty little parlors that seemed to grow like mushrooms wherever Cordelia Hazenbach stayed for more than a few days. I was ushered in quietly, my visit not secret but definitely less than official, and I found that the first prince of Proker looked tired. She was impeccably dressed in gray and green, hair in a Lycanese braid, but even though she tried to hide it under cosmetics, I could see the rings around her eyes. Someone had been reading instead of sleeping for too long. We got through a single round of the usual courtesies before she brought up why she'd asked me to come, which by Hazenbach standards was positively brusque. She, too, was feeling time slipping away through her fingers. When we first began discussing the lease accords, one of the central principles was the founding of a city in the Red Flower Valleys, Cordelia said. A center of learning and a seat for the accords. Also a way to discourage war between Callow and Proker, since it'd be standing right in the middle and sworn to neutrality. The stairway was a second land path between our nations, but it was also ridiculously defensible and easy to close off. Geography always had a seat at the table when war was discussed, whether we liked to admit it or not. I intended to have ours strongly arguing for peace. As Queen of Callow, I have the right to grant lands on the kingdom's side, I said. My successor has sworn to abide by the grant. If there'd actually been counts of Anku around left, this might have gotten messy, but they'd been unseated with the conquest. Telling a governor I'd appointed myself that the map would get redrawn was much less complicated. Indeed, Cordelia said. Princess Vivian was most eloquent in arguing in favor. Arguments I passed to the highest assembly. Not enough, unfortunately, were swayed. If the ceded lands had come from just Orne or Bayou, it might have gone through. Vivian had written me back then, but with two principalities losing a slice, it had turned into a slog. Ceding territory through anything but a peace treaty needed to be ratified by 2/3 of the highest assembly, and the first prince just hadn't had the votes. And you're telling me that's changed? I asked. She smiled and set a scroll down on the table between us. I popped the seal and unfurled it, reading through the dense lines carefully. Most of it was legalistic nonsense, but the gist of it was pretty clear. Since some principalities had formally seceded and some summons to emergency sessions of the highest assembly refused, the first prince was exercising ancient prerogatives to establish a new principality. The Principality of Kernel. Its borders had been decided this morning by vote in the assembly, but there I tripped over a phrase. What is a vote presidential? I asked. Only princes in attendance or their representatives may vote, and there is no quorum to any decision so taken, the first prince said. The decisions are not binding until a second vote has been taken over the matter, but to be fully overturned it would need a 2/3 majority or the consent of the first prince. Meaning that this morning, Cordelia Hazenbach had created a principality out of 2 chunks of land, one in Orne, one in Bayou, and been made princess of them. She had then, I saw in the following lines, declared independence from the Principate of Proker. In practice, the land wasn't actually in her hands yet, but the legal foundation was there, and if Rosala Melanza backed this, which by the roll count of the votes she did, then it was a done deal. So long as she held firm and refused to let the decision be overturned, the land was split from Proker and ready to be added to the city-state of Cardinal. There had been 2 things I wanted most out of Cordelia Hazenbach, Cardinal and Proker's signature on the accords. She was already halfway to delivering that. That is, I frankly said, a very good bribe. She didn't take offense, even though her nose wrinkled ever so slightly at the bluntness. We both knew that this was. I closed my eye, thinking it through. The first prince was giving me this, but she'd not asked for anything in return. So what was it that she got? I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. The timing made it clear that this was her answer to what Hannah was up to, but this wouldn't help her with the heroes. It wouldn't. No, I was looking at this wrong. Hazenbach was never going to win this by heroic backing. She already knew that. Her angle, her strength, it was on the great scale. The nation game, not the boots on the ground where Hannah thrived. She hadn't asked anything of me, I realized, because my signature was what she was after. What she wanted was the 2 of us working together to make the Age of Order, so that she was already pretty much filling the shoes of the Warden of the West. Hannah's opening stroke was gathering support. Cordelia was going straight for the authority. She wanted the wind in her sails before she ever stepped foot in front of the heroes, Providence nudging things her way. Someone's been teaching you name lore, I finally said, opening my eye. The blonde princess' austere face turned anguished for a moment. It was gone in a flicker, like it had never been there. Owls are terrible gossips, the first prince simply said. The augur. I thought. Hazenbach wasn't learning name lore so much as brute forcing through prediction what might and might not work. Gods, that must be rough on her cousin. Especially the parts that had anything to do with me, because I had it on good authority that the augur had been unable to predict me since I became first under the night. Save NOC had seen to that. So she doesn't know if I accept this or not. I considered. She just knows that if I agree, she might be able to beat Hanno. I see you have concerns, Cordelia calmly said. Perhaps I can allay them. I'm not sure you can, I honestly said. Her calm did not waver. Then perhaps it is a matter of tightening our alliance, the first prince of Proker said. Let us sign the lease accords. I paused for a beat. You're serious, I said. I am, Cordelia said. I believe the blood is so inclined as well, and should have the hour free. It has waited long enough, Queen Catherine. Let us sign the papers. Fuck, I thought. I wasn't. Sure. It'd make her win, if I went through with this. If my instincts were right every time, I wouldn't have murdered my own fucking father. And this, the offer on the table, right now, wasn't it what I'd been after for years? I could get the world I'd been after today. Not tomorrow, not in a year, not on the horizon. Today, why wouldn't it change what this war was, to be fighting for something? It might even help. And it wasn't like I'd be fucking over good, one of above's own claimants was. Asking me for this. It wasn't a plot or a scheme, there was no reason it should. I breathed in, breathed out, forced the thoughts back into line. I knew myself just well enough to be aware that, given long enough, I could justify nearly anything to myself if it got me something I wanted badly enough. That had gotten me through some hard decisions, but it had let me make some bad ones too. And, setting aside all my worries about one claimant winning against the other, there was still one warning fresh to my ear. Archer had been right when she'd told me I needed to see to my loose ends. Going into this half-cocked was potentially disastrous. I licked my lips. I'd not noticed them going dry. I'll have to consult with my successor first, I said, tone even. Her control slipped just enough that I saw her eyes tighten. Dismay. Fear. She thinks she loses tonight if she doesn't get this. I realized that she'll have abdicated for nothing, thrown her life and her life's work away pointlessly. And I feared too, knowing that, as much because I was not sure I could stop Hanno as because I was afraid of what Cordelia Hazenbach might yet do. Cornered. I see, the first prince replied, tone just as even. I rose to my feet, then hesitated. What is it about him that you find unacceptable? I asked. Her face was a mask, pale and unmoving. Hanno of Arwood is the culmination of personal power, the first prince said, tone hard as steel. He derives authority from his personal virtue, his personal strength of arms, his personal ties to acquire. And for all his flaws, I recognize the man to be exceptional, which is the very issue. He is an exception. The Lycanese princess rose to her feet. He has not method, no system, because he does not use them, she said. His judgment, when it is not that of angels, is entirely personal, circumstantial, and perhaps, for Hanno of Arwood, most of the time the answer will still be correct. But ask yourself this, will the same be true of his successors? Her blue eyes burned. That is why we partition power, why we share it, Cordelia Hazenbach said. Why we make rules all have to obey. His flaw is the same as yours, Warden. He believes, deep down, that he is capable of wielding power without misusing it. That others after him will do the same. Her jaw clenched. I have seen what that mistaken belief did to Proker, she said, even when the power was in my hands. And I would not see that mistake repeated for all of Calernia. There must be rules for named as there are for men, and I cannot brook anyone who would do otherwise. The Queen's judgment, I thought, against the Assembly's law. Of course she didn't trust heroes. While she was trying to keep Proker from falling apart, they kept getting in the way from where she sat. The Mirror Knight emboldening a prince to make a scheme that nearly pulled the firstborn out of the war, another trying to kill a prince of the blood, and then the Kingfisher prince refusing to ask for her death. All of it, that expanding mess dropped in her lap, culminating in that moment where the White Knight looked her in the eye and refused to compromise. A disaster that the first prince traced back to the Chosen, and their leader had just refused to consider helping fix it. It had not been that happened, at least not exactly. Not entirely. But I could so easily see how she'd come to see named as needing to made subject to rules, and how fundamentally she would never believe that Hanno of Arwood would ever do it. If he had it in him, wouldn't he have done it back then? It was the harshest light possible to look at the past in, but no part of it was entirely wrong. That was the problem here. When I was going to speak to Hanno one last time, and I must, I expected his troubles to be just as grounded in truth. Neither was wrong. One must still lose, though, and so that damn coin was spinning. "You're not out of this yet," I said, and left it at that. I wasn't part of the party that greeted Hakram when he rode into the capital. Proctor was the host. It wouldn't do to step on their toes. The two of us were rulers now. I no longer had a claim on him beyond what the Warden of the East could stake. Instead of moping in a palace, I went down into the city and found a nice little butcher's shop. They killed the pig out bad, clean and quick, and I bought a bag of salt from the owner's brother just down the street. I put the dead pig on my borrowed horse's back and headed back up to the lineal. There were plenty of empty parks and palaces, so I found myself a nice little thicket of trees and hung my cloak on a branch. It had been a while since I'd dug a fire pit, but I still remembered how. I put my back into it, and when it was done, I went back to the palace to snatch up a spit and firewood. Black flame would spoil the taste, so I struck Legion pinewood matches and struggled with the feeble breeze that had shown up to fight me. I should have brought oil to quicken that up, even if it would have been cheating a bit. The pleasant thing about name strength was that I needed no knight to shove the pig onto the spike and begin to roast it. I rubbed salt on sparingly. Orcs preferred the meat without spices. It was halfway to afternoon bell when I heard the first footsteps. Vivian had taken longer to tell him where I was than I'd thought she would. I didn't need to ask who it was, or even turn. I might have temporarily lost the knack I'd had as Warden of the East, but I could still pick out the sound of that gate out of 1,000. There'd been a time where it had been just as familiar as my own, almost an extension of my own body. Those days were over. I still remembered. The steps stuttered as he entered the thicket. "Smells good," Hakram Deadhand said, voice hesitant. "Careful." I glanced at him, turning the spit. He looked, I thought, much the same as he had in a tear. Oh, the armor was off, the same plate that had been burnt by summer flame, and he had never left abandoned, but the clothes didn't matter much. He was still one of the tallest orcs I'd ever met, broad-shouldered and built. The arm and leg he'd lost in my service were now in steel, the finest prosthetic work Hierophant had ever done, and the hand he'd lost to the lone swordsman remained in bone. Deadhand they'd called him, even before they called him Adjutant. There was still a song about it. Dead the hand and dead the man. I almost hummed, but it was a Legion song, and he was no longer of the Legions, or one of mine at all. I had not yet said a word, and already that knowledge hung between us like a funerary shroud. I took my hand off the spit, rubbing the bridge of my nose. "I thought," I said, "that this would be hard in the way that picking at a wound is hard." Hakram stood in a tall oak shadow, the sun not reaching any of the limbs that would reflect it. "But it's not," he quietly asked. I smiled, a tad bitterly. "I just don't know what to say," I admitted. In a way, that was even worse. 6 months ago, he'd been the only person in my life I'd ever found it hard to understand. Now it was like there was a pit between who we'd become and who we'd been, and anything I said would just be shouting to the shadow across the pit rather than the man in front of me. Pointless. Slowly, Hakram moved out of the shade, eyes watching me every step of the way, as if waiting for a storm or a refusal. He made his way to the other side of the fire. There he sat, lowering himself to the forest floor. "Then," Hakram Deadhand said, "perhaps you should let me start. Strangers. The only true kindness is that offered to a passing stranger, when there can be no expectation of reward." Melody the stern, Atalanta philosopher. Henno did not feel as if he had come to a city, though the Gigantes called it such. Hemera was nothing like what he had known, the cramped and organized streets of Arwit. The airy halls of the Gigantes were scattered across the mountain and sown as if by whim, each a small kingdom carved to the preference of its king. Some were slender spires of stone, others singing mazes of glass, and one built entirely of flowing water frozen in time. Pale roads of stone led them to one another, shifting with the mood of the ancient giants, and only a few were not so ephemeral. It was those that Hanno learned to follow, for they led him from the house he had been given to the heart of Hemera itself, the Proskenion. The air was light and sunny today, the white knight found as he rose with the dawn and began his walk down the pale road. It would remain so as long as enough of the Gigantes preferred the climate, for in Hemera the weather itself bent to the will of the giants. It stayed to their liking, following their moods. Hanno had seen both great lightning storms ravage the mountains with never a drop of rain touching a roof, and pounding sun that would have turned stone to hot plates spare the most delicate blades of grass. Today the ancients had chosen the breeze and a gentle, glowing morning. Hanno smiled, his breath and the sound of his boots on the stone, the only breaks in the quiet. He liked morning like these best. One did not tire walking the pale roads and always found where they were meant to go, but the White Knight had learned a trick to it. When you emptied themselves of desire, took a step back and sunk into the calm the seraphim had shown him, you could follow the length of the road like running a finger down a spine. And from there you could navigate a detour like the one he'd chosen to take, past the pale stairs to the east, under the house of Sikhs and its winding emerald columns. It was the path that allowed him to see all of the Proskenion splayed out below, and live every time he'd come here. The sight of the citadel of marble and air stole the breath out of him. It was a wonder of hanging gardens and stone skein, beautiful halls where the giants gathered. Rivers and waterfalls had been sculpted as intricately as the stone, while light was invigorated or dimmed so that every artful touch drew the eye, while the imperfections faded. There was nowhere like the Proskenion anywhere else in the world, the Gigantes said, and Hanno believed them. Sometimes he could hardly believe his own eyes. Yet for all that the beauty was moving, it was also deeply different. Alien. Gigantes did not live as men did, keeping common houses or making families. They were solitary creatures at heart, coming together only for purpose or pleasure, and the Proskenion had been built to that truth. The mountainside citadel was where the giants came to debate their kind or display their works for the eyes of others, entire branches of it filling or emptying without visible rhyme or reason. Telecles, who was guide to Hanno whenever he cared to be, had said that it was also here the giants gathered to choose their chiefs, though this was rare, and the White Knight had never seen it. Allowing himself a moment to enjoy the sight in the morning sun, Hanno began to descend towards his chosen entrance, a strange garden whose many flowers were made entirely out of colored stones, which grew and mixed as if they were living things. This day would make it a full month since had come to Hemera, and Telecles had promised that with the turn of the moon there would be an answer to his request. The Chamber of Borrowed Lives had been built by Spelzingers, in ancient days the Gigantes called the Glory, and with the Titan seats forever broken, now only Spelzingers could allow entrance to it. Yet those elusive souls were not easily moved to haste, or even interest. Hanno suspected that if the touch of judgment did not yet burn in him, his request would not have been entertained as more than an amusing anecdote. Yet it had been, and Telecles had spoke of meeting at Silemeros, the giant's preferred skein. Telecles had never mentioned a time, not particularly inclined to keep track of hours in a way common to his immortal kind, and so Hanno would come with dawn and wait until his guide arrived. Thrice the White Knight was passed by the long stride of Gigantes as he made his way through the Proskenion, pausing to signify deference and gratitude by lowering his head and keeping his hands behind his back. His understanding of the nuances of the giant's half-silent tongue was yet weak, so when they replied they kept to the broad strokes: acknowledgement, curiosity, and in the case of the third, irritation. The last Gigantes stood still, and Hanno had to remain in the uncomfortable pose, cold eyes on him, until the bearded giant tired of exerting his right and strode away. Not all Gigantes had been pleased a human had been allowed into Hemera. Some yet remembered the days when Hanno's kind had come here only as slaves, laborers, and servants for their Gigantes masters. Silemeros was not difficult to find. Unlike many skein, it was not elaborately built, instead little more than a circle of columns crowned by a plain frieze. Within a few stone seats, larger than some houses Hanno had known, had been carelessly strewn. The wonder hidden in here was only felt when one crossed into the circle, instantly felt. Silence. Complete, utter silence. It was as if Silemeros was a realm apart from the rest of creation, untouched by its vagaries. It was oddly restful, Hanno decided as he passed by a great column. Brown eyes scanned about for Telecles, whose silhouette might have been hidden by one thing or another, but the Gigantes was not there. Someone was, though, and the White Knight froze at the sight. It was another human. A girl clad in robes of coarse brown cloth, tanned with long dark tresses going down her back. She was sitting with her eyes closed atop what would have been a seat for a giant, but was a perch for her, brow creased with concentration. Hanno hesitated, lingering at the bottom of the stone seat. He was burningly curious, but she did not seem inclined to talk. "I can feel you staring," the girl said. "Don't you have somewhere else to be?" She did not open her eyes, and her tone was mild, but the way she flicked her head implied dismissiveness. It was a subtle enough gesture Hanno almost missed it. "She speaks their tongue better than I do," he thought. "I do not," Hanno replied in traitor talk, frowning as he realized he was uncertain what language she'd spoken to him in. "I am to wait here for another." The girl sighed, opening green eyes. "I was told to come here because it is a fine place to meditate without distractions, she peevishly said. You are proving otherwise. I apologize, the White Knight replied. I will find somewhere else to stand if you prefer. It's only. She narrowed her eyes at him, like a gargoyle glaring down from above. Gigantes couldn't do that, he thought. The muscles in their face didn't allow them to do it. Only what? She asked. We are the only 2 humans in all of Hemera, as far as I know, Hanno said. Are you not even slightly curious why I am here? I am certainly curious about you. It's human business, so it has nothing to do with me, the girl said. I've left all that behind. It seems to have followed you here, Hanno drily said. May I ask for a name, at least? The girl rolled her eyes at him. I am Antigone, she said. Now go away. The White Knight smiled, offered a bow. Hanno, he said. I didn't ask, Antigone called back. He went away, leaving her to her meditations as he had offered. Telecals arrived past noon, by the look of the sun, but Hanno was left smiling anyway, for his guide brought the answer he'd wished for. The Chamber of Borrowed Lives would be open to him. The second time Hanno of Arwood met Antigone, she set him on fire. Not on purpose, mind you, but his eyebrow was still scorched right off. He'd been heading to the paths after a long day in the chamber when the column of flame fell down from the sky, and though he managed to call on the light, he was just a little too slow. The same girl as before leapt down from a jade rooftop, frowning at him as he hastily patted out the last of the flames on his clothes. Antigone looked highly displeased, and Hanno dimly wondered if he should be reaching for his sword. Why were you in the middle of the road? Antigone asked. Why were you setting the road on fire? Hanno incredulously shot back. It wasn't about the road, you idiot. I was finally hearing the dash. Halfway through the first sentence of what promised to be a furious chewing out, the dark-haired girl closed her mouth. She breathed in and out, and instead of continuing to speak, raised her chin high. Contempt. She then flicked her head to the side twice, exaggerated dismissal, and let her shoulders slump. I have no idea what the shoulders mean, the White Knight noted. Antigone's frustration visibly mounted, and she touched her left shoulder with her right hand. Flat palm, fingers tight. Unfortunately for her, he had no idea what that meant either. Is there a reason you cannot speak to me out loud? Hanno asked. She sighed. My teachers say that I should unlearn the need to talk, Antigone said. That is a deficient human habit and hinders listening to the world. Hanno stared at her blankly. Teachers, he slowly repeated. As in, plural. She cocked an eyebrow, then started and made herself smooth her face. Gigante's faces, he remembered, were not expressive. Nuance was expressed by gesture. Yes, she said. What of it? I barely even have one, the White Knight told her. Telecals did not consider him a charge, Hanno thought, so much as a recurring obligation, like painting a wall or scraping the barnacles off a ship's bottom. The giant had time for him only occasionally and was not interested in a closer tie. You must be deaf, then, Antigone shrugged. He did not quite catch the meaning of that, but the undertone was even more dismissive. The head flicks. And you are being taught by multiple gigantes, Hanno said, still astonished. What is it you have done to attract their interest? It was her time to seem startled. Cryos told them to, she said. Ah, that would explain it. So you know someone, he hummed. May I ask who? I did not know any of the giants still cared for events beyond the Titanomachy. She looked at him as if he were a particularly dim gnat. I just told you who, Antigone said. He frowned. The expression actually goes Cronia told them to, Hanno informed her. At least, that is the way the sailors from Levant say it. I was asking who among the gigantes it was that has spoken for you, specifically. Her frustration visibly ticked up. Hanno was not sure why. She'd just used a common saying for orders from above. It was only natural he'd wonder as to who that above was. Cryos told them to. Antigone repeated, slowly enunciating every syllable. A pause. A dead titan told the gigantes to teach you magic, Hanno repeated. He met her eyes. How long have you been out in the sun? He gently asked. The second time she set him on fire, it was very much on purpose. The third time Hanno of Arwood met Antigone, she was wearing a mask. It was made of clay and painted over in bold strokes of color, covering her face entirely. With the hood of her robes pulled down and the long sleeves covering her hands, there was not a visible inch of skin for anyone to see. It was not him that had found her this time, for the White Knight had been in Cymaros for hours now, leaning atop a great seat of stone, looking up at the night sky. Cloudy, tonight, so that the moon's beam could stand out starkly. It was soothing after a day in the chamber to lie there and watch, to do and hear nothing. His limbs were not tired, but his mind was. Drifting away into the nothing was the closest to peace he could find. Sleep was no longer restful these days. His exhaustion was not the kind that closing his eyes could mend. Antigone had climbed up the side of the stone, which could not be coincidence. There were further places for her to sit should she wish to meditate. All that set this one apart from the others was his presence. Still, Henno did not spare her more than the first glance. The stone was cool under him, and the sky above was all smoke and moonlight. He let the sensations soothe him, ignoring her even as he heard her move. He was not in the mood to discern the nuances of the Gigante's tongue in the hands of someone much his superior in that lore. She lost patience, eventually. "You are the White Knight," Antigone said. "Accused, almost." "I am," Henno said. "You never said," she replied, definitely accusing. "What does it matter?" he shrugged. Antigone scoffed. "What is it you are doing here, White Knight?" she asked. The patient craft did not say, only that it was a duty of angels and should not be meddled in. The patient craft, Henno recalled from the lessons of his friends in the Luminous Echo, was the smallest of the choruses in the Titanomachy. Yet it counted the most spellsingers, most of the time, so it was held in great respect. It concerned itself largely with the practicalities in the work of maintaining the greatest works of the Gigantes, but also spoke broadly in favor of isolation and mandatory children-making. That Antigone's teachers were so respected spoke to the truth of what he had first disbelieved. A Titan had spoken for her. The riddle maker himself, the last of his kind. "I am here to learn," Henno finally said. The girl stood there awkwardly, shuffling on her feet. "That is commendable," Antigone said. And he had so much still to learn, Henno thought. The chamber of borrowed lived seared that knowledge in him, broke into his bones, and forced him to swallow it down, but it always seemed as if there was more to do. To see. Another lesson, another battle, another choice. Every day he left the stone coffin aching from every pore of his body, limping, but it was not enough. He was not yet prepared for what lay ahead. The tribunal meant him to be the sword that would slay a great evil, and even when his body bent in pain, they did not believe him ready. "You have impressed with your ability to withstand the chamber," Antigone tried, when it became clear he would not answer. "It has been commented upon." "I have withstood harsher glare than what burns in there," Henno quietly replied. The girl sighed. "I am trying to say," Antigone said, "that I am like you." That was enough to have him glance at her again, for never had that seemed less true. Under moonlight in those hooded green robes, with her masked face, she looked more a specter than a girl. "I am the Witch of the Woods," she told him. "Ah," he thought, breathing out. That had been what he felt, scratching at the edge of his senses, keeping his curiosity alight. The sensation was dimmer these days, like everything else, but he didn't mind that so much. Everything was easier to see clearly when the calm was on him. Still, Henno found himself smiling. "Perhaps I should have asked for a name instead of a name when we first met," the White Knight said. "Maybe," Antigone said, body moving to imply doubt. Then, to his utter surprise, she sat by his side. "What is it like, seeing a choir?" she asked. Henno felt the cold stone beneath, saw the cold light of the moon above. The nothing he had been drifting into felt far away now, out of reach. But he answered, and quietly they spoke under the night sky. The sound of her voice, the White Knight found, kept him tethered here and now. The following morning, he woke up rested for the first time in a year. The night under the cloudy moon had been as an opened gate. The two of them sought each other out now. Not frequently, for both had been brought to Hemera by higher callings, but whenever the time could be spared they met in the Cymeros. It was a balm to him, speaking with another after the hours in the chamber. It grounded his thoughts, kept them in the here and now. He drifted less and less into the nothing, and though his body still ached, it was a different sort. He was learning, growing, staying in himself. Else who would he be when he spoke with Antigone? She, too, was changing. Her teachers loomed tall in her words. They had taught her secrets and sorcery, but they pressed more into her hands. Silence, a face that was made of clay, and a disdain for what lay in the lands beyond the Titanomachy. Human business, she'd called it, as if it was something to be purged out of her. A weakness standing in her way before she could become like the Gigantes, perhaps even be one of them. Henno asked of her parents, but she had never known them. Antigone had been raised by a creature that had once called itself a god, deep in the woods. Hunters came sometimes, looking for the shrine, she told him, to loot and steal. And sometimes the desperate tried their hand at chasing rumors, thinking I would end all their troubles with a wish. There is more to people than what you saw, Henno replied. It doesn't matter, Antigone said. What do I share with them, or they me? Henno studied her. Is it your words I hear? The White Knight asked. or those of the patient craft? She did not answer and avoided him for a night after. Neither apologized, but they began spending time together again regardless. Antigone led him into the wilds below the mountain, where she introduced him to a great wolf she had known all her life. Lycaea, her name was, and she was large as a house. The White Knight was carefully polite and did not lose his hand when he offered it to be smelled, which he considered a fine outcome. Lycaea later offered him a strip of raw deer that evening, which Antigone assured him was a mark of approval. The weeks passed, then months and years. Changes came with them. They grew into the mantles, she under starlight and he lay in a coffin of stone. It was his third aspect, the one that was not the sword of judgment or the White Knight's, that nearly broke him. It was the realization that he would never truly leave the chamber of borrowed lives, that it would stay in him until he died. Once he grasped the truth of that, it swelled in him like a river, bursting out as a single word. Recall. He was his own chamber now, forever echoing other songs. He retreated into himself, hiding away in the mountains, barely eating or drinking. It was Antigone who found him, made him bathe and sleep in a bed. She stayed with him for days, rarely leaving the room. Eventually he spoke, though not once did she ask. I am not sure, Hanno confessed, how much of myself is me. Green eyes watched him unblinking. Then make more of it, Antigone said, and leaned forward. Her lips were soft against him. It was not his first kiss, but his first in many years, and neither stopped. Not even when hands wandered and clothes were thrown aside. Afterwards, they lay together and he felt her breath against his neck, the warmth of her skin against his. She'd been right, he thought. This was him and no one else. He could not become lost so long as he followed his own path. Thank you, he murmured against her ear. He felt her smile back. Neither of them spoke of it again or returned to that bed, for the night had not been meant as a promise. Antigone cared more for stars than sex, and Hanno, he was not certain he had it on him, to be with another. Not since he had become the White Knight. There would be parts of him he would never be able to share, callings that would supersede any other, and it would have been a half-hearted affection to pretend that could be enough. But he did not forget, and neither did Antigone. It was a sort of love, too, what they had done, and one that would not ask either of them to bend who they were, so he counted himself lucky for having it. Hanno held the artifact in his hands, reverent. The gift from the luminous echo looked like a sword, but that was a passing thing. Under his fingers, following his will, it changed into a spear in a moment, and then into a warhammer. He had told the giants he was not worthy of the gift, but they had refused the answer. The chorus he had befriended was friend to the choirs in turn, and they had disdained the thought of letting the sword of judgment leave these lands empty-handed. For the White Knight was leaving, after all this time. An acquaintance in the sublime auspice had brought word to him from the broader world. The League of Free Cities had erupted into civil war. Foretelling by the Spellsingers spoke of evil coming down from the north, down the river, and great slaughters to come. Hanno could wait no longer. He had learned what he could from the chamber, and the learning had changed him. He would carry it with him until he died, an aspect carved into his soul. Now there was only the duty that lay ahead, and that duty awaited in the free cities. He had requested of the sublime auspice, who of all gigantes kept closer ties outside the Titanomachy, to arrange for him a ship. One would soon sail towards the coast, a galley from Levant that would bring him to Nice. All that was left here for him was goodbyes. He found Antigone where they always met, in the heart of the Syamaros. How many mornings, how many evenings had they spent together in the silence of these tall columns? Too many to count. Antigone stood alone atop a seat, her mask at her belt and her hood down. The sun was dipping down across the horizon, the clouds framing the descent perfectly symmetrical on both sides of the burning redness. He climbed to stand by her side, their arms just closed enough to brush against each other. How long? Antigone asked. I leave with dawn, Hanno said. The ship will only wait for a few days at the coast, and there are no roads for me to travel. She nodded, silent. We will meet again, Hanno gently said. He would return to Hemera, one day. He could feel it in his bones. Antigone's jaw tightened. Yes, she murmured. Her back straightened. Yes, Antigone said, tone grown firm. We will. I will find you, Hanno, when my learning is done. He went still, not hiding his surprise. There will always be more to learn, the White Knight said. Creation is large, the Witch of the Woods conceded, and I have seen little of it. It will be human business. Out there, Hanno warned her. A long silence. Her eyes met his. That, too, I will learn, Antigone said. You did not lessen yourself in Hemera, Hanno. Did not carve away at who you are. She looked up at the burning red sun in the distance. Neither will I. Book 7, Chapter 37, Bygone. The past is best yearned for with one eye closed. Free City saying. I didn't leave Wolof meaning to become warlord, Hakram said. The pig on the spit between us crackled as the wood smoke rose, sometimes veiling parts of his face. Light moved across his skin and steel in spots, the branches above swaying to let the sun pass at the whims of a lazy breeze. This felt, I thought, like a conversation best had at night. In a dimmer place, where the dark would smooth sharp edges and the stars would give only the kindest of lights. Not on a sunny afternoon, where I could read every slight expression, where I risked learning things I would not be able to unlearn. But that was not what the roll of the dice had given me, and I knew I could not put this off even if part of me craved to. In the back of my mind the coin was still spinning, and tonight Hanno of Arwood was making his move. It was sunlight or nothing, and nothing may cost more than just me. I didn't think you did, I replied. I'm just not sure if that makes it better or worse. That he'd planned it and not told me, that would have gouged deep. But in a way that all our years together would be tossed away on. What a fucking whim. My fingers clenched down on the spit until the knuckles turned white, and I reminded myself that I wasn't being fair. That I was just getting angry because it was easier that way. Anger was an old friend, and it was a lot more pleasant than feeling betrayed. I say it not to excuse, but to make it clear that I was not deceiving you. Before I left, Hakram evenly said. That it was not false. My hand twitched. I released the spit, stepping back and playing it off as if I were getting away from the smoke and heat. Just because you weren't lying doesn't mean it wasn't false, I harshly replied. It just means you weren't admitting things to yourself. And maybe that I wasn't either. He watched me through the smoke, then his jaw tightened. Say it out loud, Hakram graveled. It's already stuck in your fangs, don't choke on it. How like him to not even leave me my grievances to chew on. You wouldn't have made this decision, I said, before the arsenal. And there it was, the plain truth that I knew deep in my bones. I'd spent him too sorely that day, crossed a line, and it had changed things for good. Maybe he didn't regret it, like he'd insisted since, but we both had a good look at what it actually meant for us to be as we had been. That there were costs, that it might get him killed. We'd seen in practice how someone giving unconditionally, trusting without reservation, would end. At least when the other half of it was me. He'd die, one piece at a time, until I'd spent every last limb of him. You didn't listen then, Hakram harshly said, and you're not listening now. It's about what put me in the chair. It's about how you treated me when I was in it. Like I didn't fucking want you to die? I incredulously replied. I'd have bitten back on that answer, before, been careful, given ground because I was afraid to lose him. But he was good as lost anyway now, wasn't he? He couldn't just turn around and become the adjutant again. Call the whole warlord thing a lark. So this time I didn't bite my tongue. You lost an arm and a leg, I said. And you wanted me to just send you back into the melee like nothing happened. Like it was just cosmetic. I spat in the fire. But it really did happen, Hakram, I bit out. And if I let you keep on pretending it hadn't, you were going to lose your head instead of a limb. You lost trust in me, he growled. An aspect was withering like a sick plant because I put my soul in your hands, and then you dropped it. Can you imagine what it felt like? To bind so much of yourself to someone else, and then feel them. Turn away. The orc scoffed. You can't, Hakram said, flashing fangs. Because you don't do that, Catherine. When you're afraid it's going to end, you look away first so it ends on your terms. Like you did with Killian. My stomach clenched. It had just enough truth to it to sting. The kind of barb only someone who knew me would know to throw. I'm not without fault, I said. Else, I'm mostly faults. But you know what I did, Hakram? I gestured around us, at us. I fought for this, I said. You were unhappy, and I tried to understand why. To fix it. So I don't want to hear a sermon from the man whose idea of mending the gap was putting me to secret tests in the middle of the most brutal campaign of either our lives. I'd not forgotten those evenings in Hainaut when I'd agonized over the bad plan to deal with the clans he'd pushed for me to read. How many hours I'd wrestled over it, trying to find a saving grace, only to learn that it had been a test the whole time. That he was finding out whether I'd take bad advice from him out of guilt. And I understood why he'd done that. I did. It hadn't made it any less hard to be on the other side of. You didn't fight, I harshly said. You stood back to see if I would. And maybe you needed to see that I really would. That it did more to help than anything I said. I leaned forward, I hard. But it also means I'm not going to take shit from you about turning away first, Hakram, I said. I still had both eyes back then, and you wouldn't meet either. I was panting, my muscles clenched tight. Smoke wafted up, the crackling fat of the roasting pig. The thick green skin of his face was taut around his lips, like he was fighting the urge to growl and shout. I didn't come here to fight, Hakram finally said. Maybe we ought anyway. I grunted. Dark eyes mulled that over, with that usual careful thoroughness. Maybe we ought, he acknowledged. I hid my surprise, but he knew me well enough he caught it anyway. Even when we reconciled, Hakram said, it was half done. The wound was bandaged, but neither of us would speak of the sword. I rolled my shoulder, easing the muscle that had begun to cramp. And what sword is that? I asked. I knew better than to think he meant the severance, though it was the blade that had cut him. You and me, he said. The woe. We let rot set in. I almost flinched back. There were precious few havens left in my life, places where I could feel safe and at rest, but the woe were one. That I might get that stripped away from me now felt like too ruinous of a cost for this sunny little afternoon. It's in your teeth, I said, echoing him from earlier. Get it out before you choke. His jaw clenched. I remember a night in lore, Hakram said, when Vivian almost died, where it took a knife through my wrist to wake her up from the terrified decisions she was about to make. I'd never got the full story of what had happened in lore from either of them. Hakram had called it an investment in the future, she'd called it a debt. What I knew was that when I'd returned from the Everdark, they had been friends instead of foes, and Hakram had lost a second hand. Part of it was my fault, the orc said. Mistakes I made. But the source of it is that you don't take advice, Catherine. I glared. Hell of a thing to say. Coming from someone whose advice I took for years, I bit out. You take it on lesser matters, Hakram said. Details. But when the crossroads come, it's always a decision you make alone. By the time we're all at the table talking, the choice is already made in your head. It's dress up. I tried to answer, but he rode over my voice without hesitation. It was like that when we turned against the tower after the doom, he said. When we headed for Keter. When you decided to go to the Everdark. When you decided to make peace with the Grand Alliance. A pause. I'm sure it was the same when you decided to have Masigo cut up the Intercessor to steal her power, Hakram said. Another decision that affected millions. Maybe you heard some people out, Catherine. Let them move around a few pieces on the mosaic, but you make these calls. Alone. There is no question of you being swayed. My fingers tightened. Are we getting to a point? I said. You made Vivian your conscience, Hakram said. Then like your actual conscience you browbeat and ignored her. I put some of the fear in the woman I saw that night in lore, but not the most. What did you think was going to happen when you gave her a role only to immediately make it worthless? I did not think that, I hissed. Because apparently I'm not perfect, Hakram. Who fucking knew? Except, goddamn everybody. The more I spoke, the more furious I became. You drag up things that happened years ago and parade them up like they were acts of deliberate cruelty, I said. Like I don't make mistakes. Of course I made fucking mistakes, and of all people you ought to know, you were standing to my right while I made most of them. I smiled thinly. Where was this cutting insight then? I asked. I don't recall ever hearing it. I let out a scoff, stepping away from a curl of smoke. And maybe I don't get swayed easy, I said. I'm hard-headed, that's on me. But I don't recall ever forbidding anyone to try. Did I ever close the door on any of those decisions, forbid someone to argue against them? His face was calm, but I knew him. I could see the anger in the cast of it, in the careful way he moved, as if he were afraid that going too quickly would see him lose control of his temper. I don't stick a course when someone shows me I'm wrong, I challenged. If I didn't get convinced, it's not because I'm some sort of fucking legendary mule. I simply didn't get convinced. Because we can't, Hakram said. I glared at him, gesturing for him to get on with it. We cannot disagree with you. Not past a certain line, he said. That is the unspoken law of the woe. Crossing that line gets you cut off, left behind. You're the one who told me I should act like was in charge of the band, on our way to Keter, I said. And now you're complaining that I did? He hesitated. Gods, to hear you talk I was poison in the blood, I said. Still am. And I'll not deny there were times I stumbled, but burning hells. Who is it that could live up to your idol of the perfect Catherine? My stomach clenched. Not me, I thickly said. And you should have known better. I've never pretended to be more than what I am. And if that had never been enough, then burn him. You did things right too, Hakram graveled. That's not. He looked angry. You pull people in, he said. And you take care of them, as much as you can, and they don't want to leave. But you pull them into your wake, not at your side. You had a place there, I coldly replied. You're the one who walked away. So you could go play savior. I bit down on adding. But I wasn't at your side, Hakram frustratedly said. That's what you refused to see. I was under you. I glared. Just because dash. Listen, he growled. Maybe you don't want to admit you think that way, but you do. You can love us, but you could never be in love with any of us. The way you are with Aquasahelian. Because, unlike her, we are not your equals. I rocked back, like he'd slapped me. This mad plan you built up around her laid it out plain, Hakram said as he slowly rose to his feet. Even when she was a powerless prisoner, you treated her as more of a peer than us. Fuck you, I hissed. For even thinking that dash. You would have killed her for any of us, he said. But that's not the same thing. And I'm not going to be scribe, Catherine, not even for you. I still remember what a single aspect withering was like. What the Carrion Lord did to her, after decades together. I'm not him. I wanted to scream. I would never have set you aside. He shook his head. No, the warlord said. I learned her lesson. My own inheritance from a calamity. And that more, than the rest, had rage burn in my blood. You goddamn coward, I spat. I scraped my hands raw trying to find ways we could stay together, ways to live with the changes, but what was any of it worth? I'm the one who can't be fucking swayed, Hakram? Me. Smoke billowed, as if conjured by my rising tone. Who is it that ran away across half the empire before making his choice? I said, who is it that sat on all of this until he left instead of just telling me? I could have fought this, fixed it, if I'd known. But instead he'd held his peace, and here we were, beyond taking any of it back. Too late. And what should I have done? Hakram challenged. Asked you to change who you are? Yes, I shouted. He stepped back at the vehemence of my voice. I would have done that for you. I cursed. I gave you the right to ask. For the first time since we'd begun to talk, I saw him genuinely taken aback. It doesn't have to, he hesitantly tried. I cannot be the adjutant, but dash. The anger went out of me at the sight. Dead in a moment, like a fire stripped of air. It was beginning to sink in, at last, that this was finished, that the page had turned. You were supposed to be the one who stayed, I tiredly said. The one I'd journey on with. It's dead, Hakram. And now they were all going to leave. Indrani to her horizons, Masigo to his research, Vivian to her kingdom, and Hakram to his people. I would end this journey as I had begun it. That night my father had found me in the alley. Standing alone. Silence hung. I was not the one to break it. They need me, the warlord quietly said. I needed you too. I replied, knowing it was unfair. And maybe it's the right choice you made. The principled one, whatever that's worth. I breathed out. But it was still a choice, I said. And those have prices. He quietly said. They do. His fangs clicked together. It doesn't have to be the end of us, Hakram said. I felt my pulse quicken. That was it, I thought. The pus had been lanced, the ugliness dragged into the light of day so it might burn and turn to smoke. And still he offered a hand. Not quite in forgiveness, but at least in understanding. In willingness to keep on sharing a road. It would be the easiest thing in the world, I thought, to just take that offered hand and let it drag me into the current. I could see it in my mind's eye, clear as day. We would sit and talk and eat and laugh. It would be not quite like old times, but it would have the sweetness of them. An old friendship changing shape. And I craved it down to the marrow of my bone, because I could barely remember who I'd even been before Hakram had come into my life. I just recalled a lot of fear and anger, fingers tight on the grip of my sword as I watched the world from behind a blade. I'd become who I was with him at my side. The thought of losing that for good made me nauseous. But he'd not been wrong to talk of rot, of things left unsaid, and how they had come back to haunt us. And worst of all was that, if I held my tongue now, I would make him right when he'd said I did not think of them as equals. As people capable of handling the bitter sting of truth. How many times? I thought. Can you build a tower on the same quicksand before it is called madness? Once had been too much already, I thought. There were only so many times I was willing to bleed myself dry. That left only one path forward. I knew that, and yet my mouth would not move. My arms were trembling. I bit the inside of my cheek until it burned. I'd called him a coward. Was I going to be the one living up to the word? I slowly straightened my back and met his gaze head on. In a tear, I plainly said, I made the choice to murder you. His face closed. He'd known that already, I thought, but it was another thing to hear it voiced out loud. I had a choice between your life, my father's life, and what I thought would win us the war, I said. And you'd avoided me, cornered me until there was no middle way. Either I took up the knife or the intercessor one. I smiled thinly. So I took up the knife, I said. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. I only ended up killing one of you that night, I said. But I made the choice anyway. His dark eyes were unblinking. I'm not saying this to be cruel, I told him. I'm saying this because you need to know that I still see that choice every time I look at your face. I almost turned away there, but stubbornness saw me through. And I don't regret it, I quietly said. I didn't work as we thought it would, but it did work. And it might yet win us this war. So I don't regret it, and I'd make the same choice again. I breathed out, slowly. And that's how we got here, isn't it? I said, me making the choices. So I guess it's your turn now. I looked away at last. I told you all I have to say, I said. Now it's in your hands. I searched his face, but saw no answers. I might as well have been looking at stone. You know where I am, I said. I limped out of the woods, leaving him behind with the roasting pig, and he did not stop me. My mind felt restless for the rest of the afternoon, twisting this way and that. It was obvious enough Vivian commented on it after we held council, though she was graceful enough not to ask how my conversation with Hakram had gone. I told her anyway. It's in his hands now, I said. I don't get to decide how it ends. She slowly nodded, visibly hesitating. She was curious, but didn't want to push too far. I almost flinched at the sight. We are not your equals, Hakram had said. Had he been right? I led the woe. It had been like that from the start, but I was not their queen. I'd always thought of it as a company, not a kingdom. And while they did things for me when I asked, they were not beholden. Only it hadn't been anything as clear-cut as my wearing a crown that he'd been talking about, had it? Vivian, I said, did you ever? Blue-gray eyes watched me patiently as I trailed off, and an uncomfortable silence took hold. I wasn't sure why I'd started to speak. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to ask. Are we friends? I artlessly asked. She frowned. Gods, she said. It really did a number on you, didn't it? That's not an answer, I said. Vivian sighed. Of course we're friends, she said. You're one of the most important people in my life, Kat. In some ways the most. You can't use you and Hakram as a measuring stick for everyone else. I leaned back into my seat. And why's that? I asked. She looked at me for a long time. He's first person you ever really trusted, isn't he? Vivian quietly asked. My fingers clenched. I did not answer. Maybe the only person you ever trusted, at least that deeply, she said. It always cuts deeper when it's closer to home, Catherine. He said things, I admitted, that I'm not sure are wrong. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Vivian said. The one blind spot he's had as long as I've known him is his relationship with you. Maybe you're right, I thought. But that doesn't mean he's wrong. I shook myself. The coin was still spinning. There were greater concerns to speak of. I don't like that we're not sure what the first prince is planning, I said, changing the subject. Vivian tactfully went along with it. I think she knows she loses if she does nothing, so she's rolling the dice, the princess said. It explains why the Jacks have seen her reach out to princes. She'll be going to the Hero Council in force, with her backing there to impress. I wasn't sure how much having the princes behind her would impress heroes, but having the armies those few represented supporting her might sway some. Enough to beat Hanno on his own stage? I don't think that's enough for her to win, I said. Or even tie. And that begs the question that we've avoided voicing out loud so far. Vivian grimaced. What does the first prince do if she sees she's lost? She asked. I had a great deal of respect for Cordelia Hazenbach, but I was not blind to her occasional bouts of ruthlessness. On the contrary, they were part of why I respected her. The problem was what that ruthlessness might lead her to do, if she thought Hanno was about to become Warden of the West and doom us all. I like to think that the Lycanese princess would be careful of avoiding doing anything that might destroy our chances at taking Keter, but she was desperate. Cornered. That was not when people made their finest decisions, claimants especially. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I can't just show up and tell them to play nice, I said. I almost want to, Viv, but it'd be too direct an intervention. I'd get a rap on the knuckles from above for sure, and my lot isn't in any position to ensure that love tap doesn't disintegrate my entire arm. It might be out of our hands, Catherine, Vivian said. I know you don't like the thought, and to be honest I don't either, but dash. It might be a situation where acting has worse consequences than not acting, I completed. Yeah, the thoughts occurred. We talked a while longer after that, but there were only so many words to say. My problem was that the two of them had moved quicker than I thought, but I couldn't actually do anything about it. And I'd yet to reconcile with Hanno, which as Inrani had pointed out might turn to be a problem if he became Warden of the West tonight. And I'm not sure I like the idea of going after Keter with unfulfilled oaths. Seemed like the kind of mistake Neshama would use to bury me. We sent out spies and feelers and tried to get a grasp on what was happening as I struggled to find a way out of the mess, but I couldn't find one. The well of ideas was dry and my mind was slow. Today, by the time the sun began to dip, the tension in my shoulders had metamorphosed into a knot of dread in my stomach. I'd not felt this powerless in a while, and it was never a feeling I'd enjoyed. Which was, naturally, when Acua chose that moment to reappear. I'd not seen her in 2 days. She came and went as she wished, and I had no call on her hours. She might be one of my advisors once more, but I knew better than to try to ask too much of her. It might just give her the reason to leave I suspected she was still looking for. The balcony where I'd been racking my brain overlooked a small statuary garden where servants had already lit lanterns, though I'd come out here more for the fresh air than the view. Acua drifted in through the room behind me with the same gliding grace she'd had as a shade, bringing with her 2 glasses of wine. She pressed one into my hand and came to lean against the stone railing, sipping at her own. No jewelry, I saw. Not that she needed any. Even in the simple red and gold gown she wore, Acua Sahelian had the presence of a queen. It promises to be a beautiful night, she said. I sipped at the wine, red and full-mouthed, a little too bitter for me. From Cantal, maybe? There were so many damned wines in Procker that I could spend a lifetime learning and still miss a few. I can't afford to savor it, I said. There's trouble in the distance. I heard, Acua languidly replied. The sword and the princess rushing their conclusion. Is it? I nodded. And I'm sure the bard has her fingers in it too, I grunted. Not put there recently. I don't think she can do much except mute below stories right now. But this has her scent all over it. The spoiled liquor stench is rather distinctive, Acua noted. I snorted, but the amusement passed quickly. I'm no sure what I can do, I admitted. It is their choice to hurry the confrontation, Acua said. A mistake I would expect of Hazenbach, but less so of the Sword of Judgment. He should know that power left to ripen is all the fuller for it. They both think the other will fuck it up, I sighed. So they're pushing hard. And I'm starting to think this one is just a loss. Golden eyes turned to me, curious. I think I might be able to nudge it one way or another, I said. I have just the right leverage for it. So what's left is picking whoever I think is the better candidate. Yet you consider that a defeat, Acua said. Because the bard gets what she wants, I replied. We lose something. The Warden of the West is weaker. Maybe it screws us against Keter down the line. Why the Intercessor would want that I can only guess, but I hate giving it to her anyway. I have come to believe, Acua murmured, that the Intercessor's designs are best grasped by who she chooses to move. I flicked her an interested glance. You were only moved against when you became a threat, the golden-eyed sorceress said. So you can safely be considered to be inconsequential to her actual plan. As far as I can see, her actions cluster around 3 souls. Kairos Theodosian, Hanno of Arwid, and Cordelia Hazenbach. 1 dead, 2 now claimants and at odds. So you think this conflict is larger? I said. I am not yet sure, Acua gracefully shrugged. But ultimately, it is irrelevant. There's a bold take, I drily said. How's that? Because, Acua calmly said, this is beneath you. I raised my glass. Evidently not, I said, else I wouldn't be here. This, fatalism, she said. The pretense that you are bound to let your enemy's scheme succeed. It is beneath you. I can't intervene, Acua, I bit out. If I could dash. So find another way, Acua said. Has that not been your favorite trick since the very beginning? She waved amusedly. Cornered is when you are most dangerous, dearest, she said. When they have you surrounded by dead ends. The pit has always been, Catherine, where you shine. I looked away. Wells run dry, I said, oddly ashamed. I have nothing. I don't believe that's true. Irritated, I turned to glare but was caught by a soft smile instead. You have been burned, Acua said. And now you hesitate. Discard this. She circled the rim of her glass with a finger. Let the fear fall away and you will find an answer, Acua said. You always do. I breathed out shallowly. Why are you helping? I'd been the one, I realized, to ask the question. Golden eyes studied me. Do you know, Acua asked me, the difference between a knot and a noose? There isn't, I said. A noose is a knot. Only, she smilingly said, if there is a corpse. I blinked in confusion. I was missing something here, a kernel that would allow me to understand. I will choose what it is I do, Acua said. Not you. Not her. Not my mother's shade. Me. She leaned in closer, and warm lips were pressed against the side of my neck. I shivered. Now go, Catherine, she said. Go out there and win. She left, and took the warmth she had brought with her. I stayed out there on the balcony, alone with my silence. Thinking for the gods only knew how long. Maybe I did have an idea, after all. 3 hours later the sky opened as the wind howled around me. High Lady Abriha had been accommodating when I decided to use one of the assets brought from Ater early, not even asking why. As the clouds parted and light danced across the sky, I sat on the throne atop the great tower as it began crashing towards the ground north of the capital. The air screamed around us, and the night crackled with thunder, sorcery lashing out around us in great flares. It wasn't quite a flying fortress. Those would come with the second wave, but the sight of this cutting across the night sky certainly ought to catch people's attention. And when had heroes ever been able to resist poking at a beehive? Book 7, Chapter 38, Salvo. It's a matter of principle for me never to have railings built on anything, Chancellor. It saves on both construction costs and retirement pensions. Dread Emperor inimical, the miser. The flying tower hit the ground with a thunderous sound, earth rippling and breaking under the impact as we landed. It was like an old god had just had a slugging match with the earth, and it sure as hells wasn't the earth winning. The foundations of the tower stolen from the broken remnants of a tear groaned, their reinforcing enchantments struggling with the load, but in the end they held. Not that you could tell there'd been doubts, from my comfortable throne under the stars. The viewing platform was so heavily warded, not even a gnat could come through without permission, and not so much as a shake had made it to my seat. I leaned back against the cushion, sipping at the Vale summer wine I'd sent for. Iridescent strands of magic still skittered across the sky, announcing our presence to anyone who cared to look. Well, that and the massive amount of night I'd been accumulating for the better part of an hour now. I figured even onlooking angels had to be a mite worried about that, given that there was now so much of the power roiling around me that the tower itself was beginning to be wreathed in shadow. I figured it'd make for a nice touch, when the heroes showed up. Dying lights above, a desolate empty plain around us, and a lone tower swallowed by writhing, malicious darkness. The war had killed or seasoned all our greenhorns, but I figured that a few of the younger ones ought to balk at least. I finished my glass and set it down a pearl-encrusted table. If I were a maniacal laughter kind of girl, I noted, that would have been a good time for it. Wow, Archer said, sounding impressed. The power is going straight to your head. I cocked an eyebrow at her. It's kind of hot, she admitted. It's a pre-sci flying tower, so I'm sure if we look there's got to be at least one revealing dress to dash. I raised a hand at the height of my chest. This is where you are right now, I said, then waited a beat. And this is the expendable asset zone. She squinted at me. You didn't move your hand, she pointed out. No, I did not. I pleasantly smiled. So are you. Sure. That downwards is the direction you want to keep digging. I'd never gotten to throw anyone down a tower before. I felt like doing it at least the once would allow me to better understand the people that I represented as Warden of the East, which was definitely the main reason I wanted to do that, and not because it seemed like everyone else had gotten to. Just in case I began eyeing the rampart and working out the angles. Message received, Archer cheerfully replied. She then knelt and made a melodramatically somber face, because she'd always been a wench and always would be. What are your orders, your dark mistrojusty? She sinisterly asked. Wait, had she just pushed together Mistress and Maj? No, Catherine, don't let yourself be sucked into her pace. I need you to go to the edge of the rampart and look at how long we've got before they show up, I said, then paused. Also, send for a refill. My glass is empty. Indrani eyed me skeptically. And you can't walk the 10 feet to the edge of the wall to look yourself, because she trailed off. My lips thinned. Disloyalty is severely punished in this outfit, wench, I warned her. She studied me for a long moment, then suddenly grinned. You can't get up, can you? Indrani said. Shit. Of course I can, I lied. Do it, she challenged. Just for 2 heartbeats. Do it, and I'll speak entirely in rhyme for an entire month. I shifted in my seat. Look, I defensively said, it's not my fault the mages built this damn thing so that all the channeling arteries end up right under the throne. If I stop touching it, you lose control of a bunch of the power you've gathered, Archer said, grin widening. Oh gods, you're literally stuck in that seat until they show up, aren't you? How far are they? I whined. The back of my knee itches, and I don't want to have to take off the armor bending around on the chair. You're a tragedy, Indrani amusedly told me. She went to have a look, though, so I let it pass without censure. So, we've got a dozen riding hard our way, Archer said. And that cloak is pretty hard to mistake. Shiny Boots is in the lead. I hummed. Is the Witch of the Woods with them? I asked. I would have mentioned the giant monster wolf. Cat, she snorted. Good. We'd been pretty sure she wouldn't be there, since she was supposed to be fixing a breach in the wards up north, but it was hard to be sure with her. The witch avoided cities and even towns like the plague whenever she could, so it was even more difficult to keep track of her than your average named. I'd had a backup plan in case she did end up being there, but I was happier not having to use it. Since Cordelia had taken to using the Elimal like a goddamn party, trick, the boundary with Arcadia had damned hard to breach in the region. Tabula rasa. Masigo called the effect. Pissing angel light all over the land fixed the accumulated damage in the fabric of creation. 2 breaches in a single evening would have taken more out of me than I'd like. The first prince. I pressed. Nowhere in sight, Indrani said. Told you it was long odds. I waved a hand. She's not the one I want to talk to anyway, I said. And I've already gotten most of what I want. Breaking up a party, Indrani solemnly said. Shame on you, Cat. You used to be fun. It was a good party, I argued. They would have all drunk responsibly, and there'd have been no brawling. Except for the Levantines, I mentally corrected. They, definitely, would have drunk too much and brawled. Indrani snorted. Then her eyes turned serious even as the smile remained. You think it'll be enough? She asked. It's not even half of them riding here. I suspected that probably had more to do with the number of horses fit for a hard ride they'd had on hand than interest, but that hadn't been the thrust of her thought. Henno left, I said. That kills his plan as well as whatever Hazenbach was cooking up to match him. He could just do it tomorrow morning, Indrani said. I'll have gotten my licks in before then. I thought. I still answered, because it would have been arrogance to assume what I intended was guaranteed to work. A repeat. I dismissively shrugged. He's free to try. Won't have the same weight, though. I stole that by slapping down a gauntlet through the clouds and daring him to pick it up. My bet is he'll push it back a day or two, trying to gather momentum again, but by then it'll be a different game. It's coming close to supporting Hazenbach, Archer said. I smiled, cold and lean. If she gets something out of tonight, good for her, I said. But I'm not doing it on her behalf. When I laid down the gauntlet, I was completely serious. Archer slowly nodded. You'd really do it? She asked. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. I will, Drawny, I said. If Hanno doesn't give me a good reason not to, I'll eat the book of some things. I'd not gathered all this night on a lark. Indrani hummed. At this rate, she told me, shiny boots and attendants will be there in 2 hours. I cursed in Thethwa. You're going to have to help me out of my armor, I told her. And send for the damn bottle, would you? A warband of heroes approached my tower on half-dead horses. Picking out the faces and names, they'd come ready for a fight. They had the steel, vagrant spear, mirror knight, myrmidon, bloody sword, and valiant champion. A balance of light and magic for their backline. Forsworn healer, blessed artificer, apprentice, and the wise astrologer. Then a pair of specialists, the bitter blacksmith and the painted knife, with Hanno himself the last of the lot. Exactly 12 in all. The road across the yellow grass towards the tower's gate, their silhouettes cast in moonlight as shadows rolled before them. 12 heroes to the 7 villains lying in wait. Most of them of better caliber too. It was a good thing I had no intention of picking a fair right. I was watching them all through eyes of night I'd seeded into the writhing darkness embracing the tower, using it as cover. At a long distance I'd been forced to rely on Indrani's eyes, but up close these would do just fine. Hanno was leading them to the gate, in front with the astrologer and the champion, but aside from that they were pretty loosely arranged. Most of the Levantines were clustered in the back, talking excitedly in one of their languages as they pointed at the tower. The Sword of Judgment rode ahead of his 2 companions, White Cloak trailing behind him as he stared up with hard eyes. Warden of the East, he called out, open your gates. You owe explanation. I snorted, up on my throne, as I began to mold the night within the tower. Yeah, like that was going to work. I still couldn't leave my seat, but thankfully I had assigned a gatekeeper. He'd gotten his latest orders from Indrani, who had proclaimed herself my herald safe in the knowledge that I couldn't get up to contradict her. Given even that minute amount of authority, she had immediately become a hedonistic tyrant, as everyone even remotely knowing her had seen coming. Still, I did wonder how his shock was going to interpret slow them down, without fighting if possible. To pass this gate, a ghastly voice answered from an arrow's lit above the gate. You must answer my riddles 3. God damn it, is shock. The barrow sword had been handed an enchanted necklace that'd lace his voice with horror, an old Presci favorite. But that wasn't going to be enough to carry this. There was a pregnant pause from the heroic side. Getting the knight in place was taking longer than I'd thought it would, even with the tower mostly emptied, so I wouldn't have to worry about collateral damage. You better keep them busy for a while still, or this wasn't going to work. We won't be doing that, Hanno politely replied. Stop trying to buy time, and open the gate. Lord, the vagrant spear cut in, sounding appalled. All the Levantines except the painted knife, who was rolling her eyes, seemed to agree. Sidonia looked up at the arrows lit. "Speak your riddles, gatekeeper," the vagrant spear called out. I took it back. Ishak had at least a vague idea of what he was doing. He began to give them his first riddle, and I kept half an eye on the situation as I continued molding the night, layering it carefully, and noticed that the wise astrologer was quietly talking with the apprentice, who looked a little uncomfortable as he nodded. Ugh, the astrologer. She was barely even a mage. I was pretty sure at least half a fraud, and I didn't care that. The older Assuran heroine pointed her finger. The apprentice's magic flashed in fire, and I lost one of the night eyes I'd hidden. I lost another 4 in quick succession, almost half the ones I'd seeded. My flesh eye narrowed. "Dicer," I spoke into the night. "Hit the astrologer." The pilfering Dicer was a rather minor villain I'd assigned to the first prince's service after having disciplined him for bad behavior. He had, you see, stolen luck from my soldiers. That was his trick, stealing luck from others. And tonight, with no story hanging above our heads to punish us for overstepping, I had no hesitation in using him against heroes. I got a hesitant nod from the young man in reply, and he dipped into his name a moment later. 3 heartbeats later, the astrologer's horse saw something move in the grass. It got spooked. She got shaken right off the saddle, landing on her back with strength enough it would bruise. I coldly smiled. "Well done," I praised through the night, even as Hanno's face hardened. "That was an attack," he called out at the gate. I felt it. Enough of these games. Even as the Levantines protested, he bared his sword, but he was just a little too slow. The Mirror Knight had already dismounted, and with a few quick strides he stood before the steel-barred gates of the tower. Sighing, he took a sharp step forward and slammed his helmeted head into the gate. It groaned. Another, and it cracked. A third, and it broke. On the fourth, the steel bars keeping it closed snapped, and the gate flew open. The human-shaped battering ram took a step back, brushing away wooden shards. "There," Christophe de Pavany said. "Shall we get on with it?" That was a little impressive, but the barrow sword had done exactly what I'd asked of him. He'd bought me enough time to finish my preparations. "Cursed are you who broke the pact of entrance," Ishak told them in that horrifying voice. "You will know no rest in this world or the next." Now that was just dedication to the job, I approvingly thought. Even better, some of the Levantines looked like they were taking him seriously. "Astrologer?" Hanno asked. "I've never seen so much night in one place before," the Assuran told him, grimacing. "It is difficult to tell what it is meant for." "Then we press on," Hanno grimly replied. "I could hammer at the tower," the blessed artificer offered. "I have prepared dash." Warning shot, I ordered through the night. The black arrow streaked down, landing less than a hair's breadth away from the end of Adana of Smyrna's left foot. She wore good leather boots, but not so good they'd stop an arrow fired by Archer. She yelped and flinched away, but it wasn't her I'd been looking at. Hanno's eyes narrowed. A message received, then. I was only going to play nice so long as they did. The moment the gloves came off for them, I stopped holding back. "We press on," Hanno repeated, voice firmer. "Prepare yourselves, we are awaited." They must have talked tactics on the ride over, because they got into a formation without much jostling. Hanno and the Mirror Knight in front, Champion and Myrmidon out back, their strikers distributed according to range, and their most vulnerable named safely encircled by steel. It was pretty well thought out, I noted as they passed the threshold of the broken gates and entered the bottom floor of the tower. It'd be difficult to crack in a fight, especially considering the small number of villains I'd judged safe to bring into this. A shame for them, it wouldn't matter. Within a heartbeat of the entire warband having ventured into the dark, I pressed down with all my might, and the night I'd been molding obeyed. Their floor under their feet broke, and all of them were dropped into Arcadia. Separated. And best of all, I could finally get up from the throne. I'd not known for sure how many would come, so 10 cells had seemed a safe bet. Not that I meant cells in the sense of iron bars, of course, since throwing a hero in a dungeon was a recipe to have them rampaging all over your fortress before the day was done. I had instead made sure that they ended up in different, distant parts of Arcadia. The difficulty was that I needed to move them towards one destination or another while they were transitioning, and naturally the opinionated little bastards fought me over it. Fine, it wouldn't be a perfect spread then. I'd still mostly get my way. I dropped the Myrmidon and the bloody sword on a sunny island in the middle of a deep lake, keeping a single eye on them from the shadow of the trees. Neither was hurt, and I could now consider them pretty much out of the game. Both of them were a whirlwind of pain when you let them get and lose, but they had no mobility trick and no deep experience with Arcadia. Let them swim their way to the shore and wander around. It'd take them hours, and even Providence couldn't magically bring them to another hero able to guide them. I tossed the painted knife into a swamp near a Fey tower, betting that she'd get curious and waste her time there. If allowed to wander, she had the potential to be a pain, as a stealthy named, but between the mud and the distraction, she should keep out of my hair. The blessed artificer would need careful handling, so I dropped her into a natural well. It was a deep stone shaft with even deeper water at the bottom, in a mountain valley, so while she was in no real danger, she'd have to be careful about blowing her way out if she didn't want to bring half a mountain down on her head. Most likely she'd burn through a bunch of her smaller light trinkets to carve steps, which I had no issue with. While it might be the massive workings that made her a real threat, in practice, she only had a handful of those to call on. Disarming her of the rest would do much to box her in. The forsworn healer was the first to fight me off successfully. I'd meant to dump him in the middle of an open and empty plain, let him wander around, but my nudge was slapped aside, and he clung to the valiant champion instead. That wasn't great, I thought, but neither was it horrible. I'd sent her into the broken echo of an old battle, the massacre of some Allaman's tribe by what had to be Triumphant's ancient legions of terror, and while the ghosts wouldn't be able to hurt them, getting out of a shard like that could be tricky. The healer might be able to guide them out, though, so the champion would be back in place sooner than I would have liked. That could be dealt with. Herod Witch, I called out. The answer came promptly through the night. Yes, ma'am. Draw Faye to the battlefield shard, I ordered. That hunting party out in the woods ought to do nicely. Only one noble there, Indrani had told me, and not a powerful one. Even if one of them did end up wounded, well, they had a healer along. Hopefully they'd enjoy tangling with a pack of Fae in the middle of what was essentially a violent illusory field, I thought, with just a drop of viciousness. I did manage to split the astrologer and the apprentice, putting my back into it, but the fucking astrologer managed to wiggle her way into falling along with the vagrant spear. I'd chosen for them low hills that looked like twilight, banking on confusion, but that wouldn't work. And the astrologer pointed at my eyes within moments, the spear killing them in bursts of light. I'd lost sight on them, which was potentially problematic. The apprentice I nudged towards a beautiful golden apple orchard, since she was a good kid and she'd looked a little hungry. She, fell through a bunch of branches on her way down, which I'd not meant her to, but she seemed to walk off with only bruises. I'd known from the start that moving the Mirror Knight would be like trying to punch a rock barehanded. So him, I just let fall straight down. He landed on an old raised stone, which he cracked bouncing off, and got his footing almost immediately. Already he'd be able to see my tower's Arcadian reflection in the distance, but I had plans to slow him down. A heartbeat after him, the bitter blacksmith followed him down, landing in the grass with a thump. The Mirror Knight would be able to run full tilt the whole way to the tower in full plate. He was that kind of ridiculous, but the blacksmith definitely could not. She was built like one of her trade, for effort, not long runs. Kristoff wouldn't abandon her alone in Arcadia, so they'd be moving at her pace instead of his. It wasn't perfect, but it bought me time. And time was what I needed, I thought as I angled Hanno for his own fall. Light flared for a moment as he burned away the night, but a heartbeat later he realized I was sending him exactly where he wanted to go and stopped. Like a falling star, white cloak trailing behind him, the sword of judgment fell before the roiling darkness of my tower. Knees bending as he landed in crouch, he rose smoothly with his sword in hand and did not bat an eye before beginning to advance. Best get the reception ready, else he'd be on me before I'd finished the last of my preparations. Barrow's sword, I spoke into the night. Entertain our guest. Of course, Ishak lightly agreed. Rules. Nothing permanent, I said. Withdraw if it gets too heated. Understood. I moved my will through the night, finding another villain. Hunted magician, I said. You have my attention, Warden, the man easily replied. The Barrow sword and our favorite guest are about to fight in the gatehouse, I said. Be a dear and shoot the White Knight in the back while he's busy, would you? I got a delighted laugh back. Your Excellency, the hunted magician replied. It will be my very great pleasure. I didn't even bother to tell him to keep it non-lethal. The magician was a predictable sort of a creature. He'd not want to risk the backlash of killing Hanno even if I had given him such an order. That ought to keep Shiny Boots busy for a while, even if it'd definitely not turn him away. Opening my eye, I ripped off the globe of night I'd burrowed my head in and dispersed it. The strands of darkness slithered around my skin, going down below my seat where the channel would lead them to the heart of the tower. The preliminaries were finished, all the forces in movement and accounted for. I could begin my ritual with a degree of assurance that I wouldn't be jumped. Finally, I rose from my throne. Reaching out with my hand without looking, I found my staff of you waiting. Rolling my shoulders, I adjusted the mantle of woe and began limping my way to the stairs. Barely 3 steps in, there was a tug at the knight. I flicked my wrist and circle of night appeared by my head as I kept moving. Archer, I said. I'm listening. Painted knife is loose, Indrani said. She captured the Fey Tower Keeper and cut off fingers until he gave her directions. She's headed straight for the tower. Well, that had gotten out of hand impressively quick. She's still in the swamps, right? I asked. Yeah, Indrani replied. I'm keeping an eye on her from a distance. I'll handle it, I said. Astrologer and Vagrant Spear are in the hills, and they killed my eyes. I want you to look in on them. Gotcha. I'd put the painted knife near the edge of the swamp, not only because that was where the tower was. It was also because there was a little spot of trouble deeper in. I moved my will through the night and found the villain I was looking for. Dicer, I said. Ma'am, he replied, sounding wary. No doubt he'd been hoping that after stepping in once he'd be able to stay out of it. The little bastard wasn't that lucky, though. At least not yet. Steal the painted knife's luck, I ordered. As much of it as you can. Is it? All right if I run away afterwards? The pilfering Dicer. I'd actually prefer it, I honestly replied. With a sigh of relief on his part, the conversation ended. The Dicer's little trick ought to compensate for Providence enough that the house-sized and very territorial heron in the swamps would pick up on the sudden scent of blood in its territory. That ought to keep the painted knife busy for a while longer. I'd barely taken another 3 steps before Archer was tugging at the knight again. Cat, she said the moment the circle formed next to my head. You sent a hunting party after the champion and the healer, right? Asked the witch to lure one in, yes? I corrected. And half of the Fae are dead. They stole 2 horses, and now they're riding out of the battle echo at a gallop, Indrani bluntly said. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Fine. Fucking Fae. And to think they'd been so reliably awful when I started out. Those 2 were a genuine problem if they got to Hanno. They'd be able to support him well enough he'd blow straight to the chamber where I was keeping the book. Worse, I realized as I closed my eye and visualized the path they'd be taking. They'd be coming through the plains where the Mirror Knight and the blacksmith were walking. If they gave a horse to the Mirror Knight, this was going to head downhill real quick. Although, wait, technically to the east of them. Hold on a moment, I said, plunging my head into the circle of night. I found the eye I was looking for, the one in the swamp where the painted knife had landed. While I couldn't see either her or the pilfering Dicer, I could see the very large and very angry red heron storming through the swamp. Yeah, that could work. I withdrew my head from the circle. I'm going to have the witch light up the swamp. It'll draw their attention to a fight brewing there, I said. Should delay them long enough. Then I paused. How good at flying are herons, do you know? I asked. Average, I'd think. Indrani replied. Yeah, I wasn't taking the chance. See the giant red bird? I asked. A moment passed. Found it, she replied. Shoot one of the wings, I said. Something the Forsworn healer won't be able to heal. And I still want you on the astrologer in Sidonia when you have a moment, so keep moving. I hear ya, your dreadsome majority. I rolled my eye at her, even knowing she wouldn't be able to see it. Taking a wing would make it an easier fight for them, but I wasn't going to have this end in the 3 heroes riding the giant bird to the tower. It was easy enough to call on the harrowed witch and have her cast a light show around the swamps, which had the added benefit of making the heron significantly angrier. I got to the bottom of the stairs, at least, before the next set of bad news. From the royal conjurer, this time, whom I'd been hoping to keep back until the last moment. Your Excellency, the old man said. The blessed artificer is drowning. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. She tried to blow her way out through the fucking mountain, didn't she? I guessed. That appears to be the case, the royal conjurer agreed. God damn it, Anna. She was actually going to be the first one to take someone on my side off the board by sheer virtue of having put herself into such a bad situation. I'd kept the conjurer near the valley as a precaution in case she got out too early, not thinking she'd get herself killed. Get her out, I sighed. You won't make it back in time for the reception, but it can't be helped. Leaving her to die would push this further than I was willing to take it, even if it weakened my second line of defense more than I'd like. Aspacy will have to do instead. And should she attack me after she's been rescued? The old man mildly asked. I snorted. I said get her out, I replied. Never said anything about her being conscious. Our charity has limits. Indeed, the royal conjurer lightly replied, and I would have bet good money he was smirking. That did some to improve my mood. at least until Archer tugged at the knight again. Let me guess, I sighed. They seduced the goddamn king of Arcadia, and he's giving them a ride to the tower on his personal flying chariot? Good news or bad news? Archer asked. Good news, I said. Could so with some of those. The astrologer helped Sidonia to some strange light trick, and she shot up a pillar in the sky as a signal, Indrani said. I'm pretty sure only 2 people saw it, though, the Mirror Knight and the Bitter Blacksmith. They're trying to link up, but looking at it, Sidonia and the Assuran are going the wrong way entirely, which would slow down the heroic battering ram even more. The hills were to the east of the region where I dispersed the heroes. It was very much going off-road for the pair that had been in a straight line to the tower since the start. The bad news? I asked. Only the blacksmith is headed that way, Indrani cheerfully said. The Mirror Knight is now running after the tower like it stole his glistening codpiece. I swore. So when they'd figured there were other heroes close by, good ol' Kristoff had felt comfortable pawning off the blacksmith in their general direction. That was a problem. Pull back to the tower, I said. We're starting early. You got something in mind for handling polished pots? Archer curiously asked. He's shit with illusions, I said. I'm going to have to tie down the Herod which keeping him out, but it's a worthwhile trade. And there went my backup for the second line of defense, not that the woman in question seemed to mind. If anything, Aspacy seemed relieved when I gave the order. She'd be sitting out the rest of this. After all, her only duty would be hiding herself and making the Mirror Knight believe the tower was in another direction entirely. It was a good bet that sooner or later a comrade would run into him and help him out of the illusion, but that'd take a while. Not as long as I'd like, but that was why plans had to be kept flexible. And mine was, in a manner of speaking. See, since I knew that the heroes had kept their stories but my side didn't, it was much easier to predict how events would unfold. Like if I were to say, begin a ritual to eat the Book of some things. Everyone would converge on the tower immediately, and Hanno would begin smashing whoever was in his way at the time. I could have put everyone on fighting him from the start, sure, but it would have been a mistake. It would all be a single fight that he'd blow through when I began the ritual, and Providence put a finger to the scale so he could stop me in time. And if I didn't begin the ritual, then Providence would begin nudging every hero to get there to reinforce him in time, which was still a lost condition for me. No, much as it ran against my instinct to disperse my forces, what I needed was a second line of defense after he got his. Fortunately, she was already on her way back to the tower. I would have liked for the Royal Conjurer or least the Herod which to back Archer up, but we'd have to do without. The butt of my staff rapped against the stone floor as I entered the chamber where all the writhing strands of night converged, stone walls covered with carvings and runes humming with power. On a pedestal awaited an unimpressive leather-bound book. There was nothing special about it, until you noticed that no shadow seemed to be able to come within precisely 7 inches of it. Mind you, for anything with a shred of a sense for power, the Book of some things felt like a storm shoved into a teacup. You know, I told the book, there's usually rules about this. Like, don't eat unknown magic or you'll blow up. Don't double-cross devils for kicks or try to cannibalize gods. Wood on stone, a gentle rap as I limped forward. Only they're not rules so much as stories, I said. And those are out of the game, at the moment. So it's still a risk, just between you me, and I won't pretend otherwise. But it's a risk and not a risk. You get me? I leaned forward. So I'll admit that I'm a little curious, I murmured. I know my teeth are sharp, but are they that sharp? I smiled, drawing back, and reached out. Strands of night began to flow from the walls to my hand, returning to me. By my ear, I felt bare fangs as an old friend grinned her approval. I sank into the shadows one last time, and saw through my eyes on the tower. In the distance, I glimpsed riders. Coming closer. Not many, but not few. At their head rode the Kingfisher Prince, but their leading banner was not his. It was a mountain crowned in bronze on a field dark blue. The heraldry of Rhenia, the first prince's banner. So you're going to show up as well, Cordelia? I smiled. Good. It's better this way. My eye opened, and I looked down at the stolen stories of good made into an artifact. Let's find out. I grinned, and the knight howled. Book 7, Interlude, Occidental 75. You should never be too friendly or too hostile to a rival. Too friendly means you cannot put aside your rivalry to defeat a common foe. Too hostile may drive them to join that very foe. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author, unknown. Hanno had already learned better than to receive that blade with a full parry. He had no intention of allowing a second notch onto the edge of his sword. Instead, he nudged the blow aside. quickening his movement with light, and stepped in close as he pivoted. His armored elbow caught the enemy's helmeted cheek from the left, but the villain took the blow without batting an eye. Hanno danced back before a bronze-clad boot could smash into his knee, leaning back an inch to let that wicked blade pass just before his eyes. The dark-skinned hero withdrew even further, making space as his brow furrowed. The fight was lasting longer than he'd wanted, in no small part because the barrow sword was proving significantly harder to handle than he'd expected. Not that the villain had announced himself, or even talked since that debacle with the riddles. But the hellish landscape that night had made of this tower had not been enough to obscure the identity of the man facing him, and neither had been the black paint half-heartedly slapped over a very distinct set of bronze armor. Still, Hanno would admit that the shadows were disquieting. The way they moved just at the corner of your eye, hinting at faces and fanged maws, flapping wings and unblinking eyes. Looking at them too long was disorienting. The movements invited belief into depth and angles that did not exist. Rooms seemed smaller or longer, crooked where they should be straight or flat when they were sloped. And through the dark the Warden of the East watched them all, her intentions still inscrutable. Hanno flexed the stumps of his crippled hands, watching his opponent's loose stance. The barrow sword was not aiming to win, he decided, but to delay. This does not have to end in violence, Hanno said. Take me to her, barrow sword. I will go with my sword sheathed, not to fight, but to treat in good faith. The other man watched him through the slits of the bronze helm, face impassive for a long moment until it split into a broad grin. The kind some might have called nasty. What if we want to fight, hero? The voice was distorted, laced with sorcery. It made the air shiver, though focus let him ignore the pull at his mind. I do not believe you do, Hanno evenly said. So far your side has acted with resterdash. It was only instinct that led him to take a step to the side instead of backwards, which made the difference between life and death. The thrust of that eerie bronze sword, it felt Ligurian to his senses, but deeper somehow, cut the edge of his cheek, drawing blood from a thin wound. If he'd moved too slowly or backwards, it would have punctured his throat. Your side keeps talking, the barrow sword snorted. Speeches and schemes, like all that strutting about, isn't what made you a load in the first place. Even now you're trying to get one over the Renian, like this is the world's saddest pissing match. The villain flicked his wrist, blood slapping down against cool stone. Well, congratulations, the barrow sword grinned. You kept at it long enough the warden lost her temper. Get in line, assurin', or get stepped on. Hanno's eyes narrowed. Light pulsed under his skin. Perhaps this was more serious a situation than he'd thought. He needed to finish this fight quickly, so he should set out bait. There are limits to what I will tolerate, he warned, no matter the intentions. The man laughed in his face, loudly and scathingly. Tolerate, the barrow sword mocked. You can't even get past me. What claim have you got on higher honor? That ought to do it, Hanno thought. Light flared as his back foot hit the floor, lending him an explosive start. 3 steps in the blink of an eye, the villain belatedly raising his sword to strike. Parrying would be a mistake, so he did not. He bent low instead, caught the kick aimed to sweep him to the side, and sent it back. The barrow sword's footing stumbled, and Hanno smoothly rose, catching the arm holding the sword before it could properly swing back and pivoting sharply. The throw he'd learned through one of the sages of the West flowed smoothly, the villain's armored back slamming against the stone. Best to break the wrist of his sword arm, Hanno decided. He'd be less of a threat without the enchanted blade. His knee was already rising when he felt magic flare behind him. It was an awkward moment, leaving him little room to maneuver. The mark of a skilled opponent. The dark-haired hero threw himself to the side, but he was too slow by a hair. The ice spike caught the side of his leg, in the weakness of the armor, and he felt sorcery spreading through his blood. A curse. Breathing out sharply, Hanno ran light through his veins. It was an unpleasant sensation, like skin stayed close to an open flame too long, but he would not take a risk with curses. Landing in a pained crouch, he swept through the spike with a sword stroke and parried a second as he turned to watch his fresh opponent. A man in rich dark robes, his face obscured by a spell. Too tall to be the royal conjurer, though too short to be the hierophant. Hunted magician, Hanno thought. That meant old magic, heavy on curses and enchantments, with some fey learning. Behind him the barrow sword was getting back up. I will ask the same of you as I asked of him, Hanno said to the magician. Take me to the Warden of the East, and this can still end peacefully. It can end right now, that is true, the magician easily agreed. All that's required is your surrender. Hanno almost sighed. Was he truly going to have to fight his way to the summit of the tower before he could speak with the warden, as if this were a dread Empress lair being cracked open? He opened his mouth to reply with one last offer of diplomacy, but the words never came out. The air had just shivered. Great power was being used above him, a staggering amount of night. And it was being used to smother something. He found, eyes narrowing, forcefully put out a light. Instinct tugged at him urgently, insistently. Whatever it was Catherine Foundling had just begun, it could not be allowed to finish. Hanno slowly raised his sword. Change of plans. The sword of judgment, told the villains. I can no longer afford to hold back. Tough talk, the barrow sword scoffed, but dash. Hanno moved, and there was no longer time for anyone to talk. The Kingfisher Prince laid a hand on the Mirror Knight's shoulder, face taut with concentration. A moment passed, and then Cordelia dimly felt it, a ripple on the pond, a murmur of water against her hand. Mere months ago, she thought, she would have felt nothing at all. Even being a claimant, she had found, was as if a veil had been lifted on some part of creation, like she'd been allowed to peek behind the stage and see the pierced bucket used to make the rain, the mage on a ladder making lightning. Withdrawing his hand, Frederick Goethel smiled. He's coming back, the Prince of Brus said. Any moment now. Cordelia slowly nodded. An aspect was used, the first prince said. Aid. You called it. The fair-haired man nodded. Most of the time it is little more than an instinct taking me where I most need to be, Prince Frederick said. But it has some other minor uses. More than just that, Cordelia thought. Not once since Frederick had become chosen had soldiers he fought alongside with been routed. His mere presence seemed to be enough to turn even the greenest of levies into stubborn, tenacious veterans. Otto, in his letters, had described it as his friend being a nail keeping our line in place wherever he stands. The Prince of Bremen, ever plain in speech, had a way of turning almost poetic when it came to the Prince of Brus. The close friendship between those two had been one of the few lights brought about by this war, in Cordelia's opinion. Were Frederick a woman, she suspected they would already be wed. She set aside the idle thoughts as the Mirror Knight came to, his blank eyes focusing on his surroundings as he took in the sight of the riders and the starlit plain. Hallowed, Christophe de Pavany cursed. I was bespelled, wasn't I? We believe so, Cordelia calmly said, her voice immediately commanding his attention, though we did not find the caster responsible for it. The green-eyed chosen grimaced. These are the Black Queen's picked grounds, Your Highness, he said. We won't fight anything she doesn't want us to find. I thank you for freeing me nonetheless. It was my pleasure, Prince Frederick dismissed. Christophe de Pavany quite willingly gave out every detail of how he had gotten where he stood and why, including the number of chosen that the Sword of Judgment had led into this mess. He did not, however, speak of what she most wanted to know. Accordingly, she took the matter in hand. As you can see, Cordelia said, we come late to the evening. Can you tell us what happened to rouse the Warden of the East to such anger? Though it would make a great many things easier if it were a blunder by Hanno of Arwood responsible, she did not truly hope for that to be the case. The consequences of a strong falling out there would send fracture lines through the Grand Alliance. She has too many allies, too many followers. The Lycanese princess thought. The Blood had already expressed in private their doubts that the war could be won without her. And if the Circle of Thorns was to be believed, the League of Free Cities was treating her as the main negotiating partner in the Grand Alliance. A great many things would fall apart in a matter of days, Cordelia well knew, if the unstinting support from the most dreaded figure of their age came to an end. She's not angry, the Mirror Knight replied. Cordelia hid her doubt behind a smile. Have you grasped something, Lord Christophe? She asked. The man looked frustrated, fiddling with the dark locks that his helmet kept pressed against his forehead. I understand I'm no friend of hers, the Mirror Knight said, and that my judgment is held in poor esteem. Cordelia's eyes narrowed the slightest bit. That was more awareness than she'd expected of a man of his reputation. Had his time under the Grey Pilgrim truly tempered him? When the punishment had been doled out, she'd thought it nonsense. Just another example of the White Knight letting off his charges with a slap on the wrist after they behaved atrociously. Christophe de Pavany had accused the Queen of Calais of cooperating with the dead king before mutilating a high officer of the Grand Alliance. But perhaps there had been some use to it. But, Cordelia prompted, if she really were angry, Your Highness, the younger man said, that fortress would have landed on us. She blinked in surprise. And while we were broken and dying, the Mirror Knight bluntly said, she'd have sailed it back up in the clouds, where we can't reach it. We'd have found a way to reach up there, Frederick said, tone calm and utterly certain. There's always a way. Maybe, the Mirror Knight replied. But we haven't had to, Kingfisher. Because she landed the tower in the middle of a plain where everyone can see it. Bold as you please. You believe this is a challenge, Cordelia stated. His head bobbed up and down. If it's not a war, Christophe de Pavany said, it's a spar. A look at Frederick, who was frowning thoughtfully and not disagreeing, told her he was coming around to the thought. Cordelia's gaze moved to the tall tower in the distance, the writhing streak of darkness jutting out of the starlit grass. What is Catherine meant to accomplish with all this? And there would be a purpose, she thought. Under the thuggish swagger and the affected drawl lay a clever, calculating mind. You forced a fight, Cordelia thought. With him, and perhaps with me as well. Was it as simple as forcing them to stand together against her? No, it would not be. There had to be a victor. That much could not be worked around. Cordelia had combed through every historical archive she could reach when looking for possible compromises, and the only recorded instances of a name being shared were siblings. Even the bitter blacksmiths, while one chosen and the other damned, were brother and sister. There could only be one warden of the West, which meant that any cooperation between them, even against a common foe, could only be temporary. There must be a deeper purpose, one Cordelia could not yet suss out. We will not learn the answer standing here, she finally said. We must ride to the tower. There's no telling what will be waiting for us there, Your Highness, the Mirror Knight said. It would be safer for you to stay behind with your soldiers. The Kingfisher Prince and I will be escorting me to the tower. Cordelia pleasantly smiled. The green-eyed hero turned to object, but then he caught her gaze and slowly closed his mouth. A moment passed as she watched him, unblinking, and thought of how very tired she was of having to her chosen instead of the man who should have been doing it all this time. His mouth stayed closed. Let us proceed, then, the blonde princess amicably said. One of my retinue will cede a horse to you, Lord Christophe. He hesitantly nodded. Her gaze turned to Frederick. You mentioned, Cordelia said, that your aspect tells you where you are most needed. The Kingfisher Prince, looking faintly amused, nodded. It is not always clear-cut, especially in complicated situations, but it does grant me such a sense, the Prince of Brus said. And where does it tell you to be now? She asked. He cocked his head to the side. South, the Kingfisher Prince said after a moment. North to the tower pulls it well, but not as strongly. I saw light south before I was bespelled, the Mirror Knight offered. Sorcery. There might be a fight. Cordelia took a step back from the immediate, trying to understand the broader pattern. The Chosen had been split up by Catherine as they crossed into Arcadia, likely because they were too strong a threat together, which implied her defenses were inferior to the force of heroes gathered. So what she wants is not something that can be obtained by force. If it were, she would have gathered more force. Should Cordelia then ignore the obvious step of gathering the separated Chosen to march on the tower together? If force was not to be the deciding factor, it would be a waste of time too. No, that was a flawed approach. Though Catherine did not seem intent on using force to achieve her end, she had acted to prevent force being used against her, which meant that Cordelia could obtain leverage by gathering the Chosen. It would come at the cost of time, ever the scarcest of resources in a time of crisis. But the blonde princess was likely being bought time at this very moment. No one had caught sight of Hanno of Arwood, which meant the odds were good he had already reached the tower. She planned for that, Cordelia thought. She believed she can drive back or capture the Sword of Judgment. Yet, for all that Cordelia Hazenbach deeply disliked the man, she would not deny he was an exception fighter. Handling him would take time. Time enough, perhaps, for her to gather the Chosen and prepare her own attempt to resolve the situation. Eyes still on the distant tower, Cordelia breathed out shallowly. This was not so different, she thought, from the schemes of the highest assembly. The rules and the pieces were different, but Cordelia had not been born knowing the rules of the ebb and flow. She had learned them, as she would learn the rules of named. Then let us ride south, Cordelia Hazenbach smiled, and lend our comrades a hand. The stairs were hungry, or at least the knight slithering atop them. Something was coiled and ready to strike at his back just out of his sight, a sense of hostility like an itch between his shoulder blades. Hanno rose carefully, sword in hand, and eyes ever moving. He had defeated the gatekeepers, which meant even deeper peril now awaited him. Either the warden's own right hand or some kind of bound creature. Most likely the former, as Catherine Foundling had never known to use any monster save the one she rode. Either the Hierophant or the archer, Hanno believed. Vivian Dartwick was not a villain or the kind of woman to lend her hand to this, and would be a lesser threat even she were. The princess was not as skilled a combatant as the rest of the woe, and likely never would be. If that sort of confrontation had been in her nature, she would never have become the thief. Besides, she was to be Queen of Callow one day. Catherine would not use her as sorely as she had used the two downstairs. They would live, Hanno knew. The Barrow Sword's leg could be reattached with a spell before he bled out, and the hunted magician would be able to cast when he finished swallowing his teeth. Hanno had broken his fingers, not his wrists. It should be enough for the man to be capable of basic healing. Hanno's boots scuffed the stone as he passed the threshold to the second level, finding it to be a single large hall. Ornate reliefs of stone depicting devils slaying each other dripped with liquid shadow, though he saw that the shadow dripped up as well as down. There was an open gate on the other side of the hall, and not a sign of anything here aside from the night. The dark-skinned hero paused. "This is a trap," Hanno plainly said. "Trap?" A voice behind him agreed, just as the arrow went through his back. Biting down on a hiss of pain, he turned even as he considered the angle the arrow had punched through the plate at. Not just behind, but Archer's boots hit his face as she finished leaping down from above the gate he'd entered through, sending him tumbling in a pained tangle of limbs. A detonation of light against his side slowed the spin, allowing him to land in a controlled skid, but it also pushed the arrow deeper. Archer landed gracefully, coat fluttering as she knocked, and loosed another arrow in the span of a single breath. His body was already moving, but he corrected in time with another burst of light. Not a single arrow, but two. The second fired just as he began to move to swat away the first. He angled himself so the first would miss, and he could parry the second, narrowly. Archer sighed. "You're too quick in a small room," she said. "A bow won't work." "If I had not adjusted," Hanno evenly said, "that second shot would have gone through my eye." "I aim for the one opposite Cat's," Archer cheerfully informed him. "You know, to fit the whole opposite Warden's thing." A short pause, a brazen grin. "You're welcome." Of all the woe, Hanno had always disliked the Archer the most. Even the adjutant, for all his moral void and bland antipathy, was no match for the casual cruelty Archer delighted in. That she could be charming when she wished to be only made it worse, as it drew the eye away from the viciousness of her words and deeds. People, even those who should know better, forgave much of a witty woman in good humor. Hanno would not have made that mistake even if he did not have an arrow jutting out of his back. It went through plate like butter and made not a sound. Dangerous. He broke the arrow's shaft, but left the head in the flesh. He could fight through the pain. It was better to wait for proper healing. "This has gone on for long enough," Hanno curtly said. "Whatever grievance the Warden of the East has, there were better ways to handle it. If this does not end now, it will have consequences." The Archer casually tossed away her bow and loosed her quiver strap. There was something wrong, something off. His eyes followed her, trying to find a match for what his instincts screamed. "Consequences, huh?" the Archer said. "You know, shiny boots. I argued you'd make the finer Warden, but the more you talk the more I think this was the right idea." "This is sheer stupidity," he harshly retorted. "The dash. Nah, this is just a slap across the face." The Archer cut in, amused. "You're not meant to. Like it. Sheer stupidity. Now, that'd be trying to dig up a dwarven gate on the sly." He went still in surprise. "Of course we know, Hanno," Archer smiled. "We're the fucking. Whoa. Always assume we know." They'd been seen through. Then, despite their best efforts. Did the first prince know as well? It had been her he meant to fool. "So that's why," Hanno said, almost relieved. "Then this is a misunderstanding. I never ent dash." Archer shrugged, unsheathing her long knives and idly spinning them. "I don't really care." His jaw tightened. She was baiting him. "Then there is no more point in speaking to you," Hanno said. "This is my last warning. Archer, get out of my way." "Shiny boots," she patiently said. "You must be confused. Do I look like someone who gives a shit about dash?" Evil stories might be silenced, but a gloater was a gloater. He burst into movement while she was jeering, but he saw from the lack of surprise in her eyes that he'd not taken her aback. Unfortunate. He wouldn't be able to end this quickly. He struck first, high into the side, not committing to the blow. She gave ground lightly, circling him, and continued to give it the more he pressed forward. Hanno took a step towards the gate, testing her, but she did not get in the way. She wouldn't force herself to engage on his terms, even if he feigned the intention of going up without first putting her down. Archer was the most seasoned villain he'd fought since the Black Knight, and promised to be just as much of a headache. "Fine." He'd strike properly, then. His boot hit the floor, and light flared as he shot forward, feinting low and to the side to draw her blades. One did sweep down, lazily, but as he moved into his true blow, a deep thrust at belly height, she darted towards him. One moment her stance had been entirely loose, the heartbeat after her entire body was moving. Sensing the danger, he hastily moved to the side, a razor-sharp blade harmless skidding against the side of his plate instead of plunging through his armpit, and shifted his footing so he could swing at her back. He'd expected her to dodge by rolling forward, using her momentum, but instead she dropped down. The edge of his sword whispered just above her hair as she tried to sweep his legs. She was strong, and the angle bade for him, so he took a step back just in time for her to rise into a blow at his throat. An opening, she'd overcommit. He slammed his pommel onto her hand, forcing her to drop the long knife, and was about to break her jaw on the second blow when he saw the glint of steel from the corner of his eye. He leaned back, the blade slicing through his cheek and lip, and before he could kick her in the stomach, she darted back. But not, he saw, without first snatching up her dropped knife. Hanno's hand came up to touch the side of his face, coming away red. He could feel the blood going down his cheek, dripping down onto his armor, over the white cloak. Those reflexes are a little much, shiny boots, Archer complained. That little mistake should have cost you an eye. She was a skilled combatant, Hanno thought, but not this skilled. She'd exploited his propensity to close distance, so he could use light to quickly end a fight, to very nearly land a crippling blow 2 exchanges into their fight. That had not been improvised. You've trained to kill me, Hanno calmly said. Figured I might have to, one of these days, she casually shrugged. If you ever got ideas about Kat being more trouble than she's worth. Even that, though, should not be enough. She was good, but those instincts were. Hanno's eyes narrowed as he studied her once more. The ease she handled those 2 long knives with, the way they just seemed to fit. Those instincts were not an archer's instincts. You're becoming the ranger, Hanno said. Claim it, Archer grinned. But it's early days yet. But enough yapping, yeah? We gonna do this or dash? It did not take him by surprise when she darted forward, any more than it had taken her. He knew better than to lower his guard against Indrani the archer. For steps forward, quick as an arrow, and when he raised his sword she smiled. Footing switching, she suddenly drew back, and if Hanno had been striking her it would have gone wide. But he was not. Instead he was taking a step forward, closing the distance, and her weight was headed the wrong way. She kept drawing away, to make distance, and it was true that by simple physical ability she was slightly faster than him. Hanno, though, did not rely on his body alone. A burst of light behind his left foot pushed him forward, lengthening his stride, and though it shot his footing he adjusted with another burst of light just under his right shoulder blade. The thrust ripped through her coat at shoulder height and broke chain mail, but delivered nothing more than bruises. Archer had reacted quickly, dropping down towards the floor, but Hanno was not finished. His steel-clad boot caught her in stomach, slamming her against the stone with a pained gasp. He heard one of the lower ribs break. She wore no gauntlets, the sword of judgment thought as his sword rose. Cutting through both wrists should end this. Instead he had to duck back, a long knife spinning through where his face had been a heartbeat earlier, and she rolled back into a crouch. He pressed a step forward, ignoring the knife still in the air, but she darted back before he could close the distance. Her eyes weren't even on his sword, he noticed, but on his footing. She's watching for the light. The acceleration trick would not take her by surprise twice. Still, the exchange had cost her a broken rib and half her long knives, which he heard clatter against the stone behind him. This was not going to end quickly, as he had feared, so he'd used light to melt the knife she had thrown. It should tip the balance in his favor. It would be close, Hanno thought, but he would get to the Warden of the East in time. He could feel it in a wet, red gasp passed through his lips. Pain in his back. He'd been struck through his armor? No, the arrow. Something used the opening. Gritting his teeth, he flared light at his back only for it to be swallowed. Devoured. Blood turning cold. Hanno turned even as he felt the spike impaling his back beginning to raise him off the ground. Catherine Foundling, one-eyed and smiling, met his gaze. Did you really think you'd just get to fight your way up to me one brawl at a time? She said. Really, Hanno, I'm insulted. There was a swell of power, of night, and after a wave of pain, all Hanno knew was darkness. Book 7, Interlude, Occidental 2. Intelligence, Chancellor, is understanding that alligator moats never work against heroes. Cleverness is paying an alchemist for watercolored acid instead. Dread Emperor Venal. The world was upside down. Hanno could not recall ever waking up hanging from his feet before, at least not in his own body. It would have been disorienting even if the strands of solid shadow binding his feet weren't slowly turning, spinning his body with them. His wrists were behind his back, and, he found out after flexing his muscles, tightly secured. 2 layers of steel manacles and 1 of night, if he was feeling it right. How characteristically thorough of Catherine. He was also, to his mild discomfort, naked from the belt up. The room was chillier than he would like. "Hey, look who's up," Archer's voice cheerfully called out. Now that the spinning was allowing to see more than a screen of night and glimpses of the stone floor, Hanno found to his mild bemusement that he was being held in what looked like a dungeon. Like spider legs on glass, he felt an instinct skitter across his mind. Orongus. Hanno cocked his head to the side. "Is that an Iron Maiden?" he asked, genuinely curious. Archer shrugged, seated on top of the open iron cabinet full of spikes. Her legs were wrapped around the head of a screaming ghost, keeping her in place. "Came with the tower," she told him. "You know Prisai?" Hanno did not, save through memories not truly his own. Perhaps he was lucky, considering what he was looking at. A dozen torture racks, manacles to hang people up against the wall at twisted angles, and some sort of wheel with ropes. He spent a moment trying to work out where the person would go on the device, coming away with the conclusion that no matter where, that was the exercise would be deeply painful. He pulled at his bindings again, but the steel did not give in the slightest. He then reached for light, but while he could sense it, Hanno could not seem to move. It was as if a deep and dark pit lay between his will and the gift of above, not forbidding contact so much as keeping out of reach. It was, he thought, a much harder restraint to break than a simple forbidding would have been. Focusing, he tried to seize the smallest possible sliver of light. "I have been healed," Hanno said, as silence would make his work obvious. The absence of pain on his cheek and back had been noticeable enough, though he could not look to see if the wounds were closed. "Some," Archer said, wagging a finger in direction. "Mostly we kept it from getting worse, so don't you go getting ideas." It worked. Hanno felt a well of satisfaction as a mote of light moved just as he'd willed it. The binding is not perfect, he thought. At a guess, there was a lower bound to the quantity of light he could be prevented from seizing. It was a common enough weakness in workings, given that most human minds had difficulty grasping the level of precision that was the given of the divine. Carefully, Hanno moved his mote slightly to the side before releasing it. It did not move. The turning hid his pleased smile, and it was gone by the time he was facing his captor again. "It is traditional for one to escape when held in a torture dungeon," he reminded Archer. "I could hamstring you if you want," she offered with a sharp smile. "It'd take care of those pesky traditions for you." It was difficult, careful work. Hanno's forehead beaded with sweat as, one mote at a time, he wove the light into a cord, one that was stretching out, slowly but surely, towards him. "You haven't, though," he mused. "Why, Archer? If the warden truly intends to devour the Book of some things, as you said, why would she not take all possible measures to ensure I could not get in her way?" Catherine Foundling was giving him, Hanno thought, a shot at stopping her. A pause. No, he thought, perhaps not him alone. He would be surprised if the first prince were not already on her way to the tower. She had the spies to learn of this, and Frederick would no doubt help her. "Do I strike you as the woman with the plan, Shiny Boots?" Archer drawled. "I'm just obeying orders." He doubted that, but there was no point in pushing for answers she would not give. The cord lengthened and lengthened, his back shining with sweat from the work. It had been some time since he'd had to maintain so minute a focus for so long. These days his manipulations of light tended for the large, not the small. A lesson to be learned, Hanno considered. Growing in power had caused him to lean towards the ram instead of the key when presented with a closed gate. But that might be a mistake. A lesson, Hanno considered, brow creasing as he rotated away from his captor. Was that the entire purpose of this theatrical tantrum? To teach them a lesson? Spider legs pattered across the glass, the wrongness still crawling all over his mind. He was missing something. "It won't work," he said. "Giving us a common enemy. Forcing us to work together." "Shit," Indrani sighed. "You twat. I had 10 silvers riding on you not figuring it out until Cordy showed up." It should have been beneath Hanno to derive even a crumb of satisfaction from having made the smug villainess lose something, but he was only human. "Unfortunate," Hanno lied, moving on immediately. "This is short-sighted of her, Archer. My differences with Hazenbach are not going to be ended by an evening of making common cause. We already have a common cause. The Grand Alliance, and beyond that good. Cordelia Hazenbach, however, intended to suborn heroes to laws and crowns after having spent the last few years repeatedly demonstrating that both failed to serve their stated purpose even when the stakes were the highest possible ones. Hanno simply could not understand how someone could look at the behavior of the highest assembly during and before the war then conclude that the likes of them should be given more power over heroes. There needed to be changes, that was true, but what was truly needed was an intermediary between a buff's champions and earthly powers. Someone who could steer away from conflicts between them, not serve as some crown-appointed governor of heroes. It simply would not work, and it should not. Heroes often found their names fighting against corrupt authority. It was absurd that an entire system should be built around punishing them should they do this. Absurd and doomed to failure. Named would not bend to those laws. It would run against their nature. All it would accomplish was make heroes into outlaws so that another pack of vultures could feel a little safer plotting in their palaces. The cord was stretching ever close to him, to his will, Providence's nudge making the efforts just a little easier. He must be approaching the close of his conversation with Archer, which would end with his breaking out of his bindings. I do not believe she is evil, Archer, Hanno said. But we disagree fundamentally on how the world should be. That is not something over which there can be compromise, and it cannot be papered over by an evening of fighting side by side. Well, you got us right pegged, Archer mourned. Guess we'll just lose then. The cord connected even as she finished the last word, light flooding through Hanno's veins, and in the instant that followed the illusion shattered. Like a pane of glass being smashed. Hanno was not in a dungeon, and Archer was not sitting atop an Iron Maiden. She was perched on a raised stone covered by runes and glyphs, an arrow loosely knocked to the bow on her knee. But it was not her the illusion had been meant to veil. It was their surroundings. They were in the great room that was the heart of the tower, the nexus where all the power converged, and here shadow dwelled like a living thing. Currents of night flowed from channels in the walls and floor, rivers crossing the air, and everywhere copper gutters sprawled in esoteric patterns that stung his eyes. Glyphs covered every inch of stone, pulsing with something unseen that moved the tendrils of night, streaming down, as if some great beast was breathing in and out. Now that he was no longer blinded by the illusion, Hanno found the sheer amount of power flowing through the room suffocating. How was Archer unaffected? The darkness swirled lazily around her like smoke, almost playfully, and she gave no sign of feeling ill. His eyes moved past her, following the gutters inevitably leading towards the center of the room. There lay a raised dais, on which a pedestal had been raised, and on that pedestal a simple leather book had been set down, one that would have seemed a simple manuscript if not for the way Hanno's soul sang whenever he gazed at it. And in front of the artifact stood the third person in the tower heart. The Warden of the East, leaning against her staff on the dais and wreathed in so much night, she seemed entirely made of it, cast a disgruntled glance in his direction and snapped her fingers. The darkness he'd woven the light cord through deepened, grew longer, and the cord shattered in 1,000 small motes. Utter surprise stilled him. That should not have been possible, Hanno knew. Night always broke when matched with light. He'd thought his memory of it being devoured when he was captured was mistaken, that there'd been a misunderstanding on his part. An artifact had been used, perhaps. The fucking sisters made that light trap, Catherine Foundling said, sounding both admiring and disgusted. And you figured a way through in, what, 80 heartbeats at most? While hanging upside down and talking the whole time. She shook her head, muttering something that sounded like, fucking heroes, under her breath. We were at the good part. Archer smiled at him. Go on, shiny boots. Tell us more about how you figured all this out. He was still frozen, dripping with sweat, and struggling with the surprise. Was it a trick, another illusion? It should not have been possible for Night to do this. What have you done, Warden? Hanno harshly asked. What is this? It was more than simply his own light being suppressed, he realized. The book he now saw was fighting darkness encroaching from all sides. He'd not seen it at first because of the gloom, but there were thin strands of night coming down from the ceiling and walls and trying to touch the holy artifact. They were being kept back by a presence that came in the form of an invisible globe, 6-7 inches wide, but Hanno could feel the pressure against it. It was as if the entire tower and all its night was bearing down on the book through the tendrils, its weight slowly crushing the artifact, snuffing out the light within. Night, he thought once more, should not have been able to do that. It should have dispersed, vanished, given ground. Are you, Catherine Foundling idly asked, asking me to tell you all about my evil plan? It would not be a deal with the devil. She saw those as beneath her. Had below itself blessed her with strength? Hanno's stomach clenched. It was unlike the hell gods to act so blatantly, but these were the end times. Rules grew weaker in the eyes of men and gods alike. How many patrons can a single lifetime fit, Catherine? Hanno asked, hoping pricking her pride would loosen her tongue. After this one, how many more do you have waiting in the wings? He got an amused glance back. That would absolutely have worked on me when I was 17, the warden admitted. Archer loudly cleared her throat. Fine, she corrected. Maybe for a little while after too. He was not learning anything, but even a delay was worth buying. Soon the first prince and others would. Hanno's stomach clenched. Even as she had been speaking with him, he realized she had kept the ritual going. How? He found that soul eye watching him, amused. His thoughts must have been plain on his face. The first thing I did when this began, the Warden of the East told him, was figure out a ritual that I'd be able to walk away from before it ends. Made this whole affair longer than it had to be, all bludgeon and no finesse. But that way it accounted for you crashing the party. A worthwhile trade-off, yeah? Good, if he could get her talking. If you knew I would stop you, Hanno said. Then, on some level, you know this shouldn't be done. You can still stop, Catherine. There have been no deaths, and dash. And I'm not breaking any laws, she replied, tone mild. Landing the tower was impolite, I suppose, but that's not why you're really here. What claim do you realistically have on the book of some things, Hanno? You didn't make it, and it was ripped out of the bard, not one of your charges. It has nothing to do with you. It was not happenstance that Catherine Foundling had ensured she was both the Queen of Callow and the Warden of the East. It was her favorite tactic to use one title as cover for actions she took as the other, shaking Callowin's swords and Grand Alliance laws at him, now even as this room held more night than he'd ever seen gathered in a single place. Bandying words with her would be pointless, Hanno thought. She could talk in circles until the last dusk. Directness was the only way through, stripping the fig leaf. It belongs, he plainly said, to the Warden of the West. Good stories in good hands. The light of the room dimmed, shadows roiling as the invisible globe around the book groaned. That's nice, the Warden of the East praised. Good turn of phrase, very heroic. She leaned forward, the movement casting her sharp cheekbones even more harshly. One eye under a cloth as dark as night, the other eerily knowing. Shadows melded into the long dark hair, threaded themselves around the forlorn staff of Deadyu. There was not a man or woman of Calernia that would have seen her in that moment and not known her to be Below's favorite daughter. Now tell me, Hanno of Arwood, Catherine curiously asked, what exactly is it that compels me to obey you? He blinked, honestly taken aback. You would destroy the Accords by denying this, he slowly said. Accords that you have dash. No, the Warden cut in. They'll still all sign, the nations, and they're the part that matters. Even if the heroes balk, and a lot of them won't, then most of what I want will be achieved. Try again. Gods above, what was this? You would play these games when we prepare to march on the crown of the dead? He asked, incredulous. It might be that some would sign the lease accords nonetheless, as she'd said, but they could not truly succeed without the support of the heroes. If too many refused the rules, they meant nothing. What was the point of this petty posturing when Calernia teetered on the brink of annihilation? The dead king was loose. Yeah, we are about to do that, aren't we? Archer drawled. Cat, you must have forgot. Hanno himself had forgot she was there. Archer was someone who called attention to herself, but she was a candle to Catherine Foundling's bonfire. Got distracted, I guess. Maybe it was all the concerned diplomats knocking at my door. The Warden sharply smiled. You know, so they could tell me their worries about the pissing match between Prince White and the first prince sinking the Grand Alliance before it even began to march. Archer let out an overdone noise of understanding, all the while smiling like a cat playing with a crippled bird. Sorry, shiny boots, I interrupted. Archer solicitously said. You were saying something about games, the siege of Keter coming up? His jaw tightened. Catherine could have been lying about the diplomats, but he doubted it. It was usually her preference to use the truth as her knife. The implied reproach was not without merit if his rivalry with the first prince was shaking the confidence of allies to such an extent. How many? Hanno asked. Even if it had been only one, the Warden of the East said, it would have been too many. That was, he considered, true. He had not been wrong to step forward and act, but he had not tended to the situation as well as he should have. Authority was trust-made action, and he had been wasting trust. All involved lost from this. I have been at fault, Hanno frankly replied. My error must be mended, and will be. He then flicked a hard look around him. But my faults, whatever they might be, excuse none of this. Excuse? The Warden of the East laughed. You seem to be misunderstanding something, Hanno. I have no need to. Excuse. Anything. The night in the room billowed, like cloth in the wind, as if answering its mistress's harsh laughter. Who is it that's going to call me to account tomorrow? She asked. You. She looked him up and down, dismissive. How's that working out? Then she gestured dismissively at the distance. Cordelia, she continued. She's so badly in my debt, she'd break an entire wagon of shovels digging her way back to daylight. Besides, neither of you actually commands a damned thing. Yet another reason the first prince could not be the Warden of the West. She was too tightly bound to Procker and the debts of gratitude it would callow, and that kingdom's Black Queen, even after her abdication. The one-eyed priestess shrugged. You've split up Procker with your Prince White business, the Warden said. And she's got her own loyalists in the heroes. You're coming to me with threats and warnings, Hanno, while your fucking house is on fire. A fire that would be put out the moment he became Warden of the West. The first prince would know better than to try to exploit heroes for political gains the way she had when he had been the White Knight. A warden, unlike a knight, would be able to refuse her when she next tried to mutilate a young girl's corpse to appease the unappeasable. Besides, the dark-skinned hero was still a high officer of the Grand Alliance. She could not capture him like this without breaking the treaties she had signed. Unless you intend to keep me imprisoned until the end of this war, Hanno flatly replied. There will be consequences to this. It was only his own inclination to end this peacefully that would keep her from being scraped raw for this, and he was steadily losing it. No, she bluntly said, there won't be. He stared at her in disbelief. Did she think herself invincible because Below's stories had been silenced? You both need me too badly to pick that fight, the Warden said. See, if you actually do go after me, it's not going to be kept quiet. It's going to come out, word's going to spread. And what exactly do you think's going to happen when people learn you're coming after me to steal an artifact that was already in my possession? Hanno's blood ran cold as he genuinely considered it. Even if he was the Warden by then, the amount of damage that conflict would cause just as they prepared to march on Keter. You would kill this entire continent for your pride? He challenged. See, now we get to it, Catherine Foundling mused. You're holding Calernia hostage, pretending you can't bend, but I should. She does the same, in her own way. And that's the part that actually pisses me off, you know? That you're both taking charity from me, depending on my goodwill, and then for some godforsaken reason, I have to pretend one of you is my equal. There was a cold, burning indignation in that dark eye that Hanno knew was too blistering to be feigned. You have not earned it, Catherine Foundling said, smiling thin and sharp, and this offends me. A blade-like smile, he thought. He'd seen it before on another face and liked it no better then. This is not, Hanno slowly said, posturing, is it? He'd seen from the start that Catherine was playing a game, that she was enforcing rules and preventing deaths. He had thought it to mean that she was not serious, but it was beginning to sink in that he'd been wrong. It might be a game she was playing, but the Warden was deadly serious. I've played nice with you fine folk, Catherine nonchalantly said. But it looks like you need the same wake-up call Tarek did. Night surged, swelled, the shapes of thousands of crows flapping their wings filling every surface. Cruel beaks and talons reached out for flesh to slice. My help is a decision, the Warden of the East said. It is not a right or a given. And the moment you begin to delude yourself otherwise, I will bury you in a shallow fucking grave. Hanno breathed out, sought his calm. The situation had deteriorated far beyond what he'd thought possible, but all was not lost. She was still talking, and he was still alive. This was not yet over. Yet you have not, he said. So this is still a negotiation. Her haze hardened, and immediately he knew he had made a mistake. You're not learning the lesson, Hanno, Catherine Foundling mildly said. See, for one you still think that you got me to monologue, that I was trying to hide any of this. The Book of Some Things screamed, pinpricks of night beginning to slither through cracks in the globe. Tendrils of darkness were stretching out towards the artifact, hungry and foul. It was like hearing a child be beaten, a painting get ripped, ugly and impossible to take back. I didn't need to bargain to eat the book, the one-eyed priestess said, or to shackle you. The difference between you and I, Hanno of Arwood, is that I'm the Warden of the East. She raised a hand, strands of night coalescing around it as if they were eager. I murdered my own father for that name, the Warden said. I've mutilated people I love, scarred my own flesh. That's what I wield every time I call on night. That's the foundation of my authority. Darkness pulsed across the room. the breath of some gargantuan beast. And you think that your half-assed claim is equal to that? She scorned. What is it you've given up, Hanno, that you've sacrificed? You have known tragedies, Hanno acknowledged. But how many of them were of your own making, Catherine? He met her eye. You think they are something to boast of, as pain raised one above others, made them worthy. It was the philosophy of the whip, both the masters and the flagellants. Nothing more. Being hurt didn't make you better. It just made you hurt. There's something, the warden said. Their weight. Was it you put up against them? Hanno, what's your foundation? She snorted. No longer having your hand held by angels, she said. Giving up the pretense you're above petty mortal disputes. You're standing where everyone else started and calling it a journey. Hanno's fists clenched. How small his doubts and troubles seemed, made into a single turn of phrase. The globe cracked, groaned. You've never believed in anything but your right to climb, Hanno harshly said. I am not surprised you cannot grasp what faith means or what it costs, but talk of it coming from you is like a fish speaking of flight. She smiled unpleasantly. Hey, maybe you're right, the warden said. Let's find out. Which is stronger, between light and night? He stilled, glimpsing what she was about to say before she said it. Light? Huh, the warden said. I wonder why I can shackle you then. Her eye burned cold. Between my authority and yours, Hanno of Arwood, there is no contest. Talk about faith all you want. It will keep ringing hollow as long as you hang up there. It fell into place. It was not some fresh power that had let her do this, but the mantle she had claimed in the East. His mind spun, considering the enormity of that, but soon he realized she was not so strong as she pretended. There was a reason the warden had chosen to ride a tower, to draw him into it. Here, they were under her roof. A place under her authority, her power. And under that roof the warden of the East could bend the rules her way, decree that night would triumph over light. He found his calm, the quiet place at the heart of him. It was further away than he remembered, and smaller. You embraced your mantle first. That is all it means, Hanno said. Anything more is wishful paint over your regrets. And gods know I have a great many of those, the warden of the East said. An army's worth of ghosts. I have learned my failures, if only because they so lovingly haunt me. You, though? She shrugged casually, cuttingly. Hells, Hanno, the warden said. Now you're telling me you want the warden to guide to heroes the way you did as the White Knight. Can you even hear yourself talking? We've been down this road before. The one-eyed priestess raised her free hand, wiggling it mockingly. How many fingers is the next Mirror Knight going to cost you? She said. Fingers for a life are not a trade I regret, Hanno evenly replied. Or ever will. Then you'll run out of those long before I run out of eyes, the warden replied. Of course, it'll all implode far quicker than that. Your house of cards comes down the moment you run into another red axe. His jaw clenched. Should I dig her up so she can be cut a third time? Hanno bit out. Maybe you can use the spectacle to buy back a deserter prince for a moon's turn. And why stop there? We can dig up a whole graveyard of heroes to shame the full highest assembly into showing up the once. They can vote to leave and return to their palaces. The words were acid on his tongue, acid in his belly, but out they came anyway. He felt no cleaner for it, not relieved in the slightest. Spite lessened both the speaker and listener. There it is, the warden of the East smiled. They're heroes, so they're good. And that means even their mistakes are always well-intended. They shouldn't be strangled with petty mortal laws, just helped out of their messes and allowed to waddle on into the next one. That's the take you bring to the table, isn't it? Or at least what it comes down to, when all the pretty words are stripped off. It is one of your worst habits, Hanno evenly replied. To poison every well you do not own. He forced himself to be calm, to be steady, to not lean into the anger that burned in his belly. You pretend that villains and heroes are the same, that their difference is a simple matter of abstract philosophy, he said, but it is not. Even the most vicious of us are trying to end evil, not spread it. You stand instead for rapists, cannibals, and callous murderers. Our exceptions are your rule. You are indignant that I would free heroes to act because it would harm villains, but villains are only harmed by those actions because they choose to do evil. It was almost a relief to simply say it out loud. To do away with the pretense that there was something laudable about protecting evil, that it was anything more than a compromise to allow it. The second chances you scorn are given, Catherine, because there is a difference between recklessness and malice, Hanno said. Heroes are not always right, always good, but they all can be, if they're given help. The claps he received were openly mocking. Pretty speech, the warden of the East said. Heroes would love it, I'm sure. A pause. But how about everybody else? He started in surprise. You can dash. What do you think the difference is for someone between getting killed by a cannibal murderer or the Saint of Swords? The one-eyed priestess interrupted. Nothing, Hanno. They're still dead. And that's the part you refuse to understand. They're sick of my side, and right to be. But they're sick of your side too. She leaned forward, eye cold. Do you think claimants grow on trees, Hanno? She said. That Cordelia just lucked into having a shot at being the Warden of the West. It's almost like not everyone agrees with that little speech. The fucking arrogance of it. From you who's never ruled so much as a village or had to do anything in a war but fight. The choices don't stay nice and clean when you have to think about more than 100 people at a time. How very convenient that you've limited how many you need to care about to that number. He barely heard the latter half of the tirade. She was right, Hanno thought with muted dismay. Not about what she thought, but she was right. In some way, he'd thought that Cordelia Hazenbach had become a claimant because she was the first prince. Because she was powerful and prominent, and one of the titles adorning her crown was Warden of the West. It had been a comfortable thought, one that fit with his opinion of the woman. It was also not how names worked. That silent realization stilled his tongue. He could not speak until he'd swallowed it, as if it had filled his throat. Ah, the warden smiled. There we are, catching up at last. I dash, Hanno started, then hesitated. You want the book, but you don't have the law on your side, Catherine Foundling said. You don't have the story either, and if you're going to try to take it anyway, what does that leave? A hard, cold smile. Just violence, the Warden of the East said. And I'm better at it than you. She looked him up and down, then shook her head. Throw him out of the tower, Archer, she said. Cat, Archer said, sounding surprised. The Warden of the East met his eyes with her own. There's nothing left to beat, Catherine Foundling calmly said. We're done here. The words stung more than being tossed out into the grass, though Archer tried her best. Hanno was not surprised. They had the ring of truth to them. Book 7, Interlude, Occidental 3. In the Free Cities, a general has more to fear from victory than defeat. Aretha the Raven, Nicean general. Cordelia was not certain which part struck her as more absurd, that house-sized herons dwelled in Arcadia, or that the valiant champion had apparently tamed. 1. Is mine now, the champion insisted. Called wizard. Having inspected it, I can tell you that she is in fact female. The forsworn healer note, his faint Atalanta accent thickening the drawl. Perhaps which would be more fitting. How? She wondered. Is part of your name to have magical bird-taming powers? Is it an aspect? You cannot have been in the presence of that heron for more than an hour. The same heron that must weigh as much as a company of infantry and was nipping at the Levantine's shoulder lovingly. Wizard is genderless noun, the valiant champion smugly said. You ignorant. Cordelia's brow slightly creased before she remembered to smooth it away. The heroine put up a good front, but when she'd spoken the words there had been a glint in her eyes. Sadness, Cordelia decided, or perhaps regret. The Lycanese princess had long wondered how much of that cheerful brutishness was a mask. Rafaela of Alava often acted like a lout, but it had not made Cordelia forget that she was both one of the longest-serving heroes and a survivor of several disastrous engagements. The healer narrowed his eyes at the Levantine heroine, visibly irritated, and the princess stepped in before bickering could ensue. We need to get moving, Cordelia cut in. I understand that 5 is the preferred number for a band of named, and now we have 5 heroes gathered here. The tower awaits. The Kingfisher Prince, the valiant champion, the forsworn healer, the painted knife, and the mirror knight. It would have to do. Hopefully Cordelia had changed chosen for named quickly enough that no one had noticed the stumbling of her tongue. Though her people's terms of chosen and damned were not wrong, in her opinion, they were used solely by her countrymen. There was no need to remind foreign heroes that she was a ruling princess of Procure, a fact that already did much to damage her standing among them. There is no leader to our band, the Mirror Knight said. It won't work. She saw him wince a moment later, both at the implied insult to her rank, which she suspected he cared more about than any other chosen here, and the blunt dismissal of her opinion. He tacked on a mortified, Your Highness afterwards, trying to make up for it. She smiled gently at him to show no offense had been taken, patiently setting aside her irritation, but the damage had already been done. The door to objections had been opened, and half of authority was people not knowing they could disagree. Agreed, the forsworn healer said. We should gather the others. Aim for overwhelming might instead. I saw apprentice land in an orchard to the southwest, I think. I sent Helmgard east to join up with Sidonia and the astrologer, the Mirror Knight said. That's 3 of us, so perhaps we should start there. The first prince is right. The painted knife flatly disagreed. The tower is what matters. The mightiest army in the world will still lose the battle if it does not show up to fight. Frederick glanced at Cordelia sideways, as if hesitating, then joined his voice when her face remained without expression. The Warden of the East laid down a gauntlet through her tower. The Kingfisher Prince agreed. Refusing to pick it up can only end in our loss. She would have to take him aside and remind him not to balk this way again, she thought. In this company, he did not owe her the deference the Prince of Brus would owe the first Prince of Procker. They were here as chosen and claimant. On the contrary, it would be to their common disadvantage should he obey her without reason. It would create the appearance of Cordelia trying to merge together the office of First Prince and the name of Warden of the West. The fair-haired woman knew well that the backlash to even the semblance of this would be harsh and swift. So both of you go with her, the healer suggested. Meanwhile, Kristoff and I can head east into the hills. The vagrant spear and I can use light to mark our positions. The priest from Atalanta kept a dark eye on her as he spoke, watching for her reactions. He has been trained, Cordelia decided. The man was said to have earned his name by swearing away a great fortune and position in the city-state to become a wandering healer, which would explain it. Was he a foe? It was too early to tell. Separating would be a mistake, Cordelia said. A few surprised looks went her way. Not, she thought, at her opinion so much as the fact she was voicing one at all. As if she had no right to. Named business, she thought scornfully, and so only names should decide it. In their eyes, her claim mattered less than her title as First Prince. She had the sharp spike of anger. Lord Kristoff tells me that the Myrmidon and the blood sword fell into a lake, she continued. The only one we have seen is far out west, so they are unlikely to join us in time. I have already sent riders with spare horses to make the attempt, but there is little more to do. The painted knife let out a hum, face considering. The warden could have sent any of us that far out instead, Callia of Levant said. If she chose those 2, it was for a reason. Akitha and Gernot strong, but no quick, the valiant champion said, petting her giant heron's head. Swim slows them. Out of battle, like First Prince said. Though what she'd said was true, Cordelia thought, that had not been the painted knife's train of thought. She was asking why Catherine Foundling had chosen these 2 named of all those that could be sent furthest. And in her eyes, there was one obvious common thread between the 2. Both are warriors, Cordelia pointed out. She might lack fighters of her own, and so seek to limit the length our shield wall. There are plenty of bestowed in her service that can match us in a brawl, the painted knife skeptically said, then snuck a sideways look at the Mirror Knight. Most of us anyway. Cordelia hid a smile. The heroine had not refused her turn of phrase. Our shield wall. One stone after another, she would lay her foundation. You've never had to share a front with them, Callia, wandering around as you have, the forsworn healer said. I'd bet the First Prince is right. If the warden wants to keep this conflict amicable, few of them would be fit for it. I cannot imagine the Red Knight or the Headhunter showing restraint in a duel. The painted knife frowned, then conceded with a sharp nod. Her strength must be indirect, Cordelia said. Mages and tricksters, which meant a swift, direct assault, might just yield success. She will have handpicked those with a fight in mind, Frederick cautioned. It would be dangerous to assume weakness. It would be even more dangerous to linger in her mind. Kristoff de Pavany turned to her, means serious. He's right, Your Highness, the Mirror Knight said. The tower itself will be hard to breach regardless of defenders. We were baited in last time, but now the warden will truly defend it. I won't claim we need every chosen we brought, but we should at least find Adana. The blessed artificer's name, a woman whose mastery of light would admittedly be a boon when facing night. It was a fair point. Do we know where the artificer is? Cordelia asked. No one had seen her since the drop, but Lady Callia had a guess. One of the mountains beyond the hills collapsed, the painted knife said. I saw it happen from atop the lighthouse. If it wasn't the Mirror Knight responsible, it can only be her. The man looked embarrassed, but did not deny the conclusion. Then this will take time, the forsworn healer said. Perhaps we should split up, at least temporarily. I am told you have a knack for finding those in need of aid, Kingfisher Prince. His eye was on her again. A foe, then, Cordelia thought. He was not simply attempting to read her. He had intentions she was being measured for. You might say that, Frederick smiled, brushing back his curls. The painted knife stared at him, manifestly distracted by the sight. Cordelia sympathized. Frederick Goethel had long mastered the art of artless distraction, and his disinclination to marry had been the despair of many a highborn lady over the years. Frederick did not elaborate, and no one pressed. Cordelia had learned that inquiring in detail about another's aspects was considered exceedingly rude. Then you should ride out to find Adana, the healer suggested. Kalia is a tracker of great skill. She can follow you into the hills and find the vagrant spear while there. Cordelia's eyes imperceptibly narrowed. She knew the look in the man's eyes, the too casual tone. She had dealt with the likes of it before. Frederick was a strong supporter, and the painted knife had agreed with her on every broad stroke so far. She was also respected among chosen, a captain of their kind. The forsworn healer was trying to send away individuals who shared her opinions. This is a trap, the princess considered. The man had offered himself undertaking that same task earlier in a manner that would be quicker, but it would split him from the group, which he would not want. So unless he was a fool, this was a trap. Cordelia, unfortunately, could not grasp the nature of said snare. She still knew too little of name lore. Then I must flush you out, she thought. Your earlier suggestion of using light as a beacon would be even faster than tracking, Cordelia idly said. Triumph, not as well hit as he thought. She had read him correctly. I might be needed to heal comrades rejoining us, the dark-haired hero said. But you are right that light might be quicker, Your Highness. Christoph, can you still flare your plate bright enough to be seen from far away? I can, the Mirror Knight said, almost eager as he looked at her. It would be my pleasure, Your Highness. He was after Christoph from the start, Cordelia thought, aiming to send away to the two Proserpine heroes present. It was a crude ploy, but not senseless. Yet it was too small a prize for the effort he had put into the intrigue, she decided. What patterns of name lore did she know? Numbers, mostly. He means to send 3 chosen in the hills and mountains, where 3 more await. Therefore not a band of 5, which had been her guess. She was yet missing a detail. Cordelia did not know enough about the chosen, what they could or could not do. She'd read reports and even spoken with some, but always as the first prince of Procure. She did not know them, had never been one of them. That was Hanno's strength and her weakness. No good to fight Tower then, the valiant champion bluntly spoke up. Archer there. Will fuck us up the buttocks if Mirror Knight not there to take arrows. There was a general air of dismay at the prospect of fighting Indrani the archer, even from the Levantines. Catherine Foundling's lieutenant had earned the wary respect of everyone who'd ever seen her fight. Perhaps the time would be better spent fetching the apprentice. Then, the forsworn healer mildly said, Kalia, the first prince, and I could ride out to get her. Perhaps even the bloody sword and the myrmidon, as we ought to be close by then. The 5 of us can serve as another wedge of attack when they return. So that had been the angle, Cordelia thought. The man did not think they would return from the trip in time, and that was the entire point. He was trying to keep her out of the fight, away from the tower. He is buying time for this sort of judgment. His game was plainly revealed. He was a loyalist, backing his preferred candidate as best he could. The painted knife immediately disagreed with the proposal, arguing she was the only here capable of scaling the tower if need be, and when others jumped in, every inch of progress that had been made towards a decision since the conversation began soon collapsed. The healer did not look displeased by the turn, not that Cordelia had expected him to. The hero believed that Hanno would win, given long enough, and so preventing a decision from being reached here was already a victory. Unfortunately for the forsworn healer, however, she was not a wet-behind-the-ear debutante. She would not fall apart after the first setback, and he had handed her the very key to outplaying him. Lady Kalia, you mentioned that a mountain collapsed, Cordelia said, cutting into the chaos. Is this not true? It is, the painted knife frowned. Then the blessed artificer might be in danger as we speak, the blonde princess seriously said. For all her power, she is hardly immune to falling rocks. She could be in dire need of a healer. The Atalantian priest stiffened. Is true, the valiant champion frowned. Dukkha, you need to help. So that was the forsworn healer's name? Interesting. Now for the further nail. And therefore is no need to further split our numbers, Cordelia smiled. Our friend the healer can signal the vagrant spear and the astrologer as he sets out for the mountains. 5 bestowed, the painted knife appreciatively said. A knife held back should we falter. A fine plan. Cordelia received a respectful nod, which she returned. The healer's calm soured. Arcadia can be dangerous, he said. Perhaps an escort would be in order when I set out. It will not be more dangerous than trying the Black Queen's lair, the Mirror Knight frankly said. And your going alone weakens us least. Christoph stiffened. Not that I would call you weak, the knight hastily tacked on. But this way only one of us goes. The champion was still on the fence, Cordelia saw, in need of a nudge to tip her over the edge. If you have worries, I can lend you an escort of riders, she kindly offered. 20 should be enough, I would think. It was a done thing after that. The forsworn healer glared at her darkly, cornered and unable to extricate himself from the snare he'd laid. His opposition to her did not come from malice. Cordelia reminded herself of that every time she felt her stomach clench in irritation. Yet while power had swelled in the distance, the great tower of darkness pulsing as named bickered in circles, Cordelia had not been able to help but think that this was everything she despised about heroes. The disorder, the aimlessness, the arrogance. The forsworn healer was perfectly willing to risk the darkness to the north getting its way simply because he believed that the sword of judgment would win, because he would not consider otherwise. Try as she might, Cordelia was seeing no thought given to making a contingency should Hanno of Arwood fail. The priest had simply decided to bet it all on the sword of judgment's success, showing no hesitation in making alone a decision that might affect the lives of hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Catherine Foundling did not play for anything but keeps. Let us set out promptly, Cordelia said. The tower still awaits. The painted knife was the first to approach her as they rode. The younger woman was not a comfortable rider, another reminder that though Kalia of Levant was nobility in name and practice, she was no such thing. Coming into a name had raised her to the higher echelons of Levant's hierarchy, but that ascension was largely decorative. All her power was personal. You have heard of the gathering that was to take place in Carouges, the painted knife said. It was not a question. I have, Cordelia replied. She had enough eyes on the heroes and around them that there had been no question of hiding it from her. She did not believe the sword of judgment had even tried. Frantically setting aside the research that might yet save Calernia to prepare for such an assembly had left a bitter taste in her mouth. She'd thought to circumvent the matter entirely by going to Catherine directly, but the Warden of the East had proved reluctant. It had been frustrating, but Cordelia understood the reasons for the tacit refusal, respected them, even, but it had left her with only desperate measures to take, until Catherine Foundling's eye-catching entrance had rendered them all unnecessary. I was there when the tower parted the sky and the talks ended before they could begin, Kalia of Levant said. And I will say this. In that swamp lay a dug-up dwarven gate. Cordelia's breath stilled. Of course, she darkly thought. How had she dared to hope that the soldier would deign to live diplomacy to the trained diplomats? He was Prince White, beloved of people and chosen. Surely that was enough to give him the right to speak for the Grand Alliance and succeed where those who had practiced diplomacy their entire lives had been stymied. The Sword of Judgment had not only summoned the heroes to crown himself Warden of the West, he'd been seeking their support to open talks with the kingdom under behind the back of the Grand Alliance. Surprise had turned to cold, deep fury, but Cordelia smoothed out her emotions. Knowledge most welcome, the fair-haired princess replied, though I wonder as to why you brought it to me. The painted knife glanced in front of them, where the valiant champion rode to the side of the Mirror Knight. The blood takes no side, Kalia of Levant said. One of us stands by the Sword of Judgment's side, so balances must be struck even. Hedging their bets, Cordelia thought, as well as keeping to a tortured line of honor. She thanked the other woman with a nod, and the heroine peeled away, leaving the princess to her thoughts. Would Hanno of Arwood truly do this, Cordelia wondered? Risk everything and everyone so recklessly? She was not unaware that her growing dislike for the man was tainting her opinion, but even careful consideration led to the same conclusion. He would. He would do it because it was right, Cordelia thought. Because he was following his principles. Because in the eyes of so many heroes, doing right was enough to give you the right. And that was the conceit that Cordelia could not stomach, because even the highest of Procer did not dare claim so high a perch. She came from a land where even royalty could be put on trial. Not easily and often not as fairly as it should be. But even the mightiest of princes could be put to trial. But who was it that called the chosen to account when they abused the powers the gods had granted them? Nobody. When the second Levantine of their party came to ride by her side, Cordelia was not surprised. Rafaela of Alava was very much a partisan of the Sword of Judgment, one of his oldest comrades. It had only been a matter of time until one of those approached her on his behalf. Better her than the Witch of the Woods, whose importance to the defenses of Salia made complicated to deal with. First Prince. Valiant champion. The heroine's long braids swung back and forth across her back, freed by the snarling badger helmet she held in her hands. "I be blunt," the champion said. "Will not work. You cannot be Warden of the West." "A bold claim to make to a claimant," Cordelia mildly replied. "You sneaky," the champion said, "and clever, like fox, but you have no steel, so you cannot be Warden of the West." "There is more to victory than swords," she evenly replied. "Maybe," the valiant champion said, then flicked a look at the tower in the distance. "But Warden of the East is clever, and has sword. Against her, you lose." "Even if that were true," Cordelia said, "what makes your man better?" "Hanno can learn sneaky," the champion said. "You cannot learn sword. Not perfect man, but best there is. Peregrine would have been better." "I disagree," Cordelia replied, tone cooling even further. "Ashen gods agree, is what matters," Rafaela shrugged. "Can't fight the sea, is why we make boats." The princess's eyes narrowed. That was a Levantine proverb paraphrased. If you cannot fight the sea, build a boat. It meant that one should make accommodations with the inevitable, make the best of what could not be changed. "You want me to strike a deal with him," she said, "to exact terms in exchange for withdrawing my claim." The other woman sharply nodded. "No one is happy, everyone gets something," the valiant champion said. "Is politics. And if I were disciplined from striking such a bargain?" Cordelia calmly asked. "Should," the champion said. "Mistake not to. Even if you clever way to Warden, won't work." Some refused to obey after. The dark-haired heroine eyed her frankly. "I may be one," Rafaela of Alava told her. "So make your boat, first prince." Neither of them bothered with the pretense of a courteous goodbye. It was as if the world was hammering the nails in one after another, Cordelia thought. First the arrogance, and now the other side of the coin. Heroes did not believe in rules. Even villains bent easier to law. After all, for most it had been a given all their lives that should they behave heinously, there would be someone punishing them. The heroes. The servants of the hell gods were often cruel and almost always selfish, but they were also governable. They were used to be governed, however indirectly, used to there being an authority above them, even if that authority was simple force. Heroes were not. They followed their belief to the end, bolstered by the accolades that were light and name. Why should they doubt, when the gods above themselves gave them what they saw as a tacit nod of approval? "But you are not better," Cordelia sharply thought. "Not really. You make mistakes too." She ought to know, having spent the last few years cleaning them up. It had been when Prince Gaspard's plot came out that she saw the heart of the trouble. The Prince of Cleves had tried to make the Mirror Knight into his puppet son-in-law, to use the hero's fame and power as fuel for his ambitions. In the wake of the affair being outed, Cordelia had mended the break as best she could, and still the firstborn had marched out of Cleves. Gaspard was forced to abdicate the moment she had the influence to see it done, but there lay the problem. While she handled the prince, the Mirror Knight was neither taught nor punished. He was just left to keep on going as he would. The White Knight was meant to lead the heroes, had claimed that duty before gods and men when he became a high officer of the Grand Alliance, but he had never taken them in hand. Cordelia could punish princes who schemed with heroes all she wished, had done so several times. But what was the point when no one punished the heroes who schemed with earthly powers? Again and again, 100 small justices, proud, personal principles, had eaten away at the laws of the Grand Alliance from the inside, as the White Knight simply watched. The Red Axe had tried to unravel the truce and terms, to murder a prince of the blood, and some of the chosen had actually agreed. With her actions, the Mirror Knight had him again, mutilated a high officer of the Grand Alliance, and was then let off with a slap on the wrist. The Peregrine had murdered an entire village of Proserans in his hunt of the Black Knight, and he had been influential enough that Cordelia had never been able to so much as chide him for it. Hanging the old monster, as he deserved to be, would have started a war. And the Saint of Swords, the first madwoman of the lot, had been the worst of them. She'd been willing for all of Procer to burn, if the pyre might take the dead king with it. Cordelia had bled herself dry trying to keep the wall that stood behind Calernia and Annihilation from breaking, while the White Knight let his charges rip out stones without saying a word. Heroes hid behind their light by claiming that holy duty set them apart from mortal laws, and then, after rubbing elbows with those same mundane powers to disastrous effect, retreated behind that protection when consequences came knocking. One law for them, one for everyone else. And Hanno of Arwood did not believe that heroes could be called to account by anyone but the gods. He had proven that much through his actions. Cordelia had had enough. If no one else discharged the duty properly, then she would. And if the likes of the forsworn healer and the valiant champion insisted on getting in her way, she would sweep them aside. There was no compromise to be had with duty. Emerging from the boiling thoughts with her mind clear, sharpened, Cordelia's gaze found the tower had neared. They were close, nearly there. And now, the blue-eyed princess murmured, "Violence." They slowed when standing in the tower's shade, below the dark monolith whose darkness stood out even in the dark of night. Cordelia knew better than to try to direct a fight between named. Not yet. Instead, it was Frederick who took the lead, sending the painted knife up the walls and assaulting the bottom of the tower. Even Steelbard could not long resist the strength of the Mirror Knight. And so after a shattering blow the three chosen stepped into the dark. Cordelia would follow, but not immediately. In the thick of the fight, she would only be a hindrance, a potential hostage. She would be of use when it came to talking, not while the blades were out. Until then she would wait out in the plains, the moon high above and the roiling shadows all around her. It was a beautiful night, she thought, for such a dangerous one. The noise of combat came from the inside, but curses and shouts and the sound of steel clashing. But as time passed it came from further and further away. The tower swallowed noise just as it swallowed light, Cordelia thought. The very nature of night was taking, and more of that dark power had been gathered here than the princess had ever seen before. It hinted at the scope of the Warden of the East's ambitions. It has to be the book of some things, she thought. It was the threat guaranteed to get the two claimants to the wardenship of the West knocking at her door, and no small prize, should it be taken, devoured? She was not sure of the method that would be employed, but the Black Queen of Callow was infamous for her skill at stealing the power of others and making it her own. Even her fearsome armies had first been taken from the legions of terror. Yet you do not believe in forcing choices where you can lose, Cordelia murmured, looking at the tower. So what is that you gain here, should you not eat the book? She would have a reason for beginning all this. Catherine was reckless, but it was a calculated sort of recklessness. Leashed to her purposes, not allowed to run loose. Cordelia had first thought this was an exercise to make herself and the sword of judgment allies of fortune, but the longer she stood here the more she doubted it. Something was coming to an end tonight. She could feel it in her bones. Lost in her thoughts as she was, she did not notice it at first. The movement, and even when the tall grass moved, she thought it to be the wind. It was only when the first rider fell and his horse panicked that Cordelia realized they were under attack. The riders spread out as swords were bared, two of her retinue immediately covering her sides with shields, but there was nothing around for them to fight. Only strands of shadow, of night, rearing up from the grass to take men by their limbs and tie them to the ground. They could not win. Inside, Cordelia yelled out, "Send word that the warden is attacking from the back." Two riders tried, but the shadows caught them, tripped the horses, and bound them in. One by one her escort was disappearing into the grass, as if swallowed whole by coffins of green. "Your Highness," her captain said with forced calm, "we need to leave. Now." He was right. Fleeing was better than allowing herself to be taken prisoner. She nodded her agreement and pulled at her reins. East, they must head east. There were allies there. A heartbeat later a tendril of night covered the captain's mouth, silencing the scream as he was ripped off his horse. There were so few of them left, Cordelia saw, only a handful. "Retreat," the first prince shouted. "East, get the other chaos dash." Darkness. Book 7. Interlude, Occidental 4. It is not enough to win. If you do not destroy the very foundation on which your enemy stood, all you have done is change the face of the man who will kill you. Dread Emperor Benevolent. Cordelia woke up looking at the moon. The sky spread out above her, a river of darkness with glistening jewels for stars and brightest among them the crown jewel of night. The Midnight Eye, she thought. She was not manacled, the fair-haired princess found, but she was chained. Someone had set her down on a throne of stone from which twisting cords of night slithered out, forming into shackles around her hands and feet. Trying to rise up, Cordelia found her legs wobbly and half fell back into the seat. She groaned as she bruised the back of her knees against the stone, forcing aside the pain to look around. She must be atop the tower, she thought. The view could come from nowhere else. And there was only one person who could have brought her here. "I do not believe," Cordelia said, "that you would abduct me only to then ignore my presence. Shall we dispense with the theatrics, Catherine?" A long moment passed, and she wondered if she had not just made a fool of herself, but from behind her came the sound of a match being struck. Though she felt the urge to twist around on the seat and look back, Cordelia forced herself not to. Appearances mattered even more when you were at a disadvantage. Instead, the acrid smell of wake leaf drifted to her, lazily carried by the breeze, and she heard that familiar limp drag itself across the stone. A soft step, and then the sharp rap of the staff on stone, all a fabricated display of weakness. The Warden of the East could still move as swiftly and gracefully as a cat when she needed to. Catherine Foundling limped into sight from her left, moonlight lapping at her back like the tide at the shore. Even the jarring colors of the mantle of woe were drowned in strands of night, as if she wore a cloak woven from it, and only the cherry-red burn of the pipe allowed Cordelia to see anything at all under the dark of the hood. One piercing brown eye set in a face carved by hatchet, all sharp angles and severity. It was only those ever-expressive lips that broke from the blade edges, always smiling and smirking, grinning and baring teeth. The warden drew back the pipe to blow a long stream of smoke, veiling her face in darkness for a moment, and Cordelia was left without a window to gaze through. When the red burn returned, it was to an amused little quirk of the lips, like she knew a joke no one else did. Henno would have seen the trap coming, the Warden of the East lightly said. You do know that, right? Cordelia let the barb pass through her. This was a negotiation, diplomacy. Allowing the woman on the other side of the table to irritate her was handing her further advantage when she already had many. It is decent manners to offer refreshments when entertaining a guest, Cordelia calmly replied. I believe a tart red is the traditional kind vintage for stargazing. A bottle from Lakeside Equitan if you have one. Unlike the rest of the Principality, the large cities near the coast had never truly become Arlesite even after the Aquitanii were conquered, so the ancient tart grapes were still used in the vineyards. Equitan reds from the south were unpleasantly sweet, Cordelia had found, best drunk with small game or not at all. How fortunate, then, that you are not a guest, the warden drawled. If you insist on wine, Hazenbach, there should be a bottle by the seat. You can pour for yourself. Cordelia did grope around, finding to her relief that her legs were steadying, and hid her dismay when she saw that it was half-empty bottle of Vale summer wine that rested on a low table. She could have used a drink that did not taste like it had been mixed with cider to settle her nerves. The Queen of Callow's hopelessly provincial taste in wine had been speculated by some to be a clever way to display Callowan pride, given the famously poor reputation of those vintages, but Cordelia had sadly learned better. She took a deep drink of the glass she'd poured, much more than was polite. Awful. You'll be able to stand before long. If that's what you were trying to do, Catherine idly said. The binding was just a little rougher than I meant it to be. She had little practice with bindings, Cordelia thought, because she so rarely took prisoners. Had the sideways reminder been on purpose? Duly noted, she replied. As we have now both found a vice to nurse, given the circumstances, I believe it would be forgivable to do away with the usual courtesies. The face disappeared into the dark, a cloud of smoke flowing out. Indeed? The warden amusedly said. Indeed, Cordelia confirmed. I imagine that your plans for the Book of Some Things are nearing their end, which invites urgency in our talks. For a moment, she thought she saw the other woman wince at the mention of the artifact, but it might have been a trick of the light. A single fleck of red cast just as many shadows as it did their opposite. We'll be ending this soon, Catherine Foundling casually agreed. The attack on the tower is going south in a hurry and dash. She suddenly paused, then sighed and snapped her fingers. There was a flare of night and a curse from someone else's mouth. Cordelia rose to her feet just in time to see a shape being tossed over the edge of the tower. The one-eyed queen limped there, then cast an irritated look downwards. I can't see in the dark. Callia, the warden peevishly called out, and I've traded the one eye for 100. Try that again when you're actually invisible, not just quiet. There was a loud thump and a snap, then a hoarse shout. Crows, Catherine Foundling muttered, shaking her head. If she doesn't stay down with the second leg broken, I'm going to need to have a talk with that girl. There's a difference between determined and goddamn stubborn. Cordelia glanced down at her glass, allowed herself a grimace, and then polished off a third in a single swallow. It seemed that there would be no rescuers coming to free her, which was unfortunate. Buying time for them to come had been in the back of her mind, but she would have to negotiate without that card up her sleeve. Adjusting her angle accordingly, the blonde princess discarded any thought of a bargain from even relative strength. The only way she would pass through this victorious was by discovering what it was that Catherine Foundling truly wanted and how it could be leveraged into a compromise. Cordelia took a few steps around the stone seat, finding that her knight chains followed without restraining her, and laid her elbows against the back of the throne. She felt Catherine's eye back on her even as the wink of red was taken away, replaced by a plume of smoke that drifted up to the cloudless sky. I was given to understand that the Book of Some Things is a manifestation of good stories, Cordelia calmly said. Though I do not believe there is precedent for such an act, one might assume that destroying such an artifact would have dire consequences. The Warden of the East smiled. Assume, she repeated. That's been a problem lately, hasn't it, Cordelia? How often you're forced to assume. The wrong approach, the princess acknowledged without missing a beat. That had not been a personal attack made because the one-eyed queen was feeling defensive. It had been a barb made out of derision. I misread signs and was mocked for it. She did not mind. That, too, was actionable information. The book was not the keystone then, either destroying or ingesting it. There was another motive underlying all this chaos. What? If she found this, she found the key to it all. Then disabuse me. Catherine, by all means, she pleasantly said. If I have made an error, let us resolve it. Even from a change of subject, she should be able to glean a hint. The warden smiled, turned sharp, and Cordelia's heart sunk. She had misstepped again. I will lose every time until I learn what game it is we are playing. She darkly thought. Have you ever wondered why it is that you're held in high esteem by so many rulers? Catherine Foundling nonchalantly said. But when heroes look at you, deep down most of them believe you're a failure? Cordelia straightened, elbows leaving the back of the throne as she set down her cup on it. Only a handful of named alive have ever ruled, she replied, or even held high office. Few understand what those responsibilities entail or what the limitations of a crown are. Heroes, in particular, grew strong through uncompromising conviction. It encouraged the belief that simple solutions would suffice no matter the situation, which was wildly untrue. Strength grew into ever more complicated a word the higher you came to stand. That's true, the warden amiably replied. It's not what most of them are built for, even if they don't want to admit it. But then they're hardly alone in that, since you're only looking at the half of the truth that you like. An idol stepped forward, even as Cordelia warily took her cup in hand. They see you as a failure, the Warden of the East said, because you did fail. The tall princess's eyes narrowed imperceptibly, the first genuine stirring of anger of this conversation rearing up its ugly head until she smoothed it away. That's the gap in perspective, Cordelia, that you're not seeing, the one-eyed queen continued. A lady, a king, they look at what you did and applaud. It was an impossible task, but you moved mountains and held up the sky. Compliments galore. But heroes, the damned shrugged. What they see is that Cordelia Hazenbach took up an impossible task, and then she failed, the warden said. When victory against impossible odds is the very foundation of what a hero is. It was a moment of cold, cutting clarity that followed the words. The pieces fit, suddenly and cruelly. The sneer she had found buried deep in the gaze of so many chosen. That simple, marrow-deep disbelief that she had not been able to fix everything and prevent the inevitable. The ugly assumption not so much as whispered but ever-present that somehow she had chosen Procker should fall. Impossible was not a word any of them genuinely believed in. Bearing a name would not have made keeping the Principate together easier, Cordelia evenly said. Given the truce in terms, it would have instead significantly complicated my efforts. She would have been both above and under the White Knight in authority, the boundaries of jurisdiction so blurred as to be useless. Cordelia entertained the thought, briefly, but could only see a disaster in the making. And that would matter if Procker was your wheelhouse, Catherine said, rapping her staff against the side of the throne. The sound almost made her flinch. It was like rattling the cage of a songbird that had sung out of tune. But that's not the duty you're after, is it? She continued. You've thrown your hat in the ring to be Warden of the West, and that's a very different creature. And there, Cordelia thought, her line of argument collapsed. She drank from the cup, the too rich taste filling her palate, and set down again on the stone to a neat little note. You speak as if not having been named is a mistake crippling my ambition, that I cannot see the world the way many heroes do, the blue-eyed princess said. But you are wrong. She stepped back, chains following so lightly, she would have thought them made of feathers if not for the shackles. That distance, Catherine, that estrangement, they are the very foundation of my claim, Cordelia said. I have seen heroes as someone who is not one of them. Witnessed their flaws as only someone who stood outside of their circle can. I can learn name lore, aspects, and tricks. All named do. All heroes had to learn their nature, the unseen rules of their trade, and not all received the help of a mentor. There was no shame in this, or in her remaining lack. She was a quick study. What cannot be learned is the understanding of where heroes falter, she told the warden, meeting the dark eyelid in red. Where they step beyond the bounds of duty and do more harm than good. She never would have sought to be warden of the West without it, so the princess thought it almost absurd to count it a weakness. It was not unlike chastising a bird for having wings. Our gap in perspective can and will be bridged, Cordelia plainly told her. I am not unaware of its costs, but I count it a worthwhile trade for having removed the scales from my eyes. You're not listening, Catherine said. What is it that you've used to push your claim, Cordelia? The other woman limped around the throne, leaning her back against it. It was not a restful stance, for all that it was motionless. Cordelia took in the silhouette and could only think of a snake drawing back to strike. Armies, the warden of the East said, enunciating every syllable. Nobles, treaties, everything except people you'd actually be leading. A first prince in everything but name. The princess's lips thinned. I do not yet have the sup dash. You're not listening. Catherine Foundling interrupted in a hiss. Your claim is a test, and you are failing it. She pushed off cloak of shadows sweeping behind her as she limped forward, and Cordelia stepped back. You can learn name lore, the warden said. Of course you can. Just like he can learn politics. But that's not what a name is, what a role is. It's not asking you if you're going to be the right person in 5 years. It's asking if you are. Right now. Are you? Cordelia's eyes hardened. No more steps back. Any fruit grew beyond reach if you raised the branch high enough and kept raising it as soon as the hand neared. And were you a perfect fit, Catherine, when you became the squire? She challenged. Was Tarek Isbalai, when he became the Grey Pilgrim? I imagine most named were not. And so it seems to me that the requirements to wardenship rise every time you are at risk of having an equal. The last touch had been a barb and an investigation both, trying to find what lay behind this tirade. But the princess immediately knew she had not drawn blood. The words washed over the other woman like water over a duck's back. That's the thing, Cordelia, the warden smiled. You're not my equal. And if that's hard to swallow, you only have yourself to blame. You had months, years to learn name lore on your own. Cordelia scoffed. Quite the simplification. Would you have taught me, Catherine, if I had asked? She mocked. Are tutors in the arts so easy to find? For some skills time is the only teacher. It was not as if she had not sought instruction. But name lore was not committed to books. Its rules were often obscure, and there was only so far reading stories would get Cordelia when she had to deal with heroes from all over Calernia. The few heroes she had been in a position to interrogate were usually new and shallow in learning. Even Frederick, perhaps the most seasoned hero on her side, freely admitted that he still had much to learn. I'm a villain. There would have been no point, the warden dismissed. Which you might have known if you'd asked me. Or if you'd asked any hero but those few you trust. That is, those who already obey you. Is having allies a black mark as well now? Cordelia said. An interesting development. The insinuation that she only trusted through control was particularly rich, coming from the Black Queen. The same woman who had put a knife to the throat of every living being on Calernia to force her enshrinement into the Grand Alliance. Not a large one, Catherine scorned. How many heroes would even back you in an election? First Prince of the Chosen. A pregnant pause. 10, 15, she ventured. The number was roughly accurate, in all likeliness. That the vast majority of these were Procerin was another bitter pill to swallow. It was a weakness, but one she had not had great opportunity to mend. Nearly all chosen had been on the fronts, far from Salia, and private correspondence with any would justly have been seen by the highest assembly as a political act. In a cut of irony, now that the heroes were nearly all in Salia, it was even more complicated to approach any of them in private. The perception that she intended to become warden through a coup would have grave consequences. She had grasped. Not even a third of the heroes, the very people you're supposed to lead, the warden of the East said, shaking her head. I have not yet made my case to them, Cordelia said, maintaining an even tone. I would prefer to make it from a stronger position. It is true, but do not mistake timing for inability. So confident they'll bend your way after a speech, the warden chuckled. How the hells would you know if that'll work, Cordelia? You've spent years seething about heroes do wrong, but have you actually ever learned what makes them tick? Why do they act the way they do? A litany of variations on I believed it was right, and I followed instinct had been her answer when she asked. Usually. The reason is not as important as the result, Cordelia replied instead. The warden squinted at her. Is that you, Tarek? She said, grinning nastily. You're looking good, for a dead man. The blue-eyed princess kept the twitch of fury the barb had caused away from her face, instead dismissing the rejoinder with a curt gesture. That the Grey Pilgrim committed atrocities does not mean his every act and word was wrong, Cordelia said, heat bleeding into her tone. Only that he committed atrocities and was the kind of man who would. Calm. She must be calm as the surface of a pond. Catherine thrived in chaos, in the heat of argument. Cordelia would win by keeping her head and grasping why this conversation seemed to have no end point. And that is my very point, Warden, she pressed. Why Tarek Fleetfoot murdered a town full of innocents does not matter. His reasons, his reasoning, they do not matter, only that he did. I do not need to understand his every thought to condemn his actions. Centering herself, smoothing away the last of the anger, she leaned into the opening. Besides, for all your harping on about understanding heroes, how many of them agree on anything of note? Cordelia continued. You pretend there is some sort of common heroic mindset, but half of them would be at each other's throats without a greater threat looming over them. You reproach me the lack of something that, by and large, does not exist. That rejoinder bought her a moment to think. There is no gain for you through this conversation. Cordelia thought. Berating me into dropping my claim is a waste of time when you have half a dozen more direct tools to ensure I lose. And she'd had the impression that Catherine favored her claim. Besides, was this a favor, then, an attempt to help Cordelia sharpen her claim? It seemed unlikely. So what is it that you are attempting to accomplish, Catherine? The warden scoffed. Now you're being naive, Catherine said. Do you think Hanno is popular with heroes because he's pleasant and good with a sword? He understands what they want, knows what lines they'll fight him over, and navigates that terrain. You, on the other hand, even in the faint red glow, the outline of a sneer could be seen. You're a diplomat who never learned the language of the other side of the table. You can get by, sure, but in every conversation, how much do you miss? Which was not untrue in principle, she thought, but stood an empty objection in practice. Hypotheticals, Cordelia calmly replied, circling the throne as she spoke. Generalities. You stick to those because there are no true examples to draw in, Catherine. Those that you could, you agreed with my answer. Sometimes even supported it. The Warden of the East stood behind the throne, the princess before it, and she took back the cup she had left on the stone. The wine was still terrible, but to a parched throat it would be better than nothing. You have no practicals, Cordelia, Catherine harshly said. That's the entire fucking point of what I'm saying. Your record with heroes is line after line of nothings. It's not enough to avoid most mistakes. It's not something that lands in your lap if you're the least wrong. You have to win it. She snorted, face disappearing as a stream of smoke spewed out. But here's a practical, since you like them so much, the Warden of the East said. You want to be a leader of heroes, Cordelia. When you know so little of them, it would barely fill a thimble, and most of them wouldn't trust you to empty a chamber pot. Trust could be won. It was not an auspicious beginning, she would concede, but beginnings were what you made of them. But bad as that is, Catherine continued, worse is that you never considered making the sacrifices that would have made up for your lack. You know who might have filled you in on name lore, done it eagerly even? The smile turned sharp. Hanno of Arwood. A rival claimant, Cordelia replied. This is nonsense. Would he be your rival right now, if you'd asked him a year ago? Catherine retorted. If you'd reached out after the arsenal, try to understand the heroes instead of sitting on your anger and pride. Yes, Cordelia's mind whispered, but she was not as certain as she would have liked. She was not without faults. If she were, the last words she had spoken to her uncle would not have been in anger. Much can be changed if one shuffles around the past, Cordelia said, and regrets are easily found. Or are you still proud of your journey to Keter? It was a fruitful disaster, the warden easily replied. Unashamed even now. You have known many of those, she mildly said. From the Lease Rebellion to the bloody end of the Dread Empire. Are you so certain you want to revisit old mistakes? She drank from the cup, more to wet her lips and win breathing room than to drink. You are going to shrug it off again, Cordelia thought. Because this is not a match in your eyes, is it? You do not win by getting the better part of the argument. We'd be here all night, but I'm game. The warden laughed. It's not my time that's running out. The Lycanese princess stilled in surprise. Now, Cordelia, Catherine chided. Surely you didn't think keeping me talking would delay the ritual, did you? It can keep going without my hand guiding it. It made no sense, she angrily thought. If all that Catherine wanted was to consume the book of some things, then there was no need for all this theater. Cordelia was a valuable hostage. She could have been kept in a cell and left to rot. Instead, she was here, circling an empty throne and talking with the person whose time was most valuable in all this affair. The warden was getting something out of this conversation, otherwise she would not be having it. But Cordelia simply could not tell. What happened to the Sword of Judgment when he came to the tower? Cordelia asked. We had a pleasant talk, Catherine easily replied. And he was tossed back out. You cannot beat us through this. Cordelia thought. No, that was untrue. In every way that matters you have already beaten us, so why is it that you are still playing? Even if some feline impulse of cruelty had taken her, the warden did not have the time to torment the defeated. It made no sense. Why would she keep playing a game she had already won? The princess drank the last of the wine, washed it down, and as she set it down hastily, almost dropping it, she froze. Remembered another time she had stood across a very dangerous woman and heard a cup topple down. You kept playing a game, Cordelia thought, when you had not yet won. And simply because she was defeated, because Hanno of Arwood was defeated, did not mean Catherine Foundling had won. She found the Warden of the East's dark eye, glimmering red. It was never us you were playing against, was it? Her pulse thrummed. She straightened her back. She had found the thread. Now she only needed to follow it down to the end. And how many sins did you hang around dear Hanno's neck? Cordelia too lightly asked. Enough, she laughed. You know, I actually think that all this enmity between you two goes back to a single moment. Do you now? The warden breathed in deep, face veiled by the dark, and answered through a wreath of smoke. The first time you saw each other, Catherine said. When he entered that chamber, spun that coin, and you caught it. You each thought you understood the other, for a moment. And you've paid the price for that ever since. She ran a hand atop the back of the throne, as if amused. He thought he was looking at someone who was good enough to be heroine, the warden told her. And so your every compromise since has been a disappointment. You, on the other hand. By all means, Cordelia pleasantly smiled. Do deign to inform me of what I believe. The one-eyed queen wagged a finger at her. You, Cordelia, saw that he respected your stepping in, the warden of the East said. And you thought that meant he respected law, respected how Procure is run. That made him the good hero, the trustworthy one. Cordelia's belly clenched, for that had the faintest ring of truth to it. Only he didn't actually care for either of those things, Catherine said. He accepted it as a courtesy, from name to named. Because the way you saw it, you might not have the power, but you have the conviction, and that's the part that matters, anyway. You revisit the past, so often one might believe you would rather live there, Cordelia sharply replied. It's an interesting night, that's all, the one-eyed queen said, elbow against the throne and chin on her hand. Plenty there to ponder about. Like the way that you turned down a name that night, Cordelia. It would not have made anything better. The princess replied, and meant every word. I don't entirely disagree, Catherine said. It was a wise decision in some ways, but it also speaks to the once and I'll hang around your neck that outweighs all of Hanno's. You don't actually want to be named. A sliver of incredulous laughter escaped her lips before she could smother it. Then pray tell, what exactly has all this been in the service of? Cordelia said, gesturing at the night around them. Not wanting it, the warden smiled. You're doing it because you think it's your responsibility, your duty, but fight all you like under that flaking coat of paint, I still see the same woman that was on the floor of the highest assembly that night. Cordelia took a step back, jaw-clenching. The one who snatched judgment's verdict out of the air and swore mortal laws for mortal men. It is not that simple, she bit out. It never is, the warden said. And I think you're right about a lot of things, Cordelia. Heroes should have someone calling them to account. But it's not enough to be right, to be clever, or to be wise. You also have to win it. Because know who else believes that just being right is enough? She saw the end of that sentence before it came, but that did nothing to dull the sting. The same lot you say you're going to make toe the line. It is not the same thing. Cordelia snarled. The calm failed her. How dare she? A name isn't a crown, the warden of the East said. You don't just get to have it because it fits your head, Cordelia. And the way I see it, you're not good enough to be anointed or strong enough to be a tyrant, so what's left? Inheritance. The one-eyed queen leaned closer, as if to whisper a confidence. Whose death is going to give you your power this time, Cordelia? She gently asked. Even if you spin the auger down to the last inch, you'll run out of kin long before you stand my equal. And as the words slid between her ribs like a knife, the cruelty of it opened her eye. It was not an accident, so barbed a phrase. And yet it won nothing. So the cruelty is the point. The Warden of the East had come for her certainties, her belief, with methodical brutality. One after another, sparing nothing. And that is the point. That is what you gain. Inflicting that before she was tossed out of the tower to land at Hanno's side in the grass. Are you truly so eager, Cordelia Hazenbach quietly said, to make yourself the villain? It's habit by now, Catherine Foundling confessed, sounding just a touch too grieved to be lying. But there's power in it, always has been. So ask yourself, Cordelia, before you make yourself into a heroine, what is that you want that power for? She rose as she spoke, hand knocking over the cup that had been left there, and as Cordelia saw it tumbling down, she felt a whisper. Darkness. She woke up in the grass, a man standing over her. Cordelia Hazenbach met Hanno of Arwood's eyes, and a long moment passed. Rough night, the Sword of Judgment, Drilly asked. Book 7, Interlude, Occidental v. Adversity Tempers, Power Tests. Helikian saying. It was as if all the world had been cut down to 3 sights. The night sky above, the pale plains below, and the tall tower bridging them. The dark was quiet, and there was not another soul to be found for miles around them. We are returned to creation, Hanno said, offering his hand to the prone princess. Cordelia Hazenbach looked at it as it were a snake. Then something like contempt flickered across her face. Jaw squared. She took the hand, and he helped her rise from the grass. Her legs were unsteady, but the first prince was a stubborn woman. She toughed it out until her stance firmed. Do you know how much time has passed? The princess asked. Since you were taken? I can only guess, he replied. But between my arrival here and yours, barely time enough for a kettle of water to boil. Arcadia makes sport of any who would measure its time. Had it been hours for those in the realm of the Fae, moments? More the former than the latter, he guessed, but guesses were all he had to give. Hanno waited as Hazenbach gathered her bearings, taking in the utter emptiness of the plain around them before her gaze moved to the tower. The gate that Christoph had smashed open still lay sagging on its hinges, almost an invitation. I suspect, Cordelia Hazenbach said, that passing the threshold unprepared would be a costly mistake. It ends soon, Hanno quietly agreed. Have your instincts grown enough to feel it? Cool blue eyes considered him. No answer came. It is in the air, Hanno told her. The roads grow short for the lack of ground left to tread. It was like a shortness of breath or unease in the limbs. The sensation that the story would soon reach its conclusion and that he was not ready. Here and now, the two of them alone under the sky, was the last chance to turn it around. Like an edge, the princess finally said. It feels like the moment before defeat, when the wheels and cogs are already moving but just before they snap into place. Hanno nodded. It was impressive, he thought, that even as a claimant she would have so sharp an impression. But then the first prince had always been an impressive woman, hadn't she? That had never been the trouble with her. The threshold is the point of no return, the dark-skinned man pensively said. But we have time before that. All the room that can be found in the boundary between Arcadia and creation. That was what the world whispered to him. The current his crippled hand could almost feel. Time was undefined now, made malleable by the gap between the two realms. But the story would lock into place the moment they crossed the threshold, leaving only the closure. Of course we do, the first prince said, sounding disgusted. How many steps ahead did she plan this? Hanno's lips thinned. Too many, he said. Blue's eyes left the tower, returning to him. Then this conversation, Cordelia Hazenbach calmly said, is what determines victory and defeat. Victory and defeat, huh? Loaded words, on a night like this one. Whose meaning for them was to be taken as gospel? His, the first prince's, Catherine's? Or maybe that was the point of it all, he thought. Choosing whose lines in the sand determined the nature of the game. I am beginning to believe, Hanno said, that thinking in those terms is the first mistake. In a fight, someone must lose. And what would you call this instead? The first prince of Proker said, gesturing around them. Grass painted pale by moonlight, the depthless dark above and in between the tower that belonged to neither. Like stairs joining the heavens and the dirt. Going up or going down. Not something you could know, Hanno thought, before your foot first touched the stone. A journey, perhaps, the Sword of Judgment finally replied. Something with a beginning and an end, but not a battle. Not without struggle, for so few things were, but not something. Defined by struggle. A journey, Cordelia Hazenbach repeated, tone musing. The princess's hand rose, fingers extended, as below them both the grass shivered from the breeze. Like she was trying to catch the wind. Maybe, the fair-haired woman said. But I am not so certain you and I are on the same one. Hanno of Arwood. A reply came to mind silver quick from the old Loridals of Arishot's ruminations. Can strangers ever be on the same journey? He'd loved those scrolls as a young court scribe in Arwood, the way they forced you to think. Arishot had not written to make laws, but instead lawmakers, asking questions that bent one's understanding until flaws were revealed. That riddle warned against common blame. Hanno had thought, against faulting a rower and a captain the same way for a crime. But which of us is the rower, Cordelia Hazenbach, and the captain? I had thought, Hanno admitted, that this would end by the ascription of fault. The first prince studied him, gaze composed. But no longer? Hanno snorted, suddenly tired in a way that had nothing to do with the hour. What does it matter, he said, if the pool one of us drowns in is a few feet deeper than the others? Hazenbach looked away as if burned by the sight of him. She took you to task as well, the first prince said. With method and great enthusiasm, Hanno replied. Some of that he knew she must have sat on for years. Too much of that had felt like a valve being opened, a sack of venom being drained. I as well, the first prince said, then hesitated. Hanno patiently waited. She is convincing, I know, the princess said. That does not mean she is right. I spent most of my time on the grass, he admitted, finishing the argument in my mind. Speaking the retorts I could not place, that escaped me in the moment. He could see now, looking back, that she had angered him on purpose. He would have spoken better calm, seen more clearly. He could have pointed it out. It was absurd to pretend that the saint or the pilgrim to killing innocents in the pursuit of ending an evil was equivalent to a villain simply killing for evil. That her sacrifices, the weight they had given her name, did not make her worthy, just strong. That Hanno himself had made mistakes, but that if those disqualified him from wardenship, then her own would make her the last woman allowed anywhere her title. Like a fencing match, he had played it again and again in his mind, every time swatting away more of her points, scoring more of his own. But one had never budged no matter what he cast against it. Did it change anything? Hazenbach asked. He breathed out slowly. Nothing that matters, he admitted. That was the difference between a fencing match and a duel, when it came down to it. One was won on points, the other ended when the opponent was killed. 1,000 small cuts mattered nothing in the face of that single blow going through the heart. Do you think claimants grow on trees, Han? Oh. And no matter how much he turned around the words in his palm, looking for the fault, he had found none. Cool blue eyes were studying him again, looking for something in the cast of his face. What is it that she said that shook you so? The first prince asked. An unpleasant truth. The dark-skinned hero thought. That I never stopped to consider that you might be right, and I might be wrong. That your claim could be the equal to mine instead of an obstacle to overcome. That I should have asked you a question years ago, Hanno replied. W. How does it that you want, Cordelia Hazenbach? His tone was as serious as it was earnest, and still Cordelia almost laughed. She looked away so he might not notice, eyes finding the vast stretch of the plains. The sea of grass where strands of shadow and light interwove, under the starlit ink of the endless sky above them. Two seeming eternities pressing down on the stark silhouette of the tower, a stubborn nail refusing to be hammered in. But nothing could fight forever, Cordelia knew. Instead, you were used up grain by grain until not a speck was left, the defeat so quiet and creeping you did not know of it before it embraced you. What did she want? For her uncle to be alive, her family with him. That the realm she had spent half her life healing had not become a wasteland ruin. That she could have kept everyone alive. That she had won more and lost less. That she had been the kind of woman who could have saved Procker instead of being the custodian of its death throes. That Calernia might know one long and lasting summer, a golden peace and time of plenty. That she was not carrying with her so many ugly choices, so many bitter compromises. And maybe, beneath it all, that she was still the same woman than before all the sacrifices she had made. But that was looking back, and not even the gods could return the arrow of time to the quiver. So instead Cordelia looked forward and sought her answer, shaving away the dross one cut at a time until there was only the bone of it left. It was even simpler than she had thought. I want my successor to be able to hang the peregrine, the princess said, then frowned. That was not quite it. The arrow missed by a thumb. No, I speak untrue. She breathed out, groping at the truth, and finally the words came to her. I want a world where it is a given the peregrine will hang, Cordelia Hazenbach said. Where there is no doubt that someone, anyone, who murders an entire town of innocents will die for it. That there will be no excuse, no protection, No talk of a choir giving absolution or a greater good hiding behind the mountain of corpses. Catherine had talked about so many heroes, about that night in the chamber of assembly and the crossroads of the arsenal, but these were not the source from which it all flowed. It was that brutal campaign through the heartlands, the Black Knight burning granaries and villages to kill thousands in starvation. It was the Grey Pilgrim condemning hundreds of innocents to a painful death to catch his foe, only to then keep him alive. It had been the seed of the realization that rules, laws, did not really apply to them, that only named were entitled to dole out justice to named, that whatever the first color of the cloak, it always ended up red. The sword of judgment took a step back, turning to face her instead of standing side by side, and Cordelia knew it had begun. Princes can destroy towns as well, the sword of judgment said, tone even. Many have. How many were brought to justice by law? I fought the Great War as girl. Cordelia thought, do you truly think you have anything at all to teach me about the cruelties of princes? She had not led her people south as an army because peace somehow did not occur to her. No one raised in the shadow of the crown and the plague could be ignorant of the costs of wars, even the most necessary ones. How many were brought to justice by heroes? Cordelia replied. Before the man could reply, she pushed on. And I do not mean in the last decade, the blue-eyed princess said. That is the scale of the immediate, the short precedent. It is not an honest examination of the past. Since the Principate was founded, Hanno of Arwood, how many princes and princesses have deservedly been slain by heroes? The brown-eyed man frowned. Given a few hours I would be able to give you a precise answer, Hanno said. But at the moment I cannot. Cordelia waved that away. She was not trying to ambush him. Pretend that lacking an exact number would mean she somehow won the argument. Imprecise would be enough, she replied. 30, 40, 100? He mulled that, eyes going distant for a few heartbeats. The air pulsed faintly with power. Aspect, she thought. Less than 80, he finally said. More than 30. And more than she had expected, but not enough to prove her wrong. It is a drop in the bucket, Cordelia told him. There have been thousands of princes since the founding of Procure. Hundreds of them must have been genuinely vile and malicious. Some lived out their lives keeping their throne, I have no doubt, but most of them did not. A crown was not power absolute and uncontested. Chosen struggled with understanding that when it came to doing good, but even more when it came to the other side of the coin, no royalty on Calernia would be able to be truly, genuinely evil without consequence even if there were not a single hero in existence. People did not enjoy being ruled by tyrants, even skillful ones. And in the end, a ruler only had power so long as people followed them. Some were tried before the highest assembly, but I would wager not so many more than heroes have slain, she continued. It is not a common procedure. Most were removed by their families, by the outrage of the people, by blades or poison. Hanno shook his head. You think of heroes as wandering forces, he said, but that is true of very few. Cordelia hid her irritation. That was not at all what they had been discussing. For every pilgrim and saint there are dozens who became named seeking to end an injustice and would then not stray far from that mandate, he said. When finished they will beat the sword back into a plowshare, return the enchanted ring to the old woman in the woods. We stray from the topic, she told him. We do not, Hanno calmly replied. Named are not born out of the gods waving a hand. Those that killed princes were, in all likeliness, brutalized by those same princes. All those means to unseat tyrants you lay out failed for so long, and in the face of so great a cruelty that a champion was empowered by above to end that evil. The blonde princess paused, genuinely taken aback. It had not occurred to her, truly, that most of the chosen who had killed Proceren's princes would be Procerans as well. In the back of her mind, she had always thought of it as a foreign intervention, an outside force meddling. It was jarring to realize there was no solid reason to believe that was true. That such heroes existed at all, Hanno of Arwood continued, is the mark of the utter failure of the means you defend. He shook his head. You even defend the poison and blades of others while condemning the same tools in a hero's hands, he said. I will not force on you my belief that becoming a hero means one seeks to do good, but are you truly going to argue that it makes people less worthy? He was not wrong, Cordelia thought, to chide her for having let her gaze shy away from part of the truth. But that did not mean he was right. His blinders were no smaller than her own. It does not, the tall princess replied. But neither does becoming named take someone beyond laws. It is true, I cannot deny, that you have spoken the truth. The highest assembly, the natural means, they fail. have failed and will fail again. This was not a revelation for her. Cordelia had spent years convincing, arm-twisting, and sometimes outright bribing the Assembly into backing what she believed to be necessary reforms. She had no illusions about the average character of royalty. Yet that does not mean decisions about the lives of thousands, sometimes even millions, should be blindly entrusted to whoever first arbitrarily received power from above, she retorted. Good intentions are not enough. Principle will not make up for a bad tax policy or lopsided trade rights. Christophe de Pavigny was the man she thought of then, well-meaning in so many ways, but even now still of narrow perspective and limited in judgment. Paired with power as a name that could make him rise among the most influential of an empire, it was a recipe for disaster. At best, he would be a puppet, at worst a stone around the neck of the people he had taken upon himself to rule. Ruling, making the decisions of a ruler, is a skill, Cordelia said. One that requires a lifetime of training and that very few chosen have cultivated. A bad decision by a good man will inflict a great deal more suffering than a good decision by a bad man. A deep breath, steadying herself after the long tirade. You are right, the order of things is imperfect, the princess said. But that does not mean heroes should be allowed to do as they wish, it means the order must be fixed. Then fix it, the sword of judgment bluntly replied. Why would any of us oppose the world being bettered? You do not have to oppose it, Cordelia harshly said. You make it unnecessary by being who you are. Why should there be significant reform to anything at all, when no matter how dire the situation becomes a hero will emerge to save the day? You are arguing in the favor of disaster, Hanno slowly said, incredulous. That lives should not have been saved. I am arguing, she said, that heroes have been killing villains and wicked princes since the founding of the Principate, and it has fixed nothing. That chosen excise tumors, but cannot heal the sickness that causes them. And because of that, Cordelia realized in a moment of clarity, she had come to think of them as being part of the trouble, one of the reasons for it. But that was unfair of her. A suspicion born of the souring experiences she had had with Chosen. Blaming them for existing was like blaming a man for not allowing his throat to be cut. About that much the sword of judgment was right, and she had been wrong. And that does not mean they should not exist, Cordelia said. But it means that so long as Chosen remain the final arbiters of what is good, we cannot grow. So long as we leave the decision of what can be allowed and what must be refused in the hands of a handful smiled on by the gods above, nothing can change. And that was what the lease accords were, deep down. The reason that the Lycanese princess had fought tooth and nail over provisions and sections, but never once doubted she would sign it when the negotiations ended. It was a treaty that let mortals dictate rules to named. That world cannot be built so long as laws do not apply to everyone, Cordelia said. Until it is Calernia, not the chosen few, that decide what the lines in the sand are. The dark-haired man had gone still as stone, looking at her as if he had never seen her before. They gave us a choice, Hanno of Arwood, the only one that really matters, she quietly said. Let us make it. The irony, Hanno thought, was that in many ways Cordelia Hazenbach was like the very people she distrusted. The ironclad conviction that made up her spine, that he had not grasped was at the heart of all she did, was the very trait that led people to become named. It was something creation reacted to, embraced. And though Hazenbach might despise him for the comparison, as she spoke she had reminded him of no one so much as Tariq Isbalai. The Pilgrim's own iron law had been different, the alleviation of suffering, no matter the cost. But looking at the first Prince of Proker, he saw in her the same alloy of idealism and brutal pragmatism that had been the Peregrine's signature. It was an unsettling thought. The changes you speak of, Hanno said, the world would be better off for them. The princess's lips quirked into a smile that did not reach her eyes. But, Cordelia Hazenbach said, so long as the first step to them is making heroes obey corrupt authorities, he told her, there is no chance of them ever coming to pass. If the foundation of her reform was to make named bow to the very evil they had risen to defeat, then the ideal was nothing but fool's gold. Then let them obey something else, she said. Rules that crowns had a hand in making, but do not belong to the crowns. He was not a fool, to need every word spelled out to him. The lease accords, Hanno said. Catherine Foundling's dream, the justification for her every atrocity, a muzzle on every atrocity that would come after her. As was so often the way of the Warden of the East, it was the finest of intentions raised atop a mountain of corpses. Hanno believed in their worth, but not that way that Catherine did. The rules would do good for Calernia, curb excesses, but in time they would become a tool for oppression as well. He had no illusions about their permanence, that their ability to better the world would be more than temporary. They can accomplish what queens and princesses cannot, the first prince said. A set of rules all will abide by. A first step heroes will accept. And for that you would become Warden of the West, Hanno thoughtfully said, to ensure that heroes follow the rules. The blonde princess looked faintly embarrassed as she nodded. I am not unaware of my weaknesses as a claimant, Cordelia said. I lack knowledge of name lore and have not cultivated many close relationships with heroes. Hanno hummed. But for what you envision the Warden of the West to be, even with those weaknesses you remain the better candidate, he plainly stated. What she described might be best described as the heroes of Calernia being made into a guild and Cordelia Hazenbach as the head of that guild. It was not a position that would require skill at arms or even a great deal of personal power. Her function would be that of an administrator and a diplomat, not a captain. It was also a position that would require her to abdicate all power and procure, Hanno knew, a sacrifice that would earn her some respect. That she was willing to make that sacrifice did not surprise him as much as it would have an hour ago. Tarek had never taken the tattered throne. I was expecting more of an argument from you, the first prince delicately said. I do not agree with your vision, Hanno clarified. But I do understand that from your perspective pressing your claim is the most sensible answer. Yet you disagree, the princess said. Not with your intentions, he replied. There have been enough misunderstandings between us, so I will speak plainly. You do not need to be Warden of the West to achieve this. It would help her, certainly, but it was not necessary, and it was turning the role to a direction that it did not need to be turned, or should, considering that a guild mistress would not be what Above's champions would need in the wake of the war on Keter. Coolness returned to the blue eyes considering him. Indeed, Cardinal will be the seat of the Accords, Hanno said, and your interest lies in them more than in name themselves. Taking up a position there as a high officer and a diplomat will place you in a position to shape laws and curb abuses exactly as you wish. And it would not force her into the position of leader of the heroes, a position she would not enjoy or be particularly skilled at. If your worry is lack of influence over named, then change the Accords to reflect what you believe is necessary, he told her. I would support this, and as Warden, I would have no difficulty working with you. She studied him for a long moment, then slowly nodded. To my own surprise, the blue-eyed princess said, I find myself believing you would try. Hanno grimaced. But, he echoed, the question has been long in coming from my side as well, Cordelia said. What is it that you want, Hanno of Arwit? For all the gravity of the situation, Hanno thought, it felt as if they were children declaiming a play at each other, taking turns, trading tirades. They were, in a way. Fate was heavy around them, like the air before a storm, and so far in the journey, every word mattered. They had run out of room to maneuver. So Hanno considered his answer carefully even though the words came easy, looking for the heart of it. It was too late for grievances to matter, for might-have-beens to be worth bringing up. Instead, he looked for the source, the kernel moment of why he had come to stand here. It was not the arsenal, he realized to his faint surprise. The disappointments of that fortnight had been long in the coming, more flower than root. I want a world, Hanno said, where you could not have called the 10th Crusade. The first prince flinched. She had reason to. It all went back to that first mistake, didn't it? The moment where the woman in front of him had decided to raise Above's banner without understanding what that decision meant. Where she had put the lives of tens of thousands, of most heroes on the continent, on the line because of terribly mundane reasons. Because Procure had been plagued by disaffected mercenaries, because it had been wary of a resurgent and hostile Callow on its flank. The real reasons for the 10th Crusade had nothing to do with the Black Queen or the doom of Lys. The groundwork for it being called had begun being laid years before. I do not believe heroes should rule, Hanno said. We are forged for a reason, to combat an evil, and that defines what we should be. Exceptional power granted to fight an exceptional evil. Come and gone in a few moons, like fireflies. How many gray pilgrims and saints of swords were there, really? Sometimes not even a single one in a generation. Hanno believed that a dozen heroes fighting under the Grand Alliance would no longer be named by now if they had not been drafted into the war against Keter. Their foe and mandate had been clear, stretched into the present only by the great threat looming over all the living. But we no longer live in a world where that is possible, he told her. Calernia is not the same place it was even a century ago. The kingdoms are more powerful, the cities larger, the borders push ever further into the wilds. It is no longer a place where someone can simply disappear. A century ago, the thought of something like the truce and terms would have been laughable. Names were too hard to find, too spread out. And who could even enforce these rules even should they be set down? Now half the younger heroes took them for granted, and even the older ones expected that when a great evil next came to Calernia, the same bargain would be struck with villains. It is no longer possible to take up the sword and retire into obscurity after having hung it back above the mantle, Hanno said. Heroes are sought, followed, drawn out by mortal powers, and then they are used for purposes beyond what they were meant for. From that, evil flows. Like Kristoff, whose power and candor had driven the House of Langevin to try to entrap him into some plot. The Mirror Knight should have never so much as spoken to a Langevin. He had come into his name to protect the elfin dames, to face the wicked enchantress that would come to destroy them. If not for the Dead King's March, he might never have left the lakeside town of his birth. Hanno had not been offended to learn that the Langevins had sunk hooks into him. Why would he be, when the plain truth of the matter was that unscrupulous souls had taken advantage of the vulnerability a good man had risked to save every living being on Calernia? And it would keep happening again and again. The corrupt and powerful twisting power meant to do good, so long as there was no one standing between heroes and earthly crowns. Someone who could free their hands to do good and steer them away from being used. There is some truth in that, the fair-haired princess finally said. I did not understand what I was unleashing when I called the 10th Crusade. I erred, and many paid for it. He slowly nodded. It was only the shallowest layer of what he had said, but it was the beginning of an understanding. But your words are not entirely true, are they? The first prince said. Heroes seek crowns as well. Prince White. The disdain for the title was palpable, but Hanno was not offended. How could he be when he agreed? Yes, he enthused. Exactly. I should not be holding the authority that I took up. For the first time since he had met her, he saw the first prince of Proker visibly taken aback. I have had to because named and kingdoms have become so intertwined as to be indistinguishable, Hanno said, which is not a state of affairs that should exist. It was not as if he had wanted to seize the reins. But what other choice had there been, when failing to do so might doom all of Calernia? If Hanno did not become the Warden of the West, did not lead Good's forces against the walls of Keter, he foresaw no victory. The first prince was fit to rule, but for all that it needed a foundation of authority, the name was not about ruling. I have not deluded myself into thinking I am a fit ruler, Cordelia Hazenbach, Hanno told her. I have to bear a crown. Let it be a firefly's crown, gone in a few moons, when the darkness abates. And after the need has passed dash, you would set it down and stand as Warden of the West, the first prince calmly said, spending your days ensuring that heroes stay true to their purpose by keeping them apart from earthly powers. Stand as the intercessor between them. It is not that the world is corrupt and heroes without fault, he said. Above's blessing does not make named more than men, beyond pettiness or cruelty. But that power comes in recognition of a need to do good, to make the world a little better. And maybe the princess was right, and one day the world would have no need for heroes. But that day had not come. Perhaps Calernia had changed, but heroes could as well. They could meet the age of order on their feet instead of being overtaken by it. All the world needs to do is let them, Hanno pleaded. The night air had stillness to it in the wake of his words, the first prince's face a bland mask as she studied him in silence. I can see it now, I think, Cordelia Hazenbach finally said, tone eerily calm. The trap. Hanno frowned. The wardens, he asked. The intercessors, the first prince replied, shaking her head. Because whoever wins, Hanno, whichever of us steps forward, something breaks. Something is lost when a claimant wins over another, Hanno slowly said. That is only natural. The blue-eyed princess half smiled, but did not explain. You do not need to be Warden of the West to achieve what you spoke of, she said instead. It is perhaps the only way to achieve it, Hanno replied, shaking his head. It was pointed out to me tonight on several occasions, the princess said, that what name do not follow laws or titles, but the individual. It is power personal, not institutional, and that is the very thing you seek to preserve. Your successors, Hanno, will not command the same respect. That can be trained, he replied. Can it? She said, tone doubtful. Even if that is the case, it will not change the bone of the matter. The respect will come again from the individual, not the name. In other words, the name does not matter. Hanno stilled, looked for a reply, a rejoinder, a way to disagree. You can do all of this as the White Knight, the first prince said. You were already the shield of the heroes, Hanno, and you have little interest in the accords themselves or the ministry of kingdoms. So why do you need to be the warden of the West to do all this? He groped for his answer, feeling lost in a way he had not since the light returned to him, and he found that he did not have one. That all the thoughts he had put together, building back the wall broken by the silence of the tribunal, were built on a foundation that did not exist. It was true, all of it, but it was built on thin air. As if from the very moment he had heard, his stomach clenched. And there it was, the root of the mistake. Because, Hanno quietly said, there is a warden of the East. Clarity, Cordelia thought, could be such a cruel thing. We are not claimants, she said. We are the bears in the pit. And no matter who won, the bears always lost. The hero's face drew tight, but, tellingly, he did not disagree. You believe the intercessor is behind this, Hanno said. How? Gods, who knows? The blonde princess tiredly said. Perhaps she pulled strings at the arsenal, or on the night we faced each other in Salia. It could be 100 other little moments where a push or a pull made a difference, and we would never know. Her smile was bitter. Has anyone aside from the Black Queen ever been able to untangle her plots? The hero jerked back as if he had been slapped. That was answer enough, Cordelia thought. And so we damage good. Whoever becomes warden, Hanno of Arwood said, sounding appalled. We already have, Cordelia said. To add weight to my claim, I promised by abdication as first prince to Rosala Malanza and her allies in exchange for their support. There is no going back. And I have let myself be crowned prince in all but name, Hanno quietly replied. The divisions will go away no matter who becomes warden of the West. It was worse than that, she thought. Thinking in the scale of the immediate, it was a danger, but there was something else awaiting just beyond the horizon. Neither of us would have all of good behind us, Cordelia said. Neither of us would be her equal. And on that hobbled leg dash, we would venture out to fight the hidden horror, Hanno finished through gritted teeth. That is, Cordelia's understanding of name lore was still a shallow thing. But even she could see that it would be a catastrophe for two wardens to face the dead king without the full weight of what they claimed to stand for behind them. It would be going to war with a gap in your chainmail. Why would the intercessor ever want this? The Sword of Judgment asked. She the dead king's enemy, as much as our own. She wants us to lose, I think, the princess said, so that when the darkest hour comes she can save us. Entirely on her terms. The wandering bard had burned too many bridges to get her way otherwise. She could only dictate terms now if the only choice left was between her and annihilation. So she poisons the chalice long before we can think to drink, Hanno grimaced. That fits her unpleasantly well. Foresight is 2/3 of what makes her fearsome. And Catherine Foundling was the one who had caught her out. Again, we would have torn each other to pieces until only one was left standing, if she had not done all this, Cordelia admitted. If she had not come after their every preconception with a knife and dropped them here in the grass, like misbehaving children in need of making up. The dark-skinned hero peered at her closely. We have been wrong, Hanno of Arwood conceded. That does not make her right. Bears in the pit, Hanno, Cordelia softly said. You saw it before I did. A long moment passed, silence hanging between them. The breeze caressed the grass. Journeys, not a battle. The Sword of Judgment murmured. Yours. Mine. Hers. Blue eyes met brown, and understanding. They could still end this right. She did not know who took the first step, but they passed the threshold together. Book 7, Chapter 39, Name Redux. Carry with you my blessing and my curse. May you ever get what you deserve. Extract from the Tenets Under Night, firstborn religious text. The fabric of Arcadia cracked around me, and I grinned. I was so very, very close. The Book of Some Things struggled furiously against the relentless onslaught of night, but it had begun a slow descent into loss from the moment the first tendril slithered through a fracture. The artifact's power was constrained in a way that was literally inhuman, the precision impossible by mortal hands. But no matter how hard the nut, if you hammered at it long enough, you'd get something to show for it. Brute force all the way through would have taken days, maybe even an entire week, but that had never been the plan. All the night, I could channel into relentless pressure without needing to guide the ritual, had just been meant to create those fractures. The precision work came after, widening the cracks and pulling apart the defenses around the book shard by shard. I could dip out for a bit and let brute force fall down again. But I'd been embellishing the truth when I told people that the ritual could end without me. It was technically true, but if I wanted it finished tonight, then I'd need to be personally involved. It's why I'd rustled up my band of valiant villainous defenders in the first place. When I got my licks in with Hanno and Cordelia, I'd need people to cover for me while I did the labor of smothering the divine light of hope. You know, metaphorically speaking. Probably. It would have taken more power than this if I was literally killing hope, I reassured myself. And the thing was that, deep down, I'd not actually expected this to work. I went against everything I'd been taught. I had cackled atop a flying tower, begun a massive ungainly ritual to destroy something good while there were heroes in riding distance, and just generally monologued at people who might be construed as my rivals should you squint a bit. I had, in other words, behaved in a way that would have made my father roll in his graves if he'd not been given to a pyre. Only now I was standing alone in a room so deeply drenched in shadows it might as well be the night sky, prying apart the shell of the book as it shone like a furious star, and I was winning. The book burned, for a moment washing away even the slightest of shadows, but I snorted. Shouldn't have done that, I informed it. Sure, as far as I can tell your source of power is pretty much inexhaustible, but your outflow. The burning light suddenly flickered, and in the moment of weakness night swallowed all it had lost and more. The book struggled, burning bright twice more, but every time it burned shorter and ceded more ground afterwards. Like I thought, you have a fixed outflow, I told the book. Like veins, yeah? So when you come at me with all that fire, trying to chase me out of the room, you're cramming a lot more blood in those veins than there's supposed to be, making them burst. The book pulsed, shadows shivering around it. You damaged yourself, I tutted disapprovingly. And it opened the veins wider for me to slither through, not that I'd give it warning over that. I was still unsure exactly how intelligent the artifact was. Not sentient, as far as I could tell, but it was far from inert. There was a will in there, dumb and blind as it might be. Leaning forward, I pulled at the knight. Picking through layer after layer would have taken too long, especially the tighter shell nearer to the book itself, but I'd been going deep instead of wide. I only needed to get to the artifact to finish this, not strip it naked. My flesh eye was half closed, blinded by the light, but under my eyecloth night roiled and let me see through 100 more. It was easier that way to pick my angle, slide between two jagged shards, invisible even to my weaves, only outlined by the press of night against them, and slip into a crack. Not deep enough, I thought, but I had a way around that. Hooks, I ordered, frowning. Like 1,000 little mandibles the night slipped into the crack, bit into the shard, anchoring itself to the power. Like a fishing line, I spun out cords of night from it and hung them behind me, into the great currents of darkness, before rolling a shoulder. Now I just had to put my back into it. All my eyes closed, I breathed out shallowly and emptied my mind. Distractions fell away one after another, swallowed up by the dark, until all that was left was a simple thought. Pull. I sunk into it, made it fill me up to the brim for what must have been 100 years. A loud crack jolted me out of the state, the sound rippling across the fabric of Arcadia. A long, thin shard broke away and flew up from the massive pressure, disappearing into the currents of night. I could feel the tapestry of Arcadia wane around me, like a tapestry used as a cutting board. Creation would have been more solid, but I'd chosen Arcadia because rules were looser here in the first place. It'd last long enough anyway, I thought as I leaned forward even further. Now there was only a small, smooth shell no broader than my thumb, keeping me from getting to the book. One more good hit, and I was in. I sent out my will, night rippling around me, and found Archer. Report, I ordered. Band of heroes coming from the hills, Indrani said. Captured the royal conjurer, by the looks of it, but they're having a hard time with horses on the hill paths. The rest of our guests are contained. There were only so many bands of 5 I had it in me to swat away tonight, so it'd be best to finish this as soon as possible. I'd given the would-be wardens every chance I had to spare. If they couldn't pull through now, it was on them. Do what you can to slow them down, I said. There was beat. Cat, what's wrong? Indrani asked. Nothing. I lied and cut the tie. Looking down, I saw that my hands were trembling. From the exertion, I told myself. Not from what I was about to do. Attempt to steal above's power and devour it whole. I clenched my hands. It's the best of the bad solutions, I told the book. My foundations will be weak, sure, but I'll have the power to take on the dead king. Just not, I thought, the power to survive him. When 2 peerless monsters entered the ring, only ruin ensued. I wasn't sure, couldn't be, but that was my gut said, and these days it was so rarely wrong. I'd be fragile strength I took into the fight, and the hidden horror would make me pay for that. Maybe I'd make it out anyway, merely crawl out broken, but the odds would be leaning the other way. I stared down my hands until they stopped shaking. I was a few graveyards past a happy ending. So let's take a swing, I murmured, and see where it gets me. The power came easy. Knight loved a winning battle. The book's power felt smooth as an eggshell, without flaw, but I had broken through that before. The battering ram came down, the mangled globe creaking under the weight as I wielded the power in the most simple, brutal way it could be wielded. I waited and watched through 100 eyes in one, following the shape of the power as it distended under the pressure, and, eventually, fissured. A small break, more along the curve of the last shell than inside it, but there was a slight indent. I flexed my will, turning pressure to liquid as Knight poured down through the slight opening before it could close. It would do. It was weak leverage, but when you had enough strength to wield, that could be enough. I wove hook after hook, tightened the weave, and raised my arm. I took the deep currents in hand, closed my eyes, and pulled. Was I in the dark, or was I the dark? It was hard to tell where the border was. My own heartbeat felt distant, as if I'd been submerged, but I had a lifeline. The cords of Night in my hand, pulling at me as I had pulled at them. I came back to the world to a splintering sound that echoed of a scream, the shell cracking and breaking as I breathed out, and Night tendrils pulled and picked and ripped it all apart. All that effort, I thought as my eyes opened, to expose no more than a thumb's worth of the book of some things. But exposed it was, and I reached out for the leather-bound book with my hand. Light burned, a sun howling in indignation that I dared to darken it, but I had veiled greater suns than this. Fall, I ordered, and Night obeyed. The light did not give an inch even as I drowned it in darkness, but the dark was patient. Like a candle starved of air, I watched it burn and burn and burn until there was nothing left to consume but itself, and then that pride ate itself hollow. Until there was but a speck left, an ember, and the light dimmed. I had won. Damn me, I had won. My fingertips found the leather cold to the touch. Blindly angry, I ripped out the ember from the book and watched it wilt. I held the speck of light in the palm of my hand and looked through the night, to the threshold of my tower in this realm and another. The moonlight was blinding, a curtain of pale, but through it cut two stark silhouettes. The first prince and the sword of judgment, crossing the threshold together. Good, I said. Good. Now we end this. They climbed the stairs unhindered. I saw to that. The dark parted for them, like a tide receding, and I heard the sound of their steps on the stone long before they passed through the gate into the tower's heart. Neither of them hurried, neither of them slow. It was a pace like the beat of a drum. It had the taste of the inexorable to it. And when they came at last, entering a sea of night broken only by the glow of the ember in my palm, the play of shadows cut the figure of them to the bone, as if only the crux of them was being shined upon, the rest of it claimed by the dark. Hanno of Arwood, the tall knight with a workman's calloused hands. The sword at his side was little more than a line, his eyes a single streak of calm. Cordelia Hazenbach, the princess with the arrow straight back, a raised chin and blue eyes burning cold. Neither of them flinched away from the dark. You're late, I said. My voice echoed across the night, the only thing it did not swallow. No. Instead, the words reverberated across the room until the very last note faded, somehow faintly sounding of the cawing of crows. I felt talons digging into my shoulders, the presence of save NOC a tangible weight. I had the attention of my patronesses. But not too late, he replied. His movement drew shape from light, the cut of his jaw and the length of the sword still in the sheath. Not so sure about that, I said, though at least the both of you made it here. Bears in the pit, she evenly said. We saw. There is blinkered and there is blind. A slash of pale gold across her brow, the whisper of long skirts against the stone. And what is it you see? I scoffed. The lady of long strings, pulling at them still, he said. Poisoning the chalice we are all to drink from. Lips firmly set, the dull shine of a belt buckle. Too little, I said. And much, much too late. If all you hold is what I hand you. My fingers closed around the ember of light, shadows like ribs cast on my face. I did not finish, crush it entirely, and eat it whole, but the warning was plain. Better tyranny than a lackluster opposite. That mistake, at least, most of Calernia would live through. And what would closing that grip make you, I wonder, she asked. Curls like a river going down brocade, a tooth digging into skin to the very edge of piercing. The necessary evil, I smiled, all teeth under the hood. You ought to be used to it by now. You are, he replied, blunt. It is why you reach even when you should not. Hair cut short, I could make out the skin under, cloth hanging loose on his arm. What else is there? I challenged. I gave you warning. I bet you might live up to the boasts of your gods, share a victory, but I see none of that before me. You see nothing, she said, because you are still in the pit. A cheekbone like a crossguard, a blue sleeve hiding a hand. I almost laughed in Cordelia's face. Of course I was still in the pit. I'd started there, bleeding for silver, and odds were I'd die in there as well. Just because the pit got bigger and the toughs tougher didn't mean anything had changed. You failed, I said, the regret in my voice honest. Neither of you will stand. There is only one way left now. Through. I thought. That is true, he acknowledged. If you act alone. The entire relief of him, for the briefest moment as he passed between two ribs, bruised but not beaten. A bearing of a fragile certainty. They were not yet done. I narrowed my eye at them, staring them down from all sides, but they were half shadows themselves in the depths of the dark. So I ask again, I said. What else is there? Bygone, Warden of the East, she said. Do you not have the West before you? Half of her stood in the light, like she had been split in half, gold and winter and blue, for a heartbeat shone upon. Bygone instead of taking. And she was gone, dress trailing a flutter behind her as she returned to the dark. My fingers, the ones still holding the night, clenched. Knots formed around them. She was serious, I thought, and Hannah was not contradicting her. They were mad. Half the world. I'm used. That will have a hefty price. Is that an excuse for stealing instead? He asked. The good hand on the good sword, a shoulder pulling tight. I'll bite. I languidly shrugged. What is it that you want for your half? Give up power, Cordelia Hazenbach challenged. Your hands should only hold so much. Another must lead the damned. A glimpse of light, but all I saw was the eyes, cold and blue and hard as the iron her people had once named kings for. You want me to step away? I thought. To become the sole keeper of the accords and bind my hands with my own rules. There would be captains for above and below, but I would not be one of them. Instead, an arbiter between. My fingers clenched even further. Did she even begin to understand how much power she was asking me to throw away? Already I was abdicating my throne. Was I to burn every last scrap of influence I held along with it? What she described, it would leave me no authority save through the accords, while they kept their followings intact, giving up empty claims in exchange for the root of my own power. And while I cut my own legs, the two of you will keep your seats, of course, I replied. I shook my head, darkly amused. You people can never really lose, can you? I said, smiling my father's smile. Can you? Hanno of Arwood retorted. All I saw in the light was his hand, the fingers cut to the phalange. Hanno's own bargain. On the cusp of your oldest trick, another ruin of a victory, he said. Do you have it in you to compromise anyway, Catherine Foundling? Night roiled with my anger. Another hero coming out of the cold asking me to meet them halfway after having stepped an inch to my mile. Another fair-weather friend demanding my cloak. My fingers closed further around the ember, the shadow ribs pulling closer. Compromise takes from both sides, I bit out. What is it that you're giving up? The two of them stood at the edge of the light, little more than silhouettes. The three of us around the heart of the book, like three strangers huddled around a fire. I will abdicate all power in Procer, Cordelia said, and spend the rest of my life in Cardinal serving the Accords. Their laws will have to be enforced unnamed, Hanno said. I will pledge my sword to the duty, under your authority. I took half a step back. Lose everything. They demanded of me, and now they were offering everything in return. A simple solution, but the intricacies spun out along with my thoughts. She'd build Cardinal as a city, and the skeleton of the Accords applied, the schools, and the bureaucracy. And he'd make himself into the enforcer of the laws all named must abide, the one sent into the breach when horror got loose. The both of them would grant legitimacy that I simply did not have, warlord that I was. And they would also be a noose around my neck. I could not ask dark deeds of that enforcer. I could not plot conquest past that chancellor. Wings and an anchor at the same time. An elegant, balanced solution. It just required me to be willing to give up every speck of authority I held beyond treaties that were still nothing more than ink on parchment. To let slip from my grasp every single thing I'd fought for since the night I had almost been strangled to death in an alley. Talons dug into my shoulders. My goddesses were watching, waiting, wanting to hear my answer. I looked at the two silhouettes in the waning light, feeling the weight of their gazes and silence, wondering, had the sisters had felt like this that night in the Everdark, when I had offered winter and asked for salvation in return? I got no answer from them, but expected nothing else. After all, it was my turn on their side of the altar. Crabs in the bucket, I murmured. It always comes back to that in the end, doesn't it? Having to trust that the others wanted to leave the bucket too, that they didn't just want to drag you back down. The leap of faith. And I still remembered what it was like, kneeling before Silver Eyes and asking the only thing you really could. Help me, please. It might fail, I told them. They waited, silent. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. But that's what we always say, isn't it? My father had never understood, to the end, that sometimes it wasn't about winning. It had gotten him killed. And maybe, I thought, this would get me killed too. But it was the only way out of the pit. And what else could I do but try? I released the knight, the knots around my hand unmaking themselves. The sea withdrawing around all three of us until the last ember of the book shone like a firefly cradled in my hand. Half the world, I quietly said. Bargain struck. Cordelia stepped forward first, reaching out and gently unclasping my fingers. The ember burned against my palm, free. Henno met my eye, leaning forward over the altar and smiling. He blew out the light. Darkness swallowed whole the room, then it swallowed me too. I woke up standing on ashes. In the distance the wind howled, kicking up great clouds of ash and dust, and my leg was throbbing. My sword was at my hip, my staff in my hand. Both were cold to the touch. I pulled my cloak tight around me, shivering, and looked ahead. There was a great stone ramp there, leading to a broken city. It had been built in a tall plateau, which lay shattered as ash rained down from the sky and the wind whipped at hollowed-out husks. I'd been here before, I knew. I'd fought to defend this city and lost. Hey no, I murmured. The wind gave no answer. The sky above was an endless stretch of storm clouds, red lightning crackling above and making itself known through the flashes of light. The whole world seemed coated in bleak gray light. I sighed. At least it isn't Lise, I muttered. We have haunted each other long enough. Around us was a vast plain of ash, so there was only one way to go, forward, into the city. My leg felt like nails were being driven into it, but I pulled my hood down and limped towards the ramp. With every excruciating step, I could not help but think I had been here before. Not Haino, but the rest. This plain of ash. But I could not tell when or how, no more than I remembered how I had come here. All I knew was that my answers lay ahead. The journey was long. The sky began to darken as the hours passed, shadows lengthening around me. But I reached the bottom of the slope, and there at last it all fell into place. Half buried in the ash, revealed by a careless twist of wind, I found a corpse. A legionary, one of mine. Just some boy who couldn't have been older than 18, his skull split open and his eyes unseeing. Come to a foreign field to die for strangers. Name Dream, I said, then shook my head scornfully. I glanced up at the sky. Death did not shake me when I was barely more than a girl. I told it, and I've waded through oceans of it since. What did you expect? For you to learn. It had been many years since I'd last dreamt one of these dreams, but the woman who'd called out to me still felt like I'd seen her yesterday. Why shouldn't she, when she was wearing my face? Older than me, her hair cut short and her robes pure white, but we were still twins. At her hip a long and slender sword hung from her belt, pure silver, but that wasn't what drew my attention. She was holding some sort of case with a cloth draped over it. Added to your arsenal, I see, I amiably replied. The doppelganger glared at me. And you still avoid the reproaches to which you have no answer, my twin said. I've learned a lot of things, I told her, half smiling. Just not the sort you like. Not the sort anyone should like, my twin said. How many cities worth of dead now trail in our wake, Catherine? Enough of them it might make up a kingdom. Your very own graveyard crown. Better my graveyard than the dead king's, I flatly replied. Mine, at least, will sleep in peace. They should have drowned us at birth, she said. Evil as the act would have been, it would still have been better than the plague of a woman we turned into. Again and again you were given the choice to turn away, to do better, and where did that lead you? She gestured up at broken Haino. Ruin heaped on ruin, my twin said. You are the worst of what we were as a girl, honed to a fine edge. You never learned how to compromise either, did you? I asked. You still think it's better to accomplish nothing than to do bad things. Look around you, Catherine, she gently said. What is you've accomplished? My fingers clenched around my staff. You were wrong then, I replied, and you're wrong now. Doing nothing is worse than being evil. It's just going along with everything that's wrong with the world. And is it a better world you've made? She asked me. I breathed out, looking up at the sky. I could have been flippant, have made a joke of it, but it would have felt wrong. This is the last time I'm ever going to see you, isn't it? If I was to face my doubts manifest, I would face them honestly. Ask me when the war's over, I finally said. When I'm no longer holding my sword. Face unreadable, She slowly nodded. What now? I asked her. I guide you into the city, my twin replied. She pulled away the cloth, dropping it into the ash and revealing the wooden lantern below. There was no flame inside, I saw. It was an ember of light, the same I'd seen Hanno blow out. Around us, night fell over the world. Follow me closely, she said. The way is treacherous. She was not lying. The streets were cracked, houses and towers falling apart as the wind mournfully twisted past them. The rain of ash blinded the view of the sky, the rare lightning and distant starlight crowning the clouds. Hanno had been turned into a monument to ruin and death, corpses dangling from every edge and crammed in every nook and cranny. Under the lantern's light, I glimpsed faces I had known, soldiers I'd once laughed with or ridden by. Once I thought I saw Nock's face, scarred with summer fire, but it was too far to be sure. I made certain never to look too closely at any goblin's face. Usually I meet the other one first, I said, following her into the deeper city. Evil has always come easier to your hand, my twin curtly replied. But not tonight. I asked. It was not at that bought you entry, she said. Her tone made it clear the conversation was over, and she ignored my other attempts to talk. I followed her in silence through the tomb of a maze, recognizing where we were headed, the heart of the city, where there had once been a reservoir of water. It had been broken during the battle, the plateau split by sorcery and the wrath of the firstborn. We found the other one there, sitting on a broken pillar by the edge of the drop as she ran a whetting stone along the edge of her blade. The clouds parted as we padded across the dust-covered stone, moonlight peeking through and wreathing her silhouette. The other twin still had that pink scar across her nose, her long hair kept in a braid reaching down to her coat of mail. Regular's armor. She had a mangled look about her, worn down from war, but for once I was more worn than her. She wore a blood-specked tabard over the mail and a knife at her hip that I recognized, even sheathed. I would not soon forget the knife I'd used to kill my father. Ah, Cat, the evil twin grinned. Welcome back, my girl. Evening, I drawled. You look in a fine mood. The good twin stepped to the side, silent and glaring. Shit, why? Wouldn't I be? The scarred twin laughed. It's been a long few years, Catherine, but look at us now. She waved around the sword, enthused. We're basically queen bitch of Calernia, the evil twin said. Sure, it took a damned lot of killing to get there, but that's why we've got a hell of a throne to lounge on. Ugh, a pun. There was a reason I'd killed her half the times we'd met. She leaned forward. And just between you and me, my girl, she said. It makes our legs look good. I don't do a lot of lounging these days, I noted. It's actually pretty painful on the leg. She rolled her eyes at me. Yeah, that's the one part I've some issues with, she said. You need to cut that out. Fix your leg, put on your big girl pants, and properly take this continent in hand. Should we now? I flatly said. You know we could, the evil twin grinned. It wouldn't even be that hard. A few clever choices while we pulled down Keter on Neshama's head, and there'll be no one left who could stop us. Besides, we both know they're all going to be so pathetically grateful once we pull them out of the fire again. So the bargain I just made, I said, I ought to discard it. She smiled at me. Do you why I sit here? She asked. I shrugged. The view. I guessed. That's one word for it, she said. Come closer. I limped forward, the lantern's light burning behind me and the moon above, until I stood at the edge of the drop. The plateau had been shattered, I knew, but down there I saw not a single loose stone. There might be some at the bottom, but how could I tell when a kingdom's worth of Mangel's corpses had been piled over it? I'd seen a lot of death since I became the squire and in the years since, but that sight still gave me pause. How many thousands were down there? Who are they? I quietly asked. The city's the people who got us here, the twin said. They're the people we've killed. With wars, with choices, because it would have cost too much to save them. My fingers clenched. They should have drowned us at birth. The other spirit had said. And that's the view you chose? It's what we are, Cat. The spirit smiled. The girl who did that. I just want you to stop fucking around and own it. I looked down at the dead, unblinking. You never learned to lose, I finally said. That's your mistake. The spirit eyed me, unimpressed. Why would I want to? Because when you look at these you see victories, I said. It's the only way you know how to live. Going from one fight to another, hoping that one more battle will fix it all. I shook my head. It's prayer, I said. Below's favorite kind. All and every time, until inevitably you lose it all. We haven't lost yet, the twin said. I'll take those odds. They'll take you, I replied. It's a rigged game. It's how they've always gotten us. I looked back at the other spirit, who stood watching us with her lantern in hand. I stepped away from the edge. The first time I met you too, I said. I killed you both. Good times, evil twin grinned. The second time, I continued, I left you behind. And the demon broke you. The other spirit replied. Mistakes, I thought. Both times it had been mistakes. And I'd never seen them with the beast. It's the end of the road, you know, I quietly said. There won't be another one after this. Neither of them answered. Their gazes were on me. It's the third time, I said. Let's make it count. I breathed out, looking up at the moon through the parted clouds, and let myself loosen. Stop trying to trick my way out of this, to win it, to use it as a tool. It was a journey, nothing more and nothing less. A hand gripped my right shoulder. Do better, she whispered into my ear. Remember the girl who wanted to save her home? She was always the best of you. A hand gripped my left shoulder. Don't flinch, she whispered into my ear. Remember the girl who wanted to be the storm? She's the one who got you here. We stood the three of us under the moon, in the heart of broken Hainaut, as below us the corpses began moved. Not as a horde, but as one, a behemoth of a creature rising from the cradle of death made of 100,000 corpses. It stood tall and terrible, blotting out the sky, watching me through a sea of dead faces. Hello, old friend, I softly greeted the beast. It opened a gaping maw, bearing fangs made of broken swords and spears and banners. It was a beast, I thought, fit to swallow the world whole. West and east, what did it matter? It would devour it all. I once told you I wasn't afraid of you, I smiled. But it was a lie, did you know? It laughed, the sound a thing of horror. Let me tell you again, then, I said. I'm not afraid of you. The behemoth of corpses climbed out of the pit, standing over me. An entire world of death enveloped me on all sides. I cocked my head to the side. Is it a lie now? I asked it. Its massive head lowered and it watched me, suddenly snapping out. I did not flinch. You know what we are now? I told it. Who we are. I looked up into its eyes. The warden, I claimed, and the world shivered with the truth of it. The beast roared in approval. Time to wake up, I thought, and the great maw of death opened wide. I never felt it close around me. Hunt. We fear evil as we fear the wave that drowns us, but it rests atop an ocean of smaller evils. Extract from the transcript of the Sermon of the Shores, as spoken by Sister Salienta. Of all the ships in her father's fleet, Haisu loved the venerable tortoise the most. It wasn't like the others because it had come from across the Tyrian Sea, from Occidental, the faraway land where her father had been born. Most of the ships he'd led when he went into exile had sunk in the crossing, so there weren't many left. And of those that remained, the venerable tortoise was by far the largest. It had 4 masts and 2 decks, squat but swift because it had been built as a warship to fight the Yin-Ti. It wasn't because of that Hai called it her favorite, though. The tortoise was the first home she'd ever known. The earliest thing remembered was the sound of wood groaning as the keel cut through the waves. Hai had been born a sailor, everyone said so. She had her own table on the forecastle, where if she was good she was allowed to work on her letters and numbers instead of in her father's cabin. And today she'd been diligent, even if Occidental formal characters were just the worst. She loved the days out at sea, so it was a little sad that the tortoise was headed back to Relic Reef. Although, by the look on her father's face as he looked into the ballite eye, maybe they wouldn't be heading there quite just yet. Is it a merchant ship? Hai eagerly asked. Isul Su, admiral in exile of the Southern Fleet, was a tall man with a thick build and a rounded belly. Hai's father was tanned to leather from sun and salt, and his feathered hat was raggedy around the edges, but his long beard and mustache were always immaculately groomed. Mother said that it was because he was his own true love, so he took best care of himself, but Dad always insisted that it was just his duty to be well-groomed as an admiral of the Occidental Navy, which was the finest in creation. Her father set down the long view and patted her head. Assurin, my little petrel, Admiral Isil said. A trader with belly full of goods by the way she drags water, headed south for Penthes. It must be coming back from Thalassina, Hai thought. You always say Assurins are thieves and swindlers, she said. As is only natural, her father solemnly replied, since they are descended from the Balite hegemony, who are the greatest swindlers and thieves to ever live. So they're going to be strong if we try to take the ship? Hai asked. Tay says the hegemony was a great empire, so they must have been conquerors once. The hegemony would never do anything so impolite as conquering. Petrel, Admiral Isil replied, amused. They only colonize land that other people mistakenly believed was theirs, then defend it most vigorously. That sounded like a lot more effort than just stabbing people for their things. So we can take the assurance then, she sagely said. Cause they're weak. Her father grinned, patted her head again. I believe we will, he said. We've the time to spare before we sail for the reef. Be a good girl and find Tay, yes? She nodded even as he peeled away and began bellowing orders in Koryo, his native tongue, the crew cheering. Hai hadn't even put away her scrolls and ink, yet when Tay found her instead of the other way around, the tall and grizzled sailor nodding approvingly at her efforts. Tay was nice, especially when he drank and said too much, but Hai was oath-sworn to resent him because he was her designated keeper. She was already debating spilling ink on his boots, which he definitely noticed by the warning look he gave her. If you clean up well and quickly, I'll let you sit in the crow's nest with your bow, Tay told her. He always spoke in trader tongue when her father wasn't around. There were still some crew from Occidental who thought that their admiral would one day lead them back across the Tyrian Sea, but Tay wasn't one of them. Fine. Hai loudly sighed, trying to hide her eagerness, and failing, from the way he grinned at her through his drooping mustache. Pursuing the Assurance took hours, the other ship trying to slip them and ride the wind to league waters in the hopes that a patrol might bail them out. But their hull was full, and the venerable tortoise more of a hare when the wind was at her back. True to his word, Tay took her up in the crow's nest with the grown-up bow her mother had given her last year and a quiver full of arrows. Only shoot if they don't surrender, Tay reminded her. Hai shot him an offended look. I'm a pirate too, she replied indignant. Were people ever going to stop ruffling her hair? Ugh. The Assurance struck their sail when it became clear they weren't going to get away and allowed the tortoise to approach. Her father shouted back and forth with their captain a while, promising to spare the crew if there was no fight, and it looked like this was going to get done the nice way until a hard-eyed woman on the Assurance ship screamed out something in High Tyrian and Dasim's torso exploded in a whirl of wind. Ship mage, Tay cursed. Their pride always gets crew killed. It was a bloody fight after that, but the Assurance did most of the bleeding. The tortoise's crew was twice as large, and they'd all been fighters for years, so the merchant ship's deck was swept in half an hour, and the last survivors holed up in the hull surrendered not long after. Hai shot 3 arrows and wanted to kill the ship mage, but Tay stopped her firing at the woman. Don't draw her attention, he warned. She came down when it was all over, but her father wasn't back yet. He'd gone over with the boarders in the first wave, and now he was talking with some of the survivors to see if they wanted to join his fleet. The merchant ship hadn't even been damaged much, so maybe they'd keep it. Hai went to get arrows out of bodies, starting with her own, and that was when her father found her. He was covered in blood and in a fine mood. Petrol, he grinned, sweeping her up as she shrieked in joy and dismay. I saw you up there with the bow. Did you get anyone? I killed 12, Hai lied. He cocked any eyebrow at her, then shot a glance at Tay. 1, the traitor said. Clean, right through the throat. 2 wounded. If you'd said 2, I would have believed you, her father told her. Tailor the lie to the believable, daughter. She pouted. Hai was totally capable of killing 12 men. She just hadn't gotten into the swing of it yet. The day's young, and we'll be moving around the cargo for hours yet, he continued. Be a dear and return to your table. Yes? You're not done with your letters. But I want to see the loot, Hai whined. And there's too many characters. Anyway, I'll never use them all. You are 9 already, Petrol, Isul Su firmly said. Before you are 10 you must either be an educated and graceful lady knowing all her characters or have slain 100 men. I will tolerate nothing less from my daughter. Ugh, that was so unfair. She was never going to fight enough people to get out of learning the characters. Actually killing people with arrows was hard. Her father tweaked her nose. There's a word for people who stop learning, Petrol, he said. Corpse, she dutifully finished. Good girl, he smiled, and was about to speak when a shout came from above. It was Hanul up in the crow's nest, and she'd called out a word in Koryo that Hai didn't know. Father cocked an eyebrow, then stroked his beard. Tay, he said, get the good tea out and a kettle boiling while I get changed. The grizzled man nodded. Hai frowned at her father as Tay left. Why, she asked. Because Hanul is seeing someone running on the water towards us, he said. Either your mother's returned, Petrol, or an emerald sword caught us on the open water. He laughed. Either way, it deserves tea and a fresh shirt. It was Mother. She'd been running on the sea for 3 days, half of it through a storm, and she'd wrecked her sword again, which she blamed Father for, but when he poured her a cup of that disgusting yellow tea, she decided to forgive him and kissed the side of his neck. The crew had been happy to hear she was on her way, calling out that Lady Borean was returning as soon as Mother's long red coat became visible on the horizon. Hai sat in her chair with her hands in her lap, back straight, and waited for her mother to finish shedding off her coat and setting aside her bow. Her mother's people didn't really have last names the way humans did, but when Hai had been small, mother had once told her that her family had once titled her Borean Long Sorrow. She was tall and slender. Her hair was black like Hai's, but her skin pale and smooth, and her eyes dark eyes larger than any human's. Tay said that mother moved like a blade, carving through life, and sometimes Hai thought she knew what he meant. It was in the way she moved, like the world had to get out of the way or else it would get cut. The girl had gotten lost in her thoughts, a little bored waiting, so when her mother flicked her forehead, she nearly fell from her chair. "I see how it is," her mother said. "I leave for a month and suddenly my own daughter ignores me." "T is stupid," Hai told her. "So it's your fault." Mom laughed while her father glared at her from the corner of his eye. He took T pretty seriously. "You're growing quickly, Hai," her mother said. "Every time I leave you seem to have shot up another inch." "I'm going to be taller than you," she swore. "We'll see," Borean smiled. "Have you been practicing with your bow?" "I'm getting better," Hai said, then turned sly. "But it'd be quicker if you were there to give me exercises." Her father snorted. "Is that so?" Mother lightly said. "Maybe you should live with us on the tortoise again," Hai innocently suggested. "Like when I was little." Mother shot a look at father, who looked very amused. "We can talk about it after this year's festival," her mother said. "You've been on so many trips lately, though, and for so long," Hai whined. "You never did that when I was a kid. You never even left the ship without father." "It is only natural that a young couple's heart should be as one," her father drawled. "Alas, time passes. But perhaps your mother will not tire of me entirely for a few years yet. Or maybe this will be the year, Isol." Mother smiled, then sipped at her tea. Hai could tell when a conversation was over, so she asked about the trip instead. "Did you find the ship you wanted?" she asked. "Caught up to it in the middle of the storm," Mother told her. "It was already sinking. I had to drag out the missionary to interrogate him." Some Yen-Ti priest, Hai knew, from across the sea. Sometimes they came to Calernia, probably because they were tired of losing battles to the Occidental. "Interesting news of home?" Father asked. "The house wars are still raging and have grown even bloodier since last century." Mother smiled, lean and mean. "The massacres are dragging in the ancestor families on all sides, so now elves are fighting each other as well." She sounded deeply satisfied. Mother had not left the other elves on good terms. Hai hadn't need to be told that to figure it out. "We warned them that reckless breeding would cost us dearly," Mother said. "But did they listen? No. Let them reap what they have sown." Father rolled his eyes. He always did that when they talked about elves, because he didn't take them very seriously. Said it was a good thing they'd burned their fleet after coming to Calernia, because the ships had been fit only for firewood. "Anything of Occidental?" he asked. "The Yen-Ti attempted invasion and were turned back at the mountain gate," Mother said. "The Western fleet sacked a few coastal cities in retaliation. That and the usual games in the closed sea." That put her father in a good mood. He always liked to hear about the Yen-Ti losing at war. So after they finished the tea talking about little things, Father left after a bit to ensure their ship would set sail while the wind was at their back, leaving Hai to talk with her mother. Which was fine, because a question had been burning at her throat for an hour now. "Mother," the girl said, "you know that thing you do when you walk on water?" "Assertion," her mother stated. "What about it? Will I be able to do that too when I'm older?" Hai asked. "No," Mom bluntly replied. "You are only a half-blood." "You said there's a bunch of other half-elves across the sea, though," Hai pressed. "Not one of them could do it." "Perhaps if one lived long enough they might succeed," her mother mused. "But I've known few to last longer than a millennium. It is not done. There has to be a trick to it," Hai pouted. "I'll figure it out one day." "It's not a trick, Hai. Those come from outside," Mother said. "Assertion, the act of asserting yourself on the fabric of creation, it is..." She trailed off. "It is to perfect an aspect of yourself in a way that not even the world can resist," she finished. That didn't help at all, but Hai nodded to pretend it had. Mother asked about her lessons after, because she never liked talking about elf stuff much. "Tay's been on my back a lot lately," Hai said. "I think he's practicing." "For what?" Mother asked, cocking an eyebrow. "His wife is pregnant again," Hai said. "He says it's going to be a boy." "How many does that make now?" she snickered. 5, Hai said. "You know, some of the old crew say that father should have more kids too. That it shows favor from the gods when a man has many children." "You have at least a dozen half-siblings across the sea, daughter," Mother reminded her. "Though as far as I know you are the only issue he ever personally raised." "It's not the same though," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I think I'd like a little brother. Sometimes I have to carry too much stuff around. Family is complicated, Petrol, Mother lightly said. And I have never done well with siblings. You left 'cause you argued with yours, the girl slyly said. Mother looked surprised, so Hai grinned. She'd overheard the crew talking, but she hadn't known if it was true until now. Close enough, I suppose, her mother said. I killed all 7 of my sisters. Hai gasped. That wasn't what she'd heard at all. Was that in the war? She asked. The first I slew in a duel, Mother said. I believe that we needed strict laws, Hai, to prevent disaster. That elves should have no more than 3 children with humans, and any who went over that number should lose the right and have all mixed descendants removed from creation. My eldest sister had already founded 5 families, and she took my beliefs personally. We settled it with blades. Then the rest got angry 'cause you won. Hai guessed, frowning. Sir losers. There was only one side left for me in the war after that, and it was not theirs, Mother shrugged. They sought me out on the battlefield and fell short until none were left. If I had not sailed with the wise king, my mother likely would have sought to kill me as well. That match I would not have won. Hai solemnly nodded. Her grandmother had taught her mother the sword, like her mother would one day teach her. I'm your only kid, though, the girl pointed out. So you could still have 2 more. 1 is enough for me. Mother smiled, ruffling her hair. Any more, and I fear the king would take personal offense. He sounds like a prick, Hai opined. Her mother snorted. He is ancient and powerful, Mother said. His grandmother woke with the first dawn, and even more dangerous than his magic is his foresight. He knew we would lose the war long before we did. It is why we had the ships to cross the sea. Still sounds like a prick, Hai honestly replied. Mother laughed, and that was that. Relic Reef was deep in the tideless isles, and it was the secret port where Admiral Isol's fleet made its home. There was a large hidden island behind the maze of reefs and the strange stone pillars that the waves sometimes revealed, and a small town on it. Hai's mother said that the pillars were a wonder of magic, the reason why the tides around here were so strange. Titan's work, Mother had said. Not power to trifle with. Every year the entire fleet came back here for a week, all the crews and ships spreading across the beaches to celebrate what they called the Festival of the Hunt. Hai had been told by some it was about the ships taken during the year, the captains boasting about their prizes, but Tay always avoided answering when she asked him, so there must be more to it. Besides, her parents did that strange ceremony every year after everyone got drunk where they stood on a beach, and it looked like they were about to duel, but never did. A lot of the wives and husbands who lived on the reef all year long thought it was romantic, like a sort of pirate wedding, but older sailors said it wasn't that. They'd been doing it for 19 years, 20 this year, and Hai was only 9. She knew her parents hadn't always liked each other before she was born, so it wouldn't be that. This year the festival seemed larger than ever, probably cause the fleet was the largest it had ever been. 29 ships if you counted the Assuran trader that had been dragged in by the tortoise, and Hai thought you should. There were hundreds of people on the beach, from all over Calernia, and even more in the town that had been carved out from the island rocks. Hai's father would be out with his captains until late, and her mother didn't like crowds, so it was Tay who took care of her after spending some time with his family. He took her to the beach games, but a few times they took a detour so he could buy a bottle of strong wine. He was getting very drunk, Hai thought, and very quickly. Are you sure it's safe if you drink this much? She asked him. He'd never done that before even when he drank. Tonight, child, you're the only safe person on this island, Tay said. She frowned at him. Part of why she needed a keeper was in case someone tried to get at her father through her. I don't get it, Hai admitted. The seal was supposed to last 50 years, but Lady Borean is powerful as any sage, Tay sighed. She's been going further away and for longer. She'll break it tonight, I'm sure. What seal? She asked. 2 hearts as one, Tay laughed. She was going to pluck us out for news like that poor Yinti fuck in the storm, but the Admiral tricked her. One dies, so does the other. And if she touched any of us, he'd trigger the seal. You're lying, Hai hissed. They're in love. Tay smiled sadly. We'll know by the end of the night, girl, he replied. He was a filthy liar, so she kicked him and ran away. He was too drunk to catch her when she went into the crowd, so Hai went off on her own and hid. It was a lie, had to be. It was getting darker out though, and she knew what that meant. The ceremony on the beach. She snuck in with the crowd when it began to gather, keeping away from the people looking for her. Her parents were on the beach already, facing each other. They both had swords in hand. They frowned, looking at each other, until finally there was some sort of snap. Hai felt it, and the crowd did too, murmuring uneasily. It had never happened before. 20 years to the day, Father said, smiling. I had not thought that possible. You might have stretched it out if you had a sage around, Mother replied. Their eyes met. And now? Father asked. Now we balance the score, Mother replied. She struck, moving faster than Hai had ever seen anyone move, and Father parried the blow just a little too late. There was a long cut across his cheek. Hai froze in terror and grief as Father received one wound after another, never landing so much as a blow. 1, 2, 5, 8, and then, after she slashed across his torso shallowly and scored her 11th wound, Mother took a step back. Father watched her, face unreadable. And the 9 left. Those I liked, Mother easily said. So it is now a done thing. She flicked away the blood and sheathed her blade. There was still a lot of confusion in the crowd, but it looked like it was over and no one was dead. So when someone started cheering soon after everyone was. A lot of the older crew looked pathetically relieved. Hai ran out of the crowd to her parents, hovering around her wounded father but afraid to hug him, and he lightly patted her head. No need to cry, Petrol, Father smiled. I knew she wouldn't be able to resist keeping me around. Mother rolled her eyes at him, but she did not say otherwise. After all the excitement, Hai had gone to bed exhausted, but she woke up in her bed in the middle of the night. There was something wrong. Somehow she could feel it. There was something wrong. Throwing aside her covers, she dragged on her boots and left the house, the full moon's light shining down like a lantern. None of the crew were guarding the house. That was the wrongness she picked up on. There was always someone around the house, especially if she was in it. So she took the streets, and there the stench had her emptying her stomach on the stones. Blood, so much blood. And there were bodies. Everywhere. Every house. Every street. And when she ran down to the beach, it was like a sea of corpses. Even the ships were drenched in red, like someone had moved inch by inch across Relic Reef and taken every life. Hai never saw the blade until it was slapped away from her neck. Without so much as a whisper of warning, Mother was standing in front of her, and 4 people in cloaks faced her. Mother had a sword in hand, and her shoulders were tight. Try that again, Dusk, and I'll cross the sea to butcher every single kin you have left after I'm done with you, Mother coldly said. Abomination, one of the strangers spat. He sends us to bring you home, and we find you have waded in filth. Run back to the Golden Bloom, Dawn, before I decide you're in need of a refresher in manners, Mother retorted. You should remember how the last one went. Mother, Hai whispered, who are they? Old students of mine, she replied, who forget I named the emerald blades because they are still so very green. You cannot defend both her and your pet, a stranger said. No, Mother agreed. But if you take either of their lives, I'll kill all 4 of you afterwards. Hai hid behind her mother, gripping at the red coat. Silence stretched out. We will return, the emerald sword said. All of us. Tell him the wise king tonight counts as my resignation, Mother replied, unimpressed. He can find himself another champion. And then they were gone, just as suddenly as they had appeared. Almost like it had all been a dream, except that the stench around them would not let Hai believe that even a moment. Mother stood there for a long time, then sighed. Her shoulders loosened, and she lightly rested her hand on her daughter's head. Come, Hai, she tiredly said. If I know your father, he's found us a ship to sail off this island by now. She'd been right. It was not a nice ship. It was small and dinky, and it stank of old fish. But they would be able to sail it with only 3 people and take some things with them. Hai took her bow and her arrows, nothing else. What would be the point, when all it took was a blink of an eye for it to be gone? Everyone she knew was dead. Where to? Mother asked, pushing their boat into the water. Well, Father hummed, pulling at the sail. I stole some precise state secrets 2 years back. They should buy us refuge in Ashur for a time. Just for a time, she thought. Was it going to happen again, tonight? Was she going to find another world, and one night wake up to find it had been slaughtered? And after that? Hai asked. After that, Mother softly replied. The hunt continues. Book 7, Chapter 40, Resolutions. An empire is a barrel with a hole. You must never cease filling it, lest it spill out at your feet. Queen Elizabeth Albin of Callow. I'd expected to wake up aching, but it was the opposite. It was like I'd had my best night of sleep in years. Maybe in all my life, I thought as my eyes fluttered open. It was like every ounce of me was sated with rest, a start from a blank state. But, as I found out moving under my covers, there were limits to the magic of that. My bad leg still throbbed like it was going to burst. A look around told me 2 things. I'd been brought to my rooms in the guest palace, and someone had been keeping watch on my sleep from the other side of the bed. Seated in a chair wide enough it must have been brought just for him, Hakram met my gaze. You look tired, I said, the words escaping my mouth before I could think about it twice. The tall orc shifted in his seat, the steel of his prosthetic hand brushing loudly against the cushions. I am, the warlord replied. Long days and short nights. You know how it is. Always too few hours in the day. I agreed, then hesitated. We had been apart for long, but he could still read me better than anyone. You've been asleep for 3 days, Hakram graveled. They brought you to Archer in the tower, saying that eating the book made you fall unconscious. It wasn't the book, I don't think, I muttered. More the transition itself. He studied me carefully. I can believe that, the warlord said. I could feel the pull of your name from outside the room, even when you were unconscious, and it is stronger now. More focused. He wasn't joking, I saw, and the more my gaze lingered, the more I saw. Not from my good eye, but from the one the hawk had taken, the hollow socket. It was like the stars I had seen in the void as Warden of the East, but the perception had been refined. His name was like a translucent fire raging over him. When I focused, and I could make out beating hearts. Only one had solidified. He has only one aspect, I thought, and it went further than that. The more I watched the silhouette, the secret fire, the more I saw that it was connected. Cords spun out, stories I felt I might be able to follow by running my finger along the connection. I should be able to see more, some bone-deep instinct told me, but I was being hobbled. The warlord was a villain, and half of my eye was still in my enemy's hands. I became the warden, I said. His brow creased in surprise. Not of something, Hakram slowly said. Just warden. I suppose there's no need to specify, I replied. If I'm warden of everything. The air shivered in the room. He felt it too. And yet I was still a villain, I thought. Night still came when I called. Transitioning had not changed who or what I was, only amplified it. It would be the same after me. A hero could hold this name as well. The role of standing above named, at the top of the accords, it did not belong to either above or below. It would be what we made of it, because it was us who'd made the lease accords. For good or ill, it was in our hands. Hakram was still watching me, face unreadable. All of the woe have gone through 2 names, he said. Save you. It took you 3 to settle. I hummed, pensive. That was one way to see it. There's always a cost, I said. I'd given up much to come into this name, at least in the way that I had. Would I have been a simpler sort of villain if I'd taken the book by force instead of taking it with the blessing of the 2 claimants to the west? My gut said yes. Still a warden, maybe, but more a warden of the East bloated for having devoured the other side's strength than the more balanced mantle I now wore. Hakram suddenly grimaced, looking away. I was not fair when we spoke in the thicket, he said. I frowned. What's bringing this on? Until I found Archer, I did not know whether you were dead or alive, Hakram said. I trusted Catherine, but I could not be sure. And so I thought of our last conversation again, that it might be the last words we ever spoke. Lancing a wound is never pretty, I said. Hakram said. But while it was not only you I was angry with, you still received both helpings of blame. I made to speak, not sure what I should, but he raised a hand to ask me to let him speak. My teeth clicked shut. Fine. Did I ever tell you, he asked, what the tyrant saw when he used his perception aspect on me? I shook my head. I'd always assumed that Hakram was even-keeled enough Kairos had simply seen nothing to use against him. Nothing, Hakram quietly said. My breath caught. That was well. I took a moment to digest that. What it meant, that he'd had so little in his life except for me and the woe. I used to think it was a virtue, the warlord said. That I could step away and see clearly because of it. But that was fear, looking back. It was easier to want the things you did, dream your dreams, than have my own. And maybe if things had gone differently, I would have spent a life satisfied with that. I breathed in sharply. I could see where this was going. But then you saw Scribe, I said. I saw too much of myself in her, Hakram said, and did not like what I saw. I sighed. And what does that mean, Hakram? I pushed back. I get it. You thought I might one day do to you what my father did to her. Cut her adrift after a lifetime. But why are you telling me this? We'd already tread those grounds. Revisiting them would do no good. I stand behind much of what I said that day, he said. But you did not deserve all the anger you received. For that I owe apology. He paused, reluctant. And you were right about one thing. His jaw clenched. I could have come to you with it, Hakram graveled. I did not. I do not regret becoming the warlord, Catherine, but I mislike the thought that part of what drove me was fear, that deep down I thought it easier to return bearing the name than to speak to you as the adjutant. I studied his face for a long time, the craggy green leather of it, and found only calm there. Slowly, I gave a nod. But I did not speak after. Because the conversation was not over and it was not for me to finish it. We'd parted on my words last time. If there was to be an ending, it would be of his own ushering, whatever it might be. The silence lengthened. You told me it was all in my hands last time, Hakram finally said, and meant it. He did not hurry to words, which I was not sure whether to curse or appreciate. If it was to be the knife, then let him be quick with it. I'd need the time to lick my wounds. I never thought you would ever turn a knife on me, the tall orc admitted. Leave me behind. Maybe, but never steal. His clenched his fingers of bone into a fist. I saw it in your eyes that night, Hakram said. But I don't think I believed it until you spoke the words out loud. Part of me felt the urge to apologize, to bury the hatchet at any cost, but I took it by the neck and squeezed. I was who I was. Maybe I still had some change left in me, but not so much as that. In the end, if the stakes were high enough, I had run out of lines I wasn't willing to cross to win. Suddenly, he snorted. It is a crooked thing, he said, but in a way it reassures me. You didn't just see the adjutant that night, you saw me. I saw you. I evenly replied, and raised a knife. He shook his head. I came as the warlord, Hakram said, and stood against you. I cannot leave your shadow, and in the same breath demand its protection. I studied him quietly. And now? I don't know, he quietly laughed. It is new ground for me as well. I bit my lip. It can't be the way it was before, I said. I don't want it to be, Hakram honestly said. Do you? Yes. Part of me whispered. But could I really ask that when I now knew what it had cost him? No, I replied, and found I largely meant it. But now I'm at a loss. I've never lost someone I love to anything but the grave. I thought. I don't even understand how I got your friendship the first time. How could I possibly know what to do now? I've never, I weakly finished. He laughed at me, the prick. Eloquent, he teased, smiling at my rude gesture. The mirth passed, though never quite entirely left. We start from the beginning, Hakram said, leaning forward and offering his arm. When we'd first met in the valley all those years ago, I remembered I'd been the one to offer. Lips quirking, I clasped the arm in a legionary salute. It was steel I felt under my fingers now, and his own found the cloth that these days I wore more often than mail, but it was better this way. We weren't the same kids we'd been in Spite Valley, playing war games in the tower's shadow. It wasn't the same two people meeting. We parted after a moment, and he drew back, rising to his feet. There may not be much time in the coming days, he said. To meet, he meant. To try to forge the scraps of what we used to be into something else. So we'll have to make it, I firmly replied. He nodded, hesitation coming to his face. In Keter, Hakram said, there will come a time beyond armies. When named will venture ahead. I nodded. We both knew the dead king wouldn't die to anything as mundane as armies. When that time comes, he quietly said, I would like to fight with the woe. My heart clenched. To that, at least, I had an answer. If the woe are fighting, I simply replied, where else would you be? I saw a weight leave his shoulders, and some part of me wanted to weep. When had it come to this? Lancing a wound is never pretty, I reminded myself. But it was necessary, if the limb was to heal instead of fester. Hakram stiffly nodded at me, and a heartbeat later he was gone. Out the door and into the palace, leaving behind him an absence that felt almost physical. I leaned back into my pillows. Soon enough someone else would enter the room, and creation would come calling, responsibilities dragging me back. But for now, I just closed my eyes and listened to the sound of my own breathing. It was a faint thing, barely more than a wisp, but I remembered what hope felt like. And for the first time in months, I held hope that the pieces of who we'd been might not stop the people we'd become from finding a way to fit together. Proserpine palaces grew salons like caves grew mushroom, but one of the upsides of that cultural sickness was that you could send for a drink anywhere. I was not surprised in the slightest that Cordelia's personal steward not only knew that I drank an herbal concoction for pain, but the exact mix as well. Aisha ought to be flattered that her old family recipe had become subject to foreign espionage, I figured, and it really was quite convenient. I finished the mug, served at the perfect temperature to drink, because, of course, it was, and set it down on a pretty little glass table, trying to tell the sort of judgment through my eyes that his hovering was getting on my nerves. Another day of rest might be forgiven, given the circumstances, Hanno said. Evidently, I needed to work on my glares. Time's the one thing we can't spare, I replied. Besides, I'm fine. I was not, in fact, fine. I was still a little slow on my feet and unsteady. Sometimes it felt like I didn't fit in my own skin anymore, that I was moving with limbs that weren't my body's. From the steady look the dark-skinned man fixed me with, He was well aware of the lie and debating whether or not he should call me out it. Fortunately, I had a secret weapon. I will not venture an opinion as to Her Excellency's health, Cordelia Hazenbach mildly said. But she does seem fit for light duties such as discussion. That Excellency business was going to get old fast. I could already feel it. And it was probably half the reason she was sticking so closely to the title, because underneath all that courtesy Cordelia did have a streak of bitingly polite pettiness. See, I smiled, we're just talking. And we've got a lot of grounds to cover, so let's be about it. Hanno dared to roll his eyes at me as he took a seat, the absolute ass, and I was not sure whether to be pleased or insulted. It had taken only moments in the same room to realize that in the aftermath of our little tiff in Arcadia, he'd considerably warmed to me. Being willing to take a step back and meet them halfway had not quite restored our relationship to the easy friendship of the early days, but it was a damn sight better than the cool distance that had followed the arsenal. I'd had a few looks at him through my dead eye, the one that saw much, and found him covered in burning pale flames. He did not quite have a name, but it was not far. I tried to have a look ahead, see what he was moving towards, but it was too tricky when I had to maintain a conversation at the same time. There are urgent matters, Cordelia agreed. Negotiations with the Kingdom Under must be carried out to a finish before we march on Keter, which I consider the priority of the Grand Alliance's foreign diplomacy, but there are internal matters to settle. She, on the other hand, did not have so much as a fleck of power gathering around her. Cordelia Hazenbach had fallen on the side of being true to the woman she had been on the floor of the Chamber of Assembly, mortal to the bitter end. The compromise between the blood and the bestowed, I said. To begin, Cordelia agreed. Though on grounds more esoteric, I believe there is question in need of an answer as well. She slid a look at Hanno when she said esoteric, getting a nod out of him. The severance needs a wielder, he plainly said. The decision must be made before we set out north. I hummed, leaning back into the plushy seat. All of that starts second place, I finally said. Before anything else, we need to properly enforce the arrangement we made in Arcadia. Cordelia's eyes narrowed slightly. Settling the representatives under the truce and terms, she said. You mean to step down immediately? From that position, I agreed. I'll still be Queen of Callow until we finish things in Keter, at least in principle. In practice, I'll begin passing authority to Vivian as of today. I didn't even foresee friction there for the rest of the war. Viv wasn't much of a general and knew it. While I'd made a career off of handing off the ruling parts to someone else while I went about the business of being a warlord. It was only fitting that my last war would end my reign with it. I am glad, Hanno said. Princess Vivian is respected, but your legions would not fight for another queen as they do for you. I waved that away, though I was a little flattered. It was true. I knew that regardless of him, but hearing it from someone like Hanno added a certain something. We've been through a lot of mud together, I said. But back to the selection. The first thing to settle is whether or not you'll be standing to represent the heroes. If he did not, it would be a race, I figured. But as I saw it, there was little chance of anyone else filling the shoes if he wanted to keep them on. That is my wish, Hanno said. Until the fall of Keter, I would keep the office, setting it aside when I swear myself to enforce the accords. I had no trouble with that, to be honest. I would have accepted it even before our relations thawed, so my approval was only growing. There was one potential source of objections, though, sitting pretty in her seat as she delicately sipped at lemon water. Cordelia noticed my inquisitive glance, which I hadn't tried to make subtle in the slightest. It is not my place to argue for or against, the first prince evenly said. When we struck a bargain, Your Excellency, I accepted your authority over certain matters. I will not go back on my word. I cocked an eyebrow. And if we're to ask for your opinion? I pressed. She did not look pleased, but neither did she fight me. It is the natural choice, Cordelia admitted. And it will ease the tradition from the truce and terms into the lease accords. She still didn't like him much, I thought. The esteem they'd once had for each other had been eroded down by years of speaking past each other, and it would just as many years for it to be restored, if it ever was. But she was willing to work with him and not the kind of woman to blind herself to someone's virtues because of a personal animosity. I'll look forward to you taking your seat again, then, I said, nodding at Hanno. Then I sighed. The selection on my side of the fence is going to be a little more complicated, unfortunately, I admitted. Of the woe, both Archer and Hierophant had the strength to be able to claim the seat, as well as strong ties to me that had helped them keep it. The trouble was that neither of them would want to get anywhere near that seat given a choice, and this wasn't the kind of position to take half-heartedly. Not even just until the end of the war. Keter was going to be vice-tightening around named, and we'd need steady hands at the helm if we were going to keep all these very dangerous people from cracking under the pressure. You have been grooming the Barrow Sword as a captain for almost 2 years now, Hanno noted. Do you not think him fit? There's going to be a brawl, I frankly said, and I'm not sure he can take the Red Knight, who will absolutely throw her hat into the ring. And she was strong enough she'd be able to chew through most named in a fight, but she'd be a fucking disaster as a representative. For one, at least 9/10 of everyone who ever met her couldn't stand her. If she were just awful as a person, it'd be one thing. But from the reports I'd read, she was unfit to command even a band of 5. Hanno grimaced. Even Kristoff is wary of her, he said. And he is not a man to scare easily. It was her aspects that made her a threat. By simple ability, she was a very skilled fighter, but hardly impossible to handle. When you threw in Devour, though, she became a headache to handle. If there was anything that Aspect couldn't take a bite out of, we'd yet to encounter it. I believe you once sent the archer to discipline her, after a brawl with other villains, Cordelia noted. I'd bet on Indrani over her, I agreed. But Indrani won't want anything to do with those responsibilities. She'd made it very clear to me that command of a roving warband was the most she was interested in taking up. You misunderstand me, the first prince said. I mean to point out that you, the appointed representative for below, saw it fit to use her as your champion. Ah, I thought. Clever. Archer wouldn't want the seat, but she would absolutely be willing to fight as Ishak's champion should he be challenged, and I'd set precedence for that over my own tenure to no objection from my charges. Trust Cordelia Hazenbach to find the loophole no matter the game. That might work, I acknowledged. I'll need to speak with the both of them first. Hanno politely cleared his throat. Have you considered, he asked, the possibility of the warlord laying his own claim? He won't, I said certain. He's got too much on his plate already, hurting the clans and hammering out the aftermath of the peace and praise. I'd had to juggle the duties of a queen and a representative before, and I'd found the amount of work crushing even with the likes of Hakram and Scribe supporting me. And that was ruling Callow, leading professional armies. The clans would need much more personal a touch than my people ever had. But if he does, Hanno pressed, then I won't stand against her for it. I replied. He'd left me to stand on his own 2 feet. I would not disrespect that by propping him up should he reach for more. That settled the talk of selection, at least for a moment. So I let Cordelia gently guide the conversation back to other matters. The talks with the blood can be ended promptly, she said, and it would set a good tone to act swiftly. For a warden to settle what was before a matter of debate will begin to prove the worth of the office. Going unsaid was that a lot of heroes would find it hard to swallow no matter what the Sword of Judgment said, even when they felt the pull of my name against them. Being decisive from the start would do a lot to convince people it was worth ceding authority to me. It occurred to me, after a moment, that I'd never told either of them what my name now was. And yet the both of them had been referring to it freely since we met. I almost shivered. Sometimes fate's hand was less discreet than others. You're not going to like what I have to say, I bluntly told her. The entire point of having a warden is to have someone who can settle disputes involving named. Sometimes that will mean having power over signatory nations, even if you don't like it. A very narrow sort of power, relating only to named, but it'll still be there. She visibly did. Not. Like what I had to say? You have already heard my arguments, the first prince said. I believe it a poor precedent to set that a decision of Levant's ruling council might be overturned by named on account of named. She paused, mastering herself. Yet that is not my decision to make, Cordelia conceded. That is the bargain I struck with you. And the existence of a single office instead of rival ones does put to rest certain fears of partisanship I had previously held. I considered her for a moment, honestly a little doubtful she'd given in so easily. Maybe I shouldn't have been, I eventually thought. She'd been the first prince, not a queen, and that wasn't the same thing. Especially not the kind of queen that I'd been, inheriting a cold nobility and direct authority over most of the largest cities in Callow, as well as the only standing army. I had a lot more power than most Fairfaxes ever did. Cordelia Hazenbach, though, had been wrestling with the highest assembly all her reign. She'd had to give ground before, I thought, suffer defeats on matters she very much cared about. She would exercise the power she could to the letter of the law and no further, taking the defeats when they came and living to fight the battle another day. That was her way. Good, I muttered, flicking a glance at Hanno. And you? I have no more objections now than I did before. The dark-skinned hero shrugged. Fair enough. Then it's settled, I said. I'll sit down with the blood tonight and get the terms put to ink. With that out of the way, Hanno himself brought up the next decision in need of being made. Have you given thought to the severance? He asked. I clenched my fingers, unclenched them. Give and take, that was what had brought us here. I had not come out ahead by listening to the tyrant's whisper in the back of my head. Only a hero can wield it, I said. So that takes it out of my hand. Should you be chosen as representative for above again, I'll leave the decision in your hands. My gut said either him or the Mirror Knight, but it was hard to be sure. Hanno watched me with those calm, patient eyes. You will want the final word, he stated. I didn't want that. Very much. My instincts demanded it, a precaution in case the heroes fucked up again and some unfit idiot ended up wielding the single most important artifact of this war. But it couldn't be that way. This only works if I trust your judgment, I made myself say. So I'll trust your judgment, Hanno. The translucent flames around him I could see, if I concentrated hard enough, only had a single solid heart within them, and it tasted of memory. Recall. Had to be. He'd lost the aspect he had once called on every time he flipped that coin of his, likely forever. It was Hanno of Arwood's judgment I was betting on, not the tribunal's, and trust didn't mean anything if it was offered on the cheap. He did not hide his surprise, or the strange emotion that flickered through his eyes after. Thank you, he finally said. I will keep you informed. I nodded, uncomfortable, and was dimly grateful when Cordelia nudged the conversation towards what she most cared about. Hanno went along just as easily, which was only natural considering he'd also put quite a bit of his back into dealing with the dwarfs. A united front when meeting them again would improve our position, Cordelia said. The three of us, certainly, and perhaps the representative for below as well. Sure, I said, but that's posturing, not substance. We need something to come at them with. I don't suppose you'd care to share what it is you've been digging up in the Salian archives all this time. Ah, the first prince faintly smiled. Then it was you. I cocked an eyebrow, admitting nothing. Or Princess Vivian perhaps, Cordelia said. Thieves of her skill are passingly rare. She's a princess now, you know, I chided. She doesn't steal anymore. I let a beat pass. When a princess steals from foreigners, it's called diplomacy. The only born royal out of the three of us was less than amused, but I caught Hanno's lips twitching. Yeah, of course that one would agree. I doubted the fucker had paid taxes to anyone since age 16, ascetic vagrant that he was. So, I pressed. It occurred to me after our talks with the Herald of the Deeps that we were missing the forest for the trees, Cordelia said. We thought of the cities and why he wanted them, but did not consider how they would be held. Strength, presumably, I said, assuming they get to cram their terms down our throats. Strength would involve dwarven arms, the first prince pointed out. Well, yes, it wasn't like they were lacking in either manpower or armaments. They'd just seeded colonies across the northern third of Calernia, while simultaneously providing arms for large armies across several fronts. I don't see your point, I admitted. It would mean dwarves on the surface, Hanno said. Thousands for every city, come to live under the sun permanently. I blinked. Shit, they were right. I was so used to thinking in terms of the kingdom under just being another empire to deal with that I'd forgotten this demand was breaking a long-term policy of isolation from the surface. The most dwarves Calernians usually saw were mercenaries hired through Mercantis. That's a lot of people away from their usual centers of power, I muttered, at a time where their population's being spread out up north. Was there even a precedent for dwarves ever sharing a city with someone? I couldn't recall one offhand. I imagine the kingdom undersees it as installing an armed ruling caste, Cordelia said. They chose cities instead of empty land for a reason. But in practice, the Herald is achieving something else entirely. 3 city-states sitting atop massively profitable trade routes to the underground. I finished, and little to no real oversight. Outrageously wealthy pocket kingdoms for him to rule over. The first prince nodded. I attempted to discern the worth of the trade involved and acquire an idea of the kingdom under's wealth, she said. While you were asleep, I finished the work as much as it will ever be. I cocked my head to the side. And, for at least the next 2 centuries, the cities would represent more wealth than the entire 14th and 15th expansion put together, Cordelia said, while involving less of a tenth of the people involved in these. So small, rich kingdoms living under the protection of the prominent military power of Calernia. Sounds like a golden retirement to me, I frankly said. With just enough challenges to tackle, he won't ever get bored. My thoughts exactly, the first prince coldly smiled. You're wrong. I'd almost forgotten Hanno was there. I turned an eye to him, skeptical. There's speculation, I conceded, but the foundations are solid. You are also taking the most uncharitable interpretation as fact, he pointed out. Not unreasonably, given the herald's behavior, but it blinds you to a truth. And what would that be? Cordelia asked, tone cutting. I do not know what the role of a herald of the deeps is, Hanno said. But if he was seeking to leave that life behind, his name would be weakening. He met my gaze. Having been in the same room as him, did you sense such a thing? I chewed my lip. No, I admitted. And if it had been there, I would have sensed it. My sense of names had become unusually keen after I became Warden of the East. The dwarven name had felt odd to my senses, but in no way broken or fading. Which meant Hanno was right. So he's trying to fulfill his role still, I noted. That's interesting. How would pocket kingdoms help the kingdom under? A queen's perspective, Hanno admonished. I narrowed my eye, mentally taking a step back and looking at it another way. He's a hero, so he's trying to help. Part of the kingdom, I corrected. The downtrodden, not the whole realm, and certainly not in a ruling sense. The gains their empire make through this are just how he sells it back home. The city-states are what he's actually after, not the profits. They would earn him the support of the expansionist faction, Cordelia said, which he had suspected to be his backers within the kingdom under. Fuck, I thought. That actually made a great deal of sense. Even if the expansionists were assholes, the ones who wanted to make gains at the expense of the people of the surface, the herald would have nowhere else to go. I could see the pattern now. Two leading philosophies underground, one of isolation and one of expansion. Even if there was a dusting of evil or even evil in the expansionists, the herald would make common cause with them. He had to, because he wanted to reform his people, and the only other game in town saw dwarven society as a closed circle. It fits with where I first met him, I admitted. Leading the 14th expansion, on the very outskirts of dwarven territory. He's trying to get out from under the thumb of people in power by going into the wilds. The first prince considered that, then slowly nodded. From the perspective of attempting to reform custom, the city-states described would be an ideal garden, Cordelia said. Small populations of like-minded dwarves, large wealth based on trade instead of labor, and more numerous foreign peoples around them to erode the old ways. It is a well-crafted plan. One that the herald had rushed the encirclement of the dead king to sell to his people, immediately knocking at our door afterwards. The details really did fit, Crows. I could sympathize with the intention if it was really this, even admire it a bit, but none of it changed that all those pretty things would literally be built on our backs. That the herald was willing to let thousands and thousands die, gamble with the fate of Calernia, and blackmail desperate nations to get his reforms. That was, fuck me, I thought. Yeah, not exactly an unfamiliar situation, just not the way I was used to it. So this was what it felt like, facing me across a table. So we know what he's after, I said. Now we're in a position to fight back. It has been brought to my attention that a dwarven gate was recently unearthed, Cordelia said. The look she flicked Hanno's way rather cool. We can make use of it to reach out to the isolationists and out his plot. Must we? I frowned at Hanno. He trusted heroes more than I thought wise, even now, but he wasn't a fool. He wouldn't argue for the cession of 3 cities, one of which was part of the League, not even the Grand Alliance, to the Herald because he was trying to accomplish something good through dubious means. I suspected that, if anything, Yeol's Sword of Judgment would think worse of the Herald's methods than we did. Unlike Cordelia and I, he expected better of heroes. What the Herald seeks it not evil or harmful to the rest of Calernia, Hanno elaborated. It is his approach that is objectionable. If he can get his way without it being at our expense, would it not be better to attempt that bargain? Is there a way for him to get his way save at our expense? Cordelia skeptically replied. If it is a city and the riches of a land the Herald seeks, Hanno said, there is one we can offer. It took me a moment to realize what he was getting at. Keter, I disbelievingly said. You mean the crown of the dead? It is a great city, surrounded by lands that were once rich, he said. And unlike the cities demanded it will stand empty once the war ends. Keter is part of the land that was promised to the firstborn for their participation in this war. I said, how many homes are the dwarves going to steal from them? Would the drow truly want the city? He honestly asked. I was given to understand they made their own in the Duskwood. That's twice now powers have tried to go back on that bargain. I coldly warned. Alliances have been broken over less. He shook his head. I do not mean for a treaty to be breached, Hanno said. Let them trade the claim, by all means. There must something in the Herald's hands worth more than a claim over a city they might never inhabit. I hummed. That was, well, more acceptable. Given the losses the Firstborn had taken in the war with Keter, I honestly wasn't sure they could colonize all of the lands that were now the Kingdom of the Dead. They might genuinely be amenable to a trade, if the dwarves offered up something worth the exchange. The problem with that, though, was nearly all of what makes the demanded cities attractive to both the Herald and the Expansionists is absent in Keter, Cordelia said. It is far from trade, and there are no humans within that might be used for labor. They will not accept that bargain. Yeah, that. His backers would not, Hanno said. But the Herald himself might. We are trying to work past him when we should be working with him. We were going around the bastard because he was willing let a third of Procer be blighted to get his way, not because we just felt like being. Poor sports. But I forced myself to consider his words anyway. Hanno, for all his flaws, understood heroes better than I did. The way they thought, the way they moved. I closed my eye and opened the other. Not looking at Hanno himself, but beyond, fingers running down the strings of story. Was he right? Was there a path? Was there a lever to move the Herald of the Deeps? I felt myself drift, following the chords until I found something at the other end. A force, a will, a name. An entity that I could only dimly make out, this far from it, but I could see something. 3 hearts, all solid, but there was something deeper. A glimpse at the strings that would move him, the way they tasted. Love. I saw. The Herald was driven by love. Made greater, projected to many, but at its source intensely personal. And personal was a creature that could be moved by more than just stick and carrot. I breathed out deeply, closing one eye and opening another. Both of them were staring at me. Catherine, Hanno cautiously said. I was having a look at our friend. I replied, tone steady. I saw enough to think your method has merit. Cordelia looked rather skeptical. He's doing this out of love, I told her. That much I'm certain of. Romantic and personal, everything else grows from there. Love, the first prince of Procer said, is not a sound political strategy. Hanno looked about to disagree, and I wanted no part of that debate, so I cut in. I agree, I said. But we lose nothing by attempting to move him first. Prepare the appeal to the opposition in the kingdom under, and if the talks with the Herald fail, we can proceed with that plan immediately. It would be best to negotiate entirely in good faith, Hanno protested. So far he hasn't, I pointed out. I see no need to reward that with trust he has done nothing to earn. He did not look pleased, and neither did the first prince, but neither of them stormed out of the room. That was something. Another compromise, Cordelia said. You seem to have acquired a taste for those. If I have on redeeming quality, Your Highness, it's that I never hesitate to steal the methods other people beat me through, I smiled. I did not get a laugh, which was only sensible since I'd not truly been joking. With an agreement in principle, we hammered out a few more of the details and split off to see to our parts. It would all have to wait until the representatives were chosen, anyhow, so there was still time. Too little of it, but wasn't that always the way? I had the talks with the Bloods settled by nightfall and a treaty after dinner. By tomorrow the rest of the Grand Alliance would be informed, as even though it was an internal matter of Levant, it involved the lease accords. That part, as the first prince had predicted, benefited from decisive action. It was the other talks of the 2 following days that had me itching. The most frustrating part about the representatives being chosen was that I couldn't be directly involved. As the warden I stood apart, so I would not even have a seat in the Council of Villains past explaining why it was now needed. All I could do was stack the deck behind closed doors and hope. Hanno was chosen on the morning of second day, by a wide margin. It took until midnight bell for the villains to finish, and the pilfering dicer almost died, accused by the Red Knight of having interfered in her duel with Archer. But we got our way, in the end. The Barrow Sword was chosen as the representative, narrowly, after Indrani managed an equally narrow draw against the Red Knight. His position was still weak, but his shock was no fool. He'd moved to consolidate, aware he had my blessing to take everything in hand. I doubted Belos' lot would be as firmly in hand as when my reputation had been making people think twice, but it would serve. Gods, it would have to. Soon the League and the second wave of Presci troops would be arriving, and when they did, the march north would begin shortly after. There were only a few matters left to settle. Hierophant had told me he needed 5 days to prove whether the rogue sorcerer's theory had been right, and he was punctual to a fault. At noon on the 5th day, I sat before a mirror through which we faced each other. Roland was correct, Masigo told me. We were looking for a source of power that might shatter the Intercessor's grip on stories, and we have found one. I was too early to be relieved, I warned myself. So what is it exactly? I asked. Night, Hierophant replied. I blinked. Was it really going to be that easy? More precisely, Night as it was first granted to save NOC by the gods below, Hierophant specified. And there was the pinch. I shouldn't need to tell you that pretty much all Night has passed from some firstborn body at some point, I pointed out. The Drow had been very ardent proponents for centuries of murdering each other for that power. Some, yes, but not all, Masigo said. The sisters have administered the resource since the beginning, Catherine. They still hold the power they used to create their shared godhead, which was bestowed directly by below. So the crows could do it, I said. They could be used to channel Night against the intercessor, whom you've informed me had a hand in granting it to them in the first place, Hierophant corrected. They could not do it themselves, by my estimation. At the very least you, or someone of equivalent strength in Night, and myself would need to guide the ritual. I grimaced. You want me to head north just as the armies begin to march on Keter, I said. That's not a small ask, Masigo. Nor is breaking the hold of the goddess of stories on her domain, Hierophant bluntly replied. You asked me for a solution, and you have it. There is nothing more I can do. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. Can we really spare you? I asked. The crown of Autumn has been carved into what we sought, Masigo interrupted. It will be the cursed gift to the dead king that we planned. And while I would prefer to be there when it is used, should the necessity strike, my presence is not required. Roland and the blessed artificer would both be capable of using it without me. And both would be with the armies. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I didn't like it, to be honest, and it went against the grain for me to leave all the preparations behind. But it couldn't be denied that if we didn't get back Evil's stories, the dead king would snap us over his knee. Much as I'd like to pretend otherwise, I didn't really have a choice. Well then, pack up and join me in Salia, I said. Look like we're headed to Serolen. I had a week until he was there, so I had better spend it well. After that, there would be no going back. Book 7, Chapter 41, Passing. 44. Never refuse a companion come to join your journey at the last moment. Whether true or traitor, they represent a necessary opportunity. 200 Heroic Axioms. Author unknown. The heroes had come together in one of their little councils, and a verdict emerged. When all marched on Keter, the Mirror Knight would wield the severance. I'd hoped it would be Hanno instead, but I would make my peace with the decision. It wasn't like he'd be keeping the sword after the war anyway. It had been made in the arsenal, so by treaty it would be going into a vault under Cardinal as soon as one was built. It would see the light of day again if a warden saw a threat emerge that it should be wielded against, but I had my doubts there would be another of those in my lifetime. Vivian had the Jacks keep an eye on Christophe de Pavany afterwards, and they noted he did not seem to feel particularly happy about the choice. Rumor had it he'd argued against his own candidature, though even my friends among the heroes remained tight-lipped. Knowing their kind, trying to refuse the charge had probably swayed a few more in favor of him taking up the sword. Still, important as the decision had been as the days passed, it felt like little more than an afterthought. A much greater test was looming just ahead. After all, word had been sent to the Herald, and we were now prepared for the final talks with the envoy of the Kingdom Under. Even the most eminent of swords was a small thing, compared to the conversation that would make or break our attack on Keter. We took Cordelia's suggested line, at least superficially. The Barrow sword would sit in as the representative for below, and the first prince had reached out to the Kingdom Under through the Dwarven Gate to find an interlocutor should the talks with the Herald fail. We'd kept it deniable and strictly Procerant so far, talking about the trade the gate being dug up might represent, while Cordelia's envoys sought to get in touch with an isolationist dignitary. It wasn't that subtle, of course, and wasn't meant to be. Our best shot at getting in touch with such a person was them finding us, not the other way around. So rumors were to our advantage. And if this blew back on us, then the Grand Alliance could say it had all been the Principate, and that Cordelia Hazenbach would abdicate because of this debacle, because she totally hadn't been planning on doing that anyway. We got tentative feelers back from a dwarf whose title was something like Home Lord in Dwarven, but she got frustrated when our envoys got non-committal, and that boded well. Knowing our time was running out, we rushed the meeting a day early. The Herald of the Deeps and Seeker Balassi were once again the whole sum of the Kingdom Under's delegation, which in retrospect looked a little suspicious. Arrogant as dwarves were, they had to know that sending fewer people than the number of fucking cities you were asking for was a bit much. This was the Herald's choice, I figured, cutting other people out of the room so word couldn't get out to his opponents back home. It boded well for our bargaining position that he couldn't even be sure of everyone in his delegation. You have been given sufficient time to grasp the terms, Balassi bluntly said. Have you deliberated your answer? They didn't waste time on courtesies, and this time Cordelia didn't pull out the perfect hostess routine, which I felt was rather more honest a way to do this. Henno might be inclined to see the best in the herald, but I had yet to find any reason to. A sort of answer, certainly. It has come to our attention that you have not been negotiating in good faith, Cordelia Hazenbach coldly replied. I reached for my waycleaf and began stuffing my pipe, letting the hero and the diplomat have at it. I was here to look imposing and wave my nightstick, not pull strings they were my better at pulling. This is an insult, the herald calmly said. Withdraw it and apologize, or these negotiations are at an end. Mistake, I thought. The green-eyed dwarf wasn't a diplomat, and it showed. Never give that kind of an ultimatum unless you were sure you wouldn't be called on it, or you were willing to go through with the threat. The first prince matched his gaze, unblinking. The door is behind you. Balassi rose to his feet. Salia will be sunk into the ground for this, the deed seeker hissed. You insult envoys of the king underdash. Silence. I spoke. His mouth closed shut, and he stared at me as if I'd gone mad. He might think so, but it had been a tactical choice. It meant the herald would have to speak for himself at all times, and I was looking for something else besides. Still, I cocked my head to the side. That had resonated more strongly than it should have. It was like I'd thought in praise. The aspect was so close to emerging it would only need a single halfway solid pivot to solidify. As I considered that, I kept my dead eye on the herald, who under the calm facade was furious. Personally so. But is it him you're in love with? Or is this just a close friendship? I could not tell. I wasn't good enough at this yet. There were a lot of revenge stories around the herald that began by Balassi dying, but that didn't precisely confirm it either. The death of family or a childhood friend was just as common a catalyst as a lover's to begin a journey of revenge. Now, Cordelia said, leaning forward, do you intend to leave? I knew her well enough to tell that the glint in her eye was a vicious little twist of satisfaction. Couldn't blame her, given how these two had tried to use the threat of extinction at the hand of a common foe to extort us out of 3 cities. It appears there has been a misunderstanding, the herald evenly said. We will depart once it has been resolved and you have understood the depth of your mistake. Your intentions were understood, Hanno said. You are attempting to create realms on the surface where you can change the ways of your people. It was calculated that he would be the one to speak. If it turned out we'd been wrong in our conclusions, then he could take a step back after Cordelia chided him and remained silent like his shock, who was looking faintly amused as he beheld all this and was not inclined in the slightest to get involved. He was a man who knew his limitations, the Barrow sword. He was still a few years away from having earned a seat at this sort of table in his own right. You assume much, angel child, the herald replied. It is a laudable undertaking, Hanno continued, but your means are wrong. You cannot build the foundations of a better world by setting the stones on the back of those who live in it. The named dwarf's face tightened. The first sign of anger obvious enough, I was able to catch it. You know nothing, White Knight, the Herald of Deeps said, of what is needful or needed. The weight of your ignorance is crushing. The air in the room thickened, but I clicked my tongue against the roof of my mouth. None of that now, I lazily said. Else, I'm going to start doing it too, and you won't like where that leads. Threats and insults, the herald scorned. All of you will pay for this insolence. He stopped massing power, but only because he rose to his feet as well. He strode out of the room, Balassi following after throwing me a glare I rolled my eye at. They two of them left silence in their wake until the Barrow sword broke it. I take it negotiations with these fine fellows are at an end, Ishak said, stroking his beard. I cast a look at Cordelia, who looked thoughtful, and then Hanno. No, the Sword of Judgment said. No, the first prince agreed. They will be back. 2 bells later, they were proved right. Dusk was approaching when the two of them returned. They were ushered back into the same room after being made to wait while we gathered up again. This time there were no theatrics. They knew that while they still had a blade at our throat now, we had one at theirs. Not the kingdom unders, that was a lost cause, but them. Specifically, Cordelia's fondness for cards as a chosen metaphor for diplomacy was proving accurate. We played the opponents instead of the cards, and now we were getting results. Interestingly, I noticed that while my command had faded in Bali, there was a lingering echo. If I gave the same order, it would come down much more harshly the second time, and my instinct was that 3 might lead to permanence. That might prove more than a little useful, if the aspect was meant for what I thought it was. Hanno took the lead this time, as Cordelia had already pulled the rug out from under them. It was about the soft glove now, not the steel underneath. You accuse me ignorance, he said. Help rid me of it. It shouldn't have worked, I thought. but I knew it would, because underneath the calm I could see that the named was just itching to talk. To lay it all out to someone who'd understand, who'd agree. It was the same reason villains gloated, only instead of getting them friends it got them killed. The kingdom under, the herald of the deeps began, has grown calcified. He spun us a tale, after that, reading through the lines and navigating an unfortunate number of words in Dwarven that I had no idea how to pronounce. It looked like the heartlands of the kingdom under had grown into pretty much a caste system. People lived and died in their little bubbles according to tortured rules. Only the rungs on the caste ladder were quite literal here. The commons lived crammed in the deepest pits, the respectable in the nicer cities that had been emptied as the expansions continued. The herald was from one of the wealthiest families in the great city that was broadly below Orn, a place called Maradar. But he had seen the evils in the way the commons were used because there he gave a look to Balassi that put to rest any notion it was just friendship between them. Deed seekers, as I recalled, were dwarves who sought to commit great deeds to their status would be raised in dwarven society. The pieces fit rather neatly together. After I became the herald, he said, I attempted reforms. It did not go well. There was war, Balassi frankly said. He was accused of stepping beyond his burden. So you compromised by heading the 14th expansion, Henno said. Only that too had failed. While the largely bloodless victory I delivered to them over the firstborn had seen the herald lauded, it had also made the pioneering safe. His opponents from back home, seeing massive gains to be made at little risk, had immediately begun getting their hands all over the colonies. To get him out of the way, they'd tossed him leadership of the 15th expansion, an unprecedented honor, but those first waves would be mostly soldiers, and those had other loyalties. If he wanted to make a haven for the trod upon, then he would need somewhere else to bring them. So, as we'd surmised, he'd cut a deal with the same people who had been chasing him off after every victory. Securing cities for support would have been so resounding a victory, we would have been untouchable for at least a century, the herald said. Time to grow, to make alliances. A fair turn given to an ugly act, Cordelia said, unimpressed. You would already have gone beyond us if you did not want to cut a deal, Balassi replied. So offer your terms, First Prince. Keter, she replied. A wasteland infested with the dead, the herald frowned. A great city among once rich lands, Henno replied. An outpost with roads to the kingdom under, a natural capital to the 15th expansion. Even if all the dead are broken, Balassi slowly said, there would be no trade, or humans to work under us. Are you seeking change? The Sword of Judgment quietly replied. Or just to add a rung below you on the ladder? Both dwarfs flinched. There was talk back and forth after that, about boundaries of land and trade concessions and the massive sum of gold that they both wanted. I now suspected to make a garden out of Keter, if they were stuck there, but I could tell that it was Hanno's retort that had done it. Every time it looked like they were getting angry, they felt the bite of the blade-like sentence slide below a rib. It is not the bargain I was expected to make, the herald told us when the negotiations wound down. I may not have the support to make it law. I am willing for Procker to take the debt immediately if supplies for the siege of Keter are promised, Cordelia told him. I cannot promise them, the green-eyed dwarf admitted. I do not have the authority to move such quantities by my word alone. The Land Kings will have their say. But you can help, Henno pressed. I have struck a bargain with Save NOC through an envoy before, the herald said, glancing at me. This power none can deny me, so these talks do not worry me. All I can offer for the Land Kings is an oath on my staff that I will fight for these terms with all my might. So not a sure thing, I thought with a grimace. It wasn't the agreement we'd wanted, and the sisters had yet to agree to the terms, which involved them ceding a great deal of territory theoretically theirs, but it was something. And if we tried to go paw them, reach out to their opponents in the kingdom under, we ran risks too. The talks might be killed entirely, or the terms grow worse. And even if it worked out just fine, it would take time. What would better terms matter if they were accepted when we were all dead? No, all the decisions we could make carried risks. The real question was which of them was the best risk to take. My gut said this was the one. Henno had gotten the herald, I'd seen it, and that would work for us. It was a better bet than a complete unknown. I met Cordelia's eyes and nodded my assent. Then speak to the Land Kings, herald, the first prince said. This is the bargain we seek. Drinks were brought in, we emptied them, and the herald of the deeps swore his oath. I saw creation eddy from the strength of it. It will not be broken without consequence. I thought. That night, as I lay in bed, I found that sleep eluded me. The assault on Keter had always been going to be a gamble, a roll of the dice that would lead to either victory or extinction, but it was even more so now. We had enough supplies for the march and a few weeks once we set camp around the Crown of the Dead. A little under 2 months, barring a disaster. But even 2 months wouldn't be enough to crack open Keter. If the Herald failed, we failed with him. I was not surprised that I slept little and fitfully. It was actually quite hard to take anyone by surprise through the Twilight Ways, at least when you got to the scale of armies. A cavalry contingent of a handful of named could be slipped into devastating effect. That was true, but an entire army? Getting it through the gates could take more than a day sometimes, not unlike marching a host through a narrow mountain pass. And it was even worse when you were leading a coalition force. Half a dozen languages, people yelling about who was in charge, and too many different baggage trains. Having led such a force on the Hainaut front for almost 2 years, I figured I had my finger on the pulse of the kind of troubles it entailed. As always, though, the League of Free Cities found a way to surprise me. After a day and a half they had most of the Helikian army through, and that was pretty much it. Everyone else had landed small forces, squabbling over who should go through. And apparently Bellerophon's citizen militia was debating just staying in the Twilight Ways the whole time. There would, I was informed, be a vote. Still, by the afternoon of the second day there was no longer any delaying the official arrival of the League. People had seen the troops crossing into creation, word was reaching Salia, and there might be a panic if the situation was left unattended. The people of Prokur's capital had gotten much twitchier about armies since the shine off the myth of the Principate's invincibility had worn off. For that and diplomatic reasons, theater was made of the whole affair. It suited all parties, since the League cities wanted to salvage their reputation after sitting out most of the war, while Prokur was in desperate need of good news to trumpet about. All of the cities picked 200 of their shiniest soldiers. Bellerophon drew the names by lot instead, and a parade was welcomed into the city to raucous cheers. Cordelia cracked open the foodstuff reserves to throw street banquets, and newly minted Empress Basilia sent out crates of salted fish, dried mutton and dates, as an elegant gesture of goodwill. If she made sure that the generosity was traced back to her by having her own officers distribute what was technically League stores, well, that was just how those games were played. She'd not gotten her hat by missing opportunities. The city's spirits were lifted, the doom just beyond the horizon forgotten for a night. And why wouldn't the people cheer? Not even the First Crusade had boasted an array of soldiers from so many parts of Calernia. This time all the nations of the continent stood on the right side of horror. I did not take long for Basilia Catopodis to seek me out after the formalities were done. She came alone, keeping the pretense of a visit between old friends instead of state affairs, but we both knew better. I received her in the same bar I'd received Nestor Akoroy in when he came on her behalf, standing behind the counter. The protector of the League had good taste in drinks. She asked for a wasteland mule, which was a finger of Eric in pale beer. It was an old Legion favorite I remembered from the War College, beloved of students for being a cheaper drunk than either beer or Eric, and of innkeepers for being really easy to cut with water without affecting the taste. I wondered if Akoroy was boasting. Basilia amusedly said as I handed her the mug. But it seems not. It's a little nostalgic, I admitted. I wonder if there are any boys in lore who now boast of having had their ale poured by a queen, she mused. I snorted. There's a few who could boast of getting more than that, if they put the details together, I told her, wagging my eyebrows suggestively. She choked on her drink, spraying mist on Cordelia's nice carpets as she coughed. The costs of diplomacy. The Empress of Aenea, a realm that covered almost half the territory of the League, was a tall brown-haired woman with a rather plain face and the build of someone who'd spent most of their life on horseback, wearing heavy armor. No one would call her pretty, but she was fit and fierce, interesting to the eye the same way a tiger would be. She'd once been believed a man, I'd heard, but I would not have guessed at a glance. There are tales about Calowans serving girls, the Empress admitted, grinning. All lies, except for the ones that are true, I drawled. She'd not come for idle talk, of course, but I saw worth in keeping the loosely friendly relationship we'd had so far. I had been Basilia's informal patron during her rise in power, providing support from afar while she fought malicious allies in the League. I'd even tugged at Cordelia's sleeve once or twice to get her to toss the then General Abone. We both knew she'd risen far beyond what I had ever intended, and that a relation that had once had a clear superior had grown rather more muddled, but that was not enough to warrant hostility. She was still the closest thing I had to a reliable friend in the League. I just had to tread more carefully when asking things of her and expect to be asked the odd favor in return. That's always the trouble with tales. Basilia said. It can be hard to pick out the true ones, especially when it comes to named. It was my turn to send her an amused glance. There was no need to go fishing when I was ready to just toss her the fish. That one's true, I said. I stand as the warden now. The office will be written into the Accords, with all accordant powers and responsibilities. There is no longer a need for the League to worry about infighting within the Grand Alliance. All our efforts are turned against Keter. She let out a low whistle. You do keep landing on your feet, don't you? Basilia said. Coming from you. Empress. I smiled. That's a little rich. We traded toothy, savage smiles. The message I sent through Akaroi still stands, she told me. The League can't sign onto the Accords unless we get back the Hierarch. He did not strike me as a man who would sign them if you did get him back, I frankly replied. She shrugged. Regardless, there's way around it, she said. The cities have already adopted laws that follow along the same lines, so the holdout is you. Meaning the office of warden, which could not be expected to have authority over the named of the free cities when the League had not signed onto the Accords. And you have an offer? I asked. What falls under the authority of a protector of the League is vague, she told me. Largely on purpose. So named could be swept under that aegis, if the bone is not at some. I almost smiled at the audacity. You want a deal between the office of warden and the hereditary title of protector, I mused. Your authority over the League's named recognized in exchange for enforcing the Accords on them. She wanted for her and her descendants to be the natural and legal lieutenants of the wardens in the free cities. More power gathered to her title in exchange for me getting my way past the labyrinth complexities of negotiating any treaty with the League. I could stomach that arrangement, I said, so long as it's contingent to the League not having signed onto the Accords yet. Once it does, it will be no different from any other signatory. I might not be in a position to take a hard line at the moment. We needed the free cities if we were going to take Keter. I had no intention of sundering the warden's authority by allowing private named fiefdoms under the office. Basilia narrowed her eyes at me, recognizing my answer for what it was, a concession that I could accept this temporarily, but that I'd be putting my full weight behind getting the League into the Accords properly the moment we were done with Keter. It wasn't what she'd wanted to hear, but like me, she knew that pushing too far would bite her in the ass. So, as I had expected, she went after another concession. They made for interesting reading, your Accords, the Empress said, particularly the parts about Kernel and this school you intend to build there. I'd originally meant it for named, but in practice it would likely see only a few of these attending, young and transitional types, before they headed out into the world. The guild I intended to raise there for villains, and perhaps even heroes if Hanno was so inclined, would draw more interest than the halls of learning. But the school itself would draw mages and nobles from all over Calernia, especially if a few named mages could be talked into teaching. There would be a lot of influence to be traded there. So I cocked the eyebrow over my dead eye at the Empress. What about it? I idly asked. The League would be late to join that effort, and our divisions may lead others to edge us out, Basilia evenly said. A pledge might allay those fears. I got what she practically wanted out of her before long, guaranteed seats. For students, but also for teachers. And there was the clever part. Those were not to be promised to the League itself, since indeed that would be illegal and infringing on the authority of a hierarch. They were to belong to the protectors of the League, so that the Empress and her successors could use them for bribes and influence. Well, she didn't lack for audacity. I bargained her down to 1 teacher and 10 students, which I suspected was actually what she'd been after from the start, and with that little concession I got the Empress of Enea in line. She'd still fight me tooth and nail to keep the League out of the Accords so she could maintain her authority over named, but this way she wouldn't actually go to war over the matter. Good luck with that, I thought, smiling prettily at her. The eastern half of the League's terrified of you gobbling them up, and it's Cordelia fucking Hazenbach I'll be sending to talk them into signing. She smiled back just as prettily, no doubt already planning half a dozen ways to brutally smash any fingers that dared creep anywhere near her backyard. To alliances, I toasted, raising my cup. Long may they last, Basilia Catopodis replied. And to the sound of metal against metal, the League of Free Cities entered the war. The day before Masigo was set to arrive in Salia, the people of the capital filled the streets. Rumors had been swirling around the city for days, no small amount of them seeded by Cordelia's spies, so it was with expectation more than glee that the people gathered. I was not to stand in the crowd, but instead in a great raised gallery by the side of the platform where a first prince would abdicate and another be elected. I'd had forewarning, of course, from the Procerans themselves, but also through the Jacks. The two princesses had gone through every legality they could given the circumstances, and that meant a vote in the highest assembly. There was no way to hide that from Vivian's people, who might not be the eyes or the circle, but were nothing to be underestimated. It was without an invitation that I went to see Rosala Malanza, but these days my name was invitation enough. The guards, swarming the place like vigilant hornets, let me through, and an attendant guided me to a small room up 2 sets of stairs. There the Princess of Equidin was having a cup of sweet cider as she looked through a great window at the crowd still gathering below. Louis Ronan, her husband and secretary who'd abdicated rule of Cruzens at the graveyard, was fussing over her as she allowed his attentions with a fond gaze. I was almost reluctant to clear my throat. Louis stepped back immediately, looking mildly embarrassed. "Your Excellency," he said. "A pleasant surprise." "Louis Ronan," I said. "Or should that be Prince Consort?" He smiled ruefully. "Simply Consort," the dark-haired man replied. After consultation with the rogue sorcerer, it was decided it would be best for me to be removed from anything princely. I hummed in approval. The crown he'd surrendered in Isère had been more than a chunk of metal. It had been the story of his right to rule. It was perhaps not necessary for him to have refused a largely ceremonial title, but the prudence spoke well of him. Rosala was not without taste. "And to what do we owe the visit, Warden?" the Princess of Equidin asked. I flicked a glance at her husband, who took the hint with good grace and made his excuses. As he left the room, I took in the sight of Rosala Malanza as she had chosen to dress for her coronation, a warrior princess. Over a red dress with a yellow stripe down the center, her heraldry's colors inverted. She wore a polished breastplate, vambraces on her arms and greaves over soft leather boots. The thick belt at her waist, touched with gold, bore a sheathed sword. The princess' dark curls had been pulled back, freeing bangs as a loose braid went down her back, and she had been made into the very ideal of an Arlazite princess of war. It suited her, I thought. It was not without reason I considered Rosala the toughest Proceran general I'd faced. If we'd fought the camps to the finish instead of making a truce, it would have been an army-shattering hour for both sides. "Now that my husband was chased off and you've looked your fill," Rosala drily said, "will you deign to speak freely?" I took the time to pick my words carefully. "Yours is an election come out of the war," I said, "but God's willing, it will last long past it." "Ah," the dark-eyed princess smiled. I had wondered if I would warrant such a visit. There wasn't a lot of joy in that quirk of the lips. "You have spent much coin and effort keeping Procer from failing," she said. "So you look for assurances that our gratitude will not be short-lived. You took an oath after the graveyard," I said, "when you put that sword in the ground. I don't believe you the kind of woman to go back on it." "But," Rosala replied, "we will have business, you and I, when I sit in Cardinal and you in Salia," I said. And I did not have the kind of rapport with Rosala Malanza that I did with Cordelia Hazenbach, who, for all that we had faced off for years, had become someone I trusted in our own way. Considering that Procer would be pivotal to the survival of the Accords one way or another, it meant I needed to have a second look at the dark-haired beauty before me, not as Cordelia's general and rival, but instead as a first princess in her own right. Rosala narrowed her eyes at me. "Let me speak plainly, then," the princess said. "We will never be friends, Catherine Foundling." Her jaw clenched. "I believe you cruel and cavalier with lives as well as deeply conceited," Rosala Malanza harshly said. "That the gods have seen fit to reward you for this is the misfortune of our age." I did not blink, waiting for her to finish. "But you keep your word," the Princess of Equitin reluctantly added. "And treaties made with you can be trusted. Procer will stand behind the Accords, even if arms must be twisted. I have heard promises before," I warned, "and they died stillborn on the floor of the assembly." Rosala's face hardened. "Procer," she said, "will not be what it was. It cannot be." She rested a hand on her belly. "I will not bring my daughter into the world I knew as a girl," Rosala Malanza swore. "The chaos, the petty wars, and the knives. Hazenbach had the right of that. There is rot in the Principate, and it must be burned out." My eye narrowed. "And what will you do about it?" I asked. "Open your ears," Rosala said, "after the crown is set on my brow." I left, as she tacitly told me to, and an hour later found myself leaning against the gallery railing while the people of Salia shouted themselves hoarse. After the criers and resonant spells had made known Cordelia's abdication, there had been cries of dismay, for though her reign had not been without troubles and riots, she was a comfortingly steady hand. They had turned to cheers soon enough, though, when Rosala's election was announced. She was a popular woman, Her victories in the north well known, while the black marks on her record were long forgotten. Cordelia Hazenbach herself set the crown of white gold on her successor's head, the two of them matching gazes as she did. When the first princess of Proker stepped forward afterwards, to the edge of the platform, I felt spells bloom all around us. Scrying mirrors, I realized after catching sight of one of them from the glint of the sun reflected, though where they led I could not be sure. Rosala had a good speaking voice, and the promises she gave out were the kind a beleaguered people could cheer at, driving out the dead, restoring order and peace to Proker. After that, though, things took a turn, and I found myself leaning forward in interest. And so as we begin our march on Keter, I ask, where are the princes and princesses of the south? Murmurs, unease. Again and again, Rosala Melanza called out. We have sown the seeds of our own defeat. Schemes and grasping hands, betrayals and cowardice shame at every turn. Even as the hidden horror closes his grip on Proker, these parasites hide in their palaces and leave the rest of us to burn. A shiver went through the crowd, like she'd touched a finger to the pulse of the fury just under the surface. No longer, the first princess said. I give you this oath now. Those who call themselves princes and do not march to save Proker are princes no longer. All their families I addant, all their holdings I declare forfeit. When the moon turns, all who will not hold a sword to save the principate will be cast out of it until last dusk. The city went wild, the clamor of shouts and stamping feet shaking the walls. And now I knew where those scrying mirrors went. The first princess had, on the day of her coronation, thrown a gauntlet to every crown in Proker. Pick it up, Rosala Melanza had said, or I will drag you off your thrones by the hair. Yeah, I murmured, smiling down at her from the gallery. You'll do. Hierophant arrived in Salia early, late on the night of the coronation instead of early in the morning. I offered to delay our departure so he could have a night's sleep in a proper bed, but he would have none of it. It makes no difference to me, Masigo told me. And time is of the essence, you have been telling me. You just want to get your grubby fingers on the godhead of the crows as quickly as possible, I accused. That too, he shamelessly agreed. He did want to spend a few hours with Indrani before leaving, though, as she wouldn't be coming with us despite her protests to the contrary. I wanted her keeping an eye on the Barrow sword, whose seat as representative was still too fresh to be anywhere near secure. I encouraged him to, as much because I loved them both as because I needed some time to get the last of my affairs in order. I sent word that I would be leaving tonight instead of tomorrow to all those who needed to know, then talked Vivian into a late supper with me. Hakram was out of the city, settling a dispute between two clans out east, so a message would have to do. After my pack and goodbyes were done, I went to find the third companion that would come north with me. Acua was not far, having been amusing herself over the last few days by turning the flying tower where I'd become the warden into what she called a proper throne in between going into the slums of Salia to offer healing against the diseases that kept sprouting up in the crowded hovels. Some of them could not be wiped out entirely by light. Did you know, darling, that most villains only ever encounter a single godhead in their lives? She told me. You are something of an overachiever in that regard. It's the crows again, so it doesn't count as a new one, I argued. Though it was novel for her to actually need supplies now, as well as clothes, since she could no longer a shade who could change her wardrobe with a thought. She'd had most of them set aside already. If anything, she had seemed eager to head out to Serolen. When I asked, she turned thoughtful. I've always felt the business to be unfinished, Acua said. It is good to settle all of one's affairs properly. Yeah, I felt it too. It was time to bring to a close the journey that had begun in the outskirts of the Everdark. We were nearly ready to leave, horses saddled. Well, zombie for me, and our route out of the capital picked out, when there was a commotion just out the palace. I looked through the night, one of my 100 dead eyes, and cocked an eyebrow. Moments later, Cordelia Hazenbach rode in atop, one of those sturdy horses the Lycanese favored. She had saddlebags and she was dressed to travel. Going somewhere? I idly asked. I believe she means to come with us, Catherine, Masigo told me. He sounded a little surprised I hadn't caught on to that. Mercifully, Cordelia was not one of the woe, so she did not take the golden opportunity to mock me as one of them would have. I thought it best to make my offer for Keter directly to save Noc, the Lycanese princess said. She was still Prince of Renia and Princess of Hanovan, at least for now. The papers to pass on the crowns to Otto Red Crown and turn him into the sole ruler of the Lycanese were already ready and signed, I'd been told. They were only waiting so it wouldn't look like Rosala was stripping her predecessor of the titles. That could be done by scrying mirror, I replied, unimpressed. The first princess wants you out of the capital, I take it. We are in agreement that my looking over her shoulder as she begins her reign would benefit neither of us, Cordelia replied. And how does that lead to your riding with us? I pressed. I thought you might be in favor of my presence, the princess mildly said, since it will allow you to keep an eye on this. Reaching inside her cloak, she presented a baton of sculpted ivory. It was beautifully made, but aside from that no, not quite right. There was something at the heart of it, I thought. Dead eye seeing a glimpse of something like light. I shot her an inquisitive look. It is, Cordelia Hazenbach told me, the device that triggers the Elimal. I smothered a grimace. Yeah, she had me there. I wasn't letting that out of my sight if I could help it. I'd already figured there must be an artifact serving the purpose, but the Jacks had not unearthed anything when they looked into it. I don't suppose I could talk you into breaking that, I said. No, she pleasantly replied. Welcome to our little band, then, I sighed. It is, Cordelia victoriously smiled. My great pleasure. Book 7, Chapter 42, Journey. A journey is one of those magical events that are turned into either an eternity or a heartbeat by the quality of one's companions. Aldred Albin of Callow, the Prince Errant. It was pretty clear that Cordelia had not been on a day-long ride in years, but to her honor, even as she became pained, she did not let out so much as a single complaint. Masigo filled in the gap in whining. Having always despised horse riding with a vengeance and not grown to like it in the slightest over the years, but of all people Acua came to the rescue. My own body is not yet fully accustomed to riding, she told him, as I've only had it for a few months. It is very nice, Masigo told her, looking her up and down shamelessly. There'd been about as much sexual tension in that look as in a visit to a healer's tent to get your boils treated, not that it stopped Cordelia's eyes from slightly widening. I sighed. He's talking about the homunculus nature of the body, I whispered at her. It was made with magic, which probably would make this the first pair of tits he'd actually be interested in looking at. In all fairness, if you had to pick one pair in all of creation, you could do much worse than Acua Sahelian. How sweet of you, Acua replied, not batting an eye. But it still needs breaking in, which is why I have been using a spell to ease my time in the saddle. Huh, hadn't known that. Hadn't felt it either. But that was not entirely a surprise. A mage of Acua's caliber was capable of hiding smaller workings from my senses if they did it on purpose. She offered to teach him the spell, and he eagerly agreed, then took pity on Cordelia and offered to cast it for her as well, so that you might gauge the difference. Acua smiling offered. I saw the Prince of Renia seriously consider refusing her out of principle, but saddle sore was saddle sore. The spell was applied, and we quickened our pace again, riding north through the twilight ways. It was hard to tell how good a time we were making. From a distance, the starlit compass was vaguer. I could only tell we were progressing, not at what rate. Not yet anyway. Though the company we'd assembled was unusual. The Black Queen, the First Prince, the Hierophant, and the Doom of Lys walk into a bar. There was a premise. The traveling itself was smooth. I sometimes took Zombie on flights ahead, as much to bag some game as to cure her restlessness, and the addition of quail and rabbit to the cookpot was welcome. It was our custom to rotate the chore, which led to occasional bouts of the surreal. Sending the former First Prince of Proker out to gather firewood, while the Doom of Lys made biryani chicken for 4 felt like some sort of deranged waking dream. Masigo seemed entirely nonplussed, not that I'd expected anything else. I doubted Ziz would bat an eye even if the entire choir of judgment made him morning eggs, so long as they weren't oversalted. 3 days in, as Acua went to gather firewood and Masigo went about skinning the pair of rabbits I'd caught with a disturbing amount of skill. Much easier than people. He'd told me with a horrifyingly well-meaning smile when I'd commented on it. I found my eyes following Cordelia's hand. Or, more specifically, the ivory baton they were holding. The command rod for the Elimal. I knew it was real. I'd asked Masigo, and there was no fake anyone in her service would have been able to make that'd fool his eye. You stare at it whenever it is near my hand, Cordelia said. And that surprises you? I replied. It's a lot of power bound to a pretty small object. She settled herself more comfortably against the fallen log, adjusting so it wouldn't dig into her back. Not so much more than you could bring to bear, given time to prepare, she said. I snorted. Yeah, no, I told her. That's not comparable, Hazenbach. Maybe with the crows personally guiding my hand, I could bring down something vaguely in the same league, but it'd kill me for sure. You veiled the sun itself in Isaiah, Cordelia skeptically replied. I mimicked the effect of an eclipse, temporarily, for a small part of Isaiah, I corrected. And that wasn't me waving around a staff. It took months of preparations and an artifact that a once-in-a-century mage made. I paused, and I didn't even do the deed. I noted. I'm the one who put in the power over the months, sure, but it was Acua and Save NOC who called down the fake eclipse. If you believe that to be reassuring, Cordelia mildly replied, you are sadly mistaken. I rolled my eye at her, then put up my palms in a gesture of appeasement. Look, at the end of the day we can quibble about precedence and equivalence all we want, but you're holding in your hands the control rod to one of the few artifacts in existence that can just kill me, I said. No ifs or maybes. I'm in the range of the Elimal when you use that thing, and I'm dead. I snapped my fingers. Just like that, I said. I wasn't sure what the boundary conditions for not being killed by the wave of light, even though there'd been tests. It looked like maybe the standards on judgment deciding to kill you were as low as they could get, but that was just informed guesswork by Roland. Yet the odds that I wouldn't be one of those picked off were so low as to be non-existent. Warden or not, I was still a villain. In some ways I felt like I was a girl again, walking around with the knowledge that my life was only my own so long as no one decided to snatch it. It had not missed the feeling, but the years of war against Keter had done wonders for my tolerance to looming doom. So you'll have to forgive me the staring, I bluntly said. It's not going anywhere. Blue eyes studied me, maybe assessing how much of the agitation in my tone had been genuine. She decided it had been. I meant no offense either, Cordelia said. I shrugged, having taken none. I'd certainly encouraged the perception of my being an unstoppable force over the years. It very much had its uses. But it had led to people overestimating what I could actually do, or survive, sometimes. I'll confess to some curiosity as to how you even have it, I said, trailing off. I wasn't going to push if I hit a wall, but I was more than a little interested. I didn't know Rosala Malanza all that well, but she didn't seem like the kind of woman who just handed out doomsday weapons to recent political opponents. It was part of the negotiated terms for my abdication, Cordelia admitted. It was true that Cordelia had been in a decent bargaining position when she'd negotiated her abdication. Support for Hanno had been growing, but it had not been support for him to rule all of Procure, and it certainly hadn't been support for Rosala Malanza to do the same instead. After the war would have been a toss-up, there was no telling whether Cordelia would have ended up an untouchable savior or the woman blamed for the horrors. But at the time of the deal her throne had been solid. She'd lost most of Procure, sure, but the parts that had stayed were still largely behind her. Didn't quite trust her with the doomsday weapon, I said. Couldn't entirely blame her. If I'd built something that's stupidly dangerous, I would want to keep it under my thumb too. Trust, Cordelia replied, can be a very complicated word. I'm not casting stones, I shrugged. If anything, I can sympathize. Cool blue eyes studied me. Can you? She said. I've had issues with giving up power even when it was my decision to, I frankly said. I like to think of those times as growing pains, but it's not quite that clear-cut. I'd been an ass to Vivian for some time, when it had sunk in what my abdication would actually mean. An abdication she'd in no way forced on me, any more than my choice of her as my successor. It wasn't the same with Hazenbach and Rosala Malanza, but there was enough in common I could feel pangs of sympathy. Have you considered, Cordelia said, that perhaps the decision was as much about you as Princess Rosala? I blinked at her, taken aback. How's that? I asked. Her lips quirked mirthlessly. You have a history of only listening when the interlocutor also has a knife at your throat, Catherine, Cordelia Hazenbach said. I took the precaution when I believed I was to be Warden of the West, but I stand by it. I bit the inside of my cheek, trying to decide whether I should be insulted by that or not. Wasn't sure yet. A complicated word, is it? I mildly said. I took oaths, Cordelia simply said. To you, I do not deny it, but I yet heed older ones. If we lose, if the dead king triumphs and the land teeters on the brink of extinction, I will make the hard choice. My jaw tightened. If we lost in Keter, I slowly said, you want to blast the Elimal. As strong as you can. More than 9 in 10 should survive the light, Cordelia quietly said. Should nothing go wrong. You don't know that it won't, I flatly said. You've never fired that thing at the kind of strength you're talking about. The furthest you've gone is the borders of Salia. I cannot, Cordelia grimly agreed. Yet what can I do but make that choice anyhow? If the other choice is death for all, even should 9 in 10 die instead, it would be better than annihilation. And if it goes worse than that, I pressed. If everyone dies? Her lips thinned. Then when a ship next crosses the Tyrian Sea, Its captain will not find all of Calernia a realm of the dead, the blue-eyed princess said. A cold comfort, but then I am like an ease. We are winter's get. I leaned back. I recognized the cast of her face. It was the one she always had whenever I'd brought up the angel corpse over the years. She wasn't going to be moved on this. And I could even see the grim sort of sense in it. Like she'd said, even the most horrific of results was a better end than extinction and become soldiers in Keter's service. On the other hand, she had to know that absolutely no one who had a decent chance of dying should that weapon be used, a number including every villain alive, would find this acceptable or be willing to tolerate her keeping the baton should they find out. I held no illusions about the people who'd been my charges until recently. If the worst came to pass in Keter, they would be legging it through the twilight ways towards the closest port where Balight's ships docked. Learning that instead they were going to get an angel knife in the back might genuinely make a few of them desert, and I wasn't sure I blamed them. It would not be too hard a thing, I thought, to sweep this under my authority as warden. Odds were Hannah would back me, and Ishak doubtlessly would. Hells, I could just take the damn thing from her, and it wasn't like she had the strength to stop me. It'd be a lie to say I was not tempted. Silence hung between us. It might yet come to force. I thought, meeting those blue eyes. You have to know that. But for all that her holding that ivory length was putting a knife to my throat, Cordelia had also extended trust, hadn't she? She'd told me what she intended without being forced, pretty much admitting that she saw her duty to Calernia as something that came before even the oaths she'd sworn to me as warden. One step forward and one step back. Only it didn't feel like we'd stayed still. A noose was just a knot, until you'd killed someone with it. A complicated word, I slowly repeated, and left it at that. For now. The journey was restful in some ways, but in others it was not to be. That much became clear as the days passed. I'd never particularly enjoyed cooking. It was a lot of tedious little chores followed by equally tedious looking over fires and ending up in a plate that never seemed to be quite as good as when made by others. Still, it would be shabby of me not to pull my weight, so I'd learned to be solid with at least few recipes. Of those I liked Hunter's stew the best, since it was about as simple as cooking got, and I'd become a fair hand at it. There would be the usual bickering from the gallery about spices when time came to fill the bowls, I had no doubt, but that was part of the draw by now. Indrani sneering down on Callowin tastes, and Vivian going for her throat in retaliation was always good for a laugh. Hells, back in the day, even Acua got into it once or twice. Like most Presi, she seemed convinced that any plate without a fistful of goddamned cumin sprinkled over it was unforgivingly bland. I checked on the pot, finding the stew simmering, and stirred it a few times with the ladle before closing it again. I looked through the smoke as Masigo sat across from me, long legs folding as he tried and failed to make himself comfortable perched atop a stone much too small for that. I thought of a praying mantis for a moment, looking at the long limbs, and almost laughed. To think he'd been pudgy when we first met. I could hardly even remember what that was like. He'd melted in the months leading up to the 10th Crusade, and never gained back the weight. Long robes and the black eye cloth, a golden glimmer beneath it, were what I saw in my mind's eye when I thought of Masigo nowadays. Won't be ready for at least another hour, I told him. So if you were hoping for an early bowl dash. I was not, Ziz calmly replied. I came to speak with you. I narrowed my eye at him. That sounded serious. I wiped the steel ladle on a cloth and set it down. I'm listening, I told him. He didn't speak, at first, as if surprised I'd agreed so easily or unsure what he'd wanted to say. We have come a long way since the day we first met in Summerhome, Masigo said. I half smiled. By some counts, Apprentice could be said to be the first named to join what was yet to become the Woe. He'd already been a master of his mantle when Hakram had only just begun to come into his. You've taken to chasing larger creatures than winged pigs, I drawled. He quietly laughed. Too many still breathe fire, Ziz replied. He paused, looking for words, and I gave him the space to think. There was rarely any gain to be had in rushing his mind. We have all changed, Hierophant finally said, gold shining beneath cloth. You do not seek the same ends you did back then, and you seek them differently. Yeah, I murmured. I've been seeing that too. We've moved on. I refused to say, because if they were gone from my life, what did I have left? It is inevitable, Masigo said. The man who raised me is not the same who stood at Uncle Amadeus' side during the conquest. In overcoming circumstance we grow, or are buried, overcome by it. I'd argue they were the same man, I said. Just standing in two different places, at two different times. Hardship and pleasure bent people in many ways, but ultimately, they were just color on the canvas. They did not could not define what the work was painted on. To my surprise, he smiled. I knew you would disagree, he said. You still believe in the line in the sand, the difference between right and wrong. I have grown to like that about you, Catherine. I cocked an eyebrow at him. Have you? I drily asked. He nodded. You try to make people stay on one side of the line, Masigo said. And, more often than not, we are better off for it. It doesn't always work, but I like that you try. I cleared my throat, looked away. He'd always been at his most dangerous when he was painfully earnest. But you don't believe in that, I said. I believe that we should try, Masigo honestly said. You have shown me the value of that. But we've had this conversation once before, years ago. In the end, creation ends, I quietly finished. So it's not wrong to care about it, but it's missing the point. We should be looking beyond the bars, not rearranging the inside of the cell. He looked pleased. So you do remember, Masigo said. This, I said, is about apotheosis, isn't it? You have all found purposes, Hierophant said. Hakram heals the people he once saw as a lost cause. Vivian has traded the rooftop for the throne, and Ronnie has decided that instead of being Ranger, she wants to be better than her. And you. He mulled over his words. You have decided to pull down the curtain on the Age of Wonders and usher what comes after with your own two hands, Masigo finally said. Everyone's changed, I slowly said, except you. Is that what you're saying? I will break the shackles I was born bearing around my wrists, Hierophant simply said. I will open my mind to the secret of existence and burn with the truth of the Godhead. I almost shivered. It was a nice evening out, warm with bright starlight and the merry gurgle of a stream right around the bend of the hill. And still I almost shivered, for though there had been no threat in my friend's words, neither had there been so much as a speck of doubt. Masigo had become the Hierophant by peeking at the truths behind the curtain, laws mortals were not meant to understand, and he had been unwavering in his sole ambition ever since. He would become as a god, and then step beyond even that. I studied him, fingers clenching and unclenching. I finally said, as though I am being warned. The dead king awaits in Keter, Hierophant evenly said. And when I face him once more, Catherine, I will even the scales between us. You want revenge for your magic, I said. Revenge is not the right word, he mused. It is the bargain of an eye for an eye, and that is not a rule I abide by. Through the smoke, I saw Masigo's eye burn bright gold through the cloth. I will ruin him, Hierophant said, his calm like that of a deep, dark lake. I will make of Autumn's crown a noose around his neck, and make him watch as I tear out of him everything of worth. The fire crackled. Motes of gold danced on the smoke, as if traced by some luminous finger. I will use the sum of his works as a step for my own, Hierophant told me, and let him rot like a bloated carcass as I reach horizons he never so much as glimpsed. The dark-skinned man leaned forward, long braids sliding off his shoulder. That is what I promised Trismegistus King, and only then will I count us even for what passed between us, Masigo said. I swallowed. These were not idle words, I knew. He wasn't the kind of man to speak those. Masigo genuinely meant to rip out the power of Neshama and use it as part of his own apotheosis. Why tell me this? I asked. Why? Now. The glass eye's light ebbed low, now little more than glimmers again. You made room for everyone else in the world you're building, Catherine, Masigo said, then smiled. He drew back, and just like that there was no trace of the Hierophant left in him, none of the intensity that had filled the air around like a physical thing. As if it had only ever been a trick of the light, and the illusion had been broken the moment he moved. Remember to make room for me as well? He asked. I loved the man like a brother, and he loved me the same, but I knew a warning when I heard one. When the moment came for him to even the scales, if I stood in the way it would not be a small thing. That was what he'd been telling me. If it came down to choosing between my dream and his own, his choice was already made. I'd gotten used to my laundering being done for me. Both the army of Callow and the legions had it as an assigned duty, but I'd never served at a rank where I might end up needing to kneel by the river shore and rub the dirt out of my clothes, or other people's. I wasn't unfamiliar with the chore. It was one of those we traded around when the woe traveled together. Usually it was Vivian who traded for it. She didn't mind getting her hands bone cold, but she wasn't along this time. So instead I found myself kneeling in the sand by Aqueous Sahelian, washing clothes in the stream. It was hard work and rough on the hands, but there was only so much to wash, and when it came to drying afterwards we cheated with magic. The aftermath found us sitting on flat rocks by the river as we waited on the spell to finish getting the water out of the blankets. Aqua had insisted on using a slower one, since apparently it didn't damage the fabric. How do you even know that? I asked. If you tell me you've ever had to do your own laundry, I'm going to call you a liar. She rolled her eyes at me. The simple red and yellow robes she wore somehow managing to look tailored instead of plain. It is originally a spell meant to rid oneself out of contact poisons, Acua said. There's nothing worse than a botched assassination attempt ruining your favorite dress. Of course, I drily replied. How dare I ever think otherwise? It is the common birth, I assume, Acua kindly informed me. I have reliably been informed that low-born children are born with inferior minds. I glanced at her. Please tell me that's not actually something one of your ancestors believed, I pleaded. Acua smiled beautifully. Not at all, dearest, she said. A pause. It was his Marimbi wife, she told me. There was a most fascinating treatise on the subject in the family library. Did you know that Kalawans are also born naturally subservient? While I'll admit I've yet to encounter such a specimen, very convincing experiments were executed to prove this. I'm going to strangle you, I cheerfully told her. Irrational anger in the face of one's divinely ordained superior, Acua noted. I was warned it might happen. I tossed a stone in her direction, though she got a shield and a smug look up in time. My lips were quirking, though, and so were hers. So what's your take on our guest? I asked her. She slid me a glance. Catherine Foundling, Acua said. Are you soliciting me for gossip? Indrani's not there, I complained. And Masigo doesn't get the point. He always tries to be nice. She was grinning. Now? She snores like a bear, did you notice? The golden-eyed sorceress said. It was horrifying, I admitted. I couldn't believe it was her at first. She's always so dainty about everything. I'm impressed at how good she is with a bow, though. Cordelia had bagged us a pair of rabbits a few days back, which had been a pleasant addition to the cooking pot, as well as a surprise. Lycanese nobles are expected to hunt, I believe, Acua said. Not unlike Presai, though presumably with fewer assassinations attached. In my experience, that's always a safe assumption when praise is involved, I said. She snorted at me. It was light talk, nothing of politics or Keter or the many dooms ahead, and it made knots in my shoulders loosen. It was so rare, these days, that I could afford to just sit with someone by a river and talk. We must have spoken for an hour, far longer than the spell needed to finish, but I sensed she was as reluctant as I to acknowledge that and put an end to it. Eventually, though, it became harder to ignore that we would be awaited in camp. I sighed. Her expression immediately went blank, the highborn mask falling down over the lovely face. What had I done? I hesitated, but dimly I could sense that prodding at her now I was likely to lose a finger. I kept to the silence instead, until humanity bled back into her face, and she broke it herself. It would be easy, Acua said, to simply fall into your orbit again. I forget that, every time we are parted. She smiled at me, fondly but without amusement. Somehow I always forget that it is not some subtle manipulation that you entrapped me with, Acua said. That you truly enjoy my company, and that is what makes it so very easy for you to win. That's not what I'm trying to do, I said. It's always what you're trying to do, Catherine, she replied with a strange gentleness. It's in your bone, the disease you inherited from the father you chose. My fingers clenched into a fist. That wound was still fresh. I wasn't convinced it could ever be any other way. I'm not sure what it is you're saying, I said. I have had enough of cages, Acua told me, and choices being made for me. You're talking in circles, I replied. If I choose to serve as the jailer of the King of Death, she said, it will not be at anyone else's behest. I've asked nothing, I replied. It had taken years for me to make it, so I wouldn't have to. It had gone wrong in a tear, all the small steps I'd taken. The moment they should have led up to never came to pass. There'd been too much going, and the bard had put her fingers to the scale. Had the pivot passed, had I failed? Looking at her, seeing her looking at me, I had to consider the possibility that I had. Nor should you, Acua said, gracefully rising to her feet. Of all the debts I owe, the one I owe you is far from the heaviest. She began to gather the clothes, a clear sign the conversation was finished, and it left me wondering a question I would rather not have to entertain at all. If I had failed, what then? On our 13th night on the road, we found the guide save NOC had sent us for the latter half of our journey to Serolen, waiting seated by a shallow river. The colors of my sigil painted on its face, Ivo of the Losera offered me a smile as it rose to its feet. First under the night, Iva said, bowing low, it has been too long. Book 7, Chapter 43, Serolen. Silent then stood the great city, whose mighty had called in vanity. The great wrath that passed. and found they who had laughed, that their power might be vast. But Dobrogost laughed last. Extract from the Dobrogost Vest, a firstborn traditional epic. Trouble has come to Serolen, Iva of the Losera said. Has it ever not? I replied. We traveled quicker now than we had before. Iva had bargained for the secret of the half-road, and though it might not be as instantaneous as the shadow stride the long stride Cabal had once boasted of, it still lengthened our steps. We had to ride in a narrow line, over a stripe of night barely larger than the horses, but so long as we rode there we were possessed of a great celerity. It did not prevent the horses from getting tired, but they covered easily thrice as much ground before needing a rest. Won the second of those interludes, as the rest of our company had their mounts drink in a shallow pond. I sat with Iva to speak of what awaited us to the north. This is true, Iva acknowledged. But there have never been troubles such as this. It is unsettling. My brow rose. Not a word it would use lightly. Iva had once been a Rilla in a sigil in good standing, about as high as it was possible to rise without holding the sigil yourself, and in the nights since fought under me through campaigns above and below. The drow was not a sort to unsettle easily. Have the lines collapsed? I bluntly asked. We have lost the southern woods, the purple-painted drow said. The gloom was pierced through with great roads of steel that were kept alight with strange lanterns. I grimaced. And they didn't pull back the gloom 40 miles to start over? Iva hesitated. It had no reason to watch its words around me. As its sigil holder, I was the only person it could be said to answer to, and I'd never been one to mind blunt honesty. Only there was someone even above me, wasn't there? Save NOC. Shit, I quietly said. It's not that they didn't want to, they couldn't. It must have been deeply distressing, I thought, for Iva to admit that the goddesses it had worshipped all its life had limitations, that they were not all-powerful or beyond failing. It broke into shards when an attempt was made, Iva said. A third was recovered, but save NOC says cannot be forged anew into a lesser gloom. They have been used as weapons to win battles since. My eye narrowed. You're keeping something back? I stated. Mighty Corrosive has stolen 2 of the shards, it admitted. They have claimed it as proof of their divinity and taken the name of Loch-in-Anne. Fate Giver, it meant. But it was the formal version of Giver, maybe closer to Gifter, and the implication there was that the gift was given to an inferior. Corrosive was effectively claiming to be the entity that would give all of the firstborn their fates. A naked challenge to save NOC's authority. Even this far away from Serolen, I could catch the scent of civil war in the air. Last I heard, Corrosive was playing God King in the northeast, with an eye to returning to the mountains above the Everdark, I said. What changed? They tell a tale of having wagered the fate of the firstborn in a verse game with the dead king, Iva scorned. That they triumphed over it, and won from death a reprieve for 9 years. They now come to gift us a new fate, leading us east and across the water to a land of endless riches. Oh, did I not like the sound of that? I'm assuming by water they don't mean the chalice, I said. The painted drow shook its head. The salt water, Iva said. We are to sail on great ships that will bring us to a glorious kingdom without light. My fingers clenched. They made a deal with the dead king, I bluntly said. Pull out of the war, and the firstborn get 9 years to get the hells off Calernia, while Neshama thoroughly wipes out the rest of us. That is also the belief of Save NOC, Iva agreed. Would the dead king keep to that deal? I wasn't sure, but in all honesty it shouldn't matter. He'd finished killing us off long before 9 years had passed, and I had my doubts about the success of a firstborn exodus across the Tyrian Sea anyway. They'd lived underground as long as they'd been a civilization. They were neither shipwrights nor sailors. Although with Corrosive holding the reins, they might just hit one of our port cities and devour enough they can raise a decent fleet. More worrying was a question I did not have the answer to. Was this Corrosive's plan, or was Neshama now using diplomacy to finish collapsing us? Because if it was the latter, we were in deep shit. There weren't really any human nations that had cut a deal with him, at least not unless we suffered a catastrophic defeat in Keter first, but the same was not true of others. The Golden Bloom was unlikely to actively help him, but the elves might take a deal so they could cut and run unhindered. The Gigantes had sit out the war since their sacrifice in keeping the Hellgates closed, so they might be tempted for the right prize, and worst of all was the Kingdom Under. We still hadn't signed a new treaty with the dwarves, so if the dead king came in with a better offer, fuck, that could get bad. There was no way we would take Keter without the Kingdom Under supplying the besieging armies. If they pulled out of the war, we were done. How bad has it gotten? I asked, tone gone grim. It did not play coy, which I appreciated. Most of the remaining 10 generals still follow save NOC, Iva said. But 2 have gone over and brought their sigils with them. We still have the greater part of the strength, but that strength is bound holding the lines to the south. Kurosiv and their traders now hold much of Serolen. It grimaced. The strife has grown along lines it never had before, Iva said. The tenets that you taught us in Isaiah have divided the firstborn. Fuck, I thought. I'd never seriously considered that might be a possibility, back when I had spoken out. I was the mouthpiece of living goddesses who held in their grip the source of power of all firstborn. It wasn't exactly a kind of position that got you. Questioned. But the sisters weren't the only source of power now, were they? They'd admitted to me months ago that they couldn't even try to kill Kurosiv anymore, without pretty much destroying an already ruined knight, and it sounded like the usurper had only grown in strength since. How? I got out. Many sigils despise them, Iva frankly said. That mighty can no longer take and kill freely is loathed, and the authority of the Losera over the new oaths even more so. Sigil holders remember times when they were not bound by promises, and their authority could not be challenged by vote. I studied its face. It's the protection oath that fucks them, isn't it? I stated. It was the foundation of the reform I'd laid at the heart of the firstborn. Violence could not be used to keep a drow in a sigil or punish them for leaving it. It was what gave the votes power, why the new ways had teeth. Sigil holders who continued to treat their followers like cattle would find that their sigils shrunk, while those who treated their followers well would find their ranks swelling. A straightforward incentive for sigil holders to begin treating the powerless decently. Nisi and Zulu have been leaving harsh sigils in droves, Ivo agreed. That this could not be curtailed by spear or knight has left mighty furious. It goes, they say, against the true tenets of knight. And let me guess. I coldly smiled. Kurosiv welcomes the malcontents with open arms. They offer the old ways again, maybe even worse. It is said that the Nisi are sorely used in the territory of the traitors, Iva hesitantly said. The tenets of Isaiah are not observed among the sigils following the usurper. And how genuinely awful did treatment have to get, before even the firstborn thought it was too much? And bad as that was, it wasn't even what worried me the most from the situation. You told me we have the most sigils, I said. But Kurosiv poached a large chunk of the mighty, didn't they? Reluctantly, Iva nodded. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Of course they had. The tenets I'd introduced gave power to the powerless over the few individuals that had ruled over more than 9/10 of the firstborn as uncontested tyrants for more than a millennium. Some of the mighty would take it in stride, but some of them would simply look at the fact that now, Nisi, a word that literally meant cattle, had some power over them and be offended to their very core. Lesser mighty wouldn't mind so much, I decided, because they didn't actually lose a lot in practice and they might even gain in the exchange. But those few whose strength had allowed every right, Rilla and sigil holders, they would be furious at the reforms. And now another god had come, one that promised them a return to the old ways. All the most poisonous of the mighty, those who knew they couldn't cut under the reforms, would hear it a siren's song. If we were dealing with humans, I'd call it good riddance. But these were drow. Being a murderous cancer likely meant they'd been among the strongest of their sigils. Fuck, I feelingly said. That civil war was still looming just beyond the horizon, but worse than that was the realization that my side might actually lose. It took us another week and a half to get to Serolen, a short span that felt like forever. Every day we spent here could not be spent with the armies that must already be marching on Keter. How much more of the Principate had been destroyed while we rode down a shadowed road? How many more thousands had died to blades and devils? There's been a restful tinge to the travels at first, since so little was demanded of me save that I ride north, but that had faded. Urgency whipped at my back, reproaching every breath not spent making haste to Duskwood. The others felt it too. Cordelia grew more somber as the days passed, still cordial but ever more distant, and Masigo even began setting aside his book to ride in earnest. Acua, as though the talk by the shore had never taken place, stuck to me as a second shadow. She spoke more to Iva than myself, asking it about old acquaintances and the state of affairs in the Empire ever dark. But her presence was not unpleasant. I tended to withdraw less into myself when there was a conversation going, and it was less demanding to listen than to have to keep it going myself. It sometimes frightened me how well she had come to know me, perhaps better than anyone alive save Hakram. We could tell the moment was past the remnants of the gloom, even in the ways. The shadows got deeper, the stars more distant, and Iva's road grew noticeably more effective. From there, our last few days were consumed with haste. There was a calamity in the making. I knew it deep in my bone. Is it your name? Acua asked me quietly, one night by the fire. Maybe, I murmured. More senses than aspect, yeah? It's like I can feel a current with my fingers. Fate, the golden-eyed sorceress said. A convergence of events. I nodded. Something big is coming, I said. A great pivot. For my patron goddesses. Or for all the firstborn. It was too early to tell. All I knew was that coming too late would bring down a disaster on all our heads. So we picked up the pace, running each other ragged as we rode through a dry and sandy riverbed until I could sense the end of our path ahead. Our mounts milled about the sand as I reined in zombie, and the horses followed, Iva coming to stand at my side, without so much as a whisper of warning. Not without reason had I once named it my Lord of Silent Steps. We're here, I called out. Get ready for the crossing. I got a tired, cranky grunt out of Masigo and more vocal acknowledgement from the other two. I barely paid attention, though, catching Iva's stare from the corner of my eye. You told me parts of Serolen are in Kurosev's hands, I said. What are the odds that there are enemies waiting on the other side? We will emerge within the Shrine of Tears, Losera Queen, it said. It is a stronghold of those loyal to save NOC. So not very, I summed up. It is so, Iva agreed. I sighed, then glanced back. Arm up, I ordered. We're going into trouble. Iva sent me a wounded look, but it ought to know better by now. Even if there hadn't been a bevy of gods at work in Serolen, convergences of fate made the unlikely common. I would have bet on a fight even if there wasn't a good change of enemy action. I took the lead, Iva at my left and Masigo behind me. Acua stayed in the back with Cordelia, as much to shield the calm-faced princess as because she tended to benefit from having longer to cast. She wasn't the war mage that Masigo had been before he lost his magic, or truthfully even now. I unsheathed my sword, zombie keening eagerly at the sound, and breathed out. My staff came down, opening a gate out of the twilight ways, and I rode through. The air was warm and humid. That was my first thought. I blinked it away, but my eye went wide as I took in the sight around me. The Shrine of Tears was massive, larger than any Proceran palace I had ever seen and taller than even the Alban Cathedral in lore. It was disorienting to stand inside, because the shrine pretended it was otherwise. Though there was a tall ceiling of curved stone high above, it was hidden by thick fog all the way to the corners of the roof, which came down in walls that were long curtains of rain. Through the uneven curtains I glimpsed at the lake the shrine had been raised on, but it was not what drew the eye as I rode further onto a causeway of wet stones. Under the roof the great shrine 100 smaller shrines had been built, made of painted tiles in vivid colors, red and yellow and blue. Few were larger than a house, and everywhere tall painted poles stood, bound to each other, and the sharp roofs of the shrines by thick woven ropes from which hung strands of colored cloth and shining trinkets. Across it all rain fell in gentle drops, sliding down the vivid tiles and down deep furrows in the ground that led to shallow canals. It was as if under the great roof 100 beautiful islands had been laid to rest among rivers of stone, each laden with prayers and offerings. It was, I thought even as I pulled up my hood, a place of startling beauty. Behind me, I heard Cordelia gasp and smiled. She'd never known the firstborn as anything but violent killers and skulking spies, but this should begin to teach her differently. They were the ruin of a people, but even now there was more to them than night. We emerged on the island at the heart of it all, on the causeway leading to the ornate shrine behind us while knotted ropes crisscrossed above our heads. And as the gate out of twilight died with a gentle breath, I saw a movement ahead. Silhouettes moving through the faint mist of islands. There should be a sigil awaiting us, Iva said. Its eyes had followed my own, picking out the number. 7, 8, 9, no, 8. They were using Raider's Walk to make their warband look larger than it was. Looks like there's one. I coldly smiled. I shrugged. At least it's not one of the 10 generals, I said. I would have felt one of them coming. This was, by their strength in the night, oddly muted to my senses, enough that I couldn't just pick out their numbers through it, as I once would have. A sigil holder and a cadre of Rilla come to kill us. What insolence, to dare come to this holy place as servants of a false god, Iva said. Its shoulder had tightened, its muscles coiled, all in anticipation of the violence to come. Z's, I called out, so confusion. He cleared his throat. Can I have the bodies afterwards? He politely asked. I turned to fix him with a steady look. I have been very interested in how a race not born to the use of night could grow so innately adept at wielding it, he defended. Fine, I sighed. Just don't get, you know. I gestured vaguely. I do not, he admitted. Don't get all warlock about it. I elaborated. I ignored Acua's choked laugh and Cordelia's murmur of should I even ask. I will not be the warlock, Masigo assured me. Not what I asked. I sighed. But I guess it'll have to do. I patted Zombie's neck, stroking her feathers and nodded at Iva. It did not need instructions, not after the months we'd spent fighting together in the Everdark. It knew exactly what I wanted of it. I rolled my shoulder to limber it, then cracked my neck to the side. Well, I cheerfully said, let's solve us a religious dispute. Kno save NOC. I spurred Zombie to a gallop, and moments later we were aflight. They shot first. It was the first time I'd fought Firstborn since the night was ruined, and the difference was plain to see. The 3 streaks of darkness that howled towards me took a moment to form, and they weak. The secret could no longer be used the way it once had been. I didn't even bother to weave a defensive working, my knees guiding Zombie into a short dive that saw all 3 projectiles go wide. 3 of the Rilla ran at me down the causeway on the other side of the river, power blooming around them as they aimed to leap at me when the dive went lowest, but I grinned and pulled deep. Gods, the night came easy here. It was so much stronger than in the south. The air exploded, paving stones flying everywhere as the Rilla scattered into thin lines of night along the ground, and my staff touched one of those strands of shadow before Zombie banked upwards. That was all it took. I disrupted the night before it could form into flesh, and the Rilla lost control, reappearing like a burst balloon filled with black blood. It never even got off a scream, and I pressed low against Zombie's neck as another volley of night streaks howled just past my ear. Amateurs. If they'd gone for center of mass instead of my head, they would have at least forced me to defend. Still, they were not unskilled. While 3 ran across the causeway and another 3 continued to fire from the back, the last Rilla had been pulling on a larger working. The kind that took time and shouldn't be interrupted. Coming out of its body in strands of night, a hulking shape with a massive maw. It was little more than teeth set in a round and eyeless head, formed and shot out towards me. It didn't make it far. 2 heartbeats and the world rippled, the Rillia's face turning to utter surprise as the night beast turned around and bit its head off before blowing up in streaks of black flame. Hierophant could do all manners of nasty things, using rest. The flames scattered the Rilla shooting projectiles, as they'd been standing too close for comfort, and that was my opening. I slapped aside the spear one of the runners from earlier tried to toss at my back, then sent out my will and picked up the black flames that were guttering out. I fed them life, and they roared out in a blaze, spreading in thick tendrils that swallowed up 2 of the Rilla in the blink of an eye. One of them walked out of his own flesh with a wet squelch as it began to burn, but Hierophant broke the working halfway through, and instead of being skin deep, half the meat stayed on the bones. Gods, but that was an ugly way to die. For out of 8 dead, all Rilla. Where was the sigil holder? It hadn't made a move yet. Out back. Atop one of the shrines, gathering night to itself to form some sort of carapace armor. I'd seen Mighty Jindrik do something similar once, but the shape stayed humanoid here. I suspected I'd not enjoy it should the armor be finished. A whisper against the back of my mind, and I turned without batting an eye, following the instinct. My staff slapped down a spear, then twirled to parry the spear of night that had been hidden in its shadow. I'd not moved in moments, and in a fight that was too long. Go, I whispered at Zombie, and guided her with my knees. We fell into a curved glide, circling around the island shrine where I had caught up to the warband. 2 of the surviving Rilla fell back to their sigil holder, but one slipped behind me and leapt across the canal, to be caught in the throat by a bolt of sickly green light. The drow went straight through the spell, looking triumphant, but that passed. The moment its feet touched the stone on the other side, they began to turn to dust. Someone was getting fancy. Acua always did like her curses. I had more pressing matters, though. I flicked an orb of black flame at the sigil holder gathering his carapace, but the 2 Rilla besides it formed a spinning wheel of night and scattered it. Yeah, they were going to keep covering their captain until it got that done. Unfortunately for them, I had a way around that. The carapace, Z's, I shouted. The world rippled again, and in the heartbeat that followed it all went wrong. I could feel Masego's will wresting away the night, began to rip out the carapace, but then another will fought him. Not the drows, it had tried and failed already. Something bigger. Hierophant let out a hoarse shout of pain, and I clenched my jaw in anger, lashing out with howling flame. Again the Rilla summoned their wheel, but the night was all askew around them, and as my working impacted there's the fabric of creation rippled out angrily. I pushed my will, fed my working, and there was loud crack before the shrine burst into a rain of melted, broken tiles. A plume of smoke hid the results from my sight, but I could still feel night in there. At least one was still alive. I risked a glance back, finding Masigo was leaning on Acua and bleeding from his empty eye socket. Golden eyes met mine from a distance, and she shook her head. In no danger of death, then. Good. I could put my full attention on this. Kirosiv had taken offense to someone wresting night from their faithful, but it was not the last injury it would suffer today. When the smoke scattered, I found the sigil holder still standing, garbed in black carapace from head to toe. It was segmented, like armor, and it had taken up a long spear of obsidian covered in glyphs. I saw the mark of its sigil written on the side of its carapace helm, a pale wriggling snake pierced by an arrow. Eterin. It meant, and so it was mighty Eterin I now faced. The armored drow leapt up, landing with unearthly grace atop one of the wooden poles. Eterin flourished its spear at me almost mockingly, and my eye narrowed. I guided zombies glide to the side, watching the timing and throwing myself off. I landed atop a pole of my own, leg throbbing with pain, and returned the flourish with my sword. In the name of Lochinnan, I order your submission, mighty Eterin called out. Its voice was reedy, but its eyes were sharp. As first under the night, I offer you a chance to return to convert back before your summary execution, I mildly said, which I feel is rather generous, considering. It laughed. Va inan Wyan, mighty Eterin replied, and broke out in a run. The gift is given. It meant, our sounded better. With unnatural grace it ran atop the rope tying our poles together, but I did not move to meet it. I called night to me instead, weaving it into spinning blades above its head. My eye narrowed as the air current failed to suck Eterin upwards, snapping the working into an explosion instead. That got it to react, but not as I wished. It swayed on the rope for a moment, but the armor was not so much as dented. Tricky, tricky, I muttered. You don't get the mobility, but this is stronger than Jindrik's secret. And Jindrik had been the second strongest sigil holder in Great SDRYCHD. It wasn't the expendables I was getting sent at me. I began gathering night again as mighty Eterin crossed the last of the distance separating us, laughing as it raised its spear and grinned back toothfully. Tendrils of shadows rose from the bottom of the pole, twining around my limbs, and I focused my name. With the strength of both behind me, I met Eterin's blow, my staff catching the side of the spear. It should have been blow straight off or lost the spear, but instead spun, impossibly still on the rope, and when I tried to slide my sword into its belly, the steel slid harmless against the carapace. I hastily put my guard as Eterin finished its spin, turning it into a blow from the back of the spear towards my ribs, and though the angle was wrong for both, it was worse for me. My blade went down, the obsidian shaft struck my rib hard, and I swallowed a groan. But I was close, and with a free hand. I laid my fingers against its chest, and my will pulled. It was easy as ripping a page out of a book. For the first heartbeat, as least, and then I felt it too. The thing that called itself Lochinnan, mighty Kirosiv. The great leech that had survived even the wrath of the crows. It was like the whole sea coming down at me through a narrow channel, and I rocked back, shaken, but I saw something beyond my vicious blooming headache. This was a power, but it was not beyond me. Kirosiv was not a god, for all that they put on airs. And I had ended stronger storms than this, crushed them in the palm of my hand. I am the warden, you upstart thing, I hissed, and if you dare raise your voice against me, I will. Silence. The night in mighty Eterin, died. It was snuffed out like a candle between fingers. Kirosiv's will cut just before I felt from it a towering rage. The sigil holder moaned out in pain, his carapace crumbling into nothing, and my hand rose to catch its throat. You should have picked a better god, I told it and squeezed. My name flared, the beast laughing in my ear, and mighty Eterin died as I pulped flesh and shattered bone. Ugh, now it was all over my hand. I leapt down, using the tendrils to easy my descent, and dismissed them as my boots touched stone. I tossed the corpse away and wiped my hand on my breastplate, limping away to pick up my sword and sheath it. And as the last of the bodies began to cool, a hush fell upon the shrine of tears. A dimness blanketed the world, the sound of my own breath distant to my ears, and the soft patter of the rain gone silent. I did not need to look to know they had come, sensing their looming shapes in the night like leviathans swimming through the water. They perched behind me atop the tallest shrines, the silhouettes of great crows large as houses casting long shadows past me. Savin OC had come to the victorious field. Now, you show up, I drawled, glancing back at my patronesses. A little late to the evening, are we? They were hard to look at with the naked eye, even for me. Their very feathers seemed woven out of inky blackness, and here in this place of power I could dimly sense the endless void that lay beyond the surface. Like the emptiness behind stars, the absence of anything at all. Someone might go mad, looking too deep and too long at that. Iva was already kneeling, but neither Acua nor Masigo, recovered but his face still touched with blood, seemed impressed. They looked at the goddesses with the unruffled assurance of people who had been raised to see gods as meat on the block, not anything worthy of awe. But that was only to be expected, while Cordelia staying astride her horse had me nodding in approval. It was her first time standing before the likes of Save NOC, as far as I knew, and though her hands were bone-white around the reins, she sat straight-backed in the saddle. There was steel in that spine. The sisters did not answer me. Indeed, they rarely spoke outside mind or shared dreams, but there was no need for them to. They had brought a herald with them, an old acquaintance. The tomb maker was still the oldest drow I had ever seen. Its back bent, its skin creased, and its thick black veins visible through it. Its tunic of obsidian rings was belted tight at the waist, and it wore no arms, never having done so as long as we'd known each other. Silver blue eyes were set in a face bearing in paint a blooming ochre sunflower in ochre, and its long white hair went down its crooked back. Mighty Ramina had not aged a day since I last stood in its presence. Losera Queen, the old drow greeted me. You have already shed blood on the grounds of Serolen. A good omen, I agreed. There are few better, Ramina chuckled. It cast a look around, lingering on distant gates that stood across the shrines. My sigil will hold the Shrine of Tears until the Kasidan arrive, the tomb maker told me. Let us leave for the temple fortress. We stand too close to the skirmish lines for counsel to go unheard. Doing a lot of walking, are you? I smiled. I suppose I've already handled the fighting for you. It smiled at me, glancing at the dead bodies. Indeed, Ramina said. You may now boast strength equal to a rat trap, first under the night. Fuck, no comeback came to mind. Not. Again. God damn it. Kamina cawed in amusement. She always played favorites, the bitch. The secret of scathing retorts remained enthroned. Ugh, just take us to the whatever temple, I sneered. It took to victory with a mocking grin. Masigo cleared his throat. And send the corpses after us, I added. The Hierophant has laid claim to them. If there was one upside to dealing with the firstborn, it was that no one so much as batted an eye when Ziz asked for a pile of corpses. Silver linings, Serolen was a city that had been built out of 100 cities, and there was no other like it on Calernia. The finest monuments and architectural wonders of a nation millennia old had been stolen and regurgitated wherever it pleased save NOC. A haphazard nightmare of great beauty. Towers carved out of stalagmites jutted out of the forest floor along with elaborate painted pyramids and what looked like an entire city district on a mile-wide plate of stone. Small houses of stone and what had risen up between the great works, streets being burned into the ground with night along the sprawling canals that Andronike had insisted on. The temple fortress was not one of the ornate and beautiful places, but instead exactly what it had been named as, a square of heavy obsidian walls surrounding a squat fortress of stone and bone topped by an airy temple, without doors, where save NOC liked to nest. Our rooms were at the heart of the fortress, deep in the belly behind half a dozen heavily armed sigils. I sent Zombie up to the temple, knowing she'd enjoy the place and the sisters wouldn't mind, and dropped my affairs in the luxurious rooms that had been designated as mine before immediately heading for the War Council, where Ramina and Mighty Isengral would be waiting. Iva had left to attend to the Losera and prepare them for my return, while Acua and Cordelia both indicated interest in attending the council. Masigo not so much. I want to dissect the bodies while they're still fresh, Ziz informed me. My interest lies in the intersection between night and the physical body, which requires that there still be wisps of it yet to fade. Well, it wasn't like he was actually going to pay attention if I forced him to come. Don't get too deep in a new study, I warned. We might need to go on war footing soon. He scowled at me, but did not argue. Good enough. I picked up Cordelia and Acua, both of which were drawing stares wherever we went. All three of us were human, but unlike them, I could be felt to have power in the night. With my hood down and no skin showing, I might be taken for a short firstborn if not for the depths of my strength revealing me as save NOC's chosen herald. In a nostalgic turn, the War Council room that I found was much like the one I had seen in Great Lodo long ago. thrones set against the walls, and an empty stone floor at the heart. Neither Ramina nor mighty Isengral were seated when I entered, an implicit mark of respect. I'd seen Isengral in dreams before. It was the best defensive commander of the Firstborn in my opinion. Only the 8th of the 10 generals, but having proved utterly lethal to Keter's forces by relying heavily on traps and artillery. It had earned the sobriquet Cradle of Steel the hard way. It was no more impressive in person than it had been through the visions, a skinny drow with short white hair and a slight overbite revealing half-broken teeth. It wore black half-plate made of an alloy forged through night over steel ring mail, and a single-edged sword was sheathed at its hip. Both it and Ramina offered me a respectful nod as I swept in, Acqua and Cordelia behind me. Mighty Isengral, I smiled. Our meeting is a long-awaited pleasure. Shared, Losera Queen, the drow replied. I ate memories of the campaigns in Haino with great pleasure. A toss-up whether the poor bastard whose memories had been eaten still lived. Just because Isengral was competent didn't mean it was any less vicious than the rest of the Firstborn when it wanted something. I bring with me Prince Cordelia Hazenbach, of the Lycanese, I told it, and the one who was once a shade in the night, Acqua Sahelian. Isengral flicked a silvery glance at Acqua. I have heard of your works, mighty shade, it nodded. Cordelia did not rank the same courtesy. If she was offended, she did not show it. It wouldn't be the last insult she swallowed today anyway, as I told her. For one, neither she nor Acqua would get to sit here, as it would imply they were equals to the two mighty, something neither of them was likely to tolerate even if I interceded. It was easy enough to find which was my throne. One of them was twice as large as the others, about the right height for me, and positively dripping with sculpted crows. I sat down with relief, and they followed suit. Cordelia came to stand by my right, Acqua following suit to my left with an amused quirk of the lips. Mighty Iva told me of the state of Serolen, but the talk seems to have been out of date, I said. Where do we stand? It was Isengral that fielded the question, flicking a wrist as it called on night. An illusion that resembled Serolen as seen from above spread across the stone floor. Nails of pale light began to coalesce over much of the eastern half of the city and a chunk of the center where the canals converged. The traitor sigils have seized nearly half the city, Isengral said. The traitor Ishabog's attempt to seize the heart of the canals was ended by mighty Ramina, but the traitor Morin has broken the back of 2 of our own offensives. Ishabog the adversary, the 4th general, one whose sigil was small and made of only the strongest mighty, numbering not a single Nisi and Zulu. Its defection to Kurosiv was not unexpected. Morin Bleakwomb was an even harsher loss, having been the 3rd general. It knew secrets that granted it power over ice and snow, an arsenal that had only grown more deadly after Save NOC devoured winter. In a straight fight, it was probably weaker than Ramina, but it didn't give straight fights, and anybody trying to kill it was going to die in a permanent blizzard long before catching sight of it. One of its favorite tactics was to use its Zulu and Lesser Mighty to bait an enemy sigil onto grounds it could encase in ice, killing both in a stroke. So I could see why Kurosiv's ways would be of greater appeal to it than the reforms. And what have they been doing since Ishabog got whipped? I asked. Skirmishes across all boundaries, Ramina said. They push strongest for the temples in the city heart, but there have been attacks everywhere. Morin placed sigils at the border and gave them lead to raid as they wish, Isengral told me. Ishabog and its riders joined the raids as they pleased, abducting Duzu and slaughtering all others. I frowned. So they've stopped with major pushes? I asked. I believe Ishabog is joining raids to find a weakness in our defenses, Isengral said. It looks for a killing stroke. I looked at Ramina. They are provoking us to attack, Ramina disagreed. Only I could match Ishabog on the field, and it follows no strategy, so they hope to bait us into another offensive so that we might try to force its presence. The old drow grimaced. It is a trap, the Tomb-maker said. We have seen that Kurosiv's traders are raising towers of obsidian in many places across the city. I did not like the sound of that at all. Do we know why? I asked. They might be meant to empower Morin's winter, Isengral suggested. We have dammed it on their side of the canals with secrets, but if forced through our defenses it could overturn the preparations of my sigil. I do not believe it Morin's work, Ramina disagreed. It has always preferred raw strength to ritual, and Ishabog even more so. There is only one other mind that can have conceived of such a thing. Kurosiv themselves. Yeah, the more I heard about that the less I liked it. Then we need to have a look at one of those towers, I said. We need to know what they're for. What kind of defenses are we looking at? Significant, mighty Isengral replied. Sigils defend them, and sometimes more than one. No less than an offensive will let us reach even the closest. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. Then that's what dash. I felt Andronite brush against my mind, the refusal deep. They did not want us to go on the attack. Why? I had fallen silent, turning to look at the temple above us through the ceiling, but no one asked why. The answer my patronesses conveyed was complicated enough it took me some time to decipher. They were afraid the deaths would feed the towers, I got. Only the fear was not just an abstract. You don't believe those towers are about the fighting on the ground, do you? You think they're a weapon forged to kill you. I mulled over that, biting my lip. I could see where the suspicions came from. Ramina was convinced they were baiting an attack from us, and Isengril had noted that Ishabog was abducting Zulu when it raided. Were those meant as workers to raise the tower, or sacrifices to feed them? Maybe both. Either way, it hinted that the towers needed people to be on the other side of the canal for them to be of us. An offensive was playing right into that. But doing nothing was not an answer either. We all knew that. The longer we waited, the longer the enemy had to advance their plans. That's a problem, I admitted. How would either of you rank the chances of a small cabal making it to one of the towers hidden? Neither of the might looked convinced. Morin knows all that tread its winter, Isengril said. There are ways around every power, I said. They'll have seer secrets everywhere around the towers, Ramina replied more bluntly. Without the cover of an offensive and the chaos of war, there will be no success. The deaths of an offensive across the canals might be turned against us, I said. We will not make such an attempt. The once first Prince of Proker stirred at my right. I turned to look at her. Cordelia? I asked. Speak. Am I to understand, Losera Queen, that it is the deaths of our soldiers that are the reason such an attempt cannot be made? Maybe not in an absolute sense, but in practice, yes. Corrosive might be able to sacrifice its own sigils to try to kill save NOC, but it would be a bloody gamble, and if it lost, it would have nothing left. Much better to spread out the deaths between two sides, even them out, by making it a war. More or less, I agreed. Then I may have a way, Cordelia Hazenbach said. The drow seemed skeptical, but I knew better. What do you need? One day, she replied, and every firstborn chronicler you can spare. Well now, I thought, that ought to get interesting. Book 7, Chapter 44, Antecedents. If you cannot be good, be just. If you cannot be just, be mindful. If you cannot even be that, then be slain by a better man. Clement Meravins, 4th First Prince of Proker. I was too restless to sleep, after the council, and so I sought company instead. Masigo barely slept any more than I did. So it was at the, well, he'd probably call it a laboratory, but it was really more a charnel yard that the firstborn provided him. He was cutting open Aurilla's skull with a silver knife when I entered, from the top of the head to the strange, almost beak-like nose bone that drow had where humans had cartilage. While there were more bones, there were less muscles on their species' face compared to humans, and they were placed differently. It was one of the reasons the drow were considered less expressive. I dropped into a rough stone seat, watching him work. As a girl, I'd found the sight gruesome, but these days I'd made enough corpses that their sight evoked little in me. Learned anything useful? Hierophant did not immediately answer, waiting until he'd finished cutting through the bone properly and revealed the black sausage-like brain under. Useful, he mused. I do not know, yet certainly interesting. We tended to have somewhat different ideas about what that word meant, but what the hells? It wasn't like I had anything better to do. Like what? I asked. He looked surprised, eyeing me suspiciously. You do not usually express much interest in my dissections, Masigo said. He sounded, I thought, a tad reproachful. It's drow corpses and I am first under the night, I shrugged. You might say it's in my wheelhouse. He mulled over that, then nodded in agreement. What do you know about the nature of the gift? He asked me. I hummed. I read the Natura Virtutis by Warlock Shava, I said. The ability to do magic has two components. One is physical, the body must be born with the talent, while the second is metaphysical and necessitates a soul. Shatha's work is incomplete, never explaining how the likes of devils and fae can use a form of sorcery, Masigo noted. I would recommend you read Magister Cressidas, Theologos, which skillfully revises and completes the theory. Still, it serves as a base. He paused. The metaphysical aspect is the most essential of the two, Masigo said. It is why Acua was able to practice magic after seizing a new body, while it would be pointless of me to attempt the same. The Saint of Swords severed the part of my soul that interconnects with the physical, allowing the use of magic. Changing the body would mean nothing. I'm following so far, I said. How does that lead to the firstborn? He tapped the side of his knife on the open drow brains. There have been firstborn mages in the past, Masigo said. We know this as a fact. So why none since the creation of night? I hummed. That was a pretty good question, actually. Did the sisters kill the capacity? I asked. It would be more apt to say that they replaced it, Hierophant said. As far as I can tell, the same part of the soul that was cut in me, that allows the use of magic, is used for the manipulation of night. Every drow uses night, to some extent, I pointed out. They can't all be capable of magic. He beamed at me. My wonder exact, Masigo said. I can think of only two existing manner of creatures that can all use a manner of sorcery, Fae and devils. Species whose sentience is a complex matter. Considering Fae were living stories and devils grew more intelligent the older they got, on top of both having a sort of immortality, I could see his point. The firstborn weren't really like either. Every firstborn is born with some night, supposedly, I mused. It's only those mighty that have been alive since its creation that lived without it. And there were precious few of those. Not even all of the 10 generals had been born before the fall of the Empire Everdark. That is because your patronesses have changed the souls of the drow, Masigo said, sounding impressed by the crows for what might be the first time. I felt their weight of their attention suddenly in the back of my mind, the two of them listening through my ears. Masigo's golden eye lingered on me, and I wondered if he could see them. I wouldn't be surprised. Either way, it didn't stop him. It is very crude work, Hierophant opined. Metaphysically speaking, it is the equivalent of hammering a nail through the forehead to serve as a connection. In those born capable of magic, as one of Eurilla you provided me was, it appears to destroy that capacity. Kamina felt irritated. I could tell because the emotion was strong, but underneath that cover I could sense that Andronike was worried. Gods, how many people in all their years had ever found this out? It couldn't be many. In those born without it, however, he continued, it appears to serve as a prosthetic of sorts, an appendage that functions as the connection between soul and body they do not have. My eye narrowed. Let me guess, I said. That nail, it's the piece of night that every firstborn is born with. More likely there is additional night as well, gifted by save NOC through the nail so that its functionality is confirmed, Masigo said. I imagine that when night fades after a death, it is returned to your patronesses through that very appendage, destroying itself in the process. He leaned forward over the corpse-covered table. Did I miss anything? Hierophant coldly smiled, asking the goddesses lurking in my soul. They went away, silent, and he chuckled. I didn't think so, Masigo said. I rolled my eye at him. Always glad to see you making friends, I chided. I admire the inventiveness of their original work. Do not misunderstand me, he said. It is their ramshackle attempt at apotheosis that offends. Unlike you, who stumbled to the result accidentally, they have no excuse for their sloppiness. Nice of him to excuse me, but I couldn't actually argue with the way he'd put it, so I did not risk sarcasm. It was a desperate decision made to save their people, Z's, I reminded him. Not a master plan. I will not laud a hollow doll as a god, Catherine, Masigo shrugged. If they claimed themselves to be less, I would keep silent. But so long as they claim divinity, I will offer the very scorn that claim deserves. Yeah, I did not foresee a great friendship between Z's and the crows. A civil tongue was probably the best I could hope for, to be honest, so best to change the subject before they started listening in again. So, do you think Corrosive made their own nails? I asked. That got his interest. I do not think they can, Hierophant admitted. Huh, I said. How's that? The miracle of night that creates these nails, Catherine, is not something any of the mighty could do, he told me. We came here, you might remember, for the original night. The power that was bestowed onto save NOC by the gods below and makes up the heart of their godhead. You think the nails are made of that, I guessed. He nodded. Corrosive is bestowed and not bestower, Masigo said. They cannot create nails because only the original night can shape souls. So they're just usurping where the nails go, I mused. Taking over part of the spider web, so to speak. You forget, Hierophant said, that the nails are part of save NOC. It is more accurate to say that Corrosive is attempting to devour their godhead one piece at a time, that they might become a god in the place of the sisters. I clenched my fingers, like a tug of war that only ended when one side held all the rope and strangled the enemy with it. It's to the death, then, I said. Masigo looked at me, eye glimmering gold. Oh yes, he smiled. Very much to the death. Well, wouldn't that make for sweet dreams? I was up before dawn, breaking my fast when Cordelia was brought to me by an ISP of the Losera. My sigil had smoothly slid into the role of my attendants and escorts since my arrival, treating me as if I had never left, and it would be a lie to say that I did not enjoy it. The former first prince sat across the low table, eyeing the spread of food laid out for us. "Don't eat the mushrooms," I told her. "They make humans laugh uncontrollably whenever we drink water." The blonde princess looked appalled. "You have a plate full of them," Cordelia said. "I can burn out the effect," I said, "and they are tasty as hells." I popped another one in my mouth, chewing on the savory flesh. I could eat all sorts of terrible stuff again now that I could use my name to burn out poison again. It was pretty great. She stuck to the bread, and what she probably assumed to be honey, and not the blood of gem-eating snake, crystallized, and then melted into a brew. Tasted pretty similar, though, so might be best not to break it to her. We polished off our food, and then got to business, Iva arriving at the precise moment I needed of it. It bowed and sat at Cordelia's side under her curious gaze. "Iva is my second among the Losera," I said, "and it speaks fluent Shantan and Lower Mizan, as you know, so it'll be your guide and translator. The highest mighty usually speak a few human languages, but those historians you asked for won't. It would also be her escort, since Cordelia was full of knowledge and eminently killable. Having the effective head of the Losera at her side would it clear she wasn't to get her throat cut, so some jar could learn to speak rights. "You have gathered them, then," Cordelia said. "I have," I replied, "though there's no such thing as a firstborn historian in the sense you mean. There are mighty, though, who through secrets or because of personal interests have gathered histories of their people both ancient and recent." "That is what I need," she nodded. "May I call on your war council for information as to the enemy's situation across the river?" I nodded, seeing no issue. "Iva will handle it," I said. "Practically speaking, you can ask for pretty much anything you need." I offered her a sharp smile. "One might say your work is divinely blessed." She looked rather torn at that. Save NOC were horrors, hard to get around that, but it was useful to have gods in one's corner. "I look forward to working with you. Then, Iva of the Losera," Cordelia said, offering it a nod. "And I you," Iva replied, perhaps more politely than honestly. It'd work out. Iva would prefer to go wade in the blood of our enemies at my side. Sure, but its skills were better employed elsewhere at the moment. Besides, if I was reading the sisters right, it would be good for it to have a history of working with Proceran royalty. My tenure as First Under the Night would end before long, and my replacement would need to deal with humans whether they liked it or not. I took my leave from them, having something like an appointment to head to. It had been long since I last communed with my patronesses, and I'd yet to have a proper look at the temple where they roost. In my way to the Eyrie, though, I came across an unexpected sight. Acua was leaning against a windowsill in one of the high corridors overlooking the ramparts, hair loose and eyes distant. My limping gait was easy enough to recognize, but she did not turn when I approached, eyes staying on the distant shapes of the great monuments the sisters had stolen from their ruin of an empire to adorn their capital with. Not unlike, I thought, magpies making a nest. I came to stand by her, leaning on my staff instead of the stone. "Copper for your thoughts?" I offered. She did not answer immediately, tucking back an errant strand behind her ear. Her red riding dress was form-fitting, but I followed her gaze instead of letting mine linger. She did not seem in that kind of a mood in the slightest. "I was thinking," Acua said, "of praise." I hummed. "What of it?" Her jaw tightened. "I killed it, you know," Acua said. "The Dread Empire. It might be your father that handed me the match, Catherine, but he couldn't have done it in my place. It was my decision." I saw. She shook her head. "Too much, I suppose," Acua said. "Too much I could no longer ignore." I did not interject. "And so I burned an empire I could have ruled," the golden-eyed sorceress said. I leaned against my staff of dead yew, letting it bear my weight, and carefully not looking at her. "Do you regret it?" I asked. A long moment of silence. "Yes," she finally said. My heart clenched. A golden gaze turned to me, darkly amused. "There is no need for anguish, dearest," Acua said. "You did not fail. It is not the throne I regret, but what it might have meant." "And what's that?" I warily asked. "Making a difference," she said. "I could have made things better, Catherine. Mended wounds." She shrugged. "Here, at your side again. I am not that woman," she said. "I trail in your wake. Not unpleasantly so, but when I remember those who looked at me with hope in their eyes, it does not seem enough." I studied her, silently, from the corner of my eye. She looked at the horizon still. "So what is it you want?" I asked, too casually. She rose from the windowsill, all fluid grace, and offered me a lovely smile. I do not know, Acua said. But is it closer to the woman that struck the match than the one who stood silent in the war council last night? She left, brushing her hand against my arm as she passed, and I said nothing. I thought, standing there as she left, of that moment when you flip a coin. After it reaches the apex and begins to come down, just before it hits your palm, just before you know what face will come up. I called Zombie to me instead of taking the stairs all the way to the summit of the temple fortress. It didn't end up matching, because before I could reach my patronesses, they reached me. The touch of the sisters against my mind was light, but the images they offered up burned bright. I was needed elsewhere. The enemy had come, and I pulled at Zombie's reins as our destination changed. Yesterday, we'd won a victory at the Shrine of Tears, and I'd personally slapped corrosive in the place. It looked like the Fate Giver was a sore loser, because the shrine was where it was picking a fight today. And while I'd been expecting Ishabog, the adversary, the opposition's designated raider, to make an appearance, what I got was altogether worse. Morin Bleakwomb had come out to play, and the third general was in no mood for half measures. What had been sheets of rain yesterday was now frozen solid, holes smashed through where the raiders attacked. Mighty Cassidon and its sigil had been assigned to hold the shrine after we retook it, but I could feel not a single survivor of the Cassidon within. All the firstborn that remained were of that other night, the one I could not read as deeply. Besides, I only had need of eyes to be able to tell there would be no survivors. A blizzard was howling behind the ice walls, the mark of Morin Bleakwomb letting loose. It was not the Losera that I led into battle, as it was no longer their role. They were oathkeepers and priests now, no longer warrior mighty. Instead, it was the Ramina at my back and the Tomb-Maker itself at my side. Standing before one of the holes, I watched the blizzard and cocked my head. That's stronger than I was led to expect, I noted. In sheer power, Bleakwomb's a notch above even you. General Ramina did not disagree, which spoke volumes. Morin has grown in strength, the Tomb-Maker evenly said. More than it should have. This was not taken from another mighty. It was given. The scorn in the word was thick. The worthy rose, the worthy took. They were not handed gifts. So corrosive had begun to strengthen their lieutenant. I suppose there was nothing keeping them bound to play by save NOC's rules anymore. How does it compare to Radagast? I asked. Close, Ramina somberly said. I let out a low whistle. Radagast the guest, the first general, was powerful enough that even when it possessed the bodies of other firstborn, the secret that saw it earn its sobriquet, it could usually bat other generals around. It and the Gloom Shards was pretty much the reason southern Serolen had yet to turn into a rout, since its sigil was spread out all over, and so it could move from one battle to another in the bat of an eye. I rolled my shoulder. Well, Ramina, I said, let's knock before we enter. It's only polite. I pulled down my hood as the Tomb-Maker took a wary step away from me, breathing in and sinking deep in the night. Black flame was nothing to sneer at, when you concentrated it, and I'd long learned that trick. I smashed the sheet of ice before us. The sea of black fire, I slammed into it, sublimating the frozen water and the gust of air, making the blizzard within disperse for a moment. Near the gate, anyway. I flicked a glance at Ramina. Don't dawdle, I chided. We've a traitor to discipline. I stepped into the howling winds, immediately feeling the cold eating at my flesh. Night flared in my veins, burning it away, but I was still reluctantly impressed. That had been quick. 100 eyes bloomed to replace my dead one, all buried in wind and snow, but I was feeling out the currents. There was an eye to the storm, a place without wind or frost. Morin and its sigil were there, not in this lethal storm. Behind me, I felt Ramina's presence burn in the night, the ground moving as it raised out of solid stone a path for its sigil to take. Good, that took care of that. I could go straight for Bleakwomb. It must have thought much the same, because even as I began weaving a bubble of night against me, a sphere of stillness that would kill the winds, I felt the great presence in the other night move towards me. The winds picked up in strength. Ice began to spread over the snow and reach for my boots. None of that, I sharply said, smashing down the butt of my staff. Tongues of fire shot out against the ground, revealing bare stone again, and I finished that bubble of stillness just in time for Morin to strike its first blow. High above us, I began to hear cracks. You fucking loon, I said, half admiring. You're bringing down the ceiling on us, aren't you? Only it was worse than that. Wasting no time, I pulled at night and filled my bubble of stillness with spinning winds, not as strong as Morin's, but strong enough to turn aside anything falling on me. Only it had not just been me that Bygone was aiming at. When it had brought down the ceiling, it had filled a massive storm with hundreds of large pieces of stone. Ramina's hall was ripped apart in moments, and I cursed, ordering it to withdraw in the night. This wasn't a fight, it was a fucking rat trap, and this time we were the rats. The tomb maker balked. Its sigil should retreat, it agreed, but itself. We both paused when a dreamlike vision shivered through our minds. Andronike's hand. But the memory had been taken by Kamina. A lookout from the Isengral had just seen mighty Ishabog, and its sigil moving to cut our retreat. Go. I snarled at Ramina through the night. Clear them out. There was no argument this time. I turned my attention back to Morin Bygone, whose gaze I could feel on me through the storms. I could see through its own works, I thought. So that was why, even though it was far from a brawler, it had made it up to 3rd General. It always had the advantage of home territory, because it brought the territory with it. Unless I dispersed that blizzard I was fighting uphill, and dispersing that thing would blow through most of my strength in the night. Attrition and aggression with the same single secret. We'd underestimated our opponent, I thought. Not expected that Corrosive would empower its lieutenant. I was not prepared to win this fight. Still, I told the blizzard, there's appearances to maintain. You can't just stroll in, wipe out a sigil, and then stay put in a temple that used to be ours. That'd be bad for morale. I moved around my footing, placed a second hand on my staff, and squared my shoulders. I smiled, night flooding through my veins. Fighting more in secret would just exhaust me, so I did the very opposite. I attuned my knight to its own and fed the working, filled its belly to bursting until the winds howled so loudly that the scream shook the very walls and the pillars holding up the roof began to crack. Ropes snapped, painted shrines shattered, and even the frozen waters were ripped out of the canals. I could feel Morin struggle to keep control of the overmighty working. Yeah, you're recent to that kind of power, aren't you? I smiled. You're not real good at handling it yet. Not after so many centuries of stagnating around the same strength. Then I'd added my own strength, and that had made it significantly worse. I thought it would. I was no stranger to biting off more than I could chew, so I had a grip on the difficulties involved in your strength increasing so suddenly. The two of us stood in the storm, untouched, as the world broke around us. To my displeasure, Morin had control enough to spare its own sigil, maintain the Eye of Calm, but that was all it could save. The Shrine of Tears broke. Everything shattered and ripped apart until no two stones stood atop one another, and the beautiful place I had seen yesterday was but a dream. The winds died, leaving only a flat, empty expanse of snow and a ring of rubble around us. I met the eyes of the silhouette across the field, Morin Blygone's staring back unblinking. A tall and skeletally thin drow, haggard in their stringy blue and green clothes, looking half-drowned, and covered in masses of round beads as if attempting to make up for the severity of its figure. I offered the traitor general a mocking bow, gesturing at the nothingness around us. It's all yours, I said. The mighty did not answer. I limped away, feeling a gaze biting at my back. We both knew this was not going to be our last fight. It was nightfall by the time the borders were secure again, and I'd spent most of the day fighting. But a day had been spent, and so I went to reap the harvest that had been sown. I found Cordelia Hazenbach in what had been someone's bedchamber, but was not covered in papers and tables, the blonde princess animatedly speaking with Iva and the 24 other firstborn on the room as a Zulu of the Losera took notes on what looked like a great map. I squinted at it as I entered, finding mostly sigil names and red lines linking them to other names. The drow bowed as I entered, which I dismissed, and I turned towards Cordelia. What am I looking at? I asked. I am pleased to see you as well, Your Majesty, she mildly replied. I'm about 6 hours and 900 corpses past courtesies right now, I tiredly replied. What am I looking at, Hazenbach? War, Iva replied in her stead, sounding enthused. I took a longer look at the map, then scanned the papers. Most of it was poetry, records of duels between Mighty and the Found of Sig. Oh. Corrosive's entire philosophy is being hands-off, I slowly said. It said multiple times that save Inosi's edict ending fighting between sigils under Keter breaks is a betrayal of the tenets. So even if its sigils start attacking each other instead of us, it will not intervene, Cordelia said. At least not immediately. So you figured out which of those sigils hated each other in the Everdark? I said. The feuds and wars. Of which there were many, the princess drily said. And to think I once believes all a man's quarrelsome. The worthy take, Iva agreed. If they're fighting each other instead of looking at us, we have a decent shot at getting to one of the towers, I smiled. That is a solution. Then I threw her a look. If you can get those sigils fighting, I added. How do you intend to do that? Last night, Cordelia said. I inferred from context that though some of the greatest mighty have abilities to detect intruders, this is not perfect. That these seers are concentrated around the towers. I narrowed my eye. False attacks, I said. You want us to paint raiders and other sigils colors and spill blood so the feuds start up again. They are not so different as princes, these sigil holders, Cordelia quietly said. And militia once taught me the truth of them. They want to fight. All they need is the means and an excuse. The latter of which we would provide. My gaze turned to Iva. Lord of Silent Steps, I said, your opinion. Does this have the shape of victory to you? It mulled over its words before answering. There will be war, Iva said. I know not how much, but that there will be war I believe. I slowly nodded. Then let's do it, I ordered. By nightfall the following day, 47 sigils under Corrosive were openly at war with one another, and I'd had to refuse 8 requests to add Cordelia Hazenbach to the night. She'd bought us our shot with her cleverness. Now all that was left was to take it. I was out of practice sneaking around without using night. Probably should start practicing that again. I'd never been so much as a shade of what Vivian could do in her prime as a thief, but for a squire I'd been pretty decent at getting the drop on people. With the years and the bad leg, though, it had become more practical to just veil myself and limp right past watchers. That wasn't a possibility tonight. If someone as powerful in the night as I was started using it on Corrosive's side of the canals, they were sure to notice. The sisters had been pretty firm about that. An argument could be made that it might be best if I didn't come along, but my answer had been blunt. Acqua and Masigo could probably handle any firstborn that were not one of the 10 generals, but that was in a duel. If they got caught and swarmed by a dozen sigil holders, they were good as dead. Z's could only wrest the power one person at a time, and Acqua's magic was no night-proof. Someone was going to have a trick that'd get through her shields, and she just couldn't compete with the mobility that any mighty worth their salt brought to the table. No, if this went bad, and in my experience, little jaunts like this tended to, they would need me to slap the opposition in the face hard enough it bought time for us to leg it. Some people thought there was more to it, of course. I see you cannot suffer the thought of our going on an adventure without you, dearest, Acqua amusedly. How charmingly transparent. Masigo looked at her in surprise. I thought it was impolite to point out when she did that, he said. Less so when it is done flirtatiously, Acqua informed him. I saw unfoldingly nakedly on Masigo's face the struggle between the thought of being able to be ruder to be people and having to be flirtatious. He sighed, turning to look at me. Not worth it, he said. Hey, I weakly replied, unsure whether I ought to be offended or not. It was not an entirely inauspicious beginning, considering that a great many of the woe's successes had been preceded by my so-called friends ragging on me. I supposed that, mathematically speaking, they would have to be. The half of Serolen our side held was wound up tighter than a coiled spring, but so far the violence had been mostly contained to corrosive sigils with only a few raids attempted over the canals. They'd run into mighty Icengrel's prepared defenses and been brutally slaughtered to the last, which had rather discouraged repeat attempts. Well, that and the baskets full of severed heads the Icengrel had catapulted back over the canal as a taunt. The Cradle of Steel's sigil had knack for the unnecessarily vicious that never failed to amuse. After speaking with Ramina, we picked the tower that had been raised inside the Relic Grove as the one to hit. It was in the northeast of Serolen, past 2 sigils that had a reputation as nasty customers. The bigger of the 2, the Yashala, had been the effective rulers of one of the Everdark cities before the Exodus, and deep in a part of the city widely considered a death trap. The Relic Grove had taken a little, too, well to the surface, the way I heard it. The Razin tended to the grove as their sacred duty once, and now lend assistance to the Cabal protecting the tower, Ramina said. But they have been drawn into the war between the Yashala and the Orobog. Patrols will be thinned, which would mean nothing if either Morin or Ishabog went prowling around looking for us, but we had a plan for that. Mighty Ramina was going raiding. In principle, the target was a camp near the Singing Rings where Zulu taken from us in raids were being kept penned up. How likely are you to draw both? I asked. Ramina hacked out a laugh. I ripped out Ishabog's ear a night ago, the Tomb Maker replied. It will come from my head if the opportunity arises, I am sure of it, and Morin will act the moment I get too close to the tower and rings. I grunted, not entirely convinced, but knowing it was our best shot. The Relic Grove wasn't the easiest target by a long shot. We'd been careful not to be too easy to predict in case someone on the other side figured us out. but I dislike plans that relied too much on enemy error. But we're not exactly swimming in other courses, are we? The civil war that Cordelia had effectively started in Kurosev's camp would not last forever. The Leech might preach that it let its sigils do as they wished, but they would definitely step in if the fighting lasted too long. They couldn't afford to erode their military strength by too much, not with the balance of power in Serolen so narrow. Try to get the other ear, I told Ramina. I want a matching set for my hat when we'll have talks with their lot. It blinked, then let out a startled bark of laughter. You will be done, first under the night, the tomb maker replied. Funny how it only ever called me that when I was telling it to do violence, wasn't it? Firstborn, what could you do? The timing was carefully arranged so that the three of us got to the canal before Ramina's raid began, looking over the placid waters at the low hills where the Yashala had lain their line of defense. Most drow disdained fortifications, which I could understand, given what most mighty could do to a set of field fortifications in the span of a breath. But the Yashala's sigil had made an effort, perhaps spurred on by the example of the Isengril on our side of the canal. There was a rough, spiked wooden palisade set atop a low earthen wall at the bottom of the hills, maybe 10 feet away from their end of the canal, and a dozen raised stones reaching higher than the spikes dotting the length of the fortification. Mighty were perched atop the stones, keeping watch on the sigil guarding our shore, and they would be the first obstacle in our way. Acua, standing by my side, had her eyes on the enemy's sentinels. Strength, she asked. Pravnat, I said. Maybe one jar. Hard to tell without them pulling on night. Pravnat were just promising ISP, the lowest of the mighty, and Jar squarely a middle rank among that same distinguished number. I would have expected at least one Rilla around to keep an eye on things, but there was none I could see or sense. Either the Yashala had committed to the hilt to their war with the Orobog, or the Sigil's defense strategy considered these watchers an expendable alarm. Given the usual callousness of firstborn strategists, it really could go either way. Favorable terms, Acua murmured. I nodded, silently appreciating she'd refrained from calling it luck. Two villains, and the doom of Lee's talking about getting lucky was just asking for fate to wrap our knuckles. Hierophant, I said, get us started. Masigo nodded, wresting away the magic and the trinkets he'd taken to carrying everywhere since losing his magic. We'd found that his doing that was harder to sense for mighty than a mage casting the traditional way, since it was a manipulation of already extant power instead of something forming. So it would be him that wove the enchantment around us. He murmured for some time in the mage tongue, summerlit I sweeping over our forms from under the cloth, and after he snapped his wrist, I felt a sensation like warm mist sweep up from my toes to the crown of my head. Ibrahim's mirror, Acua murmured. Your appreciation for the classics never fails to charm, Hierophant. It's a fine spell, Masigo told her. Even Father couldn't find a way to improve the formula. The conversation was a little surreal to hear, considering that I could now no longer see either of the people speaking. It wasn't true invisibility, which was rare and exceedingly difficult to maintain, but instead a sort of reactive illusion forming a cone around each of us. Ibrahim's mirror effectively made everything in the cone transparent, the enchantment reproducing the sight almost perfectly. There were two weaknesses. One was a slight shimmer, like light on a mirror, whenever the cone first enveloped an outside object. The other was that anyone standing inside the cone was unaffected by the illusion. I cleared my throat. Let's get a move on, I said. We only have so long before General Ramina strikes. Crossing the canal itself was not particularly difficult. At this time of the day, the water was shallow, barely more than waist-high, as a series of lock chambers upstream directed the overflow to channels feeding cisterns in Serolen's central districts. Water did not register as an object to Ibrahim's mirror, so it was unseen that we got to the opposite shore. Acua climbed first, staying close so we would remain visible to each other, then helped up Masigo and myself. We were careful to move quickly towards the earthen wall, dripping water on earth instead of stone as much as possible, where it would not remain noticeable. We were between two watchtowers, neither of the mighty perched atop the raised stones seeming to have noticed our crossing. Now, though, came the tricky part. There was no way for us to climb the palisade atop the earthen wall quietly enough drow senses wouldn't hear us, which meant we'd have to get inventive. So we huddled close, cones overlapping, while Acua knelt by the bottom of the wall. She laid an elegant hand on the packed earth and began to murmur, trailing off into silence after repeating the same incantation ever more quietly the third time. Even standing behind her, I could barely feel the spell magic she used. It was barely more than a spark, the same petty curse used again and again. The spell was a woolify creation, meant to soften an inch of someone's scalp so it was easier to rip out their hair. Fortunately, it could also be used to soften earth. Acqua withdrew her hand after a moment, then began to dig. It was like digging into a garden's black earth, not an effort in the slightest, and she stopped after hitting hard earth again, while Masigo and I scattered the earth about. It took 6 instances before we had a path, then another 3 until it was widened enough we could crawl and wiggle our way through. We hurried up the hills as I kept an eye on the Yashala sentinels, who seemed blessedly unaware of what had gone on under their nose. It wouldn't last forever, sadly. One of them would find the hole or notice the irregularities in the earth, and then an alarm would be sounded. Hopefully, though, we'd be past the territory of the Yashala sigil by then. Let them arm up and go on war footing all they wanted. We weren't going back by their territory anyway. Under the cover of a copse of trees we stopped, patting ourselves free of the clinging earth, and huddled close to negate the cones. Everyone fine, I murmured. Nods. We'd agreed to speak as little as possible. Then we take the soaring stairs, I spoke with a grimace. Let's go. Alas, they were the fastest way through. They weren't difficult to find, though as in many parts of Serolen, I found the sudden transition from thick woods to monument a little jarring. Slowly sloping stone stairs 2 wagons wide began at the end of a beaten dirt path leading to the canal, rising for what had to be the better part of a mile. Beginning at the bottom, steps had been painted in vivid colors over which crepuscular glyphs were inscribed in pure white. Each was the name of a mighty that had attempted to reproduce the famous deed for which the monument was named. Begin at the top of the stairs as an isp, and slay enough foes by the time you'd reach to bottom to have become a Rilla. The cabal of the soaring stairs had gathered isp by the thousands every 10 years to attempt it in some sort of grisly ritual festival, but as far as I knew, none had ever succeeded after the first. They were an exquisite sight, cutting through a few more hills, and then the beginning of an inhabited district with houses and temples and makeshift streets, but they were also fucking stairs. Near deserted at this time of the day, at least, but since I couldn't use night to dull the pain, I had to rely on the herbs I'd taken earlier. They were working for now, but I already feared what the trip back would feel like when their effect went away. The 3 of us moved in silence, hurrying as much as we could. Masigo was less than athletic and I limped, so admittedly we were not the fastest infiltrators Calernia had ever seen. On both sides of us the territory of the Yashala was splayed out, the serpentine streets slithering around knots of houses and towers. Firstborn liked to cluster houses together, build them to have common roofs. It felt more like the roof of a cavern that way, and less like the sky of the burning lands where they had come. It made for strange streets, knots of houses and shops and temples popping up like mushroom patches as trees grew through everything and paths winded around in every direction. I let my gaze wander a bit, but not too much. We were not here to sightsee. Catherine, Masigo murmured, just loud enough for me to hear. We have a problem. I paused halfway through a step. I'm listening, I said. What dash? Behind us night flared, streaks of light touching the sky. It was coming from near the canal. An alarm, sent up by the mighty. That, Masigo said, coming close enough I could see him point ahead. I looked up at the top of the soaring stairs, where a war band was massing. A few Zulu, taking the front, even began sweeping down the stairs. Fuck. They'd found us out too early. Change of plans, I said. Indeed, Acqua murmured. Follow me, I said, and I leapt down into the streets to the side, the 2 of them following after a beat. I swallowed as scream as my bad leg throbbed, then adjusted my cloak on my shoulders. It looked like we'd be doing this the hard way. Book 7, Chapter 45, Kernel, Redux. Understand this. Divinity is an act of murder. A god can have no beginning or end. Both must be slain without hesitation. Translation of the Kabbalist Book of Darkness, widely attributed to the young dead king. I thought I'd gotten a sense of the Yashala territory, but I'd been wrong. The streets weren't empty the way it had seemed from up on the soaring stairs. Sure, it wasn't exactly a market fair out here, but neither was it a ghost city with a few terrified souls shivering behind closed doors. The 3 of us had barely turned our first corner before we nearly stumbled over a handful of Nisi, sitting in an alcove and chatting about a recent game of Inixian, as they wove reed baskets. None of them noticed the edge of our illusions glimmering against the wall, but we quickened our pace anyway. They were the first drow we encountered, but hardly the last. We found a sort of half-hidden trading where Zlu were bartering meat and greens for small wooden beads and sharpened obsidian, well-shaped, fit to serve as knife blades. and mere streets later Drow were sneaking to the side a rundown temple painted entirely in shades of yellow to hang small white ribbons from hooks on a wall. The ribbons were simple cloth, but I could see that there were glyphs on the hooks. Prayers for luck and good health, for the misfortune of your enemies. Life still breathed in Yashala lands. It just kept out of sight, like rats hiding from the light. Never once did we see a mighty anywhere, though perhaps that should not have been a surprise. There were so very few of them compared to the numbers of the firstborn, not even 1 in 10, and none of what we'd seen would be of interest to them. Nisi were expected to do all this, the labor of keeping cities standing, because it was the work fit for them. Real Drow, real people, pursued only the accumulation of night. Nothing else was worthy of one's time. Still, it was evident the Yashala had seen better days. That so much of the territory was run down or broken meant the mighty were using Zulu and Nisi for war labor, not abandoning them to their affairs, and the consequences of that were obvious. They wouldn't have been, in the Everdark, but deep down that was why I believed that Kurosev's philosophies, which would survive them, I had no doubt of that, were doomed to lose. See, when the firstborn had been living in grand old ruined sigils had been able to fight over who got the nicest part, and it had reinforced the order of things. Fight well, gain night, live better. Now, though, it wasn't so simple. Serolen was a trove of stolen treasures, but large parts of it had been built over the last few years. And those quarters had been unquestionably superior for Nisi and Zulu, who'd never got to taste comfort anyway, since the niceties were reserved for mighty. 9 out of 10 firstborn had been force-fed the realization that they didn't actually need mighty to make their lives better. And whenever sigils turned to the old favorites, raiding all the neighbors and slaughtering on a whim, now firstborn were actually losing something. Their comfortable lives were being infringed on. One of the first things my father ever taught me was that the tool tyrants needed to maintain their grip on power was not fear but apathy. And just like mazes squeezing the blood out of lore until there was the scent of revolt in the air, the mighty here were chipping away at that apathy one inconvenience at a time. Even if you'd only risen an inch from the bottom of the barrel, no one liked losing that inch. Mighty who kept too close to the old ways, Kurosev's gospel, made things worse for the bulk of the firstborn. In Proker or Callow that'd end with the nobles knifed and changes made, but of course it wasn't that simple here. It took more than sleep and a knife in the back to kill a sigil holder. But the wind was turning against the old ways, because the old ways were fucking awful for everyone except the strongest mighty, and now there was a visible, known alternative. So the mighty would find their cattle growing less and less obedient, apt to lashing out through the means the tenets of Isaiah had given them, and the clever ones would learn to go with the wind. They'd use it to increase their power at the expense of their rivals, throwing a few concessions at Nisi and Zulu as the price of prosperity, until it became common sense that it was the better practice. And then, one day, the cattle would grow mutinous again. Maybe they'd look at other kingdoms and see their lives could be better, or because the mighty got too hungry again and their subjects suffered for it. The reason didn't matter so much as what would happen. All of this, once more. The same cycle, over and over again. All the corrosives of the world lost eventually, because they weren't the natural order of a single goddamn thing. They were parasites. And no matter how tight the saddle, you could only ride a tiger for so long before it remembered it wasn't a horse. We ghosted through the streets, avoiding people as much as we could and heading straight north. We'd have to take one of the winding paths around the hills to get to the relic grove, but the wasted time taking the streets had cost us was worth it. The soaring stairs and the other large avenues would be crawling with mighty by now, and there were bound to be a few with a secret that'd see through Ibrahim's mirror. Our gamble was that by the time they'd realized this was an infiltration instead of the prelude to an attack and begin sweeping through the territory, we'd be long gone. I was not fool enough to call it a success yet, but these were odds I'd rolled dice on. We took a long, diagonal street leading to the northwest, because it was completely empty, but the longer that lasted the more uneasy I felt. Acua clearly felt the same, as she gestured for us to stick closer together. We found out why the street, and all those around it, were empty after we got to the end of it, finding a marketplace stripped bare. At the heart of it, hammered into the paving stones, a large iron pillar covered in number glyphs stood. To it were bound what had to be at least 300 Zulu, thick chains to which drow were shackled on both sides radiating out of the pillar like spokes of a wheel. The paint on many of their faces was faded or cracked, but there was no mistaking that these people came from at least a dozen different sigils. At least half, though, were Yashala. While began to rise in my throat as I took steps closer. shaking off Akua's warning touch on my arm. It was the pillar I looked at, the count being kept. Numbers, but also a few words. Not just these Zulu, but also a dozen batches before them. Mighty had carved into the iron pillar how many were to be kept, and for how long. The number glyphs ominously slashed through when the time had passed. They man the pillars with their own people when they don't take enough of ours. I murmured, genuinely appalled. Mighty Yashala was the one who sent its Zulu here. It was one thing to know that even Zulu were considered barely better than animals in the eyes of Mighty. Another to see them chained here like cattle awaiting the abattoir. Akua stood at my side, golden eyes hooded as she studied the pillar. They are meant for the tower in the relic grove, she murmured. It is why the pillar is so close to Razan territory without needing defense. These lives are claimed by a higher... My fingers clenched. I'd known they were taking Zulu from our side of the canals. Ramina had told me as much in the War Council, but it hadn't been sure whether it was as work slaves or sacrifice. I should have known. I thought. If they wanted pairs of hands, they would have taken Nisi as well. They want Zulu because there's a few secrets worth of night in them. Masigo was the only one of us who could not fluently speak and read Crepuscular, so he shot us a curious look. When are they meant to be moved? He asked. Knowing the frequency of the sacrifices will be of some use. 2 days, I grimly replied. If this didn't end in 2 days, the drow I was looking at were all dead, or worse. And I don't think I can end this in 2 days. Akua met my gaze from the corner of hers, visibly sharing in the thought. She looked away after a beat. Other firstborn seemed to be avoiding the area, Masigo noted. We should continue down this street. It will quicken our pace and lessen the risks. Throat tight, I nodded. Grim as the logic was, it wasn't untrue. But before we could move, there was an interruption. We need, Akua Sahelian quietly said, to free them. I felt the weight of those golden eyes on me without needing to turn. My heart clenched. The calculus was plain to see, as it so often was at times like this. If we freed them, the enemy would know we'd been here. Maybe not immediately, but sooner than otherwise. And if we got caught, were forced to retreat or fight our way out before getting to the tower, it might be a lot more than 300 drow that died for it. And on the other side of the balance was a hard truth. If we did not save these people, they were dead. The Razan were a smaller sigil than the Yashala, having taken up a territory that was a thick half-circle around the east of the Relic Grove. Theirs were poor lands, most of them still woods, and their inhabited holdings were essentially knots of houses and temples closely clustered together in clearings. The rest was tall trees split only by a few paths, used for hunting and patrolled by Mighty, but otherwise abandoned. Cutting through wasn't all that difficult. The Razan were on war footing as well, though, so we did have to duck 2 patrols that we might not have known were coming if not for my ties to the night. Just because I couldn't tell how many there were or how strong didn't mean I couldn't feel them coming at all. Corrosive was yet a usurper. Before long we reached the end of a shallow dirt path and found ourselves standing at the edge of our destination, the Relic Grove. Only a threshold made of 4 arm bones lined up between 2 twisting oaks announced the end of Razan territory, but all 3 of us could sense it. There was power in the air, and the fog we could see up ahead was not of natural make. I have been looking forward to this, Masigo cheerful admitted. The firstborn usually shy away from anything that could be considered necromancy. It is an interesting change of pace. The Twilight Sages left scars, I said, but this isn't necromancy, not exactly. Technically Mighty Kavian is still alive, but not truly sentient, Akua noted. Ego death is still a manner of death. Masigo nodded in approval. We're not getting into that debate here, I said, sensing tricky grounds. We have work to do. Do you remember the rules? We must always be in contact, Masigo said, sounding displeased. Do not touch the grave trees, Akua dutifully added. Good, I grunted. I'll go in front, Z's behind me. Let's try not to wake up Kavian, yeah? Settling into a single file line, Akua taking my cloak and Masigo hers, we passed the threshold of bones. To the power-blind, the Relic Grove would have seemed like nothing more than misty old woods, the trees tall and twisted, and its grounds covered with dead leaves no matter the season. But the illusion lasted only as long as it took us to encounter the first grave tree. In the side of large, thick ash tree whose branches were spreading out like the fingers of a hand, there lay a small stone stele to which a drow skeleton had been nailed. The part that had Masego's hand twitching at my back, though, was that the night in it had yet to fade. No relic, Akua murmured, sounding a little disappointed. There's probably a secret or two in there that Mighty would value a great deal more than a fancy spear, I said. One cannot make an earring of a secret, darling, she replied. I rolled my eye, pulling us forward. One of the dangers of this place was that the secret behind the mist would actively try to get us lost and make us stumble on graves. But there was no chance of that, so long as I could feel the beacon of power that was the obsidian tower in the distance. Mostly getting through was slow, tedious limping forward on a forest path that was barely distinguishable from the rest of the ground. How long have Mighty been trying to harvest Cavian? Ziz asked. 700 years and change, I said. The days where entire sigils disappeared in there are long past, but they still get a few fools every year. Acua let out an interested noise. Did you ask Save Inoc what secret it is that allowed it to remain for so long? She asked. I snorted. Are you asking me, Sahelian? I drily said. To reveal the secrets of my communion with dark goddesses simply so that your petty curiosity might be satisfied? There was a beat of silence. I am, Masigo brightly replied. I heard a half-choked laugh coming from the back. Fine, be that way. It's the secret of recurrent echoes, I said. Only it's not actually supposed to last this long. Just a handful times, opportunities for the holder to murder some other drow and take their body. And Mighty Cavian had spent the last few centuries methodically doing the latter, but never the former. Andronike figured something had gone wrong with the part of the secret that maintained sapience, probably because Cavian had tried to make it repeat much more at the expense of mental stability. The end result was that a night presence of the old monster popped out whenever someone disturbed the relic grove, murdering everyone involved and shackling their night before disappearing again. The whole thing was like fucking honey from Mighty, a fight against a legend and a massive payoff in night if they won. It had taken literal centuries before cocky sigil holders stopped feeding their sigils into the place. The Rosin sigil had come into existence out of scavenger crews that had figured out how to get their hands on some of the lesser morsels from the outskirts without bringing down Cavian's wrath on their heads. They took care of the graves in exchange, apparently, and had some secrets entirely about the matter. Back in the Everdark, the relic grove had been a maze of stone and lichen buried at the bottom of a city that had been shattered by a dwarven incursion, but it had taken very well to being moved to Serolen. Cavian's blank consciousness had grown to permeate all the fucking trees around here, like some sort of sickness, and now there was... Stop, I whispered, and immediately they did. The grave tree before us was larger than the last, a massive willow that had grown around 3 steels, but that wasn't what had given me pause. There was a shape crouched on the branches, a slender drow whose eyes were scanning the mists. It passed over us twice without seeing us, my shoulders tensing as it did. See? The old relic grove had been stone and lichen, but this new one moved into the woods. It had had old, strong life to work with, trees that had been around for centuries, if not longer. And with Cavian's consciousness spread out, it had caused echoes. The Mighty whose night and belongings were the relic of the name drew from the life of the trees, forming these things. Little more than shadows, but wielding night and completely unkillable. Even if they got repeatedly smashed into nothingness, all it would do was cause the shade to dwell into the tree until enough life accumulated again for it to manifest. It was possible to end the phenomenon by destroying the tree, of course, but anyone who did that instead got to deal with Mighty Cavian itself. None of us moved, even our breaths growing more quiet, but the shadow was still looking at the mist. It knows something is here, I murmured. I got a shake from Masigo at my back, agreement. Fuck, we weren't going to pass with it looking for us. And it was smart enough to notice the light from Ibrahim's mirror when we got too close to something. Those things were known to attack Mighty, who used secrets of stealth. Acua, I said, distracted. A heartbeat of silence, then a quiet incantation. From the corner of my eye I saw a ghostly light bloom to our right, behind the thick leaves of an alder tree, and the shadow saw it too. Without hesitating it leaped in that direction, chasing the spell, and I tugged urgently for them to follow me. I put aside the pain in my leg, making haste, and I could see that the shadow was hacking away at the tree now, and the light further running away. A splendid choice of spell. Now we just needed to come across another grave tree, a twisted elm with 2 skeleton-adorned steels, before which stood a shadow wielding a long spear of crystal. And it'd definitely just see the light from Ibrahim's mirror on the branches. Fuck. So that was why the mist had been trying to push us here. It was just smart and malicious enough for something like this. Keep touching, I said, and run. It didn't know where we were under the illusions, but that didn't matter. It came at us in a burst of night, shattering all 3 spells in a singed thrust. I wrestled down my instinct to turn around and fight, knowing that I was the only one who could guide us through the mist. Instead, I ran as fast as I could, every stumble having me curse how fucking unnecessarily long their legs were compared to mine. No longer maintaining the mirrors, Masigo was freed to fight as well, and I felt bursts of magic erupt behind me as I guided us through a thick knot of branches that whipped at my face. Aqua cursed, and a pine shattered to our left as the faint pop of a shielding spell broke. I took us off the path and through bushes, ignoring the thorns as they tore at my cloak. Masigo grunted, and I felt the ripple of his aspect unleashed, something catching flame far behind. I ahead. Catherine, I reminded myself. I couldn't be sure how long we ran like that, weaving between trees and stones and winding forest paths, but my heart was pounding in my throat when we finally stopped. My back was drenched in sweat, but we'd finally shaken off the shadow. We are too far for it to follow, Hierophant panted. He was even worse off than I was, I saw with a twinge of satisfaction. Aqua, on the other hand, didn't even look like she was sweating. Ugh, couldn't she be bad at more things? It was starting to get irritating. We caught our breath together. Then Masigo wove a new set of mirrors. We're close, I told them. It's up ahead. We took our time with the last stretch, knowing it to be the most dangerous. The dead leaves covering the forest floor thinned, revealing smooth stone beneath. The trees here rooted through it, shattering stone and spreading rubble, and it seemed like every 10 feet we came across one of the tree graves. It took us almost as long for that last stretch as it had taken us for the rest. I was in no mood for another run, so I had us circling whenever I caught sight of a shadow instead of risking being caught. But we got there, at long last, and from the mist rose the silhouette of a great obsidian tower. Although it wasn't actually that great, I noticed when we got a little closer, stopping at the edge of the trees, wary of being seen by the mighty that'd be guarding this place. The tower was maybe 60 feet wide and thrice as tall, nothing to sneer about, but not exactly gargantuan. Made sense, if Corrosive has set their minions to build several. It was pure obsidian, though, fitted not in blocks, but like the polished pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The precision of that was impressive. Concerningly, though, I could see a fucking door. A quick look told me there were windows at the very summit, large ones facing every cardinal direction. But were the people assigned here really forced to climb every time they wanted to enter? Can either of you see a way in? I whispered. Aqua shook her head, but Masigo was staring at the wall with his summer-forged eye. There are hidden mechanisms in the pieces, bound tonight, Hierophant told us. Releasing the workings would seem to free a slab to be pushed in. A secret door, Aqua enthusiastically said. Well done, Hierophant. She was, I thought, enjoying this little John a little too much. Can you wrest it open? I asked. Yes, he said after a moment. But there are people within. The place is too thick with night, I admitted. I can't actually feel out drow. It's like smaller flames hidden in a bonfire. I can see four at the bottom of the tower, Hierophant said. And some shapes at the summit, near the windows, but they are veiled. It wasn't just anything that his eye would be unable to see through, so that smacked of corrosive weaving a little something. Best to avoid there entirely. Are the two parts of the tower connected? They are. There is a middle chamber as well, Masigo added. The sacrificial altar. I cocked an eyebrow. How do you know? There are gutters for the blood, he said. I swallowed a grimace. Shouldn't have asked. This was going to get tricky, I thought. There was bound to be at least one strong mighty among the defenders, which meant I'd likely have to pull out Knight, and that would give away the game. We'll have to crush them fast, get a look at the ritual, and run. I thought. There was no helping it. I turned towards them and, we need to move, Masigo said. They are coming out. I blinked in surprise, but did not argue. There had been 9 drow in the tower, and every single one of the 7 that left had been Rilla. There were. I gauged when they left, and I could tell them apart from the ambient night. Not 1, but 2 sigil holders among them. All of them went due west, leaving only 2 at the bottom. Once they had passed, I voiced the question that had been on my mind the whole time. What are they going after? I muttered. There shouldn't be dash. I took a look at the eastern horizon for the first time, having a good angle at last, and paused. There was a large plume of smoke going up. Masigo, I evenly said. Did you set the relic grove in fire? The shadow set the relic grove on fire, he corrected. I only redirected the flame. Aqua smiled. So that is why they are leaving. They need to put out the flames before Mighty Cavian goes berserk. I'm going to get blamed for that one too, aren't I? I sadly said. Well, Masigo said, you did bring me here. So in a sense it is your fault. That little shit. If I'd actually had the time to take him to task for that I would have. but we needed to get in and get gone before the enemy returned. Get us in, I ordered. Acqua. You and I hit them fast and hard. We took our position smoothly, Acqua already beginning to incant. I couldn't, since the moment I pulled on Knight I'd be outed. Masigo had neglected to mention that the slab of obsidian freed was 10 feet tall, but he used the Knight from the mechanisms to do so anyways, which revealed two very surprised Rilla, both in Yashara colors, bearing their spears at us. I pulled on Knight, quick and deep, and began to form a wedge of black flame. When it unraveled, Acqua's shriveling curse took one of them in the chest, dropping it, but the other one shot through the door towards me as Knight slipped through my fingers. What the fuck? I might actually have gotten a spear through the chest if Masigo didn't rest again, killing the secret it used to speed forward. It stumbled, and abandoning the thought of Knight, I instead focused my name and struck. My sword cleared the scabbard in a heartbeat, cutting through the wrist that came up to defend the Rilla's neck. Acqua hit it with a small curse that made it spasm, though, and I smoothly drew back my blade and feinted. It moved to dodge to the left, and the edge of my blade went right into its skull. It spasmed again, night gathering, but Masigo killed whatever secret that was before it could get anyway. Catherine, Acqua said, what happened? My teeth clenched. I'm not sure, I admitted. But whatever it was, it had nearly gotten me killed. We hurried inside, all of us aware our time was already beginning to run out, and took in the sight of the circular obsidian chamber. Every surface save for the carved stairs leading up to the central chamber was covered in glyphs, each carved into the precious stone and then filled with molten silver. It was striking sight, though that was not why my two mages paused. Masigo took a few steps forward and then went still, I moving without pause, while Acqua took a slow turn around the chamber before kneeling in front of the wall facing the door. I left them to that, instead limping to the nearest wall and rapping my knuckles against it once. Solid. I focused my name and struck at it with my staff, the dead you bouncing off. Yeah, that was fortified with Knight. The impact wasn't the same as if it was simple obsidian. Probably the whole damn tower had been built using it, and it was running through like veins, which was why I'd had so hard a time picking out the drow inside. Destroying this place with Knight would take me a long time. It'd be much easier with pure physical strength, and I didn't have nearly enough of that on hand. There'd be no breaking the tower tonight, and having Masigo try to arrest the threads running through was just asking for corrosive to get involved. This would stay a scouting trip, so we'd best make the most of it. So what are we looking at? I asked. Masigo was in his trance, lost in thought, so it was my other mage I was speaking to. Acqua frowned, still kneeling before the wall of silver glyphs. These towers are altars, she said. That much is certain. Charnel pits to feed corrosive, I said, not hiding my disgust. The sisters had made their entire race into an ever-red altar hidden behind the gloom, once, but it had not been for their own benefit. This was simple, ugly greed. Indeed, the dark-skinned sorceress said, but while this has been their function so far, it does not appear to be their primary use. Ominous, I muttered. So what? Acqua looked like she'd bit into a lemon as she rose back to her feet. I cannot tell, she admitted. These are not structured like any glyphs I've seen before. Night workings have a syntax to them, Catherine, but it is entirely absent here. Because this is not a firstborn ritual, Hierophant's calm voice cut through. My fingers clenched. Tell me corrosive was not fucking fool enough to borrow a ritual from the hidden horror, I begged. Masigo took a step closer to Acqua, ignoring me, and after demanding her attention without a word, he raised his hand to point at a line of silver glyphs. There, he said, and now 2 lines below, the closing half. You should recognize this. Golden eyes followed his instructions, then narrowed. I cannot believe I missed that, Acqua murmured. You have flesh eyes, Masigo dismissed. You cannot look at the entire pattern at once the way I can. It was only a matter of time before you recognize it. I loudly cleared my throat, which finally got their attention. Someone, I said slowly, enunciating every syllable. Please tell me that corrosive was not fucking fool enough to borrow a ritual from the hidden horror. The looks on their faces were not promising. It is not just a ritual, Acqua told me. You've seen the original with your own eyes, Masigo continued. I froze. Wait, you're telling me. This appears, Hierophant said, to be an adjusted rendition of the ritual that destroyed the kingdom of Sapphira and made Trismegistus into a god. Fuck, I decided, was not quite strong enough a word for how bad things had just gotten. Getting out of enemy territory was more long than difficult. We just legged it north as far as we could, then circled until we reached one of the canals that fed Serolen's and took a boat back down. It was refreshingly uneventful, leaving me with a long while to digest what we'd found out. I was silent most of the trip, lost in my thoughts. Had the dead king genuinely given out his oldest trick to a would-be rival? Or was there a trap laid at the heart of the ritual? We couldn't know, not having seen only one of the towers, and I was beginning to think it wouldn't matter. Either way, the firstborn would end. Whether it was that corrosive devoured their kind, and then saved NOC, or that Neshama finished ripping out the knight as he'd attempted at the Battle of Haino, it would be a disaster that might lose us the war. The dead king gaining knight would be significantly worse, but even if corrosive got their way without a hidden price, then the young god would walk away and free all the armies assaulting Serolen to reinforce Keter just as it was getting besieged. When we returned to the fortress, I left my companions behind, heading directly to the Eri temple at the summit where the sisters roost. It was a simple enough place from the outside, a rough square of stone whose roof was tiered and walls were entirely arches, but the inside was raw, untamed night. Not even when I had tried to eat the book of some things had the feel of it been so strong. I could no longer see or feel anything save an endless black expanse in every direction, and it was in that void that the sisters came to me. Gods, even lesser gods, were beyond tiredness. Yet somehow I thought, looking at the two of them, that they seemed exhausted. "We wane," Kamina said, her eyes hard. "The tide has turned against us." And I knew she was speaking the truth, for the mantle of divinity was feeble on their shoulders. Her voice had not echoed with things dimly understood. Her very presence did not send a shiver down my back. Night had been made to suffer ruin, and then been wounded further by corrosive's betrayal. They were goddesses still, but of a great deal less than before. "Corrosive is not stronger than you," I said. "I could still drive them out of their followers." "Not yet," Andronite quietly agreed. "It's why we need to fight them now," Kamina said. "You know it's true, heart of my heart. If we wait until their strength surpasses ours, only defeat can ensue. They won't come out to fight you this easily," I said. "Their entire strategy is based on holding their ground, daring you to take a swing." That was the conclusion I'd come to on the way back. I'd thought that corrosive's strategy was oddly defensive, at first, considering the dead king was pushing north towards Serolen and there were no iron cast guaranteed when dealing with Neshama. How long could they truly afford to wait to become sole god of the firstborn? Except I'd misread what they were actually after. It didn't give a shit what happened to Drow. It was only after apotheosis. They'd gladly devour their own kind and walk away. So now it fell into place. If we attacked their side of the river, the blood flowed to the towers and corrosive was strengthened while our numbers waned. If we waited this out, corrosive would finish its ritual and devour all its followed before taking a swing at Save and OC. We would not be the victor in that strife, Andronite told me, having followed my thoughts. We hold great power, but much of it is dispersed in others. It would be our lesser still, but concentrated, I finished with a grimace. Selfishness had its strengths. Still, it also had weaknesses. The defensive stance only works if their sigils stick with them, I said. And I expect that, hardliners or not, few of those mighty are going to be eager at the thought of being eaten. We need to arrange talks and out the truth. If enough of them believed us, enough defected back, it might not even come to a fight between deities. We could just take back the towers by force and smash them before the bloodshed fed corrosive. "Is it your right to attempt this?" Andronike acknowledged. I eyed them both with a frown. They weren't going to stop me, but neither was buying this as a solution. "Why? You are first under the night," Kamina curtly said. "You were appointed to attempt what we would not." I decided to let it go. Their reasons were their own more often than not. Why would this be any different? Besides, I had a more urgent worry. I tried to use the night when we were out at the tower, but it failed. I told them. "That is known to us," Andronike said. I rolled my eye. "Then do you also know an answer to the question I shouldn't have to voice?" I asked. "What the hell's happened?" Kamina grimaced. "The night is coming apart," she said. "Your Hierophant took it to the brink of destruction, and it has been pulled in too many directions since." I winced. "How bad?" "The power itself is still functional. The trouble is that it is invested," Andronike said. "In mighty, in workings, in corrosive's hoard. If it could be all returned to our hands and redistributed, it could be mended. But as it is, we will have to begin eating old workings soon," Kamina said. "Else what you experienced will repeat." "It is difficult to predict where the lack will happen," Andronike admitted. "There are too many wills involved." So night was finite, and too many people took chunks of it up to wield. There might not be enough left for whoever was trying to, even if they should be able to. That sounded, I thought, uncomfortably like the fate the sisters had bargained to avoid, the Twilight Sages borrowing more than they could repay. We are not unaware, Andronite coldly said, of the resemblance. I raised a hand in appeasement. If we slice open corrosive, our books are out of red, right? I asked. Broadly so, Kamina said. Then we start with that, I grimly said, and fix the mess once we have their head on a pike. The crows hadn't picked me as their herald without reason. All I could feel from them at that plan was unyielding agreement. Even Firstborn, whose concept of peace was closer to truce, had ways to hold talks. Usually drow diplomacy was along the lines of threatening annihilation if immediate surrender was not given, sometimes a dash of exile or surrendering mighty for harvesting, but that was between sigils. There wasn't really a precedent for the scale of the talks we'd asked for since the fall of the Empire Everdark, because until the Exodus the drow had been united under Save NOC. Well, divided under Save NOC really, but the supreme authority had been uncontested. So now that there were sigils under corrosive and sigils under us, the situation grew a little more complicated. We settled on 10 mighty for either side, since keeping any more than 20 of that quarrelsome brood in close proximity was bound to result in fighting. The 3 of the 10 generals in the city, Isangrel for us, Ishabog and Morin for them, were a given, as was Ramina. It might not have a rank in the 10, having instead served as the commander of the southern expedition under me, but it was comparable or outright superior to many on the list. After that, the ranks were filled with powerful sigil holders, in case a fight did break out, and also me. We met in the city center, contested grounds, in a beautiful old temple called the Empty Shore. It was entirely made of wood, a rarity before the Exodus, and though the outside was all vivid colors, the inside had painted with impossible skill into the illusion of being the shore of a lake under the dark of night. And not a night from the Everdark, for there were even distant stars above. It was exceptionally beautiful, and though no ground was truly sacred to Firstborn, most mighty would hesitate before beginning strife that might destroy this place. It was us that had called the talks, so after the usual rounds of posturing, I refrained, knowing that my mastery of Crepuscular was too shallow to risk dipping my toe into the fast-paced trading of taunts. We were expected to state why everyone had been gathered here. I spoke up then. To Maker, I ordered. Night flared, mighty tensing at the sensation, and behind me an obsidian wall covered in silvery glyphs. The very same we'd found at the heart of the tower. There was some shuffling on the side of our opponents, but neither of the generals were surprised. They'd already figured out what last night had been about. I will speak plainly, I said. This is not the work of the entity that titles itself Lockinan. It is a ritual of the dead kings make, whose purpose is to make a god from the death of an entire people. A pause on the other side. Not only us, I bluntly said, but you as well. You will be the first to die when the Fate Giver reveals what fate they truly have in mind for the Firstborn. I'd expected a range of reactions to that revelation. Denial, dismay, maybe even violence. It wasn't even out of question that Corrosive would decide the game was up and try to devour its followers immediately. But what I got, instead, was laughter. See, Morin Bleakwoom mockingly smiled. It is as was foretold. Now that they fail against our might, they resort to the cheapest of tricks. My fingers clenched. This is not a trick, I flatly said. I am willing to dash. It does not matter even if your false gods have tricked you. Human, Morin said, using the world as one would filth. We know the truth. Save NOC tried to devour us once, and you think Sweet Whispers will let us do away with our protection? It all went downhill from there. We got out without a fight, in the end, but we'd lost face and was quietly furious as we returned. The sisters had hidden something from me, something that had made all of this a fool's errand, and I confronted them with the petty mistake. They were neither of them cowed by my anger, but they did deign to provide explanation. When sigils began to defect, we took measures, Kamina said. My lips thinned. You tried to drain the night out of the traitors, I said. Like they claimed. It failed, Andronike plainly said. There were some who were made Nisi, but the leech was ready for us. It usurped mastery of what you call the nails, severing us from the traitors. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Of course, the existence of the nails was a secret that only a few knew. So when Corrosive had told their faithful that it took towers to keep Save NOC at bay, they'd had no reason to disbelieve it. And if I were an ambitious god, I'd even fake a few drains to remind my subject of why keeping the altars wet is so important. and I realized, suddenly, why it was that the sisters had let me walk into those talks without telling me. Weakness. It was the same reason they'd used Iva to tell me about the collapse of the gloom instead of using dreams. They were ashamed of looking weak in front of me. Neither of them addressed the thought, and not for lack of seeing it. I took it for the tacit admission that it was. No, quite enough for me to forgive the way they'd let me make a fool of myself, but enough that I was willing to change the subject. We've been outplayed, I said. There's no reason for the defector sigils to believe us, and every reason for them not to. Kurosiv had been planning this for even longer than I'd thought, and planning it. Smart. We must prepare for war, Kamina said. It will come down to the fangs, Catherine foundling. A war of gods, she meant. Kurosiv and the crows, savaging each other for rule of the night, and likely destroying most of their race in the process. My goddesses didn't want to slaughter their own, but they'd still choose that above getting swallowed up by the usurper. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. No, I finally said. We still have one card left to play. This was a game of deicide, now, and I just happened to have brought to Serolen the finest expert of that art in all of Calernia. It wasn't exactly hard to find Masigo. He was in his laboratory again, dissecting another corpse. How he was being kept supplied in fresh bodies was a question I'd decided not to ask. I plopped down in the chair. I was pretty sure he was leaving there mostly for my visits, then groaned as I stretched out my tired limbs. He didn't turn, but I felt his eye glance at me through the back of his head before returning to the corpse. We can't stop the ritual from happening, I informed him. Masigo paused in his study, leaving the ribcage of the drow whose internal organs he'd been looking at kept open by steel contraption. I thought that might be the case, Hierophant replied. It is a clever conundrum they present us with. Making war to destroy the towers might strengthen Kurosiv enough it can save NOC, while leaving our foe to their devices ensures they will devour much of the remaining night, and then your patronesses afterwards. I was entirely unsurprised he'd caught on to that. Masigo might be utterly uninterested in war as a rule, but deicide was an exception. To him, this would be a genuinely interesting puzzle to figure out, or maybe something more along the lines of fencing. Diplomacy has failed, I said. We tried to warn Kurosiv's sigils, but they got their story out long before we even knew it needed contradicting. He cocked an eyebrow. And their excuse? Save NOC tried to drain the rebels out of night when the first raised their flags, I said. They've been claiming the towers are tools to ensure that can never happen. The rebel mighty probably figured that Kurosiv was skimming off the top, but that we'd come out trying to get them to pull down the towers had instead probably cemented in their minds that they needed to stay up at all costs. The talks had come across like an attempt to land a killing stroke now that we were losing, not us trying to save their damned hides. Masigo let out an amused noise. And so the few mighty capable of deciphering parts of the glyph array recognized the parts related to draining and believed them, he said. Perhaps we should consider backing this Kurosiv instead, Catherine. They certainly seem to be the more skillful of these would-be gods. That's not in the cards, I firmly said. Even if it were possible to convince Kurosiv to turn on the dead king and refrain from devouring their race, they were chronically untrustworthy and their ideals were repellent to me. On top of that, in the long term, I'd just be saddling Procker with another kind of enemy looming to its north. No, there was no bargain to be made there. Besides, the sisters might be a pair of murderous, thieving crows, but they were. Murderous and thieving crows. We'd entered the nightmare together, and we would leave it just the same. Unfortunate, Masigo shrugged. So what is it to be our plan? If we can't stop the ritual, I said, then that leaves us only one choice. He leaned forward, face brightening. Usurping it, Hierophant said, sounding pleased. A most interesting idea. We came here to gather the original night anyway, I pointed out. We can kill two birds with one stone. When Kurosiv tries to eat the firstborn, instead we return all the night to save NOC and wipe the slate clean. We shake off the bard, get our affairs in order, and move to join the fight in Keter. That should be possible, Masigo mused. Good, I grinned. We can return with an army of refreshed drow at our back, which you misunderstand me, Ziz absent-mindedly interrupted. It is possible if, like Kurosiv, you are willing to kill every living drow in the process. The grin went away. Start from the premise that I'm not willing to do that, I said. Then you expect too much of me, he honestly replied. I am not familiar enough with night or soul work to do this to the level of precision you require. He paused. I could perhaps lower the casualties to somewhere between 2/3 and 4/5, Masigo finally added. Anything more than that would require Akua's help. It was a life raft, and I boarded it eagerly. But with her help you could do better, I said. Presumably, he said. She has experience harnessing the power of lesser gods into fixed systems that I lack, and her arrays and lease were precise to a degree I had believed unfeasible. As for soul work, we've explored different branches of the discipline. It is conceivable that she would know a method to remove the nails safely that I would not. Then we're putting the two of you on this, I said. Everything else is kicked down the ladder, Z's. Anything you two need, you get it. And even if the dead king comes knocking at the gates, I want you to keep working on our usurpation ritual. He didn't look all that happy about being interrupted in his study of firstborn physiology, but the kind of work I'd asked would not be unpleasant to him. If he'd not already been getting into his own project, I suspected that he'd be outright eager. I'll inform her myself, I continued. In the immediate, do you need anything to get started? The glimmering eye swiveled towards me, visible under the cloth. Live test subjects, Hierophant said. Expect deaths. Our first attempt to remove the nails are unlikely to be anything less than traumatic. My stomach clenched, but I slowly nodded. I'd ask for volunteers, people knowing the risks. But if I couldn't get enough, well, I guess we'd see how far I was willing to go when extinction was on the line. Book 7, Chapter 46, Penultimate. So spoke Maleficent. To sit this throne is to be debtor and indebted. I owe and am owed, tethered by the oath that raised me. Let this empire forget not it took myriad hands to raise the tower. Extract from the Scroll of Chains, first of the secret histories of praise. I sometimes felt like the shepherd from the stories, stumbling on the half-buried lamp and rubbing it, so I might ask the djinn for wishes. Though there were two wondermakers in Serolen, and neither were bound to anything as dingy as a lamp, it was still betting it all on their ability to make my wish come true. Usurp Kurosev's apotheosis ritual without killing thousands, if not millions, of firstborn. Save and OC had allowed me time to find a solution, a way other than them rolling up their sleeves and getting into a death match with their would-be devourer. But what was the point if the medicine was as brutal to the drow as the disease? If the deaths were inevitable, the sisters would choose their talons over faith in Hierophant's works, whom they neither liked nor trusted. They'd been clear about that much. I had been given much authority as first under the night, but ultimately I was not a queen here for all that they called me one. I was a counselor, and it was not my place to decide how they were to defend their godhead, or what fate they would countenance for their people. It was frustrating to have my hands tied, but I knew that to be unfair. I had kept myself in check and praise because there was still so much about that land I did not understand, too much to have the right to make the decisions I wanted to, and every bit of that was 100 times as true in Serolen. It still left me restless. Isengrel and Ramina did not need me to fight their defense against the traitors for them, a kind of warfare I had little experience in besides, and unless either of the traitor generals came out to fight, I wasn't needed for muscle either. It left me in the uncomfortable position of being the highest-placed person in Serolen after save NOC in principle, but having very little to do in practice. Instead of going around chewing at my nails, I turned to the Losera, the sigil I had founded in the Everdark and charged with the duty of priesthood and oath-keeping. The numbers of it had increased tenfold under Iva's careful stewardship, but unlike any other sigil in existence, its numbers were spread out all over firstborn territory. There weren't that many of them in Serolen, but then they weren't supposed to be fighting anyway. It was not unlike holding court back in lore, handling petitions to the crown. My Lord of Silent Steps had affairs in hand, not unexpectedly, so it was the matters related to my title of First Under the Night that were asked of, which left me sitting with a bearded old drow who looked about to keel over. Its wheezing was not too enough to deceive me into thinking it weak, though its presence in the night burned, powerful among the Rilla of the Losera. This one would not dare question the designs of one so high, mighty Trokel said. Yet it is not time, Losera Queen, for your words to be set down. You want a book out of me, I said, almost amused. Their fate of their entire race was in the balance, and yet they wanted a holy book out of me. Mighty Trokel inclined its head in agreement. Another mighty, a younger one called Salvo, my purple paint not covering only its face, but instead its entire bare torso, picking up the thread. It is known that the First Under the Night has no time to spare for setting down its sayings, mighty Salvo said. And this is only sensible. Of course, I drily agreed. And much hemming and hawing as they tried to figure out how not to offend me with their request, until I got it out of them. They wanted to assign me a scribe, someone to set down my words, and ask me questions whenever I had the moment. A tortured compliment about my being a skilled speaker of riddles was unraveled down to the blunter bone of them being aware that I usually only taught through conversation. So they figured the only way they'd get a book out of me was someone actually following me around and doing that. I wasn't exactly eager at the prospect and made it clear that certain conversations would be barred, which they fell over each other to agree, but they weren't wrong to ask this of me. I'd been named first not because the crows thought I had a knack for religion, but because I was well placed to serve as a herald and advisor, someone who could help them fit the firstborn in the complicated tapestry of the burning lands. But I was their high priestess. I could not leave only silence behind me. And I suppose you've already a scribe in mind for that. I asked. This one offers itself to the purpose, Mighty Trokel replied, stopping to wheeze halfway through. I mulled over that. It was Rilla, so it could be counted on to get out of the way without dying pointlessly when fights came. I glanced at Iva. Mighty Trokel has some renown as a chronicler, my Lord of Silent Steps noted. An endorsement, in other words, but I was not satisfied. How old are you, Trokel? I asked. The old drow looked surprised. While it was nowhere as aged in looks as Ramina, it lacked the bland agelessness of most its kind, so I'd bet a couple of centuries at least. This will be my 633rd year, Losera Queen, Mighty Trokel said. I once thought to die in Isp, but had a stroke of fortune in war, meaning it had gotten to harvest a motherlode of night, and found its lifespan significantly expanded, but gotten stuck looking older and never bothered to change the look. 633 years, I thought, the vast majority of which it would have spent as Rilla or close. The highest of the mighty, save for those who ruled over even mighty. Iva, I said, who is the youngest among the Losera? I am uncertain, the silver-eyed drow admitted. But I can know the answer in an hour's span, Losera. It paused. Nisi, almost certainly, Iva added. Yeah, I'd figured it would be one of them. It was why I'd asked. Find out, I ordered. I want called to me the youngest Losera who knows their glyphs. Surprise, and not just from my steward among the Losera. They'd caught on quick. You mean to make them your scribe? Iva said. Trokel, I noted, had not dared to do the same, perhaps fearing I would take it as insubordination and rip the life out of it. I will have to, I said. Trokel, old and Rilla. And the other, young and Nisi. I met the old drow's eyes, saw how it looked like it was itching for a pen, and for a moment I was improbably reminded of Nestor Akaroi. You stand high, Trokel, I said. Sometimes that's the worst place to look at history from. My name thrummed in approval, pleased, and it warmed my veins. They bowed. I told them Trokel would begin following me as soon as the other scribe was found, and that was the end of the petition, though I cut short entertaining another. Word came through a runner that one of my wondermakers had left the room where they'd been holed up in half a day. It was time for me to have a talk with Acua Sahelian. Acua had taken to wearing black since we'd come to Serolen, I'd noticed. It wasn't enough to make her blend in with the firstborn. That would have been difficult when she had curves enough for a dozen of them, but it did make her stand out less than, say, Cordelia Hazenbach and her colorful riding dresses. Tonight it was a loose, long dress with faint accents of gold swirling up the ribs she'd chosen to wear, paired with a cloak of the same cloth and a gauzy black veil that cascaded halfway down to her back. The veil was kept in place by a slender carved band of gold, one of the few pieces of jewelry she still wore nowadays. It was far from the most alluring dress she'd ever put on, but there was something attractive about how obviously comfortable she was in the clothes. This was, I dimly realized, as dressed down as she'd probably been allowed to be back in Wolof. It would never do for a Sahelian to be, too, casual in their clothes, yeah? Now, you stare, Acua said, sounding genuinely exasperated. Should I just have put on a mutton's pelt a few years ago and called it a day, Catherine? Her wearing only a pelt actually sounded like something I wouldn't mind seeing in the slightest, but I decided that lying shamelessly was the best part of valor. Of course not, I lied. I was just wondering where you've been keeping all these dresses. Pocket realms, she archly replied. I forged one while in praise and a second on the way to Salia. I really should start using night to do that, I noted. I had the capacity. Good to know, I said, then invited her to sit. She did, still eyeing me with some irritation. Unlike me, who had to fold like a praying mantis, she somehow made sitting at the low tables the drow preferred a graceful thing. How she managed that with legs longer than mine, I'd never be sure, but it was probably dark magic of some sort. I worked out a kink in my shoulder, then caught her eye. So, I said, what's the verdict? It is theoretically possible, Acua said, and I did not hide my relief. Casualties, From taking back the night, she replied. None. Masigo was worried taking out the nails would kill them, I said. Masigo has not powered rituals with sacrificed Fae before, she retorted without batting an eye. Winter's mark is still deep in the night, Catherine, which resulted in some useful secondary properties. Ripping out the nail would certainly result in death, but dissolving. Gee, it is possible without killing the host. I slowly nodded. And in the moments they're all left without night. I began, then trailed off an invitation. If dawn comes to pass without it being restored, I imagine nearly all firstborn save for Zulu and Nisi would die. Aku mused. Night is what extends their lifespan. So we'll be flipping the hourglass the moment we begin this, I muttered, which was a risk, but not an unacceptable one. I felt Save NOC brush against my thoughts and cocked my head to the side, silently asking the question. A soft brush back, pregnant with intent. No, it wasn't a deal breaker. Good. We've got divine blessings so far, I said, leaning forward. So what do you need to get it done? There she grimaced. Living drow willing to let their nail be dissolved so we can find a method that will not have grave consequences, Acua said. I nodded. We've sent out for volunteers and you already have 100, I said. We'll need mighty, Catherine, she gently said. They have a deeper connection to the power. It will react differently. I clenched my fingers. They might have to be prisoners, I admitted. We have some lined up for when it's been tried, but none want to be the first. Save NOC had so far declined to make it an order to one of their mighty to lay down on the slab. I was both relieved and indignant that had been their decision. On one hand, did they know what the stakes were? On the other, gods, let there be at least one side in this nightmare that halfway deserved to win. The point of the procedure will not be to kill, Acua finally said, but is a fine line, Catherine. I grimaced. But no so fine, I said, you won't walk it. I was right, and we both knew it. She looked away. What choice is there? She asked. Always less than we'd like, I murmured. And yet we go on. The silence that hung between us was not restful. She was not happy, and I could not quite shake the metaphorical pebble in my boot. How many rituals is it that you've asked me now? Acua idly asked, golden eyes returning to me. There was an expression in them I found hard to read. Depends on how you count them, I hedged. You always dole out power and trust so freely, the dark-skinned sorceress. I once believed that your great flaw, you know. Not anymore? Her lips faintly quirked. This ritual you ask, it will put in our hands a gift of the gods below themselves, Acua said. How can you be certain neither of us will be tempted to claim it? I can't, I admitted. She leaned forward. How can you be certain it will truly do what we tell you it will? She asked. I can't, I repeated. Any more than I can be sure Vivian didn't spend the last few years undermining me as Queen of Callow, or that Hakram didn't use me to become the warlord. It's impossible to know for sure, Acua. Some things you take on faith. Her lips pursed. Not an answer that satisfied. I suspected, being tested somehow. For what I could not know, but it behooved me to tread carefully. And should I decide that simply being handed trust and power to wield at your order is not enough? Acua quietly asked. That I, too, want to decide. My fingers clenched and slowly unclenched. A test? I thought, but a lie here would be a mistake. I met that golden gaze with my mismatched own, the eye I'd been born to and the one I'd lost, and breathed out. A year ago, I was not sure what I'd have answered. But today, I still remembered that moment in the streets, looking at the Zulu in chains, and who it was that had not been willing to walk away. Some things, I told her, you took on faith. But there was more to it than that, and that was the question that lay hidden behind those golden eyes. Am I a prisoner on a longer leash? Acua was asking. Or am I what you say I am? One of us. Then I trust your judgment, I quietly replied. Her face went blank. She nodded, curtly, and rose to her feet. Back to work. Not that she even made the excuse, and as I watched her leave my stomach clenched. Pivot, I thought. Faint enough I'd not sense it. A personal one, and it was too early to tell whether or not I'd regret the answer I'd just given. I'd expected Cordelia to keep busy, given that she was not a woman prone to idleness, but I was surprised when the Losera watchers I'd put on her told me exactly how busy she'd been. Apparently, her every waking hour was spent either meeting with sigil holders or historians. Her translator stuck as close to her as shadows. I caught her after a meeting with one of the Rilla of the Isengral. No matter her old rank or recent exploits, she did not warrant the time of one of the 10 generals, and got her to sit down long enough for a drink and a meal. Neither were of the kind of quality she must have been used to, but I did notice she dug into the pheasant with relish. I enjoy the taste of game, Cordelia admitted, but I had to refrain in Salia. A noticeable preference for hunted birds would have drawn comment. I hummed. The Lycanese savage enjoying hunting too much would have been a bad look. I received a thin smile that pretty much confirmed my guess. During the years where Cordelia was an outright foe, I'd never considered how fragile her position truly was. She'd pretty much won the Great War, that much was true, but the years of peace afterwards had been extremely dangerous to her. She was a Lycanese ruling southern peoples who tended to dislike and dismiss her kind, walking a tightrope even when her victory had still been fresh. It was no wonder she'd had to be so careful with the perception of her, when you looked at what her reliable supporters had been. The core of her backers were damn far from Salia on top of being the poorest, least populated, and least influential of the principalities. The Lycanese had proved in the wars then and since that their armies were the finest in Procure and punched well above their weight, but she couldn't actually bring that strength to bear. Most of it had to remain pointed north, keeping back either the chain of hunger or the dead king. She'd built a block of southern supporters, sure, but her majority in the highest assembly had never been large or solid. It had been only cleverness and her initial reserve of goodwill from winning the Great War that had allowed her to push through her early reforms. Well, that and skillfully getting the people on her side. For a foreign savage come to the capital as a conqueror, however gentle of one, Cordelia Hazenbach had been impressively well loved by the people of Salia. I was always surprised, I said, that you never got the House of Light on your side. Gods know I would have had a priest standing at my side at every session of the court, if I could have found one willing. I hadn't, or rather there'd been plenty willing to attend, but none as my open backer. It had been enough of a headache to find someone in good standing willing to anoint me as Queen of Callow, and I was still half convinced that I'd only found takers because it had been an open secret at that point that Praise and Procure were looking at the borders with hands on their swords. They courted me early in my reign, Cordelia admitted, but what they wanted of me, I was unwilling to give. I raised an eyebrow. The seat in the assembly the lost after the liturgical wars seemed like the likeliest prize. It had been part of the bait that Scribe had used to get holies to back the coup against Cordelia, a promise of restoring it made in Rosala Melanz's name. They were not so bold. The fair-haired princess chuckled. They wanted me to exert my influence to make an exception to the foundational possession laws for the house. I squinted at her, trying to remember what those were. I'd actually heard about those. Pickler had praised them in a report because of how easy they made it to build defensive bastions. Right, Lycanese princes have different rights, I said. No one can own land in your principalities except for the royal line. Everyone else is renting. It is a little more nuanced than that, Cordelia said. Some lands have been held in the trust of certain families for centuries, with written treaties between our royal lines, and theirs that prevent revocation without certain conditions. So the priests were pissy about having to pay rent for their temples, I said, amused. And you told them to stow it and keep paying. A less generous woman than I might have called the expression she made at that emo. The holies wanted the right to hold lands and raise sovereign monasteries, as they do in southern principalities, Cordelia said. I explained to them that the refusal to parcel royal rights goes back to the rule of the Iron Kings and is considered sacrosanct, but the frustration at being unable to secure a northern foothold is an old one. She elegantly shrugged. Our relationship significantly cooled after that, though it was never outright hostile until events boiled over during the coup, the princess finished. I grinned. And for that little piece of work you got to rip their fangs out, I said. Vivian had watched with attention and more than a little relish as the wealth and land of the Proceran house was methodically dismantled in the wake of that mess, noting that they priests even had to pretend to be grateful since she wasn't coming down on the actual people. It was the riches, the properties, and the trades that Cordelia had confiscated for the good of the war effort. In the years to come, the House of Light across the Whitecaps would find that it had a lot less coin to throw around when it wanted to get its way. Like Viv's, I was already looking forward to the furious shrieking. It was only a matter of time until another first prince did the same, Cordelia demurred. Besides, your own religious adventures are rather more interesting. I cocked an eyebrow. The House Insurgent is all you too, Hazenbach, I drily said. I wouldn't have gotten so many firebrands on my side without the 10th Crusade knocking at the gate. I meant a different sort of religion, first under the night, the princess amiably said. I shrugged. The crows and I came to agreement, that's all. There has been a great deal of speculation as to how you became High Priestess of Night, Cordelia delicately hinted. I rolled my eye at her. You can just go fishing openly, you know, I told her. You've already made your oaths. Hesitation. How rare for her to wear it so openly. Even though, Cordelia carefully said, I yet hold the key to the Yillimal. Don't get me wrong, I said. I really wish you'd smash that thing over your knee. But yeah, holding that doesn't mean you don't get your seat. In case you hadn't noticed, people having held, or holding, knives at my throat doesn't really disqualify them from sitting in my council. The doom of Lisa's continued existence does indicate a degree of flexibility on your part, she conceded. Sure, I thought. Flexibility. Let's go with that. So what is it that you're actually curious about? I asked, changing the tack. Much, she drily said. But most as to how you successfully convinced Save NOC to appoint you their high priestess. Rumors run wild, from your having triumphed over them to your souls having been melded. The last one was actually not entirely untrue, which was a little disconcerting to consider. I headed for the Everdark after the talks went south in Keter, I said. By then it was clear that militia and the dead king intended war, which weakened your position, but my armies were battered and I was without allies. The Firstborn were the only evil polity left, which made them pretty much the only candidates for getting help. So you did not intend priesthood from the start, Cordelia said. I snorted. I thought I'd make a bargain with the priestess of night, not even knowing she was actually a they and not named in the slightest, I said. Only that went out the window almost immediately. Firstborn don't really negotiate with humans, and the sisters were a lot more interested in winter than anything I had to say. Besides, the Everdark was falling apart even without the dwarven invasion I arrived just ahead of. It was a fucking mess. Cordelia, not the worst position to bargain from, she mentioned. I grimaced. Winter, I admitted, kept me frozen in the aftermath of one of the worst days of my life. I wasn't thinking as clearly as I could have. So after I realized I could make my own sigil and bestow fey titles, I struck a bargain with the Herald of the Deeps for the destruction of Save NOC in exchange for the right to bring any drow following me to the surface as an army. Utter surprise, though smoothed away quickly. You fought them? Cordelia asked, leaning forward. I did, I said, and they gutted me like a fish. I lay down on the ground to die, down there in Great Sdrycht, and only survived because they needed me to finish eating winter. If Acua hadn't saved me then, Save NOC would have slurped me up like tepid gruel. I did enjoy the faint look of disgust she made at that lovely image. We had a shot at turning it around on them. After, but I'd had winter ripped out of me by then, I said, and I felt freer for it. It had broadened my perspective. So instead of continuing to fight like bears in the pit, I asked for their help. I grimaced, begged, really, when it came down to it, I admitted, because it was the only way out that wouldn't irreparably fuck one of us. Someone being willing to lose, willing to bet on trust before it had been earned. She studied in silence for a long time, and I felt uncomfortably naked under her gaze. Trust, she softly repeated. It always comes back to that, does it not? They repaid it in full, I said. I've done a lot of things I regret over the years, Hazenbach, but that night in the deeps will never be one of them. Blue Eyes considered me. You call me both Hazenbach and Cordelia, the princess said. Do choose one. Catherine, the irregularity grows irksome. That an invitation? I teasingly said, cocking an eyebrow. She met my eyes. It is, Cordelia frankly said. I cleared my throat, surprised and a little embarrassed. All right, I croaked. Cordelia. Shit. I called her that before, so why was using the name now making me feel like blushing? A change of subject was in order. I'm told you're sitting down with a lot of sigils, I said, perhaps a tad gracelessly. She looked faintly amused, but let it pass without comment. I have been trying to discern, she said as she tucked back her braid. What lies ahead for the firstborn? My gaze sharpened. You want to know what kind of a neighbor Procker will be getting? I said. I love the Principate and always will, she admitted. But in this I must embrace a broader perspective. When the war ends, Calernia will not be the same land it was when it began. What is it that the firstborn seek as people? What are their needs and hatreds? I would understand, before negotiating the treaty with Save NOC, what the place of the drow is to be in the coming centuries. She was, I thought, probably the only ruler in the West that was actually pursuing that line of thought. There was a reason she'd made for a dangerous foe. And what did you find out? I idly asked. You do not rule these people, Cordelia replied, blunter than was usual for her. You are considered a manner of prophet, a religious symbol, but power is in the hands of the 10 generals and the most powerful sigils, under the vigilant gaze of Save NOC. My place as First Under the Night is temporary, I acknowledged. I was appointed to guide the firstborn in their settlement on the surface and serve as a vessel for necessary reforms, but I'm not meant to stay in the seat. I'll be surrendering the title at the end of the war, like all the others. All except the last, the one that lived under my skin. You have steered them to a strong diplomatic position, Cordelia acknowledged. But I fear that situation cannot last. You think they'll make themselves into a problem after the war? I said. The most troubling issue is that Drow do not trade, she replied. There is some barter, admittedly, but no coinage and no merchant class. Their society is turned towards subsistence and war, with few other pursuits. So Procur's stuck with a neighbor that's more interested in the night gained through raids than anything that could be had in peace, I summed up. Building Serolen has already begun changing them, Cordelia noted. That much is clear. Though mighty keep to strict sigil divisions, Nisi and Zulu living side by side wane in that perspective. I expect the tendency will end in larger sigils founding their own cities and sigil loyalties turning into city-state loyalties. By then, the needs inherent to feeding a city will ensure the development of some sort of internal trade, and thus a form of coinage and industry. I hummed, not disagreeing. I doubted it'd be anywhere as clear-cut as what she was describing, but I didn't disagree with the thrust of the prediction. She underestimated, though, how much night mattered to Drow. War would always be a central part of who they were so long as the prize was there for them to fight over, no matter the other pressures. That form of the firstborn state should prove a welcome trade partner to Procur, Cordelia said, and so change the balance of power on Calernia indirectly. With less pressure from the north and northern principalities growing wealthier from the change, the Principate's energies will likely turn towards the free cities. Basilia will have, I mildly said, very little tolerance for that. There will be war, Cordelia frankly said. Not in our generation or the one after that, but in time it will happen. My hope is that the framework of the Grand Alliance will keep that war local and contained. Optimism, I thought, but then I thought it was much too early to make predictions about what after the war would look like. So, I said, your issue isn't with the Drow in the long term. It's how they'll be during the growing pains, she delicately suggested. I snorted, but if the shoe fit. You're afraid they'll burn bridges before settling down? I pressed. It is the nature of the beast, Cordelia grimly said. Before there can be city building and trade, there needs to be an accumulation of wealth and food. Since you've taken measures to restrict the strength of the mighty dash. I gave her a very innocent look that she did not buy in the slightest. Then it will not be achieved by a sigil accumulating an over-large amount of Nisi and working them as effective slaves, the blonde princess said. Given that the one resource the Drow will have in abundance is skilled warriors, that leaves acquisition by force as their path forward. And the firstborn weren't fools, we both knew. They'd not keep raiding each other when the real wealth was south and still recovering. Poorly defended. You can get ahead of that, I said. I will recommend that first Princess Rosala do so, Cordelia frankly said. Lending the expertise of our merchants and farmers after some guarantees of safety would only be common sense. But that is, ultimately, a bandage wrapped around a slit throat. That was, I suspected with an undercurrent of amusement, a Lycanese expression translated into Shantan. There's another way for those warriors to gain wealth, I idly said. She stared at me with piercing blue eyes. So you did foresee it, Cordelia said. I thought you might have, when you backed the Presci request to have those orc mercenary companies recognized under the Accords. You need them, I pointed out. Even when we've dealt with Neshama, the undead will remain. They'll just be leaderless, roving bands instead of an army. And you have the manpower to take back the South and most the Heartlands. But beyond that, your armies are the worst off in the Grand Alliance. So you would have us hire mercenaries, Cordelia said, tone thick with distaste. It's your way out, I said, and they'll need to be foreign. Procur's blown through its fantassins these last few wars, and you won't have the people to spare to fill those ranks again, because there'll be a massive amount of land to reclaim. And so we hire Drow and orcs to claw back our lands, she said, further strengthening their image as allies and not monsters out of legend, while filling the coffers of their fledgling nations. I smiled at her, though I couldn't lay claim to much praise over this. I had, after all, stolen Hakram's plan wholesale and fitted it to the firstborn. And the goblins. Cordelia pressed. Princess Vivian has already announced that Callow will open its borders to them, which I believe to be your work. Don't undersell her, I mildly replied. She'd not needed any convincing at all, even though we'd both known it would make the matrons livid. There were attempts to poach my sappers, during the fight for Twilight's Pass, I noted. I expect that now Callow has opened the gates, some of the attempts to bring in tribes will grow more serious. You want to make a world where they have roots everywhere, Cordelia quietly said, watching me. Orcs, goblins, drow. You would drag them out of our bedside stories and give them places at our hearths. I met her gaze. When I was nothing, I calmly said, they backed me. Not the matrons, not the clans, but them. The greenskins, the rank and file. And when my back was against the wall, when I was lost and grasping for allies, I went into the dark and returned to Isaiah at the head of an army of the Empire ever dark. My jaw clenched. I owe them a lot, Cordelia, I said. And I will pay every drop of that debt back, come hells or high water. If I needed to cut out parts of Calernia so the drow fitted better, I would. And I'd do the same for Robbers' people, for Nox. Hackram and Pickler had found paths, and if they needed them seared into the ground, well, it just so happened I was a deft hand with fire. In this, at least, I was yet my father's daughter. You have, Cordelia said, one of the most vicious conceptions of loyalty I have ever known. I cocked an eyebrow at her. And I do not entirely dislike it, the princess admitted. She finished the last of her dessert, a sort of pudding whose main ingredient was, I believed, a kind of fermented algae, and set aside the silver spoon. You have my thanks, Catherine, she said. What for? I asked. I believe, Cordelia smiled, that I now know the bargain save NOC will accept. 2 days later, in the depths of the temple fortress, a mighty lost their knight without dying. Now it was all over except for the violence. Challengers. To be good? An empty boast. To be good at. There is the glory, even in devilry. Extract from the play, I, Triumphant, author unknown, banned by decree of the Tower under Terribilis II. Rosalind hadn't been a Fairfax until there were no Fairfaxes left. She still remembered the night that had taken her away and brought her to the monastery, grim and silent and hidden by the visor. She'd grown to love it there, growing up in the gardens with the brothers and sisters, but she would not forget that she had been in embarrassment. That it would have been scandalous if good King's Robert's own cousin was known to have fathered a bastard. So Rosalind must be spirited away in a small monastery in the southern reaches of Callow where she wouldn't get in anyone's way. Much as she still resented that, it had likely saved her life. Lord William, his wife, and their 2 children were all dead. The calamities had butchered even the 4-year-old boy when they took Lore. But no one had known that Rosalind existed, so no black-clad killers had ever come knocking at the gates of the monastery in the middle of the night. Not, Brother Harlan had told her, that she would have been given up if they had. Lord William had chosen for her upbringing a monastery where more than a few knights had retired, perhaps intending to throw a knighthood her way when she reached the right age. They would have fought for her, Brother Harlan said, not only because she was now the rightful queen of Callow, but because she was as much their daughter as anyone of their blood. And their conviction had sunk in her, Rosalind thought, for someone needed to save kingdom. The Presi were still taking tallies and establishing taxes, for now, but it was only a matter of time until their imperial governors revealed themselves as cruel tyrants. Rosalind must stop them before it was too late, and that meant rising in rebellion. And for that, when Harlan, once Sir Harlan, Grand Master of the Sleeping Lions, had laid the blade on her shoulders, she had not risen to her feet a simple knight, but instead the rebel knight. Eleanor Fairfax's own name, she had been told. Her fate was to be one of resurrection, bringing back Callow into a golden age as her ancestor had long ago. Resurrection apparently began with a lot of riding around, though, because that was what she'd been doing since leaving the monastery. You're sure that Countess Elizabeth will help us? Rosalind asked. Brother Harlan stroked his beard, which though white had lost none of its luster. Much like the man himself had lost little vigor or muscles even though he was in his 60s. The Countess Marchford is ambitious, but she loves this country, Harlan told her. She might insist that you be betrothed to one of her family. I believe her nephew is her heir and the ages are close enough. But she will rise for a Fairfax. Of that I have no doubt. And the Countess was wealthy, Rosalind had been told, because of the silver mines in the hills she ruled. Coin would be needed if the rebel knight was to begin raising an army. That was what had the 5 of them riding north at night, Rosalind and her mentor and the companions she'd found since leaving the monastery. Jack and Jane, the ever-smiling twins from Lease that always seemed to know more than they should and showed wicked skill with knives, and Lucian, a stuck-up ass of a squire, who though unseasonably handsome kept picking at every decision Rosalind made. She was pretty sure he was some noble's son, even if he insisted otherwise, because he kept being surprised at all sorts of common things. And, surprise of surprises, he rode up to her side the moment Harlan stopped talking. It had been pretty obvious he was eavesdropping the whole time, as he often did. The pretty boy offered her a smirk. "Do not worry, Rosalind," Lucian said. "I have been to Marchford before. When your etiquette fails, you can rely on me to avoid disaster." "That'll be the day," Rosalind replied, rolling her eyes. "Gods above, if the squire would just shut up and be pretty, this journey would be so much more enjoyable." Harlan looked disapprovingly at the two of them, at him for his presumption and at her for the rudeness. But then he froze and pulled hard at his reins. His mount stopped, and so did the rest of the companies. "Harlan," the rebel knight asked. "We've just entered a ward," Harlan grimly said. "Everyone, scatter." Rosalind had been obeying him in the training yard for years. She moved without hesitation. Lucian did not, and a heartbeat later there was a plume of ash where he'd been standing. Rosalind's heart caught in her throat as she galloped away. Gods, was he dead? Just like that. Dead. Light bloomed in the night, and a streak of red flame died against a shining shield. Harlan grunted with effort. "To me," he bellowed. "We have to pull back to dash." Rosalind deftly obeyed, as did the wide-eyed twins a moment later, but there was a blur of motion as one of them and their horse were. Bolt. Over. A massive wolf ripped out the twins' hair, the horse screaming as it convulsed with broken legs. "Jane," the survivor screamed, anguished. The rebel knight could see now what the purpose of the ward had been. It had broken, perhaps because of the light, and now a large mounted company of armored riders could be seen spreading out around them. The blackguards. And at their head, riding by the side of a tall Sonic in red robes that must be the sovereign of red skies himself, was a man in plain plate. The carrion lord himself, Rosalind realized with a shiver. Harlan moved between the two of them, light burning in his gaze. "Sir Harlan," the Black Knight calmly greeted him. "It appears your retirement has come to an end." "Had me watched, did you?" her mentor growled. "We have people in Marchford," the carrion lord replied. "Making contact revealed you." To their side the blackguards were still fanning out, and Rosalind felt fear creeping up her spine. If they got surrounded. "Run, child," Harlan quietly said. Rosalind rocked back as if he'd slapped her. "Harlan." "No," she insisted. "I can't leave you, Dash." "I can hold them back long enough," Harlan said, back straightening. "It will be my last gift to you, Rosalind." She choked up. He'd taught her since she could wall, taken care of her through every tantrum and skin knee, every. He was more her father than some dead Fairfax could ever claim to be. Jack put his hand on her shoulder, pulling her back. "We need to go," he said, voice raw with grief. Around them the riders were still spreading out, moving methodically. Harlan turned to her, smiling through his white beard. "Farewell, Rosalind," the old knight said. "Rule well." And she ran, God's damn her. Followed his last order even as light bloomed like a midnight sun. "Come on, Carrion Lord," Grandmaster Harlan of the Sleeping Lions laughed. "Let's have the fight that should have ended you on the fields." A pause. "All crossbows fire at will," the Black Knight mildly said. "Delay pursuit. It's pointless now. Weeksa, track her." Whatever happened after that, Rosalind was too far to hear it. She rode her horse hard, Jack sticking close to her. But these were flatlands, and when enough time had passed that she could look behind without tears in her eyes, she saw the blackguards had resumed pursuit. "There's a village to the east," Jack shouted at her. "Off the road. We need to hide there." She nodded, not trusting her voice. Something was burning her belly, a rage she'd not known before. It had been a duty, driving out the Presci, but now it was something more. It was personal. They took Jack's advice, the blackguards pursuing in the distance, and before long found the village he'd mentioned. A nowhere place, wide asleep. There was nowhere in sight. "I'll find us fresh horses to steal," Jack told her, pulling ahead. "Keep an eye on Dash." The crossbow bolt took him the throat. The rebel knight threw herself to the ground before another could take her in the chest, but her horse was not so lucky. "No," she wept, but Jack was already dead. What could she do but run? The village was swarming with goblins in legion armor, suddenly, and if she stopped moving she was dead. She was exhausted when the enemy caught up to her. Rosalind was fast, but not so fast she could outrun horses. She turned around, sword in hand, to meet her enemy. "Come fight me, coward," the rebel knight shouted. The carrion lord studied her through his visor in silence, then simply raised his hand and lowered it. Rosalind was already running, but there was no avoiding that many crossbows. One bolt after another punched through her chainmail, every step becoming harder until she collapsed. She had not, she realized, gotten even half of the way there. The monster dismounted, a dozen soldiers following him as he approached her with his sword bare. Rosalind tried to raise her arm, strike at him, but she was too weak. 3 years, the Black Knight said, shaking his head in disgust. Even Scribe thought we'd get 6 before the first of you popped out. I won't be the last, Rosalind gurgled out. Damn you, I won't be the last. Eerily pale green eyes met hers. No, the Carrion Lord softly agreed. In every sense, child, you will not be the last. It was mercifully quick. The scholar had heard what the monsters did to heroes in these parts, and he wasn't going to meet that fate. That was why he was drinking in a dingy tavern, sipping at stale beer, instead of trying to hook up with one of the dozen would-be rebel groups that dwelled in Vale. Julian was Calawan too, just as much as any of them, but he'd been abroad. He'd been studying in Atalanta when the conquest happened, so he had perspective that the people who'd never left lacked. These villains weren't like the ones from the old stories. They'd take longer to drive out. Coming at them plain wouldn't work. So instead of adding his corpse to the growing pile, Julian Evers was going to do the smart thing. He'd learn everything he could about them, all their tricks, and give that information to every hero on Calernia. Tom would do the rest for him. Still, he had to wonder if it was the occupation that had made the beer so watery. Surely an honest Calawan tavern keeper wouldn't cut their drinks if they had any other choice, right? The brown-haired man shot a suspicious look at the man behind the counter. He'd already used examine on the tavern keeper to make sure he did not have the tattoo that marked Eyes of the Empire, so he knew the fair-haired man was at least marginally trustworthy. He leaned around one of the candles on the counter, avoiding the uncomfortable wafting heat. I've a question, Julian said, if you have a moment. Maybe if you order another beer. The tavern keeper mildly replied. You've been nursing that tankard all evening. Fair enough. The scholar thought with a sigh. He ordered again, setting aside his old tankard and sipping at the new one in a gesture of goodwill. It was significantly better, he noticed, and took a deeper swallow. Do you cut your beer, by any chance? Julian asked, stroking a finger against. Examine. The blond man puffed up, looking offended. Of course not, he replied. A lie Julian saw. His aspect wasn't entirely foolproof. It tended to get caught up in details, but it saw clearly through most situations. Besides, particular attention to detail was only natural for someone who'd studied in Atalanta. The philosopher priests had quite literally invented the discipline of semantics. So yes, Julian drily said, but not this one. The tavern keeper glared. Fine, there might have been water in the first, he admitted. But not your second. Truth. Examine told him. Julian took another swallow. What do you want, stranger? The tavern keeper asked. Your advice, the scholar said, smiling at the knowledge he now held the advantage. I have been thinking of heading to Summerhome, but I hear the place is swarming with Presi. Largest garrison in Callow, the other man agreed. What about it? I can deal with soldiers, Julian shrugged. But is it true that the calamities often go there? He hoped so. Finding employment, laying low for a year or two, and then begin quietly gathering information was his plan, but it would only work if he could find a place where at least some of the villains regularly spent time. The Black Knight had not taken up a city as the capital of the occupation, unfortunately, which made the business tricky. Way I hear it, the Black Knight blows through every few months, the tavern keeper said. And the captain's supposed to stick to him like glue, yeah? Don't know about the others. The scholar hummed. One tavern keeper was not a certainty, but it was a start. He'd moved around, asking other places after having changed his appearance like he'd done in Dormer. He offered the blond man his smile and thanks, then set about finishing the rest of the tankard out of politeness. Best not to be rude. It risked making him into a story to be peddled. Only when he was halfway through, he felt a sudden and vicious cramp. Julian looked down. His limbs were trembling. He saw, and he dropped to the floor. He realized with horror, been poisoned. Distantly, he heard a few screams and people running out of the hall. Footsteps too, large, but his eyes were on the candle on the counter. Burning, he thought. Destroying impurity. And what poison, if not that? He focused, feeling the life leak out of him, and thought of a flame. Of it scouring his veins, destroying all evil. A hulking shape leaned over him. Not a woman, he dimly thought. For what woman could possibly be so large? Did you just learn to burn out poison on the fly? The captain said, sounding impressed. It's not even that common a trick. The scholar gurgled out. You won't get away with dash. You certainly didn't. The captain said, raising a great hammer. We lost you after Dormer, Scholar, but if you keep using dives for information, then it's just a waiting game. The hammer came down. It had all begun when a wolf king had come out of the waning woods and begun to raid farms. It had not exactly caused a panic, since it or something like it happened every few decades. The tale was well worn. Some Fey lord came into creation, played court with some animals enchanted to talk, and then when they got bored and abandoned the whole affair, leaving the territory closest to the woods, the barony of Dormer, to deal with the aftermath. The wolf kings were the worst of the lot. What with the way they gathered large packs and went after cattle single-mindedly, but it was nothing that Baroness's knights wouldn't be able to ride down. Only this time the Fae had decided to go for broke, and horse-sized fox that spoke in rhyme had attacked the knights' camp as they slept, tearing through them while they were unarmored. The fox, a vixen, to be precise, had all the while been telling them that she was truly a princess and that the only way to be free of her curse was to slay as many men as there were days the enchantment was meant to last. But the good people of Dormer took that one with a grain of salt. Everyone's grandmother had a story about some frog prince who'd ended up being a badger with delusions of grandeur, or a cousin who'd freed a buck only to find the promised treasure was a pile of acorns painted gold. The survivors from the attack had sent for reinforcements and gathered the dispossessed farmers in a small town called Strawthorn, walling up there until the Baroness troops could arrive. Blake had gone out to help. Of course he had. He might have left behind his life as a brother to Mary Sawyer, but he was still a healer at heart. So long as he could wield light, he'd pitch in when evil came calling in one form or another. Sawyer hadn't argued. One of 100 daily reminders of how he'd made the right decision appending his life to be with her, and instead hung her apron to belt on her sword. That nasty business with her father had ensured that Sawyer Halcroft would never be a knight, but her years abroad as a mercenary had taught her entirely more practical skills. They were a month in Strawthorn, Blake to heal the sick as he ignored the Sidai from the priests, and Sawyer, spending her days training the town's fledgling militia under the disapproving gaze of the Dormer Knights. His wife was teaching them free city spear tactics, not a proper Calawan shield wall, which while more likely to save their lives was apparently lacking in patriotism on her part. Never mind that a shield wall that green will melt away like summer snow the moment wolves run at it. Sawyer groused at him in private. Just as they began to get restless, however, word came from Dormer. Another force had been assembled and was on its way. Darker news came too, to everyone's dismay. Rumor had it the Carrion Lord had taken an interest and might be headed this way. Hopefully it was really just be a rumor. It probably is, Sawyer reassured him. If you listen to gossip, the man's bloody everywhere. I won't mind that, Blake said. So long as it's everywhere but here. The Calamities might not have been the kind of tyrants he'd expected them to be, but they were harsher in doling out punishment than the Fairfaxes had ever been. Best not to draw their attention at all if you could. That was just plain sense. The two of them made plans to leave Strawthorn when the reinforcements arrived, deciding it was best to get gone before they could get caught up in the inevitable pissing match between the Dormer soldiers and the Presai. Only they didn't get to, because the Wolf King came straight at the town. No one had expected it, because the creatures never did that. It might have a crown seared onto its head, but it was still a wolf. Those didn't attack towns, or even most villages, unless hunger made them desperate. The knights were caught with their pants down again, although even half-dressed their corps of veterans made a bloody fight of it. But things were looking bad. I need to form up the militia, Sawyer hissed at him. Can you dash? Blake kissed her. Go, he said, and she did. He should have gone with the priests, readied himself to heal the wounded, but a doubt was niggling away at him. Why would the Wolf King act this way? Following a faint instinct, he headed for the House of Light, and there found his answer. The great fox, trying to force open the gates. Around her neck hung the limp and bleeding body of a she-wolf. You took the Wolf King's consort to draw him here, Blake said, fingers clenching around his staff. Why? The fox turned to look at him, smirking as much as an animal could. Poor priest, blinded and crossed, knowing not what was buried and lost. I came here cunning, and will have my bite of that old treasure made of light. Blake stared her down. Your meter's terrible and your rhymes second-rate, he told the monster. It did not take kindly to that. But even though he was no longer a brother, he was still a wielder of light and standing near the threshold of a house. When he called it to him, it came strong and easy, burning at the great fox's fur until it yelped and ran away. The vixen was a coward at heart. It was why she'd gotten the Wolf King to do her dirty work, and in the haste of her flight, she abandoned her unconscious prisoner. In the distance, Blake still heard the screams and howls of battle. The Wolf King still attacking desperately to claim back his consort, and the healer hesitated. The fox had revealed that some manner of artifact lay underneath the floor of the house, something powerful enough the creature had desired to devour it for power. If he claimed it, he could drive away the Wolf King. But though Blake was no longer a priest, he had not forgotten the lessons of the book. If the choice is between lighting a candle and a pyre, ever choose the candle. To save is a greater act than to destroy. So instead, Blake knelt by the she-wolf and laid a gentle hand on her side, light blooming around her pelt. Her breath steadied, and she woke. Two clever eyes met his, and he smiled. "Let us end this," the healer said. And they did. The fight went out of the wolves the moment the two of them arrived, and Sawyer ordered the wall of spears to part so they could pass. The two wolves reunited, lovingly rubbing their cheeks together, and Blake's heart clenched. He glanced at his wife, who was looking back with a small, secret smile. The Wolf King took a few steps towards him, nervous townsfolk raising their spears, but the crowned wolf did not attack. It bowed its head down in thanks before rising again, eyes expectant. Blake knew his stories, like all good Dormer boys. He was being offered a boon. "I ask," he said, "that you no longer attack humans and their cattle, your majesty." The Wolf King stared him down with amber eyes, then curtly nodded and trotted away. The large pack, nearly 60 wolves even after all the deaths, followed in his wake. Blake slumped. The wind gone out of him now the danger was passing, and might have collapsed if Sawyer had not come to help him up. It was over, finally. The townsfolk cheered themselves hoarse, and that night a feast was thrown. The couple stayed 2 more days, long enough that Blake could be satisfied there would be no one who died from their wounds, and as they did they felt a change. The townsfolk and even the knights had begun calling Blake a wise healer, and the words were beginning to have weight, almost like a title. And Sawyer, who'd been offered by the town elders to stay on as captain of their militia, had begged off by telling them that though a mercenary, she was now retired. The words stuck to her too, the way she got called the retired mercenary. The both of them feared the change and decided it was time to get gone. They could ride this out at the bakery, piece together what was happening. Just to be safe, they did not wait until morning to leave, riding out in the night and finding a roadside inn to stay at. The rooms were full, so they had to sleep in the stables, but neither of them minded. It wasn't their first night roughing it, and they settled together in the hay. They woke up to a bright light being shined into their faces. Sawyer was on her feet in a heartbeat, sword clearing the scabbard, but it was caught by another blade. As Blake struggled to get up, reaching for his staff, he saw his wife getting head-butt by a man in plain plate. The crunch of the steel helmet on her forehead wound to his heart. She reared back in pain as Blake called on the light, letting loose a bolt, but the man moved out of the way with a dancer's grace. Sawyer struck again, but the stranger was so fast, he slapped aside the thrust, and his gauntlet fist struck her in the mouth, smashing her back down into the hay and breaking teeth. "Robbers!" Blake shouted, drawing on light. "You fools, even if the Baroness doesn't get you the Legion's W-," and then froze, because the man had not come alone. The stables were full of soldiers in plate, but no heraldic markings, and there was only one company in all of Callow that wore such armor: the Blackguards. The Carrion Lord's personal retinue. "No," Blake got out. "Why? We haven't done anything." Under the visor he saw pale green eyes studying him, the violence pausing. "Gods, let them be able to talk their way out of this." "We don't want to fight you," Blake desperately said. "I swear. We want only to leave, to return to our bakery. We're not rebels." "I know," the Black Knight said, and he sounding genuinely sorry. "But that is only in the immediate. Should I leave you alone now, fate's wheels begin spinning." "We have no quarrel with the Empire," Sawyer croaked, down in the hay. "Not today," the monster said. "But eventually an Imperial governor will wrong you, or a legionary's carelessness. And when that anger reaches a boil, another hero will show up." The man sounded vaguely irritated. Someone young and strong, with potential but little experience, who would need companions like a wise healer and a retired mercenary to reach the fullness of their power, the Carrion Lord said. "By then, it will be too late. This is best nipped in the bud before the band of 5 begins gathering." "You're mad," Sawyer hissed through her broken teeth. "This is all nonsense. You've just gone rabid and dash." A sense of immediate danger blared across Blake's mind, but the Carrion Lord was not moving, so what could possibly be the cause of it? "Oh, merciful gods," the wise healer realized. "He wasn't really talking to us. It was just a distraction so the warlock could The last thing Blake ever felt was the scent of burning brimstone.